name's Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a bloody brawl in the darkness of an alley and ended in the glare of a fight arena with the winner and still champion, Old Kid Death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
All that people need to make them happy, said Juvenal, are bread and circuses. And up to a point, I suppose the old Roman cynic was right. The promoter of the Metropolitan Arena probably never heard of Juvenal, but he would have agreed with him 100%. His fight club is a cut-rate monument to what the old Romans meant by circus, a place where gladiators meet regularly in combat. Its marquee flashed in the gathering twilight as I cruised past and crossed Madison and went up Clark, taking my time, for the night was young and the waking nightlife of the jukebox taverns might offer an incident for a story. But there was no inspiration there, so I kept going, cut through a cheap rooming house section and headed for the office. I stopped for a red light, and that's when it happened. A burst of footsteps pounded up from behind, and a man, his shirt blood-spattered, his head bleeding, jerked open the door and filed in beside me.
Get going. They're after me. Hurry, please.
Who's after you?
They got guns. Step on it.
I ran the light, noting several figures in my rearview mirror as they stopped running and turned toward a car at the curb. I made several turns as my passenger kept looking back. And finally, satisfied that we'd lost them, he leaned back, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the blood from his face.
Lost him.
He was a stocky, heavy-shouldered guy, rather good-looking in a rugged sort of way. The ridges over his eyes were thick with old scar tissue, and there was a dent in his nose. The ear facing me seemed in good enough condition, but the mark of his profession was on him unmistakably.
Oh, thanks, pal. Thanks an awful lot. Dirty rat.
There was more than just one of them. I counted 3.
There were 5. I took care of the other 2. The rat I mean is the one who hired him to do the job.
Who?
Marty Bannon.
Bannon?
Yeah. Someone else must have tipped him off where I was staying.
This the same Marty Bannon who was up before the grand jury last month in that gambling investigation?
You must read the papers.
Oh, more than that. I covered the story.
A reporter?
I'm Randy Stone, the Chicago Star.
I'm Gunnar Evans.
Yeah, I know. I saw your name on the marquee at the Metropolitan. You're fighting Pete Madigan tonight.
That's right. You've seen me fight before, huh?
Oh, yeah, but not lately. Not since you started your comeback. Last time I saw you was over 5 years ago when you nearly lifted the crown from the middleweight champ.
See, which way you going?
Well, right now we're heading to the hospital.
What?
Oh, look, you've got to get to a doctor.
Not
Your head...
that. I'm okay.
Now, you look it.
It's just a scratch, I tell you. Don't let a little blood scare you.
All right. Oh, there's a cop there by that street lamp.
No,
Tell
keep
him
going. Please, I haven't got time.
What's that?
Look, Mr. Stone, I appreciate you helping me, but if I go to the cops now, they might hold me while they're investigating. I'll lose $2,000.
Your purse tonight?
More than just that. It's dough I put up to guarantee my appearance. Every dime I could scrape up. Look, I better get out.
I'll drive you to the arena.
So, thanks, but I'm going home first. Gotta pick up my manager.
I'll drive you there. I'm in no hurry.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Keep straight ahead. I'll tell you when to turn.
Good. What's Marty Bannon got against you?
I'll tell you someday, maybe.
Works for a gambling syndicate, doesn't he?
Works for it. He is a syndicate.
I wondered.
Turn to your left.
You, owe him money?
The house right there in the corner.
Okay. The apartment house where Gunnar Evans lived was probably a very classy joint around 1910. I wondered what had happened to those fat purses he'd collected when he was one of the 5 ranking middleweights in the world. What had happened that he'd had to return to the ring to be a living punching bag for youngsters like Pete Madigan.
Well, thanks again.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Nothing. Just a little dizzy, I guess.
Now, wait a minute. Come on, now, no fooling. You got to see a doctor.
I tell you, I'm okay. I'll be all right.
Well, you better let me go up with you.
Stone, I appreciate all you've done, but you don't have to worry.
Okay, but you can't fight tonight. Not with that gash in your head.
Heck, I can't. Dan will fix it up. You just keep your mouth shut.
Dan?
My manager, Dan Morgan. It's above the hairline. They'll never notice. You coming to the fight?
You bet, and I'm going upstairs with you now, too.
I'm telling
and
you.
I'm telling you. Now, let's go. So we went up to his apartment together. He leaned against the doorbell like he was tired. When the door opened, he nearly fell in.
Gunner!
She was a little blonde with a baby face and eyes that were rhapsodies in blue. She shrunk back as he reached out to steady himself as though she didn't want him to touch her. And somehow the music in those big blue eyes vanished.
What happened?
Nothing much. Some hoods tried to jump me. I did all right. A friend of mine, Connie, Randy Stone, my wife. Come in.
Connie, is that him? Hey, Gunner, I've been looking all over for you. What the Sam Hill happened? I told you to... Wait. Holy smoke, what happened to you?
Don't get excited. I had a little trouble.
Yes, in the large economy size. 5 thugs jumped him.
What?
Now, don't worry about it, will you? I'm all right. Just need to sit down. Randy Stone here helped me get out of it. Some of Bannon's hoods, I think, Dan.
If you ask me, you better call a doctor.
Nobody's asking.
Well, he's hurt.
Will you shut up? I keep telling him I'm okay, and he keeps hollering for an ambulance. Lay off, will you, Stone?
What makes you think Marty did it?
Who else? He tried to proposition me into taking a dive, didn't he? He owns Madigan body and soul, don't he? He even told me he'd do something to me if I turn him down.
Gunner.
Well, why did you turn him down?
For $500, I should take a dive? For 500 lousy fish? Come.
Well, why not? How far can you go? You think you're still a big shot, a headliner? Well, you're nothing but a has-been.
Now, take it easy, Connie. Gunner
I
can
told him
still
to
fight.
take it. I told him. How long can he last? I'm sick of being broke all the time. We needed that extra 500. Why didn't he take it?
Because I'm going to beat Madigan, that's why.
Oh, you fool. What good is it? You'll never hit the top again. If you can't think of yourself, what about me? What about the kid of yours?
Billy's your kid, too, now. Don't you forget.
My kid? Oh, no. Don't wish him on me just because I'm married to you.
Connie.
I'm sick of playing nursemaid, do you understand? And I'm sick of living like this.
Wouldn't be if you hadn't ruined me.
What?
You've stripped me of every cent I had, threw it away on parties, closed gambling, made me sell the little business I had to pay your lousy debts.
Why, you cheap, punch-drunk bum.
Now, stop that, Connie.
I don't have to take that talk from him or you or anyone else. I'm through, do you understand? Through, as of now.
She almost ran from the room, burst into an adjoining bedroom, and disappeared. Gunner Evans stared at the closed door for a moment and then sat down slowly by the table. His face was gray and tired as death itself. Old Dan Morgan shook his head sadly and gently pulled Gunner's head forward so he could have a better look at the cut on top.
Billy asleep, Dan?
Yeah, I put him to bed before you came in. I hope she doesn't wake. That don't look good, Gunner.
He still got that cough?
He's better. I lit the vapor lamp by his bed. He'll be all right in a day or two. You know how kids are, sick one day, up the next. Hand me that bag there, will you, Stone?
Oh, sure. Here.
Thanks.
Connie,
Yeah?
where you going with that suitcase? Connie! Well, that's the end, I guess.
Oh, she'll be back, Gunner. You know how she is.
Yeah, I know.
Now, be still. I want to fix this.
No. I want to take a look at Billy. Maybe he's uncovered.
A young kid?
5.
She's not his real mother, huh?
No. Billy's ma died when he was 2. Gunner married Connie 6 months ago. Thought the boy needed a mother. Some mother. She hates the little fella.
It's a shame.
Well, Aggie and me, we never had any children ourselves, but if we ever had, I'd want him to be like Gunner's boy. What a kid. Smart. I don't get it. How can any woman, even a gold-digging little witch like Connie, not want him? Still sleeping, huh?
Yeah. I'll have to see if I can get one of the neighbors to stay with him while we're gone.
Sit down. I'll get my bag.
What about it, Dan? Don't you think this is a job for a doctor?
Will you keep out of this?
Gunner, I was going to tell you, maybe you shouldn't fight tonight.
Dan, for the love of Mike, don't you let me down, too. Every cent I got is tied up in that forfeit. $2,000.
Well, I don't like the looks of it, but... Okay. You don't think you've lost too much blood?
Nuts. Get to work. Time's running out. We got to be at the arena pretty soon.
Yeah, very well. Hold still now. This stuff is going to sting.
Go on. I only wish I knew who tipped Bannon off where I was staying.
Hey, Stone, a piece of cotton. There.
Here.
You didn't mention it to anyone, did you, Dan?
Of course not. Skin clips, a little jar of alcohol.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
You mean you moved out of here and you were living in a rented room?
He was only there the last 2 days. We were afraid something like this would happen if they knew where to find him.
Somebody must have tipped them off. They ain't bloodhounds.
Must have been a fluke. Somebody must have seen you around there. Collodion, a brown bottle.
Yeah. Why would Marty Bannon go to all that trouble to keep you from fighting tonight? The odds are 5 to 1 on Madigan, aren't they?
Maybe they are, chum, but Bannon don't bet on anything that isn't a sure thing. Thought he could buy me for a lousy 500. Well, he was wrong.
Easy. I'm almost through.
I figured it was safer to claim I run out and divide my $2,000 forfeit money with that dumb punk of his.
Well, for Pete's sake, what about the police? The boxing commission?
I opened my yap and they started an investigation. Cancel a fight. And who's hurt? Bannon? Nah. What can I prove? I need that dough, Randy. I need it bad.
I watched the savage gash in Gunner Evans' head close up and vanish under the magic touch of Dan Morgan's fingers. When he finally combed the hair over it and put away his tools, I was almost convinced that my concern had been overdone. Dan's fighter looked as good as new.
Now, you go into that bedroom and get a half-hour's rest, Gunner. Try to sleep.
But I gotta find a sitter.
Forget it. I'll call my wife. Aggie will be glad to come over.
Oh, that'd be swell. I'd sure appreciate it, Dan.
She'd be tickled to do it. You know how crazy she is over Billy.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, why not leave him with us until you get straightened out?
I'll think about it.
And Billy can always find a home with Aggie and me, Gunner. I only wish I had him for keeps.
Not a chance.
You better get some sleep while you can. You need it.
Yeah. I'm going. Oh, thanks, Stone. Thanks a million.
I went down into the street, got into my car. I lit a cigarette thinking of what was to come and hating it. Gunner didn't have a chance. The odds were all against him to start with. But now Marty Bannon and his thugs had guaranteed it. The more I thought about it, the sicker and angrier I got. I knew Marty's address from the last time the police had visited him. Maybe he ought to know he wasn't having himself a private party with Gunner. Maybe he ought to know that if he got too rough, I might just invite the 800,000 star subscribers. So I started up and headed northwest. Maybe I could put a scare into this mug. Bannon lived in a single penthouse apartment in the medium high rent district. I pressed the doorbell, and after a moment, a small peephole opened. An eye gave me a fishy stare, and the door swung wide.
Well?
How are you, Marty? Remember me? Stone, Chicago Star.
Oh, yeah, one of those poison pen artists. What do you want?
A little talk.
About what?
About Gunner Evans.
Come in. All right, spill it. What's in your mind?
Who is it, doll baby?
Shut up.
Well, I like that. I only asked a simple... You.
Gunner's wife stood in the foyer entrance. Like Bannon, she was in evening clothes, wearing a gown that showed everything but good taste. When I saw, I knew who had tipped Bannon off where Gunner had been hiding, and who had sent those goons on a murder trail. It was Connie herself.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Little-known episodes from the exciting annals of American history are presented in colorful, dramatic, factual manner on the Cavalcade of America, which returns over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, August 29th. That's Cavalcade of America, returning Tuesday, August 29th.
I wanted to see Marty Bannon about the fix he was trying to muscle through on tonight's fight between Pete Madigan and Gunner Evans. But when I saw Connie, Gunner's wife, in Marty's apartment, I knew my words would be as useless as rain on Lake Michigan. It was she who'd betrayed her own husband and told Bannon where his thugs could find him. Her big blue eyes widened when she saw me and then hardened into chips of ice.
You get around, don't you, Stone?
Yeah, but it'd be tough trying to keep up with you, baby.
Connie, I told you to stay back.
What are you worrying about, Bannon? Gunner Evans is bound to find out sooner or later. Probably sooner.
Who cares? I'm through with that dumb ape, and he might as well know it now as any time.
Look, dollface, I got enough to worry about without having a punchy mad dog on my trail. Too many big deals coming up.
What's the matter, Bannon? You don't think he's got enough against you already?
He can't prove a thing. You value your health, you'll forget you were here tonight.
I thought you were smarter than that. The guy who fools around another man's wife is like a rented tuxedo. He never knows who's going to spill something on him.
Be sure it ain't you. Now get out.
Well, maybe I had done some good. I didn't know. At least he'd know now that somebody else knew what was going on. He'd drop the rough stuff, the fight would go on, and if he tried anything afterwards, it would be dangerous. I went back down to the lobby, walked out into the street. A taxi had pulled up to the curb, and the passenger was paying off the hacky. As I turned and stepped out onto the sidewalk, he turned around, and a cold chill hit me. It was Gunnar Evans.
Stone, what are you doing here?
Well, I bet myself that you'd win tonight, and I came here to make sure I'd have a chance to win the bet.
You won't, so forget it.
Why not? Why did you come here?
Go home, Stone. One second.
No, wait a minute. What are you seeing Bannon for?
Out of my way.
You're supposed to be taking a nap and resting up. Why'd you come here?
Take the $500. What else?
Why? After what Bannon's done to you, after what you said, why? Why?
Got to thinking, lying there. What was I gaining being so big and noble? Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Your self-respect?
You can starve on self-respect. Look out. You can see your kid go hungry, your marriage go in the rocks. I got nothing to gain and everything to lose. So I'll take the $500. What does it matter? I'm washed up. I might as well face it.
But you can quit clean. You don't have to wind up crooked. You can get a job, do something else.
What? The only thing I ever done except fight is drive a truck, and I can't do that now.
Why not?
Because I'm half blind, you fool.
You're what?
Oh, I can see you well enough for anybody else who's close up. You don't have to see like an eel when you're throwing leather. But I can't pass no truck driving test.
Well, I didn't know.
In the elevator.
I didn't know.
Nobody knows, not even Dan. You don't fight over 400 fights without losing something. With some guys, it's their brains. With others, their hearing or the teeth or the kidneys. With me, it's my eyes. Yeah, and my teeth, too. And the way things have been going, my brains, for all I know.
All right. Now, come on back home, kid. You don't need Bannon's dough. It smells.
No, but I need my wife. If I can find her and tell her I took Bannon's offer, well, she might come back. Get out of the elevator door. Move. I'm not breaking up my marriage for any $500. Bannon's on the 14th floor, ain't he?
Yeah, the 14th floor. Wait.
You coming along for the ride?
You're making a bad mistake, Gunner, going to Bannon's. It's the worst thing you could do. Now, come on.
Oh, preach, Stone. I'm sick of it. I made up my mind. Sure, I know it's the end of the trail. So what? I never hit the championship gravy, and even when you do, it ends up like this lots of times. No dough, no eyes, no brains.
You still got brains enough to lick this thing, Gunner, believe me.
Where's the button? Well, Stone, it's different when you're young. The promises sound good. The world looks good. You read the stuff they print about you in the paper, you're great. Sure, it gripes me that everybody seems to be making off their fights except you. The gamblers, the crooked managers, the shady promoters. Of course, they ain't all that way. There are some pretty good guys, like Dan Morgan. He's the first honest manager I ever had. But there's so many of the others. So you bust your fingers. You can't sleep for nights on account your hands are like two big hearts beating with pain pumping through them instead of blood. You get your teeth knocked out. You can't breathe on account of your nose is busted. The years go by and where are you? What do you got?
Now, one day you wake up and the fires inside you are out and you're like a furnace full of clinkers. You're an old man. That it?
Yeah, an old man. You know how old I am? 33.
Gunner, I wish you wouldn't.
Let go of me.
All right. If you must, you must. But before you ring that bell, there's something you should know about what you're going to find in there.
Yeah? What? What is it? What are you trying to say?
Okay, Marty. I'll meet you right after the fight. Then we can... Gunner!
Connie!
Marty, it's Gunner!
Open up! Open up, Connie! Open up the
Gunner,
door.
it's no good. She's not worth it.
I'll kill a rat!
Come on, get a grip on yourself. Gunner!
Get away from me! Connie! I'll break it down for help me!
Gunner, for the love of Mike.
I told you to let me go.
Listen to me.
You asked for it.
Whatever time had done to Gunner Evans' legs, it certainly hadn't affected his punch. I went out like a shattered light bulb. When I came to, I was sprawled on my back in front of Bannon's penthouse apartment. The door was still locked, but I could see through it like it wasn't there. For the simple reason that the main part wasn't. The entire middle panel was smashed through. Only the frame remained. I got up slowly. My jaw hurt, and my brain was full of angry bees. I stepped through the broken door and looked around. I saw them. Connie and Marty lying at opposite sides of the living room. Their heads were twisted at curious angles, their necks purplish and swollen. And they were both quite dead. I found a telephone, I called the police, and sat there a while, trying to brush the fog away. My head throbbed as I tried to remember something I felt was important, but I couldn't quite recall. And then suddenly it came to me. The fight, the Metropolitan Arena, Evans versus Madigan. That's where he'd be. That's where I'd find the gunner. I stumbled to the elevator, went downstairs, found my car, and drove out to the arena. Hi, is Gunner Evans here?
Is he here? He's fighting tonight. Don't you see the signs?
Yeah.
You're just in time for the main goal, mister. Ringside? I got one on the aisle, row 5.
Here's my press card.
Say, what's going on anyway, you know?
Meaning what?
I mean, him coming in just a little while before the semifinal was over. His manager and the promoter was tearing their hair.
You say the main go's about to start?
Bell for round 1 rang 30 seconds ago. You're covering the fight, better get on in.
I headed down the main aisle for the press section at ringside. What was going on in that ring brought me to a standstill more than once before I finally got to the ringside and began easing my way around the gunner's corner. I couldn't take my eyes off him. The gunner was tearing into Pete Madigan with a slashing fury that brought the crowd to its feet and kept it there. This fight wasn't going to last any 10 rounds. I could see the gunner's manager, Dan Moran, standing at the ring apron, pounding it with his fist.
Cross him, let him have it!
How are you, Dan?
Stone.
He's terrific.
I don't know.
March it! Jab him now, jab him! That's a boy.
What do you mean you don't know?
I've been trying to get him to box, but he won't.
Look at him. He's fighting Madigan's fight. He can't last. His legs won't take it, not for 10 rounds. Something's the matter with him.
Yeah, something's the matter, all right.
When he finally showed up, he looked funny, acted funny. Something's happened. I don't know what.
Hook him! Hook him! He's wide open! Turn up, baby! Watch it! Watch it! That's the ticket. Jab him, Dizzy!
All right, boys. Get that stool in there fast.
Okay, Dan.
Take his mouthpiece out. My gosh, he shouldn't be breathing like that after only 1 round.
Dan, I want to tell you something. Gunner's in trouble. He's terrible trouble. Any minute the police...
Listen to him. Something's the matter with him. Look, Randy, do me a favor. Go back to Gunner's dressing room and have a look at Billy.
Who?
Billy. Gunner's little boy. I put him to bed there.
What is he doing here? I thought your wife...
Yeah. But Gunner showed up there just before he came here and took Billy with him.
Why?
Maybe he's afraid Bannon's hoods might break in the house and take it out on Billy. I don't know. Now, go on, will you?
Okay.
I gave one of the boys a buck to keep an eye on him. Make sure he's okay.
All right, don't worry. I went back down the ramp into the dressing room. Billy was sleeping on the rubbing table between several training gloves, big as pillows to keep him from rolling off. Dan had covered him with an old bathrobe and pillowed his curly head with some folded towels.
Cute little fella, ain't he?
It's a wonder he's been able to sleep through all this noise.
Yeah, but I guess he was just real wore out.
Yeah, I reckon he was.
There's the buzzer for round 2.
Yeah, well, I'll go up and have a look.
Okay, mister.
I walked up the ramp, down the aisle toward the press section. Round 2 was a facsimile, it seemed, of round 1. How many rounds could a man go at this pace? He was pressing Madigan every second, a slashing, ripping attack. Like a madman, I kept thinking. Like a bulb that flares more brightly than it ever has before the instant before it goes out. Gunner Evans was fighting the greatest fight of his career and the last fight of his career. And then he was down. Gunner Evans was down.
Bank! He wasn't even hurt. Take some time.
It certainly seemed that way. Gunner lay sprawled on the canvas like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He didn't stir as the referee's voice came through the pandemonium.
7, 8, 9, 10, out!
I walked down the aisle through a now hushed crowd. Nobody moved. When I finally got to the ringside, Dan and his 2 seconds were still working on Gunner. A scared, haunted look had begun to deepen the furrows of Dan's wrinkled face. Presently, the commission doctor climbed into the ring and knelt beside the fallen fighter. After a while, he looked up, pointing to the patched-up wound on Gunner's head. It had oozed some blood, but now it had stopped.
This man was hurt before the fight.
Yeah, he cut his head. I told him he shouldn't fight, but he insisted on going on.
In heaven's name, why?
He had a $2,000 forfeit posted.
$2,000.
How bad is it, Doc?
His skull was fractured before he entered the ring.
You mean that...
He's dead.
We went back to the dressing room, Dan and I. I tried to tell him what had happened at Bannon's apartment, but he didn't seem to hear. He shuffled along, his head bowed, his eyes red. We stared at the sleeping child, and I asked Dan, Gunner have any relatives?
I don't know. None that I know of. No. Gunner didn't have any kin.
You mean Billy's alone?
Alone? Of course not. He's not alone. Billy's got me and Aggie, ain't he?
Well, then you better take him before the police get here. Here. Take him home with you.
Yeah, poor little fella. He must be tired. Didn't open an eye. Yeah, I'll take him home. Don't want to take any chances. There's cough coming back.
You going to keep him, Dan?
Huh?
You said you wanted him, didn't you?
You mean?
Gunner would have wanted you to have him.
Billy.
He's yours, Dan. For keeps. Your son. Well, 4 a.m. and another edition about to go to press. Another sunrise about to dawn. The death of one cycle, the birth of another. Or maybe it's all one, like time itself. Well, I'm not going metaphysical at this hour. But I can't help thinking that Gunner Evans maybe wasn't such a failure after all. In a way, he's still punching, he's still alive, with a new set of dreams and a future ahead. Yep, in his son. I guess basically that's why our children mean so much to all of us. Like the philosopher said, they're our only chance for earthly immortality. I'll have to get married one of these days. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. The part of Gunner Evans was played by Don Diamond. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Programs get your programs here. Wednesday evening brings you other great adventure mystery programs on this NBC station. Be sure to hear The Falcon, Mr. District Attorney, Richard Diamond starring Dick Powell, and Dangerous Assignment with Brian Donlevy. That's Wednesday night for more stellar action-filled programs. Be sure to listen. Stay tuned for the first piano quartet on NBC. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a stay of execution and ended with the death of a man's soul.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
I didn't like it. I didn't like any part of it. It's bad enough that a guy's got to die without being constantly reminded of it. Okay, so you can't live forever. I know that, but when the time comes, it should just end quick, with no warning, no anticipation, no nothing. Just like that. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not scared of the idea. That is, no more than the next guy. I just don't like it constantly tossed up in my face. That's why the managing editor could never sell me on covering the hospital beat of the city morgue. And an obituary is something that absolutely refuses to write itself out of my typewriter. That's what I was trying to tell the guy on the desk when he told me over the phone I had to go down to Joliet to cover an execution.
Sure, Randy, I understand, but...
No, you don't understand. He'd send somebody else.
How many times I gotta tell you I got no one else?
How about one of the guys on the day side? Hold him over.
Impossible.
What's the matter? Afraid to shell out for a little overtime?
Cut it, Randy. It's late now. You're gonna have to go some to make it as it is.
Now, look, Garrison, I don't want to pull rank on you. But when I took over this night beat, the managing editor assured me my assignments were completely my own. I found my own stories where I pleased. I was all through being a leg for the desk.
Well, I've got news for you, Randy.
Oh.
When he gave me this job, he told me he was making me an executive, and all I'd have to do was sit back and tell the boys what to do. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm telling you, get down to the depot and on that train as fast as you can. The execution has got to be covered. You better hurry. There's a storm coming up.
So I grabbed a cab. It was clouding up. When I got to the depot, the sky was as black as a city editor's heart. It wasn't my idea of traveling with her, but it's only a short run. We made it to Joliet before the storm broke. The train ground to a stop. It started to rain, and when I was in the taxi on the way out of the prison, it really came down. A perfect setting for the undignified event I was going to be forced to witness. I showed them my press card at the main gate, and they took me straight to the warden's office. Randy Stone, Warden, Chicago Star.
Come in, Randy. I'm sorry you had to come down on a night like this.
Well, I can take the storm better than the execution, I'm afraid, Warden.
Oh, then you haven't heard.
Heard what?
Well, you should have been notified. There's been a stay.
A reprieve? When?
Yes, the governor ordered a stay of execution about an hour ago. His office was going to telephone the press. It's too bad you had to come all the way down.
It's a great pleasure, Warden, I assure you. Come next election, I might even vote for the governor.
Well, I'm pretty relieved myself. I've executed a lot of men, Randy, and I don't like it.
It's be pretty tough having to kill a man, even when the law tells you you've got to.
It's the toughest part of any warden's job, Randy. They're all human beings, and everyone with a story.
Yeah, but not the kind I like to write, thank you.
You driving back to Chicago?
No, I came by train.
Well, there's no train for a couple of hours. You're welcome to wait here.
Oh, thanks, Warden. I think I'll go on into town. Maybe catch a newsreel theater for train time.
No, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello. Yes, this is the warden. Oh, Dr. Graham. Yes, doctor. Just a minute, please. Randy.
Yeah.
Pick up the receiver on that other phone and listen to this.
Okay, sure.
Yes, doctor.
I said I wanted to come over and visit you, Warden.
Well, are you sure you want to come out here to the prison, doctor?
Yes, Warden. I feel I've got to come out there. I have to...
Yes?
Have to see it.
Have to see what, doctor?
Electric chair. I've got to see it.
Are you sure you want to see it,
Yes,
doctor?
I've got to. Got to. You've got to let me, Warden.
But you've telephoned so many times before, doctor, and then you haven't come.
I couldn't. Could I? But this time I'll come.
Well, all right. If you feel that it's really what you want, you come ahead, and I'll take you over and show you the chair.
Thanks, Warden. This time I'll come. Thanks.
That's all right, doctor. Goodbye.
What is this? This supposed to be some kind of a joke?
I'm afraid not.
Well, how morbid can a guy get calling you this time of the night so he can come out and see the electric chair?
No, he won't come. He never does.
You mean this goes on all the time?
Whenever he's been drinking like this.
But a doctor, what did you say his name was?
Graham. Howard Graham.
Well, it doesn't make sense. No rhyme or reason.
No, he has a reason, all right. A pretty grim one.
It'd have to be.
His son was executed in the electric chair.
Oh, that poor doctor, no wonder.
He hasn't ever forgotten it.
What did the boy do?
He killed a girl. She was going to have a baby. They weren't married, and I guess he couldn't bear to disgrace his family.
Oh, and so he did this to his family instead. Theodore Dreiser wrote a book once called An American Tragedy. How many times do these things have to happen before people learn?
It doesn't seem they ever learn, Randy.
Oh, that poor old doctor. Why does the guy go on torturing himself like that?
I don't know. Maybe what psychologists call a substitution of guilt. The father feeling guilt for the crime committed by his son.
Yeah, but why? Why?
Who knows, Randy? You're the writer. You're the one that's supposed to have the answers about people.
Yeah, a lot of answers I got. Mind if I look this guy up?
No, not at all. I'll give you his address.
Might be a column in it.
I wouldn't bother him with too many questions, Randy. It's tough enough to forget as it is.
He doesn't seem to be doing too much forgetting by himself. The warden sent me into Joliet in his own car. We got to the business district. I switched to a cab and headed out to the doctor's address. If my life depended on it, I couldn't have told you why I suddenly had this intense desire to see Dr. Graham. I'd like to think it wasn't just a morbid interest in the other guy's grief, but then it wasn't in my line of duty either. Maybe my reason was as simple as the question, why? But if I'd stopped to analyze it, then I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have gone. Graham lived in one of the better residential neighborhoods, a 2-story brick house looking smug and comfortable behind a wide apron of lawn. I left the cab at the curb, walked up the path to the front porch. There was a light on inside. I rang the bell, waited for somebody to answer the door. The rain had let up for a while.
You ring the bell?
Yes, I hope I didn't disturb you.
What is it you want?
Are you Mrs. Graham?
She's dead.
Oh, I...
Killed herself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Over the boy.
I didn't know.
I thought everyone knew. I'm the housekeeper.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm a newspaper reporter, and
You'll be next. You wait and see.
Dr. Graham?
Well, who else you think I meant?
Well, I don't know, lady. Is the doctor in, please?
This time of evening?
You have any idea where he might be?
Where he always is. Not here.
Does he have an office?
Yeah, but I don't know what for. I don't have no practice left.
Would you mind giving me the address?
Morrison Building downtown, but it won't do you no good.
Oh, you don't think he'll be there?
Yeah, more likely in the hotel next door to the Morrison Building. In the bar.
I see.
Drinking himself to death.
Well, thank you.
If he ain't killed himself already.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good night. I thought things like that only came out on Halloween. Oh, well. I climbed back in the cab more curious than ever about Dr. Graham and the macabre set of characters and circumstances that seemed to have been lousing up his life. There was still an hour and a half until train time, so I asked the cabbie to drive me downtown to the Morrison Building. The night watchman took me up in the elevator. I walked down the dim hallway to a door marked Dr. Graham, but the housekeeper was right. The doctor wasn't in his office. The night watchman evidently expected me to be coming right back down. The elevator was still waiting at the end of the hall when I got back.
Now?
Yeah, I was looking for Dr. Graham.
Yeah, figured you were.
Well, he's not in. The office is dark.
I could have told you that.
Well, what did you let me come up here for? Why didn't you tell me he wasn't in?
You didn't ask me. I'm one for minding my own business. They come and go, but listen, they ask me. I don't butt in.
Well, I'm asking you, do you happen to know where I might find Dr. Graham?
Well, you might find him at home.
Oh, I just came from there.
The only other place would be is next door.
What, in the hotel?
Yeah, in the bar.
Oh, swell. Would you mind taking me down?
Sure thing.
You seem to know the doctor pretty well.
How so?
You know his son, too? The one that, had the trouble?
He got the electric chair.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you know him?
That's right. That's what? Knew the girl, too. The one was killed.
You did?
Yeah, one of the old doc's patients. Rode her up in the elevator quite a few times.
Doc is, not doing too well these days, I hear.
No, kind of gone out of practice, you might say, since the trouble.
Oh, thank you. I think I'll try and find him next door. By the way, what does the doctor look like?
Don't you know him?
No, that is, I've only talked to him on the telephone.
Oh, well, he be at the bar. He's a kind of middle-aged man, heavy set. He looks like a doctor. You'll know him all right.
I'm sure I will. I went back out to the street and told the cab driver not to wait. Then I went next door to the hotel, walked through the half-empty lobby, and into the bar. Just like the watchman said, I didn't have a bit of trouble spotting Dr. Graham. He was the only customer in the place, sitting on a high stool at the far end of the bar. I climbed up alongside him and motioned to the bartender who had his ear in the jukebox. Hey,
Yeah. What's it gonna be?
Make it a gimlet. That's,
Gimlet?
Yeah, you know, it's in a martini glass.
Of course I know. You're trying to tell me how to run my business?
No, certainly not. I just didn't know if you understood.
17 years I've been mixing drinks in the finest places.
Look, fella, now don't get me wrong.
Shaved ice, dry gin, little sugar, lemon peel, and lime juice.
That's right. There's no argument.
Only. Lime juice got to be imported.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We ain't got it. Not imported.
Well, that's all right. Just make it a martini, then.
In taste, you can't tell the difference if lime juice is imported or regular. So I make you a gimlet. That's what you order, huh?
Sure. Make it any way you like. Imported, regular. What's the difference?
Nobody ever complained before.
I'm not complaining. Look, what's the matter with everybody in this town? Everybody I meet tonight gives me double talk. All I want's a drink. I don't care what you bring me.
Bring the gentleman what he wants, Bud.
Okay, Doctor.
Well, thank you, Doctor.
That's all.
I can really use a drink tonight. I'm a little on the jumpy side.
Nerves can be a treacherous thing.
No, it's more than that. I've been over to the state prison.
Tonight?
Yes, I came down to witness an execution.
In the electric chair?
It was called off. There was a stay of execution.
I've seen many men die. I'm a doctor, you know.
Yes, I know.
But I've never seen a man die in the electric chair.
Well, it's pretty rough.
Have you ever seen the electric chair?
Yeah.
Would you mind very much describing it to me?
Well, I'd rather not, Doctor. See, I know who you are.
I'm Dr. Gray.
Yes, my name is Randy
One
Stone.
gimlet, just like you order.
Okay, thank you very much. As I was saying...
Aren't you going to taste it?
Well, sure later.
Well, maybe you don't like it.
Well, sure, I like it. Here, if it'll make you happy. Oh, yes, it's fine. It's just fine.
Sure, I told you.
I'll call you when I'm ready for another one.
17 years. I'm mixing drinks, and he tries to tell me how to make a kid.
As I was saying, Doc, I know who you are. I was in the warden's office tonight when you telephoned.
Warden's office?
Yeah. I'm a newspaper man. It's only fair that you know, because I want to ask you a couple of questions.
What kind of questions?
They're rather personal.
Well?
For one thing, why do you keep on telephoning the warden?
Didn't he tell you?
Yeah, he told me.
Because I want to see the electric chair.
Now, look, Doc, that's not going to help. You know it isn't.
I know I'll never be able to go and see it, but I've got to call him. It's a compulsion. I drink and I telephone him, and I drink some more. It's kind of a circle.
But don't you realize you'll never forget that way? You're just torturing yourself.
No. Down deep, I know why I call him. But it's a secret. Nobody's supposed to know. You see, I'm the one that's guilty. It should have been me who died in an electric chair.
Look, Doc, I know how you feel, but you got it all wrong. A father can't go on being responsible for the sins of his son. Even in the Bible, it's the other way around. Try to bring up your kids the best way you know how, but after they reach a certain point, there's nothing you can do. You did your best, it just didn't work out.
No, you don't understand. It was my child. I'm the one who's guilty. I'm the one who should have paid. That's why I telephoned the warden. That's why I got to see the electric chair.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
By the time the bartender got through proving to me that he really knew his business, it got to be kind of late and just a little wet out, so I missed my train. As the evening grew more and more confused, so did Dr. Graham. And somehow, after talking to him, I didn't feel quite so sorry for him. He seemed to be enjoying his strange fixation on the electric chair. It was different from just a father's grief. The guy seemed to be going off his rocker. I vaguely remember pouring him into a cab after the bar closed and then checking into the hotel for the night. When I woke up, the sun was beating through the window. I put in a call to Chicago and got the paper on the phone.
Good afternoon, the Star.
Afternoon? Honey, is it that late?
I beg your pardon?
What time is it?
Well, one moment, please. I'll give you our information service.
No, wait a minute, honey. It's Randy Stone.
Oh, Randy, why didn't you say so? Gee, everybody's been calling for you all morning.
Oh, fine. Give me the desk,
Just a second, Randy. I'm ringing.
Thank you.
City desk.
How are you, Phil? Randy Stone.
Randy, for the love of Mike, where have you been?
In Joliet, where you sent me last night, remember?
I know, but that was last night. Where are you now?
In Joliet.
But the execution was called off. Why didn't you come back?
I had to stay over. There was a storm.
Oh, rats, the trains were running.
Well, maybe next time you won't send me out of town on an assignment I didn't want in the first place.
All right. When are you coming back?
As soon as I can get dressed and catch a train.
Get dressed? At this time of day?
I work the night beat, remember? When you dayside lads are catching up on your beauty sleep, I'm working.
Just exactly what kind of work were you up to last night, Stone? Or does that come under the heading of personal?
Personal, my eye, was following up a contact, a human interest you're on, the warden touted me on.
And?
Well, it fizzled out, that's all. There was a doctor here whose son was executed last year for murder.
That's nice. Be sure and check in at the office when you get back.
Okay, I'll see you later, Phil. Hey, Phil, you worry too much.
Goodbye.
That guy's going to get himself a Nelson. Yeah.
Mr. Stone.
Talking.
This is Dr. Graham. I met you in the bar last night. Do you remember?
Oh, certainly. How are you, Doctor?
I wasn't sure whether you were still in the city.
Well, I kind of overslept. By the way, how did you know I was staying over at the hotel?
Why, you mentioned that you were going to last night before I left you.
I didn't think you'd remember. You were feeling no pain when I put you in the cab, Doc.
I always remember. Everything. That's my difficulty.
Well, what can I do for you, Doctor?
I said a lot of foolish things last night.
No, I don't think so.
It was the alcohol talking, not me.
Well, maybe the alcohol just made it a little easier for your heart to put it in words.
Did you believe the things I said?
Well, yes, certainly.
Everything?
Of course. I just didn't approve of everything.
I was hoping you wouldn't remember.
Well, unfortunately, I do.
Yes. Unfortunately.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
It isn't good to remember some things. They cause such unhappiness.
What are you trying to say, Doctor?
I shouldn't want them to bring you unhappiness. That would be such a pity. You'd be better off dead.
What the... Hello. Hello, Doctor.
Operator.
Oh, is this the outside operator?
No, this is the hotel operator. Can I help you?
I was just talking with somebody and I was cut off. Can you connect me again?
I'm sorry, sir, but that was an outside call and your party is disconnected. You have the number. I will be glad to call it for you.
No, thank you. No, thanks very much. Never mind. I have an idea my party hung up. After that choice bit of dialogue, and before breakfast, mind you, I was convinced that the telephone, like the noble horse, had outlived its usefulness. I took a fast shower and climbed into yesterday's clothes and then stopped off at the barber shop in the lobby to get rid of the stubble on my chin. It was now after 2 o'clock. I could either have breakfast or stop at the bar to take care of the butterflies that seemed to be nesting in my stomach. The butterflies won out. My bartender friend of last night was back on duty listening to the same tired old recording.
Yeah. What's it going to be?
Hello. The doc around?
No, a little early for him. What's it going to be, gimlet?
No, I don't think so.
But you were drinking gimlets last night?
Yeah, I know.
You don't like them?
Well, not today. Thank you. I'll try a stinger.
You didn't like the lime juice because it wasn't imported.
I loved it. I just happened to want a stinger today, something to settle my stomach.
But stinger tastes like licorice.
I know. It's the anisette in the brand.
My licorice is not good for the stomach. Maybe something with bitters.
Oh, no, not again. Look, just forget the whole thing. Forget I ever came in here.
What's the matter? You mad?
No, I changed my mind. I'm in no mood for another basic course in bartending. I think I'll have breakfast instead. With a little tomato juice and coffee under my belt, I felt some better, but not nearly so good as I would when I got out of this town and back to my own. I seem to be living upside down on a Ferris wheel ever since I got on that train yesterday afternoon. Or maybe it was just my subconscious still fighting against my undue familiarity with the general subject of death. Oh, I shook that ugly word out of my mind. After settling up with the cashier and checking the desk clerk about my train time, I made my formal exit from the hotel. The fresh air and the bustle of traffic picked me up, and I started walking in the general direction of the train station. There was a dark blue sedan parked in front of the hotel and started up just as I swung out of the lobby, but I didn't pay any attention to it. Not until I got to the corner, that is, and started to cross the street. The car had been inching along behind me, and just as I stepped out into the intersection, its engine roared, and the car came straight at me. This was no accident. The car didn't stop. Whoever it was had deliberately tried to run me down. I got a fleeting glimpse of the rear of a blue sedan as it sped down the street. I couldn't make out the license number, but right above it was one of those little green crosses, a doctor's car. Dr. Graham, it must be. And he tried to kill me. I wasn't hurt, but I was mad. I couldn't believe that I'd almost been killed. It didn't make any sense. I couldn't figure out why Dr. Graham or anyone for that matter would want to kill me. Unless the poor guy was really unhinged and he resented my putting my nose into his affairs. But that'd make him more than just psycho. It would make him homicidal. And that was something I just couldn't walk away from now. I brushed some of the street off the seat of my pants and headed back to the hotel bar. There was a question or two I wanted to ask the fancy drink mixer.
Well, you back again, huh?
Yeah, same guy. How about turning off that tune, huh?
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
I like it, but I've heard it before. Huh?
Okay. Gimlet?
Yeah, make it double.
Okay, double gimlet. You see, I don't give you no argument. Mm-hmm. You say double, I give you double.
Thank you. Say, has Dr. Graham been in here in the last hour since I was in before?
Sure. You didn't see him?
No.
I told him he was looking for him.
Well, I checked out of the hotel.
Yeah, he was asking about you.
He was asking about me? What do you want to know?
Well, just if you ask me anything about him.
Oh, I see. How long have you known the doc?
Oh, I don't know. He comes here.
Has he been coming here long?
Oh, mostly since the boy was... You know.
Yeah, I see. Before that?
Once in a while. Never drinks much before.
He come here with his son?
No. He come in sometimes with a girl, though.
What girl?
His patient. The girl the boy killed. They had a big argument in here one night.
With the doctor and the girl?
That's right. Doc kept saying he would kill his wife if she found out.
Found out what?
I don't know. Just if she found out. But the boy, I guess.
About the boy or about himself?
About the boy, of course.
And last night, why did he say the child is mine? I'm the one that's guilty.
What are you talking about? You crazy?
Now, sure, I must be crazy. Couldn't be true. So why would the doctor try to kill me?
Who tried to kill you? When?
Never mind. Tell me. Have you ever seen Dr. Graham's car?
Sure, lots of times.
What kind is it?
Sedan.
What kind of sedan?
Blue sedan. Why?
Now, where's your phone?
Booth in the corner.
Thank you. Graham, Gates, Gordon. Oh, great. Albert, Charles, David, Elmer, Frederick, Howard, Graham, physician residence.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Graham there.
He ain't in.
You know where I can reach him? It's urgent.
He's at his office.
Are you sure it's terribly important?
I said he's at his office. I just talked with him there.
Uh-huh.
You the man he was expecting?
Yes. Yes, I guess I am. Thank you very much. Now I knew it. Dr. Graham was a murderer. He was literally guilty, not just a substitution guilt. And last night he told me more than he wanted to. Sure, that's why he'd asked me on the phone if I'd believed him. He was as guilty as he could be. But of what crime? Once again, I took the elevator up to Dr. Graham's office, and this time he was in. I opened the door and walked into the reception room. Another door marked private was standing open. Inside, the doctor was waiting for me, seated at his desk, a small black revolver in his shaking hand.
Come in.
Well, I see you were expecting me, Doctor.
Yes. I was expecting you. Close the door.
Certainly.
You know, don't you?
Oh, yes. I know, but I can't understand it. I can't understand how any human being could possibly do such a thing.
You know. But you'll never tell. Because I'm going to kill you.
Oh, no, you won't, Doctor. Because you're afraid. You're a coward, Dr. Graham. You're afraid if you kill me, you'll be caught. Wouldn't be anyone left to blame it on this time. Wasn't your son, it was you who killed that girl, wasn't it?
You know.
She wasn't the boy's girlfriend at all. She was yours. Isn't that so, Doctor?
Don't say that.
An affair with one of your patients, and you were afraid your wife would find out. Wasn't that it?
You would have killed her.
Well, what about this? Didn't this kill her? And your boy, your own son, I don't see how anyone...
No. It was his idea. He wanted to take the blame so his mother would never find out. He would have killed her. He knew that. This way, it wouldn't be so hard on her, he said. The good lawyer could fix things so that he wouldn't have... So that he wouldn't have to...
Die in the electric chair?
The electric chair. Now you know why I had to see. Why I had to keep telephone. Why I could never go and see you. You're right.
Mr. Stone. I'm a coward. I can't.
Well, that's why you're not going to kill me now. You're afraid. You know you're safe as long as I don't tell, and I won't tell, Dr. Graham. The police will never know. You'll never go to trial, and you'll never be sentenced. You'll never see the electric chair, Doctor. Every hour of every day, you'll pay for your crime. You'll die again and again and again. God pity you. Well, here I sit doing the one thing I swore I'd never do. Writing an obituary instead of a story. Dr. Howard Graham, age 51, died from heart attack following confession of murder. Let me see, what day is this? Monday, August 21st, 1950. Contributing cause, death of son, death of wife, and of his own soul. Yep. But who are we to judge? As it says in the book, leave him to heaven. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Warren Lewis with music by Frank Worth. The part of the doctor was played by Bill Johnstone. Others in tonight's cast were Ted Von Eltz, Irene Tedrow, Wilms Herbert, Jay Novello, and Inga Yolis. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production, Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. 2 stellar chime stars will be back on NBC very soon. Beginning Tuesday, September 19th, that master clown Art Linkletter comes back to prove that people are funny. And Fanny Bryce returns as Baby Snooks in 7 weeks to add to NBC's top Tuesday of chime stars. Listen now for the first piano quartet on NBC. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a girl fighting for her life in the rapids of a rushing stream and ended in the quiet depths of a poisoned cup.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
A guy in my business has to take his vacation whenever he can get it. And the best I could get was a string of short weekends at a little resort town called Paradise Lake. It's only a few hours' drive from Chicago with lots of woods and streams. It's a lovely spot located just outside my income. It was after one of these weekend, if you'll pardon the expression, vacations, that I was heading for Chicago in time to get back on the job that night. I checked out of my rented cabin and had just crossed the bridge over Rocky Creek when suddenly I saw her. I jammed on the brakes. The girl lay on the edge of the road unconscious, my front wheels almost touching her. Hey, you, what's the matter? I got out of the car and ran over to her. The late afternoon sun gleamed on her wet, disheveled hair, and she was soaking wet. I could see tracks where she'd climbed up from the rapids below to the edge of the road. I chafed her wrists and slapped her hands a little. Hey, wake up. Can you hear me? What happened? Come on, baby. Snap on it.
Oh.
That's the girl.
Oh. No.
You look like you've been half drowned, beautiful. Well, she's still out. Well, better get you into my chariot before you catch pneumonia or some other car finishes you off. Up we go. Funny how silk clings when it's wet. I went back to my cabin. I got her inside and put her on the sofa. Then I started the fire in the fireplace and got the oil stove going in the kitchen. Eagle Scout Stone was doing his good deed for the day. I'd be late for the office tonight, but she looked as though it might be worth it.
Who's in there?
I came out of the kitchen and saw that she was sitting up, her big gray eyes wide and a little dazed.
Who are you? Where am I?
The name is Randy Stone. Drink this.
What?
Go on. St. Bernard would have brandy, but on my salary, you'll have to settle for this. Drink it down.
How did I get here?
We'll exchange questions later. All right, now, down the hatch. That's the girl.
Oh, I'm soaked.
Better pull this blanket around you. There.
Well, I'll be warm in a minute.
No, you're shivering. You better wrap it a little tighter.
You can let go.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I'll put some more wood in the fire. What's your name?
Pat Torrance.
What did you do, slip and fall into the creek?
Fall?
Now, don't tell me you were in swimming, or is that a new style in French bathing suits?
No, I didn't fall.
All right, easy now. Now, what happened?
I was pushed.
You were what?
She pushed me. She tried to kill me.
The girl got up, one hand at her throat, her eyes wide with frightened memory. The blanket fell away from her shoulders, revealing a lovely outline all the way down.
I remember. I was standing on that high bank overlooking the rapids.
Yeah? Well, who did it? Who was she?
I'd better go. Thanks for...
Whoa. Now, wait a minute. Whoa, now. Take it easy. Get warm for us. You'll get sick.
I really must go. Francine's probably worrying about what's happened to me. I've got to get back.
Francine?
Francine Moore. We have a cabin on the lake.
Oh, I must have been blind to have missed you all the time I've been here.
We just got in today.
Oh, I see. Well, whoever pushed you in certainly didn't lose any time, did she?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Maybe I better drive over to your cabin and get your girlfriend to bring over some dry clothes and then round up a cop on the way back.
Oh, no. No, please, not the police.
What's everybody got against the police? Why not?
Not right now, anyway. I want to talk to Uncle Ben first. Her father.
Uncle Ben?
Well, he's really not my uncle. I mean, well, he raised me when I was a kid. I owe him an awful lot.
Ben who?
Mason. He runs the hotel here, Paradise Inn.
Wait a minute. You mean Ben Mason's daughter, Margaret? Why would she want to kill you?
Because she hates me. Oh, I shouldn't have listened to Francine. She said I might get a chance to rest, to straighten things out in my own mind. Then when we get here, I find Marge already on the scene.
Yeah, but, Pat, what makes you think it was Marge who pushed you?
Oh, it was her, all right. She's broken up my marriage, stolen my husband, and now she's tried to kill me.
Well, beautiful, all I can say is that any man who'd pass you up for Marge Mason is the kind of a guy who would marry Hetty Lamar for her money. Just what did happen?
Well, I'd been walking along the creek.
Uh-huh.
Francine was busy getting the cabin fixed up, and I was going to the store. When I got to the little footbridge, I suddenly saw Marge standing there. I had no idea she'd be here at Paradise.
Why, Pat, darling. Dad said you were here, but it didn't seem possible. You and Francine together. Ed's old girlfriend sharing cabin with you.
Francine Moore was never, as you put it, my husband's old girlfriend, and you know it.
Really, dear? Hasn't Francine ever mentioned it? Well, no matter. There comes a period in every man's life. But she was just a comma in his.
Why, you unscrupulous.
How naive can you get? Ed's played the field all his life, and he always will. You never really understood him.
I thought I understood you. I looked on you as if you were my own sister. I trusted you.
That's what Grace used to say about you.
Grace?
Yes, dear, Grace Rainey. Another member of Ed's harem. She's here at Paradise Lake, too, you know.
Grace Rainey? What do you mean?
Oh,
why
Dad
is she...
gave her a job as a hostess at the inn. The same big blonde cow. But you know Ed. He always did suffer from high blonde pressure.
Ed was never interested in Grace.
Wasn't he? Don't play innocent with me, darling. It's really jolly. You, Grace, Francine, and I, together once again in the old hometown.
Old home week.
All we need is Ed on the scene. And I shouldn't be surprised if he weren't on his way.
What? You mean he's coming here?
Come now, Pet. How corny can you get? Cut the act. You must have known he was planning to spend a few days here. Why else did you come?
To get away from him. From everything that reminded me of him.
Oh, please. Why don't you do the decent thing? Call it quits. Give him his divorce.
Why? So you can profit by what you've done to me?
I've tried to be patient with you. I've gone a long ways to try to reason.
Keep right on going. Don't ever let me see you again.
All right, Pat. If that's the way you want it. But if you insist on clinging to him like a spider just to spite me, you've only yourself to blame if anything happens.
What do you mean? Is that a threat?
Take it any way you wish. Any way you wish.
And Marge just walked away and left you there?
Yes.
Then how could she have pushed you?
Well, I don't know. She must have come back. There was no one else around.
Well, she had the motive, I suppose, but still.
It's like a bad dream. To think Marge could do a thing like that. We used to be so close. We were even brought up together when we were kids.
All right, now, all right. Everything will be all right. Use my shoulder if you want. You want a handkerchief?
Thanks. What did you say your name was?
Randy Stone.
Oh, you've been very sweet, Randy. I must be a sight to behold.
Well, on the contrary, you're a sight to be held.
Oh, I'll bet.
Oh, that's a lousy pun, ain't it?
Anyway, this fire's nice and pleasant.
Yeah. Say, maybe I better fix up something to keep you from catching cold.
Oh, I'll be all right.
No. I got some stuff left in the kitchen and in this bottle. I'll fix you a hot toddy.
Oh, don't bother, Randy.
It's no bother at all. After you drink this, I'll drive over to your cabin and get your friend Francine.
All right.
Where is your cabin?
Just past the inn across the road.
I'll have this ready in just a few seconds.
Well.
So we had some hot toddy together. I hadn't had all the ingredients, maybe, but at least the essentials were in it, and it wasn't too bad. I got her to tell me something about herself. Her struggles, her dreams, her telephone number. Suddenly I realized how late it was getting.
Late? Oh, golly, it is at that. Francine will be frantic.
Yeah, not to mention my boss when I get back to Chicago tonight.
Your boss?
Yeah, the night editor.
You mean you're a reporter?
Any objections?
Yes, you'll put this in the paper.
Oh, why not?
Oh, you mustn't. It'll hurt Uncle Ben. If he finds out what's happened between Marge and me, he'd be terribly upset.
Yeah? Well, now, look, dollface, you just watch your step and make sure you don't get any free publicity yourself in the obituary column. That'd really upset dear old Uncle Ben. Now, you sit right here until I get back. If Marge or whoever it was who pushed you in catches you alone, there's no telling what might happen. I guess I just never could understand the feminine psychology. Bunch of dames trying to bump each other off over a guy who was never any good to begin with. Give me a nice, clean, masculine murder any time. At least it makes some sense. I drove back toward the inn, following the road along the course of the stream. And then suddenly ahead of me, I saw a couple of flares burning in a car parked across the road with its headlights focusing on the rushing stream below. I pulled up. A big white sheriff's star was painted on the car's side. Some men were working along the edge of the stream, and a small crowd was watching. I got out, walked down the bank toward the edge of the creek.
Oh, now, Grace.
There were two girls standing at the edge of the crowd. One was a tall blonde who was crying softly, and the other was Marge Mason. Hiya, Marge.
Oh, Randy Stone.
What's going on?
They're dragging the creek.
Dragging the what for?
They're trying to recover the body.
The body? Whose body?
A friend of ours. A girl named Pat Torrance.
I see. What happened?
Grace says she jumped in.
Yes, I saw her.
Oh, you did? When was this?
Just a short time ago. I was on my way back to the inn from the store when I heard her cry out. For a moment, I could see her face through the trees as she fell in. It was Pat.
Randy, this is Grace Rainey. She acts.
Yeah, I noticed.
Randy Stone, a reporter from Chicago, Gracie.
Oh? A reporter?
Couldn't you get help? Wasn't there anyone else around?
No. It was so dark. I didn't see anyone. And she couldn't swim. I knew she couldn't swim. She couldn't swim.
Grace can't either.
Can't act either. What makes you think she jumped?
This wasn't the first time she tried to commit suicide.
That's right.
How do you know that, Marge?
Why, her husband told me, Ed. Just a week ago, he tried to persuade her to go to a sanitarium and take treatment.
When did he tell you that?
Why, just this afternoon.
This afternoon?
Well, I was talking to him on the phone when I ran in and told her what had happened. It was awful.
You mean talking to him long distance to Chicago?
Why, no, Mr. Stone. Ed Torrance got here this morning. He's right here in Paradise Lake.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Gloom becomes a thing of the past on Tuesday, September 19th over most of these NBC stations when genial Art Linkletter returns to prove once again that people are funny. Check your blues at the door because there's no room for them in the merriment when the fortunate prize-winning contestants go through a wide variety of mad antics on People Are Funny. That date, September 19th. And it's important for another reason. It's the day that Fibber, McGee, and Molly and their delightful guests at 79 Wistful Vista will be back where the chimes are. NBC. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Well, the police started dredging the creek at Paradise Lake for the body of Pat Torrance after her friend Grace Rainey said she'd seen it jump in. We stood around watching them search for the body, Grace and another of Pat's one-time gal friends, Marge Mason. So many girls involved in this mix-up, I was beginning to feel like a lone male at a ladies' seminary tea. I wondered if I should tell the gals that at this very moment Pat was sitting in my cabin alive and kicking.
Poor Pat.
Marge kept talking as we watched them drag the stream.
Complex. Ed said she even thought drivers were trying to run her down in the streets.
So why isn't Pat's husband here? Ed knows what's happened, doesn't he?
Yes, Marge told him on the phone.
I don't know why he isn't.
Say, which one of those officers is the sheriff?
You'll probably find the sheriff in their car up there, Mr. Stone, with a white star on the door, see?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Grace. Promise or no promise, I figured it was time to bring the law in on Pat's story that Marge or someone had tried to murder her. There was a solitary figure sitting in the sheriff's car. A heavy-set old dame built like a battleship and a voice to match.
Yeah, what is it?
I'm looking for the sheriff. Have you seen...
I'm the sheriff.
You?
Pick up your chin, mister. What do you want?
Well, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm not the only woman sheriff in the world, Buster. There have been others. You're a stranger here, I take it.
Well, yes. My name is Stone from the Chicago Star.
Chicago Star, eh?
Yeah.
By thunder, every time you turn up a wet rock, you find a Chicago Star reporter underneath.
I don't understand what you mean.
Oh, you don't, eh? Now, look, Bob. I don't know how you got here so quick, or why you think a suicide in this county is important enough for the high and mighty Chicago Star to send a reporter out.
Well, it's past...
But I don't care, see? And what's more, as far as I'm concerned, you can skedaddle right back to Chicago.
Yes, sir.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I'm just confused.
Well, you get no cooperation from my office, do you understand?
Well, frankly, no.
I haven't forgotten those stories your paper printed about me during my campaign for office.
Well...
So I was a joke, eh? I didn't have a chance, did I?
Well, now, look, I'm sorry, but I personally didn't have a thing to do...
Go back and tell those morons who run your paper that Dolly Maynard was elected, in case they haven't found out yet.
Well, maybe it's caught up with them.
I'm their machine politician, and as long as I'm in office, none of their hack reporters will get a single story out of me.
Yeah,
and
well,
what's more, you go back.
What kind of a hen house had I gotten into here? Dames. Well, I left her there sputtering, her fuse still burning. If the sheriff of Paradise Lake indicated the local level of sanity, maybe it was just as well I kept my mouth shut as Pat had asked me to. So I drove on past Paradise Inn to Pat's cabin across the road. The light inside shone through the drawn blinds. Pat's roommate, Francine, was apparently still there. I got out, walked across the road, and up the short gravel path to the cabin door. I could hear voices as I approached.
Oh, how awful. How utterly awful. I know, Francine. It's hard for me to believe myself.
It was Pat.
Oh, I'll get it. Randy.
I thought you said you'd stay put at my cabin.
Oh, forgive me, Randy. I just couldn't. I got so nervous there all by myself. Come in, won't you? Oh, Francine, this is the man who rescued me, Randy Stone.
Oh?
This is Francine Moore, my very best friend.
How many best friends can a girl have?
Oh, I'm so grateful for what you've done, Mr. Stone. Pat's my dearest little old friend, and if anything had happened to her...
Well, everybody else thinks something has happened to her.
What do you mean?
Well, when you hiked up the road, didn't you notice the crowd by the creek?
The creek? No.
Well, they're dragging it for your body.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. How could you miss seeing it?
I didn't come over the road. I cut through the meadow. I didn't want anyone to see me all wet.
Oh.
Well, what makes them think that Pat is in the
police?
No, not me, baby. They're already looking for you. When I came by, everybody thinks you jumped in.
Jumped in?
Yeah.
Pat, you didn't.
Of course not. I told you how it happened. I was pushed.
Oh, Mr. Stone, did anyone see her? How would they know?
Well, Grace Rainey says she saw her.
Oh, Grace.
You mean she says she actually saw me jump in?
She seems to think she did.
Pat, darling, couldn't you have just slipped and thought
No, I tell you, I was pushed. I didn't just imagine it, Francine. Why do you look at me that way? Someone did push me deliberately.
Oh, now, darling, why don't you go to bed now? And in the morning, I'm sure we'll all have a more sensible outlook on everything. Listen, I'll fix you a cup of hot chocolate. Go on, dear. Go to bed.
Oh, Francine, you're a love. Good night, Randy. You've been wonderful. Thanks so much for everything.
Yeah, send me a medal. Good night, baby.
Poor dear Pat.
What does that mean?
What?
The way you said that.
Oh, come into the kitchen. Oh, the poor darling has been under an awfully severe nervous strain the past month or two.
Did you know that Ed's here, too?
No.
Yeah, the Don Juan husband of hers, Marge, was talking to him.
Here? At Paradise Lane?
Yeah.
Well, why would he come here?
Well, he probably heard it was open season on dames.
Oh, no. Now, seriously.
Well, Pat seems to think it might be on account of Marge.
That's strange. Oh, would you like some hot chocolate?
No, thank you. I better be on my way now that Pat's in good hands. Nice to meet you, Francine.
See you again sometime, I hope.
Well, you never can tell. Good night.
Goodbye, Randy, and thanks again.
I went back to my car. I got in. I lit a cigarette. I sat there for a while, wondering where Ed Torrance had been when Pat was pushed into the creek. There are a lot of things I began to wonder about Ed. What kind of vitamins did a guy have to eat to get into his league? I was about to turn on my lights and start back to the inn to find him when I saw the dim figure of a girl stealing around from the back of the cabin. It was Pat. I opened the car door quietly. The dim figure halted suddenly, tense and looking my way. I couldn't see her face, but there was something about her that was different. No, it wasn't Pat. It was someone else. I jumped out, and as I did, the girl fled toward the trees, a filmy scarf streaming behind her. Wait! I ran across the road as she disappeared. I started running down the road after her, but she crossed it and disappeared into a grove bordering the inn grounds. I thought I saw her go up the veranda of Paradise Inn, and I bounded after her. There was no one around except a couple of elderly dowagers in rocking chairs. They stopped rocking when they saw me, and I asked them, did a girl just come in?
A girl? Which girl, young man?
A girl, any girl.
Not very particular, are you?
Oh, never mind. And just then, over the side railing, hurrying up the garage driveway, I saw her. I turned and ran down the steps. It was just a glimpse, the lights from the inn glinting on her reddish-brown hair as she hurried past, heading for the guest cottages and back. Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
What? Marge, it was you.
Why, Randy. Who did you think it was?
Didn't you just come from behind Pat's cabin?
Whatever are you talking about? What would I be doing there?
I'm sorry. I thought I saw you. Well, never mind.
What's the matter?
You seen Ed tonight?
Ed?
Yeah.
Why, no. Why do you ask?
Well, I just wondered why he came here today.
Well, he must have found out Pat had come here, I suppose.
He phoned you said.
Well, yes. Why are you asking all these questions?
I'm a reporter, remember, dear?
Grace is fixing some coffee at the cottage we're sharing here and back. Why not join us before you go?
I wouldn't miss it.
This way.
So you're bunking with Grace?
Yes, the inn's so crowded I had to move in with her in one of the guest cottages. The one right over there, with the lights on.
Oh, yes, I see. Looks like she forgot to draw the blinds.
Yes, and the window's wide open. I hope she isn't uncomfortable.
Well, it's a warm night. Looks like she's curled up in that easy chair for the evening. She and that telephone.
That woman. She simply monotonizes the telephone. Right around this way, Randy.
Mm-hmm. Why'd you have to leave without at least telling?
Wait.
At least
What's the matter?
Quiet.
Marge put her fingers on my lips, and we stood there by the cottage door motionless.
You're on your way back.
Grace Rainey's voice came through the open window clearly, and with every word, Margaret Mason grew more tense and strained, and her eyes more stormy.
But Ed, darling.
This Ed again, this Superman.
Yes, I know, dear. Marge Ronnie was a bit stuffy. I can imagine how surprised you were when you called the cottage and she answered the phone.
Why, of all the...
Steady.
Yes, I know, darling. Well, Francine's here, too, but what of that? All that's water in the creek, you might say. There's nothing to stop us from getting married.
Married?
No, dear. They haven't found the body yet, but Pat's dead. How do I know? Well, you see, darling, I saw her pushed in. Yes, that's right. Pushed.
She did it.
Well, let's face it, darling. We both wanted her dead. So, now our wish is granted. We're free to marry.
Free, is she? So, you're free, are you? Not for long, you won't be, you two-timing, double-crossing she-Judas.
Easy.
You'll be in jail within 24 hours for murder.
Just again, dearie. You see, I know who killed Pat Torrance.
Oh, goodness. What's all the commotion?
Francine. Francine Moore, little Miss Dixie, stood in the doorway that opened on the little back porch. When I saw her standing there, a long silk scarf trailing over one shoulder, I knew at once it had been she who'd come from around back of the cabin, hoping not to be seen.
What are you doing here, Francine?
Oh, I thought I'd drop in to straighten out a few little things for both of you and Marge.
Francine, what do you mean?
If you thought Ed had any intention of marrying either of you, I'm terribly sorry. Because you're wrong.
What?
Ed and I are being married as soon as his divorce is final.
Oh, you are you?
Yes, Grace, we are.
Well, congratulations. How many of you is he marrying?
I'd say those congrats if I were you, Randy. Because she isn't marrying anybody. Little Miss Moore is going to the electric chair for murder.
Grace.
Now, wait a minute.
I saw Francine push Pat in the creek.
Oh, how very amusing. So I murdered Pat. Well, do you know where she is? At our cabin, asleep in her own bed.
How long do you think that story will stand up?
Ask Randy.
Well, I left Pat at their cabin, all right, just a few minutes ago.
So, she's got you to lie for her, has she?
Well, I shouldn't have left Pat alone, Randy. She's not well. No telling what she's liable to do, but I felt I owed it to these ladies to set their minds at rest, if they have any minds left.
You're not getting away with it, Francine. I'm going to the police right now.
Come back here. Grace, come back. I'm warning you.
Francine, drop that gun.
Let go. Take your hands off.
Drop it. Do I have to break your arm?
Oh, stop
So you came here to find out how much Grace really knew? Now you know the game's up. Killing won't do you any good. You're finished. You're through.
Oh, stop.
All right, drop it. The gun exploded as it hit the floor. Francine's soulful brown eyes widened in an instant of horror, and then suddenly she slumped. And I know that little Francine had caught one of her own bullets. Marge and I bent over her.
Randy, is she...
Get on the phone quick. Get a doctor.
Yes.
Francine, do you hear me?
Randy,
Mary,
go to
Marge.
the cabin.
I'm in the cottage.
Pat.
To bring a doctor over here.
Pat, what about Pat, Francine? Is she all right?
Pat mustn't drink the hot chocolate. Poison.
Poison? I didn't bother with a car, but covered the 100-plus yards between the inn and Pat's cabin in an unofficial world speed record. I yanked open the cabin door, rushed through the room, and into Pat's bedroom.
Randy, get out!
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I came for some hot chocolate. Did you drink any?
Hot chocolate? Have you gone crazy? Of course not. Can't you see I've just come out of the tub?
Yeah, I didn't mean... I'll wait outside. Get your clothes on, beautiful. You're having more company.
What? Who?
Well, the sheriff. She'll want some of that hot chocolate, too, so don't touch it until she gets here. You understand? Well, it's 4 a.m. in Chicago again, and tonight's story is full of women as a sultan's harem. As the French say, cherchez les dames. And on this trip, I found plenty of them, with a moral to go with each one. For Marge, hell hath no fury like a woman tripped up trying to skip with another woman's husband. And for Gracie, gentlemen prefer blondes, on the theory, no doubt, that where there's light, there must be heat. For little Francine, well, she tried to take life cheerfully, the life, that is, of anyone who stood in her way. And as for Pat, well, you don't need any moral for her. A girl with a map like she has can usually find somebody to read it. Yep. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. In tonight's cast were Barbara Fuller, Rose Hobart, Shirley Mitchell, Eileen Prince, and Martha Wentworth. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Sunday marks the return of Theater Guild on the Air, with Rosalind Russell and Charles Lawton as first guests in Edward, My Son. A week from this Wednesday, that's September 13th, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman resume their popular roles in The Halls of Ivy. And please remember, this weekend, 400 Americans have a holiday date with death. Stay off the list. Be careful. This is NBC, the national broadcast.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a stay of execution and ended with a doomed man finding salvation and the hunter becoming the hunted.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
There's an old bromide about nothing being deader than yesterday's news. But what about the people who made that news? The couple who were divorced, they've still got their tangled lives to live. The hit-and-run driver, he's still got his conscience to keep step with him wherever he walks. And the murderer on his way to the death house, his story is still with him, even though yesterday's newsprint lines the inside of today's garbage cans and provides wrapping in the fish markets. There's another old bromide the best of us have a hard time learning. It has to do with taking things for granted. And I was the wide-eyed innocent in kindergarten, my education beginning a little past midnight as I stepped out into the deserted sidewalk in front of the newspaper building.
All right, Stone.
Huh?
Don't turn around. Don't move.
Well, if this is a stick-up, you're out of luck. Payday's tomorrow.
It's John Galt, Mr. Stone.
Galt?
I said don't turn around. I escaped, Stone. I got away. Let's find your car.
How did you escape?
On the train, on the way to the death house. The guard got careless.
That his gun?
Yes.
You kill him?
No.
There's probably an alarm out for you.
Maybe they won't catch me before I do what I have to do.
And what's that?
I kept saying I was innocent, Mr. Stone. You kept saying I was guilty. The newspaper's a powerful thing. What I said, only a few people heard. What you said in your column, 1 million people heard. Come on, let's go.
I work for a newspaper, Galt. We deal in facts. Facts like a jealous husband shooting an unarmed man in the back.
Facts. When it's printed, people believe it. Even if it's a bunch of trumped-up lies.
I didn't convict you, Galt. The evidence did.
You helped. Here we are. Get in. You can drive. And no tricks. I've got nothing to lose, nothing.
Where are we going?
To the assistant district attorney's home. He lives on Fowler between Oak and Euclid.
What do you want with him, Galt? He's just a guy doing his job, and it's a tough one.
He's figuring on getting married soon, planning on a nice, comfortable life.
What's wrong with that?
Why don't you ask my wife? Come on, get moving.
The assistant district attorney, Philip Holmes. He conducted a brilliant prosecution of Galt, developed an airtight case. And now Holmes was preparing to taste the fruits of victory. His fiancée, the girl he'd wanted to marry for a year, had finally set the date. The wedding was scheduled for next Sunday. And now this. I looked over at Galt. His fingers clutched the gun like a child clutches a favorite doll. I'd have to wait, sweat it out for a while, find out what he was after, and pray for an opening. Maybe he isn't home, Galt. Maybe he's still out with his fiancée.
Shut up.
Yes?
Inside.
What do you think?
Get back in. You too, Stone.
Good. Now, look here.
Ready for bed, Mr. District Attorney?
Yes. I heard from the police about your escape. They're looking for you, Galt.
Get dressed.
What do you expect to accomplish? You can't...
You better do as he says, Holmes.
What is this, Randy? What are you doing here?
I'm just along for the ride. This is his show.
All right, answer it. Be careful what you say, Mr. D.A.
Hello?
Philip, I just heard it on the radio. John Galt escaped.
Yes.
Oh, they called you.
Yes.
Darling, do be careful. He might come for you. He swore he'd get even with you.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about, dear.
Phil, he's crazy.
Say goodbye.
What? What's that, Phil?
Louise, he wouldn't come here, Louise. This would be the last place he'd come to.
But you should have protection, Phil. Darling, if
Hello,
you call the
good
police,
night.
Yes. It's all right. Good night, dear.
Phil.
Good night.
Now get dressed.
What do you want?
I just told you. I want you to get dressed and hurry. Hurry. Like you hurried me through my trial. Get away from that drawer.
You want me to get dressed? I just want to pass.
I told you to get up.
Don't break my hand, you...
Now his back was to me, concerned with Holmes, and for a moment he'd forgotten me. I had 3 fast steps to take, and then I grabbed his arm. Drop it. Drop that gun. Holmes, get the gun.
No, you don't. I got it. I ought to shoot now. I ought to shoot both of you now. Get back, Stone.
You can't blame me for trying, Galt. You're not acting very much like an innocent man.
Yeah, what do you expect me to do? Go quietly to the death cell and wait for a miracle? Keep on waiting for it while they shave my head and slit my trousers?
You should have thought of that before you got involved with a character like Cutler.
You were given a fair trial, Galt.
Fair trial? There was a time I had a lot of respect for law and courts and justice, but not now. From here on in, I haven't got anything to lose. But you have, Holmes, and so have you, Stone. Try it again. Try another trick. If you miss again, I'll kill you.
You'll kill us anyway, Galt, won't you?
I know I can't escape. I know I'll be caught. But when they finally catch up to me, 1 second before they kill me, I'm going to kill you.
And in the meantime?
I'm going to show you things that never got into the court. Things that'll prove that I didn't kill Monty Cutler. Then your dying will be bitter and pointless like mine is. We'll see how you like it. Ready, Mr. D.A.? We'll use your car. The police respect it.
Is this where you used to live, Galt?
That's right. Where I used to live.
What's here?
My wife. Wait.
You sure this is how you want it, Galt?
Just don't try anything foolish.
It's your play.
John. Oh.
Ev, you know Randy Stone, Evelyn. The one who wrote those stories about me, about us.
You're still mixed up, Galt. I'm a reporter. I don't take sides.
What is it, John?
What happened?
I'm the district attorney, Ev.
John, what's wrong?
Get in, both of you.
You're an awfully determined host, Gold.
Over there where I can watch you.
Why are you doing this, Gold? You can't do yourself any good, and you're only making things worse for your wife.
Motive. You kept saying motive, Mr. D.A. Your whole case against me was built on what you said was my motive for killing Cutler.
I heard everything you had to say in court.
This isn't court now. There's no judge, no jury, just us. Ev, we've been in love for a long time, haven't we?
Yes, John.
Ev, you worked for Monty Cutler for years. Was there ever anything between you and him?
No.
I was never jealous of him. I had no reason.
No.
Was there any reason I'd want to kill him?
No, John.
I heard all this before.
No matter what my wife says, Mr. D.A., I'm going to die tonight. I'm going to run, and they're going to catch me. This is the last time I'll see my wife. But you'll never live to have a wife. You're going to be running with me. You're going to know how it feels to be hunted. How it is to know that this is your last night to live.
Go on, Gold.
Ev, the night I called for you at Cutler's place, the night he was shot, you'd already gone home. You said you saw a woman there earlier.
Yes, Mr. Cutler's wife.
He hadn't been living with her.
Not for years.
And just a second. The police tried to find this wife. They never found any evidence he'd been married.
No, he never was. Never found any supporting evidence that a woman was there the night of the murder.
I asked for time. Why'd you rush the trial right through, Holmes? Maybe I could have found her.
John.
Yes, I've got to go.
John, what's going to happen?
Come on, you two. Goodbye, Ed.
Where now?
Maybe some more evidence that never got into court. Keep your eye on the road, Stone. I'll tell you where to go.
I never heard a convicted killer say he wasn't framed or up on a bum rap or he never did it. I've heard it hundreds of times, and no matter how good they make it sound, they've always got an angle. And I'd find out what Galt's was before long, too. I kept driving downtown to the west side into the manufacturing district.
Turn right at the corner, Stone.
Monty Cutler's place?
No, across the street from Cutler's, the warehouse.
And what's there?
A missing witness. Maybe he's back in town now.
Who is it?
The night watchman. Come on. Out. He was there when I came to pick Evelyn up that night. I said hello to him, but nobody could find him during the trial.
Seems like a silly waste of time to me.
Time is all you have left, Holmes. You better keep hoping I manage to waste a lot of it before they close in on us.
Hey, fellas, what do you want there? Hold on there. What is it you want? What?
Yeah, it's me, Charlie. Johnny Gord. And this is Randy Stone of the Star. And maybe you know our assistant district attorney, Mr. Holmes.
What do you want?
The answer to some questions, Charlie.
What about? What for?
About Monty Cutler's murder. And because you skipped town during my trial.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you know anything, Charlie, tell us about it.
What could I know?
Why'd you leave town, Charlie?
I went on my vacation.
More than 4 weeks?
Yeah, sure.
Who paid for your vacation?
Nobody. What do you mean?
Tell him what he wants to know, Charlie.
Mr. District Attorney, Go ahead, Charlie. You want me to tell everything that happened that night, Mr. Holmes? Why not? What difference does it make? What difference? Well, maybe so. I said hello to you, Mr. Gold. You remember that?
Sure.
And before that...
What?
Well, before that, this woman come around.
Which woman, Charlie?
Well, I've been a watchman here a long time. I see her a few times, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. She used to come around that
Cutler's
time.
wife.
I don't know whether she was or not.
How long before I got there, Charlie?
Maybe half hour, I guess.
How long did she stay there?
I don't know. Mr. District Attorney, you sure you want me to spill this? Yes. Yes, Charlie. There's no mystery, is there? But there was a car there, too.
What car?
Big limousine.
Go on, Charlie. Which big limousine?
The district attorney's car. My car?
The DA's car.
Yes.
Were you raiding Cutler's roulette wheel, Holmes?
No.
That's it. That's it. That explains everything. You were there. That's why you refused me a delay to uncover the truth.
No, don't jump to conclusions.
How does it feel, Holmes? Why not jump to conclusions? You've been doing it a long time. It all falls into place, the whole pattern. You're rushing me through the trial, not giving me a chance. Piling up circumstantial evidence.
Could it have been your car, Holmes?
No. A lot of people have access to it.
That'll be worth finding out about, Holmes.
Yes. Yes, I'll look into it.
Oh, yeah, I can just believe that. I can just see you putting your neck in a noose for me.
Galt, you said it before. A newspaper's a pretty powerful thing. With this evidence, we
You
can...
expect me to trust you after all those stories about how guilty I was?
Well, this would make a better story.
Sure. The story of Randy Stone bringing in an escaped murderer would be swell for you.
Look, you've established enough doubt so that we can...
You'd say anything to save your skin. You'd promise anything. We'll save it for your readers. They believe what you say.
The streets are honeycombed with police. How far do you expect to get?
At least one more place before they catch up.
Where, Galt?
A woman, Mr. District Attorney. Cutler's wife, the one you said doesn't exist. But does it matter? Wherever we go, you'd better keep hoping nobody stops us. Us. Because as soon as they do, it'll be the end of the line for all of us.
Well, Randy, you're a fast guy with an answer, so answer this one. Or are you looking for an angle? You've heard 100 convicted killers say they're innocent. You're tired of listening. You know they're lying. But here's the 101st, Randy. Maybe he hasn't got any angle. Maybe he's telling the truth. And if he is, it makes sense for him to feel that there's no answer. And he's got to keep running with the cops and everybody waiting for him with guns and with cars. Because he can shout his lungs out and nobody will listen. He can yell and cry and scream that he's not guilty. And they'll still drag him down the long corridor and make him step over the next to last threshold. What would you do if you were him, Randy? And the DA's car, how does that figure? Galt wasn't taking any chances now. He forced Holmes and me to burrow into the well below the dashboard. He got behind the wheel, driving with one hand, his other hand gripping his gun. The DA's car was slush, but it wasn't designed to make a passenger comfortable doubled up. If I was subject to claustrophobia, there was never a better time for it to come out.
Hang on. There's a barricade ahead. We're going through it. I'll be a fool, Galt.
About the only thing I could see was the gas accelerator and Galt's foot, and suddenly the foot went way down, jamming the pedal against the floor.
Here it comes. This is how it feels.
I remember something about letting your body relax when you're heading for a smash-up. But how can you relax with your knee propped against your chin? I clamped my jaw tight and said a fast prayer.
Like this, Stone, like this.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This Wednesday marks the return to the air of Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman in their popular roles as the Halls of Ivy. The delightful adventures of Professor Hall and his wife Vicky mean 30 minutes of top listening for the entire family. And on Wednesday, October 4th, that remarkable mustache that walks like a man, Groucho Marx, will be on NBC with his hilarious quiz game, You Bet Your Life. It's 30 minutes of fun and prizes, the biggest prize of all being Groucho, of course. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
It wasn't particularly comfortable under the dashboard of the car, but it was a good place to be with bullets on the loose and an escaped murderer at the wheel. The car skittered and danced through the barricade and then gave a surge and swept on.
How does it feel, you guys? How's it feel to be the box for a change?
Let us get out of here and I'll tell you. What's that?
I don't know. Gas. They hit the gas tank. I'm out of gas. All right, get out.
Now, wait, hold on a minute. There's no sense in this, Galt.
Get moving. I'm out of gas, but not out of bullets.
Before you do something that can't be undone, Galt, think a minute. There'll be a real investigation. We'll go...
We gotta make those woods.
Holmes, what about it? If he's innocent,
I give you my word.
Come on. Faster. They'll be here in a minute. Faster.
Oh, listen. I thought I was being fair. The trial, I believe there wasn't any valid reason for a postponement. I've always conducted myself according to strict letter of the law. Now, if I made a mistake...
Save it, Holmes. All right. Hold it. You get behind that tree, Holmes. Stone, behind that bush. It's not too dark for me to see you. One move and I shoot.
We know you're there. Come out with your hands up.
The two cops from the patrol car were sitting ducks with the moon behind them. They were coming slowly, their guns drawn. If Galt wanted to shoot, he couldn't have a better target.
Stay back. Stay back.
But they kept coming, not seeing any of us, straight for the bush behind which I stood.
Mr. Holmes, are you there?
Yes. Yes, don't shoot.
Don't come any closer. I'm warning you.
We're coming in.
I said stay back. I'll shoot.
Galt fired from less than 15 feet, but if the shot hit one of them, it didn't stop him. They both came on. I counted 1, 2, and then the cop in front was close enough. I braced myself, and I let him have it. Sometimes you have to do the darndest things to help a guy. My haymaker hurt the cop, but not as much as Galt's bullet would have. The other cop was on me now. I twisted. I rolled away. He sent a whistling blow past my ear. He was a heavy guy. Real heavy as he landed on my kidney, and I tried to squirm away, and then suddenly... the cop's weight slid off my back. I turned, and Galt's face, twisted and maniacal, looked down at me, his gun raised.
Get up, Stone. You two Holmes are out cold. Cops will be swarming all over here in a few minutes.
Wherever we go, they'll find.
Now you know how it is. To be the hunted instead of the hunter.
How long do you think we'll last in these woods?
The freight yards are close by. I said, come on, both of you. Run! Come on, run!
You can read about it, you can see it in the movie, but you never really know how it feels to be the quarry in an honest-to-death game of fox and hounds until you've had it. We were running, but there'd have to be a dead end, and soon, and that'd be the time that Galt, half crazy with bitterness and hate, would turn his gun on us to make sure that he took us with him. We made it to the freight yards, and Galt steered us to one of a long line of boxcars.
Okay, here's an empty freight. Get in. In that corner. Sit down.
Now, for a little while, I thought maybe you were innocent, Galt.
Ask Holmes whether I am or not. Ask him what his car was doing to Monty Cutler's. Maybe he lost too much at the roulette wheel in the upstairs room.
You didn't like it when they used that kind of thinking in court.
When the cops came after us, what did Holmes do? He just stood there waiting.
What did you expect me to do?
Maybe what Stone did. He didn't just stand there hoping the cops would kill me like you were hoping. That would have fixed it up fine for you, wouldn't it, Holmes?
You're all crossed up, Galt. I helped knock them out because I didn't want them killed.
They're coming, Galt. Galt, well, you still have time. If you give yourself up, I'll make every effort to get at the truth.
I know the truth. You killed Cutler.
You talked about motive, Galt. What's my motive? Why would I kill him?
There's something beyond that, too. The man either has it in him to kill or he hasn't, Galt. When you shot at the cops back there, it proved something.
I didn't shoot at them. How could I have missed them so close? I shot in the air to scare them off.
You're going to scare them off now? They're pretty close. They'll be here next.
All right, you tell me. It's up to both of you. When that door opens, I'm going to shoot. We'll find out who's the murderer. All right, Holmes. Tell me what to do. Shall I shoot them or you? Them or you?
Listen, they're still away. You can hide. I'll tell them you ran away. They'll believe me.
You must think I'm an idiot. Well, Stone, you said a man is either a murderer or he isn't. How about you? Are you a murderer? They're hunting you now, too. They'll be here in a second. If I shoot them, we can still have a little time. How about it, Stone?
You'll do what's in you to do, Galt.
Let's try this.
Quick. Holmes, quick. What'll it be?
Oh, you crazy fool. I didn't kill Cutler. I swear to you I didn't.
All right, come on out of there.
The cop's flashlight played around. Galt got to his feet. I could see his gun raised, but he was standing stock still, frozen. I jumped to my feet, but not as quickly as Holmes.
Don't shoot. It's me, the district attorney. Don't, for heaven's sake.
And then he stopped. Galt still stood there. The cops moved in, their flashlight beam steady on Galt's tortured face. And then the tenseness went out of his features. He turned to the district attorney, dropping his gun on.
I can't shoot.
Maybe you did prove something, Galt, right now.
What was your motive, Holmes? Doesn't matter now, does it? You gotta have a motive to kill somebody. It has to be a pretty good motive, too. Because even with what I have against you, I still can't kill you.
Everything all right, Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Galt. Come along.
He didn't kill Monty Cutler.
No.
You didn't either.
No.
It was your car.
I don't know. I suppose maybe it was.
Galt wanted to take us to one more place, Holmes.
Cutler's wife.
Yeah, we'll have to find out where she lives.
Yes, I'd like to stop off at Louise's first, Randy. She's probably worried about me. It's close by.
Sure. We drove back away with the patrol car, and then Holmes and I caught a cab. It was only a 10-minute drive to his fiancée's place. The DA was quiet. I didn't feel like talking either. We were awful close to eternal silence back there in the freight car. Maybe that was in Holmes's mind, too. Or maybe he was thinking about the woman he was going to marry. A uniformed elevator operator took us up to the 4th floor. The swank apartment house was good for my jumping nerves after the rough night. Deep carpets and subdued lights everywhere. I began to feel myself unwinding.
Darling. Oh, darling, thank heaven you're all right.
Louise, this is Randy Stone.
Oh, please come in.
Thank you. At 3 in the morning is a pretty weird hour to come calling.
I couldn't sleep anyhow. I've been glued to the radio. Must have been terrible for you. For both of you.
Louise.
Would you like some hot coffee?
Louise, there was a moment when...
Darling, you mustn't think about it anymore. I know it was horrible. Mr. Stone, wouldn't you like some coffee?
No, thank you.
Promised to kill us, Louise. There was that moment when he could have. What stopped him, Randy?
I think it was because he wasn't sure you killed Cutler.
Yes. Yes, he couldn't figure a motive for me. Isn't that a peculiar little thing, Louise?
Let's not think about it anymore.
If he'd known I did have a motive, if he'd known the woman I wanted to marry was Monty Cutler's wife, he wouldn't have hesitated. The rest of the evidence was all there.
Yeah.
He could have killed us. And he didn't. He's an honest man. Far more honest than I was. Because all along I kept pushing the thought out of my mind. I didn't want to let myself think that John Galt might not be guilty.
Phil, it's all over now. It's finished.
Louise, why didn't you tell me you were Cutler's wife? Because Cutler was a gambler and a racketeer?
Phil, Mr. Stone is here.
Maybe I ought to let you handle this alone.
No. Oh, Randy, I want you to hear this. You see, it's understandable that we couldn't find Cutler's wife. Louise was out of town, weren't you, Louise?
Phil.
I'd loaned the car to you, Louise. You were using the car that night.
I didn't know the girl would be there. I didn't want to implicate anybody.
Kind of makes me an accomplice, doesn't it?
No. I did it for us. You've got no part in it. I did it. Because I love you, Phil.
Randy?
Yeah, Holmes.
Will you come with us? Down to headquarters.
Yeah, I've got an apology to make down there, too. That old bromide that I was talking about, it's don't jump to conclusions. It's an easy habit to get into. At work, at home, with the people we know and love. I got my education all over again with Johnny Galt, and I didn't learn with books. Playing for keeps is a tough way to learn, but maybe it lasts longer that way. I hope so. Copy, boy. Where is that copy boy? Probably sneaking a beer at the corner. Oh, there I go, jumping at conclusions again. Copy boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Selig Lester and Merwin Gerard, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Galt was played by Jeff Corey. Others in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Francis Cheney, Eddie Fields, Hal Gerard, and John Stevenson. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one started with a girl and a full load of hate. You can't beat that combination for trouble.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Sure, I've been known to complain about working the Night Beat, but just between you and me, I wouldn't trade with anyone. You see, I've got a theory about people at night. I think they look different and they act different. When the sun goes down, something happens inside. Something changes in the head and the heart of a man. I guess science would call it human chemistry. I call it human nature. In the dark of night, people are more vulnerable to romance and hate and temptation. A shy guy makes love. A pillar of roaring virtue gets roaring drunk. A coward beats his wife. Men plot to steal, and they do steal. They plot to kill, and they kill. By day, face the facts, the old well-known cold, clear light of day. Let the sunshine boys face the facts. I'll see them in the making. You know, tracking down stories is a weird business. One night I'll find a yarn right off sitting out in the open staring at me. Another night, I'll have to stalk the town like a bird dog. Tonight I didn't want a story, I wanted a beer. So I went into Louis' saloon and drew myself a glass fresh out of the tap. I was sitting there staring at her when she walked in and climbed up on the stool next to me. This little dame with the scared blue eyes.
I've been looking for you all night.
Now, what took you so long?
I went to a lot of places. Almost gave it up, and a kid I know sells papers said you might be in here.
You mean you were looking for me in particular?
You're Randy Stone, aren't you?
Yeah?
I was looking for you in particular.
Oh, you want a beer? Louis is in the back. I'll draw you one.
No, thanks. I want to talk to you. Private.
Well, right here is good. We're alone. Everyone seems to be nowhere tonight. Now, what are we going to talk about?
You're a reporter on the Chicago Star, aren't you, Mr. Stone?
Well, at the moment, my position with the Star is of minor importance.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Drop the Mr. Make it Randy. What do I call you?
Mary.
Well, yes, Mary, I am a reporter on the Chicago Star. Now, what's your story?
That's what I want to talk to you about. I've got a story.
Honey, you don't know it, but I've been waiting for you. Start talking. I'm listening hard.
It's not for free. I got to get paid for it.
Oh, well, that... this calls for music. Wait till I put a nickel in this thing. Sure you don't want a beer?
No, thanks.
I don't buy stories.
I think you'll buy this one.
Yeah, for how much?
$500.
$500? Look, Mary, you're a cute kid, but you're a dreamer. I don't make that much in a month. If you know who killed Cock Robin, I couldn't pay $500 for the story.
You could if I knew who killed Marty Crane.
Marty Crane, the gambler? I didn't know that he'd been killed.
Neither does anyone else.
Not even the police?
No.
Well, don't you think you ought to tell them? That's the kind of story they get real interested in.
Yeah, but they wouldn't pay me for it. I need $500, bad. They wouldn't give it to me, but you will. It'll mean a lot to the Star to get the story first. Mean a lot to you, too.
I haven't got $500.
You could get it from your paper.
You're crazy. Marty Crane dead? I don't believe it.
Okay, forget it.
All right, wait a minute. Let's not get sore. Maybe you better fill me in a little.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, all right, point number one. If nobody else knows Marty Crane is dead, how do you? And if you do, where's your proof?
I'll take you to him. You'll see him yourself. He'll be dead.
Well, that's pretty good proof. Murdered?
Yes, murdered.
And you'll tell me who did it?
I won't just tell you. I'll show you who did it.
Somebody come in?
Never mind, Louie. It's all right.
Oh, it's you, Randy. Okay.
You know, I could go to the police and tell them what you've told me. They'd find Crane's body, and I'd get the story for nothing.
And so would every other newspaper in town.
Yeah. Well, say I did get the 500, and say you did prove Marty Crane had been murdered. I'd have to call the police then.
I know.
And if you told me who killed him, I'd have to spill that, too.
You can do anything you want. After you give me the money.
And when I do that?
After I give you Crane and his murderer.
I see.
It's got to be cash.
Now, you don't look like the kind of a girl who'd sell somebody out for dough. You must have a big hate on.
Only one person I hate. Marty Crane.
You know, you don't make sense. If you hate Crane, why rat on the guy that killed him?
I need the money.
You must need it awful bad.
You want to buy or don't you?
I don't know. Like I said, I haven't got 500, but like you said, I could get it. Maybe. I need some time.
You've got till midnight.
It won't take me that long. Let's make it an hour.
All right. I'll wait for you. Right here.
Randy Stone with rocks for brains. That's what I was thinking as I headed out of Louie's saloon. At the door, I turned around and looked at her, and something hurt in my throat. She looked like a little kid on that big, tall bar stool with her knees pulled up and her chin tucked under. All she needed was a dunce cap on her head. Or was I the one that raided the cap? Marty Crane was a crook and a louse. That innocent-looking little dame wanted to sell out the killer of a louse for $500. It didn't make sense. But I worked for a living, and if her story were true, we could scoop the town. It'd be worth $500. If. I had to weigh that big fat if against my job. I couldn't risk the paper's money on her word. I needed more to go on. Needed to protect my bet. I went down to police headquarters for a chat with Kalski.
Yeah, but you know as much about the heel as we do. Why all of a sudden interest in Marty Crane?
Well, who knows, Kalski? Call it a hunch, maybe a rumor. I thought there might be something cooking with Crane.
Well, if there is, we don't know about it.
You know anybody that'd like to get rid of him?
Plenty of people, including yours truly. To quote the old man, Crane is a blot on the department's escutcheon, if you know what that means.
I knew it sounds profane.
He's slick like oil, this guy. One day he'll lose off in the wrong direction. We'll remove the blot. We'd have done it a couple of months ago. It hadn't been for Leonard Palmer.
Leonard Palmer?
Well, you don't know him?
Oh, yeah, sure. He's a lawyer.
He's a magician.
He defended Crane on a murder charge, didn't he?
Yeah, the Callahan boy. Crane shot him. Palmer got him off on a self-defense.
Oh, yes, I remember. They had to fumigate the courtroom after that trial. Well, thanks for the rundown, Kalski.
Oh, stick around. This place is like a mall.
No, I can't do it. But if my hunch pans out, that's probably where I'll see you later. At the morgue. The next move I made was so simple and logical that I gave myself a 0 for not doing it in the first place. I found a phone booth and called Marty Crane's apartment. I want to talk to Marty Crane.
He ain't in.
Are you sure?
I said he ain't in, which means he ain't in.
You don't know where I can catch him, do you?
Who wants to know?
A friend of his. It's important.
I don't know where he is.
Now, listen, I got to get in touch with him. For his sake, it's important.
I said I don't know where he is, which means I don't know where he is.
Well, can you think of any place he might be?
I don't know of no place.
Do you know anybody I might call that might know where he is?
I don't know of nobody.
Oh, you're a big help. Just tell me this. When did you last see him? How long ago?
Look, kid, I'm just a houseboy around here. I ain't the information window. If you got questions to ask, call his lawyer. Ask him anything you want, but don't ask me. I don't know nothing, which means I don't know nothing.
I gave myself another 0, but at least I'd gotten an idea from that fountain of information. I went through the book for Leonard Palmer's address. It was a very expensive address. The carpet sunk up to my ankles, but I made it across the room and eased into a lush, tight sofa, one of those short deals they call a love seat. While I was sitting there, I wondered why.
Can
I make you a drink?
No, thank you. It's a very fancy layout you've got here, Mr. Palmer. Very fancy.
I find law practice quite profitable.
Yeah, you've caught the hang of it, all right.
What can I do for you, Mr. Stone?
Tell me where to find Marty Crane.
Oh, is he lost?
Well, I don't know. I'm looking for him. His apartment said I should try you.
His apartment made an error. As you can see, he's not here.
But maybe you know where he is.
I don't know what gave you that idea.
Well, you're his lawyer.
Precisely. However, my duties as such do not include that of nursemaid.
Let's get nasty.
I'm sorry you get that impression. If I were looking for Mr. Crane at this time of night, I'd try his various nightclubs.
Like, which ones?
I believe he owns several. The Red Dot, the Coronet. Oh, I really couldn't say. I'm afraid I can't be of any help to you at all.
If I told you that I thought something had happened to Marty Crane, would that change your attitude?
Not in the least.
You went to a lot of trouble to save his neck on that Callahan murder. Seems like you'd want to protect your efforts.
I was paid for my efforts.
It wouldn't bother you if I said maybe Crane was dead?
Not in the least. As an individual, he means nothing to me. Few people do. My main interest is money, and I'm free to admit it.
Know anybody that'd want to kill him?
I dare say there are many people.
You included?
I? That's ridiculous. I'd lose a client. It would necessitate rearranging my income tax returns. Any more questions, Mr. Stone?
No more questions. I wanted answers to my questions, and I couldn't get any. I called nightclubs Crane owned, and some he didn't. No one had seen him. No one knew where he was, or if they did, they wouldn't say. Mary's story was beginning to smell true. Time was getting close, and I headed for the office. Now, I had to do the impossible. I had to get blood out of a turnip. A two-legged turnip named Hastings, my master, my dearly beloved managing editor.
$500? You are out of your mind.
Oh, what have we got to lose?
Your job. This is a newspaper. You're paid to find stories, not to buy them.
Now, listen, this is big. If it works, we'll scoop everybody.
If it works.
I've been all over town. Nobody has seen Crane. Everybody gives me the runaround. My hunch is strong that she's telling the truth. And look, if she isn't, if she doesn't produce, I don't give her the money. You'll get it back. How can you beat a deal like that?
Okay, Randy, okay. So I'll give you the $500, but it's against my principles. If you ever let it get around, I'll have you drawn and quartered.
Yes, sir. And, thank you. I don't know what to say. I'm, touched.
No, I am. I'm also an idiot.
I wouldn't say
We endeavor to maintain a schedule around here. Our jobs are more secure, and everyone is much happier when the paper comes out on time. I hate to bother you with humdrum, but it's late.
I know, you told me.
Bylines are a dime a dozen.
I hear you. Just give me the dough. I'll be back with my story on time, or I'll kill myself. How's that?
Oh, that seems fair and reasonable. I like your attitude.
He's a lovely guy, Hastings. He's so dependable. If he says he's going to break your neck, you can depend on it. I'd stuck my neck out for breaking, and I knew it. How I got the $500 out of that heart of gold, I'll never know. But I had it, cash in my pocket. And if you don't think I was worried, you're crazy. I ran all the way back to Louis' saloon. When I got there, a drunk was hanging on the jukebox. Louis was behind the bar. In front of the bar, nobody.
What's the matter, Randy? You don't look so good.
That girl that was here, where is she, Louis?
Yeah, she left about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she told me to be sure and tell you something. What the heck was it?
Yeah, Louis, what the heck was it?
Oh, she said to tell you she's coming back. She said, tell him I'll meet him here at exactly 10 minutes to 12.
10 minutes to 12? I can't wait that long.
Yeah, she must have it bad for this dame.
I'd like to boil her in oil. I got a deadline to meet. It won't wait. I staked my job on that little dame.
Hey, Louie, I'm all out of nickel.
Don't bother me.
If I could only find her, Louis, I'd find her. I don't even know her name.
It's Callahan.
Huh?
Mary Callahan.
You know her?
Sure. She's a nice kid, so don't yap about her in my saloon. I used to be friends with her brother, Danny Callahan. Got shot a couple of months ago.
Wait a minute. Say that again. This girl's the sister of Danny Callahan?
Yeah.
The Danny Callahan that was shot by Marty Crane?
I and a lot of other people around here say he was murdered by Mary Crane. Smart lawyer got him off on self-defense.
Yeah. I know that story. I also know I got to find that girl. She's walking around somewhere with my future in her mean little hands.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. The chimes are ringing and laughing in anticipation of the riotous antics promised by two favorites in your NBC fall lineup. The first is Bob Hope, and he returns to the air over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, October 3rd, with more laughs and timely satire in the unique rapid-fire Hope style. The day after Bob Hope's return, the hilarious quiz game You Bet Your Life makes its NBC debut, featuring that master of the ad-lib and clever quip, Groucho Marx. Bob Hope, October 3rd, and Groucho Marx, October 4th. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I was in the soup, and it was hot, and I didn't like it. If Mary Callahan was telling the truth, if Marty Crane really had been murdered, some other paper was sure to smell out the story while I was cooling my heels in Louie's bar. My editor would scream like a banshee, and I'd be sweating out unemployment, all because I took the word of a little blue-eyed stool pigeon who promised to sell out Marty Crane's murderer for $500. I had the $500 in my pocket. I think I must have put my brains in my pocket, too. Louie stood there watching me burn.
I don't get you, Randy. What are you sore at Mary about? Like I told you, she's a nice kid.
Maybe you don't know her like I do.
What did she do to you?
She welched on a deal. She said she'd wait for me right here.
She said she'd be back. I told you that. She'll be back.
At midnight.
10 of.
Well, I can't wait. I got a deadline to beat, no story.
It's barely an hour till midnight, Randy.
You don't know how mad Hastings can get in an hour. Some other paper scoops me out on that story. I'm a has-been. Oh, that dame, I could kill her.
I repeat, she's a nice kid.
Yeah. Look, Louie, this brother of hers that Marty Crane shot, Mary like him?
Sure. She was crazy about him.
It's unbelievable.
What do you mean? He was a nice guy.
I don't mean that. I mean, it's unbelievable what some people will do for money.
I don't follow your conversation.
Well, don't try. I gotta find that girl. Any idea where she'd go?
I don't know. Maybe she went home.
Where's home? You know where she lives?
Well, yeah, but in the mood you're in, I don't know if I ought to tell you.
Come on, Louie. I won't hit her. I'd like to, but for you, I'll skip the pleasure. I give you my word. After some gentle but firm persuasion, Louie took my word and gave me her address. I didn't have any trouble with the carpets in that place. There weren't any. Up 4 flights of stairs, it groaned and shuddered with every step. The light in the hall was so dim I had to strike a match to read the number on the door. It checked with the one Louie gave me, so I knocked. I heard someone shuffle across the room inside. The door opened. A little old woman stood there peering at me.
What?
Before she even said anything, just the look in her eyes told me that everything wasn't quite right with her.
I can't see you very well. Are you someone I know?
I'm afraid not. I'm looking for Mary Callahan.
Are you a friend of Mary's?
Well, yes. Is she here?
I'm Mary's mother. Won't you come inside?
Oh, thank you. My name is Randy Stone, Mrs. Callahan. I'm sorry to call so late.
Please sit down.
No, thank you, really. I can't stay. I just wanted to speak to Mary. Is she home?
I'm worried about Mary. Are you a friend of Danny's?
No, I didn't know Danny.
Well, that's too bad. Danny was such a nice boy to know.
I'm very anxious to see Mary, Mrs. Callahan. Isn't she here?
No.
You have any idea where I can find her?
Did you say you knew Danny?
No, I didn't know Danny.
Danny's dead, you know. I expect you read about him in the papers.
Yeah.
It wasn't true. Danny couldn't have tried to kill anyone. Not Danny. It was the lawyer that made people think he did. What was that lawyer's name?
Palmer. Leonard Palmer.
Yes, of course, Leonard Palmer. He's not dead, is he? He's a very clever man. What was it you wanted to know about Mary?
I'm trying to find her. I've got to talk to her.
She was here.
When? How long ago?
Not long. She only stayed a minute.
You know where she went?
That's a picture of Danny right there. He is a fine-looking boy, isn't he?
Yes, you bet he is.
Yes. And he was a brave boy. He knew things about Marty Crane. That's why Crane shot him. Then that lawyer made everybody believe that Danny had tried to shoot him first. Such a clever man.
What was his name?
Please, Mrs. Callahan, did Mary say where she was going?
She said she had an appointment with someone at 12 o'clock, and if she was late, I shouldn't worry. But I am worried.
Well, the appointment was with me. I was hoping I could catch her before then.
Oh, that's too bad. Maybe she's still at Mr. Green's.
Mr. Green's?
I remember she said something about going by Mr. Green's to pick up something. My memory isn't very good since then.
Where is Mr. Green's?
There's a pawn shop down the street. That's where Danny was killed, you know. Mr. Green's pawn shop.
Mr. Green's pawn shop was closed up and dark, but way in the back I could see a sliver of light under the door. I made a lot of racket with the front door, and finally the one in back opened, and Mr. Green came staggering towards me. At first, I thought he was drunk. But when he let me in, I got a good look at him. I knew different. He'd been beaten half to death.
Who are you? What do you want?
Well, you better sit down. You don't look like you're going to make it. Who did this to you?
Nobody. I don't know. I don't know anything.
You didn't beat yourself up like that. Who did it?
What do you want here? Who are you?
I'm looking for Mary Callahan. Her mother said she was coming here.
I was afraid maybe you...
Go on. Afraid maybe I was what?
No, Mary was here a little while ago.
I keep on just missing. She didn't say where she was going, did she?
No, she didn't say anything about that, I remember. All I remember, she told me after tonight, I won't have to worry anymore. I won't have to be afraid.
Afraid of what?
You're not from the police, are you?
No. I told you. Mrs. Callahan sent me here. I'm looking for Mary. Why don't you tell me what happened to you? Who beat you up? What are you afraid of?
They tell me to leave town or I'll get worse next time. How can I leave? I've never been anyplace else. Where would I go?
Who is they?
Marty Crane's boys.
Marty Crane? What have you got to do with him? Oh, wait a minute. He shot Danny Callahan here in your shop, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he murdered Danny right here in this room. And I seen him do it, but I couldn't tell. He said he would kill me if I did. But I don't care anymore. I might as well get it over with. Might as well be dead as the way I am. Where could I go?
Now, you listen to me. You try to pull yourself together. You're going to be all right, I promise you. Now, right now, I've got to know if Marty Crane did this to you. Was he here tonight? Did you see him?
I don't know. Maybe he was. There's 3 or 4, maybe
was
4.
Was Crane one of them? I've got to know.
It happened so fast he might have been, but I don't know. I can't remember.
I got the poor old guy to bed and went back to Louie's place. I didn't know what else to do. It was 20 to 12 and I was nowhere. I called Hastings. He gave me what was left of his mind. Either I got right in there with a story or I needn't bother to get in at all. Somehow I didn't care much. I kept thinking about that poor, crazy Mrs. Callahan and Danny and that old beaten man. Louie poured me a beer, and I was wondering how I could drown myself in it when a cab pulled up in front and Mary Callahan got out. She stood at the door and motioned me to come outside.
Well, did you get the money?
Yes, I got it.
Cash?
Yeah, but you're a little late.
What do you mean? You're not going to back out. Not now, you can't.
I'm all out of time. I got a deadline to beat. I staked my job on your story.
I've staked my life on it. You'll have your story in 10 minutes. I swear you will. Please get in the cab.
All of a sudden, I don't know if I want the story, job or no job.
What are you giving me?
I went out looking for you tonight. I found a lot of things that are hard to believe, like your mother and a little guy named Green.
You're wasting time.
I guess my guts aren't as strong as yours, but after what I've seen, I think anybody who would kill Marty Crane is a hero. I don't get you at all. Your mother's half off her head, your own brother is dead, and you tell who killed a skunk like Crane for a lousy $500.
I don't care what you think of me. I didn't ask you to like me. That wasn't in the deal. I said I'd prove Crane was dead, and I'd tell you who killed him. You said you'd pay me $500 for it. I'm ready to keep my word. Now, what are you going to do?
Okay. Go on, get in the cab. The cab took us to one of Crane's nightclubs, the Coronet Club. I followed Mary upstairs to an office with a door marked private. She told me to wait, then she went over and knocked on the door. I heard a girl laughing as the door opened, and there stood the dead man. Marty Crane himself in person, alive and leering.
Well, Mary Callahan, right on time.
Yeah. Right on time.
You know, I was surprised when you called and said you wanted to see me. I'm even more surprised you kept our appointment. But pleasantly so. Come on in, dear.
Won't it be crowded? Well, I wanted to see you alone.
Yes, of course. Doris was just leaving, weren't you, darling?
Oh, but naturally. You say so, darling. It's all yours, honey. Just hope you're fleet-footed.
That's enough, Doris. I'll call you later, maybe.
I won't hold my breath.
Shall we go inside?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I don't get it.
Well, hello.
No, hello.
What can I do for you?
Oh, not a thing.
Oh, it's too bad. You looking for somebody up here?
No, not anymore. That was Marty Crane I just saw, wasn't it?
Sure was.
Would you say there was anything dead about him?
Oh, Marty dead?
Hmm.
Oh, no, not Marty. I'm dead about him. He's the life of the party, that guy. Almost too alive to suit me. He's...
What's going on around
Get
here?
out of my way, will you?
For criminy sakes, what's going on?
Hey, shots.
Mary.
Yeah.
Mary, you crazy kid.
There's your story, Randy Stone. He's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, he's dead.
And it's plain to see who did it, isn't it?
Why, Mary? Why did you do it?
I had to. Somebody had to. I've been wanting to even up with him for a long time. But I had to have that $500 first. I had a hard time figuring out how to get it. But it's mine now, isn't it?
What good is it going to do you now?
It's going to save my neck. The same way he saved his when he killed Danny. It was self-defense. Nobody saw it happen. Leonard Palmer is a very clever man. He can prove it was self-defense, and I've got his price. $500. Cash. In advance.
Well, I'll make my deadline. We'll scoop the town. Hastings is a happy man, but I'm not. I wonder who's going to have to tell Mary that she's not going to get away with it. I don't like the story. I wish it had never happened. But it's written, and a lot of people will read it, and in a couple of weeks it'll be forgotten. Only I'll remember, and I'll always wish I'd known first what was really going on behind those scared blue eyes. Copy, boy.
Oh, just a minute, Frank. You know we have a distinguished newspaper woman here as our guest tonight.
I certainly do, Don. Miss Agnes Underwood, the only woman city editor of a metropolitan newspaper in the entire United States.
Not only is she the city editor of the Los Angeles Herald-Express, Frank, but Miss Underwood has also written a book.
I know that, too. It's called Newspaper Woman, telling about her own experiences as a reporter. Welcome to radio, Miss Underwood. It's an honor to share a microphone with you.
Thank you, Frank. But tonight I'm the one who's handing out the honors.
Oh?
Sincerely, Frank, on behalf of Theta Sigma Phi, National Fraternity for Women in Journalism, may I present you with this scroll and our compliments for your honest and convincing portrayal of a newspaperman on this show, Night Beat. Also, honors from the profession to both you and Miss Patricia Neal for your portrayals of a newspaperman and newspaperwoman in the Warner Brothers motion picture, Three Secrets.
Well, thank you, Miss Underwood. Thank you very much.
And Frank,
Mm-hmm.
that's Aggie to a co-worker.
Okay, Aggie. And I know Pat Neal will be just as thrilled as I am with the award.
Good night, Frank.
Good night, Aggie.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Marty Wilkinson, with music by Frank Worth. Portions were transcribed. The part of Mary was played by Betty Moran. Others in tonight's cast were Peggy Weber, Larry Dobkin, Lou Krugman, Jack Crucian, and Stan Waxman. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. The chimes ring for two favorites returning to the NBC Tuesday night lineup tomorrow. Fibber McGee and Molly will be back at 79 Wistful Vista with all their delightful guests. And Art Linkletter returns with a host of contestants ready and willing to prove that people are funny. That's McGee and Molly and People Are Funny, tomorrow night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a crash on the highway and ended with a whole city fighting for its life.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Joe's Diner is located about 10 miles out of town on the highway going north to St. Paul. Joe caters to the truck drivers who wrestle those big 20-ton diesel jobs. You know, the ones that scare the pants off you when you have to edge over to the side of the road so that they can pass. It's strictly a man's spot. The steaks are juicy, and the conversation even juicier. I stop in there once in a while myself to take on a little of Joe's home cooking and improve my vocabulary, like tonight.
All right.
They still alive. I'm going to get my truck rolling.
Oh, how many hands you think I got? Like enough to push?
I grabbed a stool at the counter and waited for Joe to catch up with me. Joe, scrambled eggs when you get to it.
I'll be with you in a minute, Mr. Stone.
Fried and butter, Joe. Lots of butter.
How else?
Good. I'm starved.
9 o'clock. You ain't had your supper yet?
No, that's breakfast. I'm just starting out.
Oh. You're as bad as one of these truck drivers. Here, this'll hold you.
Joe banged a cup of coffee on the counter in front of me, and then it happened. There was a desperate shriek of brakes and a terrific crash out on the highway. In 5 seconds, a dozen men were on their feet racing for the door. Holy mackerel, call the cops, Joe. Tell them to send an ambulance. It was almost a quarter of a mile away, but long before I got there, I could make out the shape of a big semi-trailer truck, and jammed into its rear end a brand-new sedan. We still had about 100 yards to go, and the truck roared up and started pulling itself loose from the wrecked car. Get his license number, somebody! But the guy on the truck hadn't put his lights on, and he pulled away before anyone could get close enough. The sedan was there over on one side, and it was a mess. The boys got the car right side up and dragged the driver out. He was soused to the gills. In a little while, the cops were there working him over. And then I saw this other guy over by the ditch across the road. Hey, you all right?
Run out on me. Run out.
Who ran out on you? Are you hurt?
Look, mister, I got to get away from here.
Oh, I see you were in the truck.
Yeah, I was in the truck. Look, I got to see a doctor. This hand of mine.
Cops will take care of it for you until the ambulance gets here.
I don't need no ambulance.
Here's another one over here, Sergeant.
Okay. I tell you, I can make it okay.
Well, hello, Stone. How did you get here? Fly?
How are you, Sarge?
This fellow in the wreck?
He was in the truck.
Yeah? What's your name?
Harry Waldo.
Driver's helper?
No, I just bummed a ride. The guy gave me a ride about 100 miles back.
Where do you live?
Here, Chicago.
You get the license number of the truck?
No, I didn't pay no attention.
What was the driver's name, Waldo?
I didn't ask him.
Who was he driving for? Was there a sign on the truck?
No, it was dark when he picked me up. I didn't notice.
What was he hauling?
What should I know? I just bummed a ride. Say, who is this guy, officer? Do I have to answer his questions?
It won't hurt any.
Was it a refrigerated truck?
No, it wasn't.
Well, that's the first thing you seem sure of. How come?
Well, it was kind of all beat up, and... Well, it just didn't seem like no icebox, that's all.
This guy's trying to play hide-and-go-seek with you, Sergeant. That truck was a cooler, and he knows it.
How come you're so sure?
Ammonia gas. Can't you smell it? It's all over the place, including your overalls. Hose connection must have broken in the crack-up.
Look, wise guy, whoever you are...
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
This officer wasn't
Come on. None of that now.
Okay. I'm in the truck. There's a crash, and I get out to see what hit us. And while I'm on the ground, a truck driver pulls out on me. So what does that make me? A suspect in a murder case? Or just paperboy just looking for a story?
Oh, sure. I'm always looking for a story. Brother, this sure has the makings of one. A fish story. The sergeant got a few more vital statistics on Harry Waldo and then let him go with the usual business about keeping in touch in case the police wanted him for further questioning. After the mob cleared, I went over the area again in the dark. There was nothing. In the ditch, I noticed a battered-up wooden box, the kind they ship butter in. There was nothing there. So I went back into Joe's and phoned the story into my paper. I told the city desk where I could be reached, and then I got busy on that much-delayed order of scrambled eggs. Oh, they're good, Joe.
Hey, the others got cold. I made them fresh. Lots of butter, the way you like.
Thanks, Joe.
You can't get over that truck running out on the crash. What do you want to do that for? Must have known it wasn't his fault.
Well, who knows, Joe? Maybe he had a date.
Yeah. Hello? Joe's Diner. Joe's talking. Yeah. Hold on. It's for you, Mr. Stone. Take it in the booth.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
Andy, this is Mac on the desk.
Oh, well, that figures.
On that crash story you phoned in, is that all you can give us?
What else do you want?
How about the truck? What was it hauling?
I'm sorry, Mac. All I know is what I phoned in.
Did you ask around?
Well, of course I asked. Nobody knows. If you'd like to send out one of your better men for a follow-up...
funny stuff, Randy. Could the truck have been hauling butter?
Butter? Why?
Something came in on the wires this afternoon. I thought we could tie it in with the truck running out.
Oh.
I'll read it to you. It's Dateline, Emerson, Manitoba, Canada. This city, hard hit by recent floods, reports theft of 21 tons of contaminated butter, which was being removed from the Ajax Creamery for disposal.
Contaminated?
The condemned butter, bearing the trade name of Dandy D, had been submerged for 3 weeks in stagnant sewage water because of recent flood conditions. Health authorities have expressed fears the butter may become the cause of a widespread typhoid epidemic.
Typhoid?
You think there could be any connection, Randy?
20 tons of typhoid fever in Chicago?
It makes sense, Randy. It's only a little over 900 miles from the border, 2 days by fast truck. And it's a cinch they'd have a tough time getting rid of it any closer. Randy, you still there?
Yeah. I'm not feeling so good, but I'm here.
What's the matter with you?
Just feeling that I'm on the verge of a story, one that I can do without. I ran back out to the ditch where I'd seen the wooden box. It was there all right. My heart sank when I lit a match and read the words, #1 Creamery Butter, Canada. Then I kicked the box over and saw a couple of greasy packages. There was some sort of a wrapping on them. When I read the words Dandy D, I began feeling bugs crawling down my throat. I went back to Joe's and got all the newspaper I could find and a pair of cotton gloves to boot. Then I picked up the box, put it in my car, and drove down to the Star. Mac's eyes popped through his glasses when he saw it. He got some Board of Health official out of bed and gave him the story over the phone. By the time we were through taking pictures, they had a crew of experts there to haul the stuff down to the lab for analysis. In the meantime, I helped Mac fix up a spread for the morning paper in the biggest, blackest type we had.
Well, does that make you feel any better, Randy?
That sure does. That warning ought to make a suspect out of every pound of butter in town. Nobody could possibly buy the stuff now. They'll have to ditch it.
Randy, there's over $10,000 worth of butter on that truck. Typhoid or no typhoid, those guys are going to try to sell it.
But how can they?
No trick to change the wrapper. Only one way to stop them. Find the truck.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell them that down at police headquarters.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
All right.
Close that door. City desk. Yeah, Mac talking. Oh, you did? You sure? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do all we can. Yeah, thanks for calling.
Who was it?
On your way down to police headquarters, Randy, you can take a little time out to pray. That was the lab man from the Board of Health.
Well, what was the verdict?
That butter is crawling with pestilence and death.
Typhoid?
Pestilence and death. Those were his exact words.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. The NBC chimes are laughing, but they're not keeping the reason a secret. They want everyone to know they're laughing in anticipation of the mad and merry antics in store with two NBC fall favorites, Bob Hope and Groucho Marx. Hope returns to the air over most of these stations on Tuesday evening, October 3rd, just 1 week from tomorrow. Groucho Marx brings his laugh-filled quiz game, You Bet Your Life, to NBC beginning Wednesday, October 4th. Listen when you hear the three chimes for laughs and more laughs with Bob Hope on October 3rd and Groucho Marx on October 4th. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
At first, the police treated the typhoid butter story like it was a circulation builder for the Star. But bad news travels fast, and by the time I got in to see Police Chief Captain Sorensen, he'd heard all about it. He was a very worried man.
Hello, Randy. Come down to help me word my resignation?
Oh, it's that bad, huh?
Haven't got a thing.
What about that Waldo fellow who was on the truck? Have you picked him up?
He forgot to arrive home after the accident.
Well, that truck's got a hold up someplace.
I've set up roadblocks. I've sent out patrols. There's not a back alley in this city that won't be searched tonight. But we still have no real description of the truck.
Well, have you checked all cold storages and creameries?
First thing, nothing's come in.
You know, Mac thinks they may change the wrappers on the butter. Maybe if you call the printers...
No good, Randy. You can buy wax butter wrappers in any paper supply house. This thing has been pretty well thought out.
Well, no use my adding to the confusion around here. I mind if I go down to this Waldo's place and have a look around?
Of course not. It's a boarding house over on St. Mary's Avenue. But look out for the old lady who runs the place. She'll talk you into a corner and keep you there.
Don't worry about me, Captain. With little old ladies, I come out fighting all the time. It was 11:30 when I pulled up in front of Harry Waldo's address. It was one of those sad-looking houses that seemed to be held together by memories of what they used to be 40 years ago. Now there was a sign in front that read, Furnished Rooms, Mrs. Angela Barr. I rang and waited. Someone had drawn the curtains apart a little and was giving me the once-over.
Yes?
Mrs. Barr?
Yes, what is it?
Can you open the door, please? It's urgent.
Goodness gracious, you police are the most persistent...
I'm not with the police, Mrs. Barr.
Not with the police? But you must be. They've been coming and going all night long.
No. I'm a newspaper reporter on the Star. My name is
A newspaper reporter? What a pleasant surprise. I declare I'm so excited. You must come in the kitchen and I'll make a cup of coffee.
No, thanks very much. You're very kind, but I really
What
must...
did you say your name was?
Stone, Randy Stone.
Oh, yes, of course. You sure you wouldn't like some coffee?
No, nothing, thank you.
Mrs. Barr. Oh, goodness, she's awake.
Mrs. Barr, who is it?
It's all right, Nancy. It's just a visitor. Go back to sleep, dear.
Is Mommy home? I'm scared.
Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. Your mother will be home in a little while. Just go back to sleep like a good girl.
All right.
That's quite a cough.
Yes, the child has had such a cold. Poor Ellen is worried sick about her.
Ellen?
Her mother, Ellen Spencer. She's one of my tenants.
Oh, yes. Look, Mrs. Barr, I wanted to ask you some questions about another of your tenants.
Oh, yes. Mr. Waldo. The police have been bothering me all night. Whatever has he done? The police wouldn't tell me.
Well, he's done plenty. He's stolen a truckload of butter from the flood area up north.
Stolen?
Well, that's not all. That butter is contaminated with typhoid. If it ever gets into circulation, we'll...
Oh, how dreadful. How very dreadful.
Mrs. Barr, I have a favor to ask.
Now, how could I possibly do you a favor, Mr. Stone.
I'd like to have a look at Mr. Waldo's room.
But the police have already been through his room.
Yes, I know, but you know how it is when you've got to write a story. There's nothing like seeing it firsthand.
But at this time of night, do I have to let you in?
Well, legally, no.
Well, then,
You mean you refuse?
not exactly. Only surely a rich and powerful paper like the Star. Now that Mr. Waldo has disappeared, I'm sure I'll never get the rent he owes me.
Yes, I see. Now, how much?
Oh, dear. Money is so hard to come by when you're old and alone. Now, if I had the $50, Mr. Waldo...
It's worth 10.
So little.
Oh.
Oh, but then, you're such a nice young man. And I do enjoy your newspaper so much. I'll take it.
Her bright little eyes glistened as she took the 10 spot. Well, I guess it's like that when you're old. You can't eat too well. You can't sleep too well. You see life slipping by, but a 10 spot is something you can smooth out, put away, and look at again and again. Mrs. Barr followed me around as I went through Waldo's room. For a change, she had very little to say. I opened the drawers in his dresser. I looked under the bed. The kid in the next room was coughing again. I opened the closet door, and the smell that hit me was sharply familiar. Ammonia. In the corner, I picked up a pair of overalls that was saturated with the stuff. My friend Waldo had been home and changed. The phone downstairs started to ring.
Oh, dear, the telephone.
Want me to get down and answer
No,
it?
it's probably Ellen. She's so worried about the child. Will you come down now?
Just another minute.
Oh, dear. You won't be long.
I'd like to borrow these overalls, if it's all right. Probably covered with germs.
Hello.
Wow, hello.
What are you doing in Mr. Waldo's room? Are you a burglar?
No, of course not. I'm one of Mr. Waldo's friends.
Then can you tell me when my Uncle Jim is coming back? He was going to bring me something from his trip.
Well, that's nice. Where did Uncle Jim go?
He went away with Mr. Waldo in the truck. But Mr. Waldo is back and not Uncle Jim.
Oh, does he drive a truck, your Uncle Jim?
He doesn't drive it. He owns it. And he gives me a ride in it, too.
Mm-hmm. Your Uncle Jim live here?
Oh, yes. Uncle Jim is my really real uncle. He and my mommy are brothers.
Oh, yes, I see.
Nancy, you naughty child.
Mrs. Barr.
The idea of getting out of bed.
I heard a noise.
Back to bed with you, child. That was your mother on the phone.
All right, Mrs. Barr. Good night, Mr. Burglar.
Good night, Nancy.
Imagine that child leaving her bed. Was she with you long, Mr. Stone?
Oh, no. She just told me she had an Uncle Jim.
Oh, yes. That's Ellen's brother. He's one of my other roomers.
I understand he owns a truck.
He's someplace in Ohio now, I believe. Been gone almost a month.
Couldn't have been Canada.
Questions. You'll simply have to excuse me. I must give that child her medicine. Good night, Mr. Stone.
I'd used up my $10 worth of welcome, so I drove over to police headquarters and filled in Captain Sorensen on Harry Waldo's overalls and little Nancy's Uncle Jim. It was his first lead. He called motor vehicles and ordered a fast check on the truck owned by Jim Spencer, and then he started briefing me on the more recent developments.
The city's in a panic, Randy. Warnings have been going out on the radio every 15 minutes. We've been flooded with calls from the mayor down.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone with a gut ache is sure it's typhoid and wants us to send down a doctor. Come in.
Here's the dope on the truck, Captain.
Now we're getting somewhere. All right. Broadcast this and keep repeating it every half hour. Get it?
Yes, sir.
We'll get him now.
Well, you might try and sound a little more convincing. I left Sorensen chewing his upper lip. Then I headed for the Blue Angel and a little talk with Jim Spencer's sister, Ellen. The Blue Angel wasn't meant to lure the better-class citizen away from his hearth and home. It smelled of stale beer and looked as if it were being lit by half a dozen fireflies.
Yoked on your happiness lies right under your eyes, back in your own backyard.
I found found an empty booth and asked a waitress if Ellen Spencer worked there. And after a while, a girl came over. She was attractive in a tired sort of way.
You asked for me?
Will you sit down, Ellen? I've got to talk to you.
I brought you some drinks. It's the rules here. If we sit with a customer, they got to buy us drinks.
That's okay.
What'd you want?
To talk.
What about?
Your brother Jim.
You a cop?
No.
What about Jim?
Where is he?
I don't know. What business is it of yours?
When did your brother and Harry Waldo leave on their last trip?
A week ago.
Mrs. Barr said Jim was in Ohio.
Ah, that old hag. She's in her second childhood.
Mm-hmm. Jim hasn't phoned you tonight?
No. What's all the noise about anyway? The kid gets scared and runs out in a traffic accident, so they'll catch him and give him 30 days. He'll be back.
Who told you about it?
I heard it over the radio.
Really? How did you know it was Jim?
Well, I...
You spoke to Harry?
Yeah. He phoned me to tell me Jim was all right.
Did he tell you they were hauling a load of stolen butter? Did you listen to the warnings over the radio about that butter? It's loaded with typhoid, that stuff is.
Oh, that's a lie. Just a smart police gag to get the butter back.
Harry tell you that, too? We got some of that butter, Ellen. It's been soaked in sewer bilge for a month.
Jim wouldn't touch anything like that. He's a good kid.
Maybe Jim thinks it's a gag, too. Might even get to eat some of the stuff.
I don't know what you're talking about. Look, mister, I'd better go back to work.
Ellen, you want it on a...
I'll have to leave now.
If you hear from Jim, tell him what he's up against.
Yeah. Yeah, I will.
And tell him to wash his hands. Good. I followed her to the phone booth or whatever the call was. It was brief. She hung right up, so I went outside, watched her through the door. In a few minutes, she came out wearing a coat. I slipped around the corner, watched her climb into a cab. I jumped into my car and followed. The cab stopped in front of her house. I parked my car half a block away, waited until all the lights went off, and then I got out and walked around to the back of the house. Somewhere inside were the directions to that missing butter. It was easy raising one of the kitchen windows. I climbed in. I stood for a minute, getting used to the dark. And then suddenly a switch flicked on, and the place was flooded with light. Randy Stone, Esquire, standing there, stupidly blinking his eyes. Ellen walked a few steps toward me. She didn't scream. She didn't holler.
Isn't this carrying your job a little too far?
I knocked on the door, but nobody answered, so I turned the knob.
Well, turn it again and get out.
Somebody phoned you just before I left the Blue Angel. Was that Jim?
That's none of your business. Now get out.
If I go, Ellen, the place will be swarming with police in 15 minutes.
What do you mean?
Just this. You know where Jim is. If you won't tell me, you'll have to tell the cops. And when you do, you'll be involved. They'll make you an accessory.
Well, let him.
Where's the old lady?
Out for a drive.
At 1:30 in the morning?
She's the one who phoned me. She said she was going batty with cops hanging around. She had to get out of the house.
Ellen, for the last time, where's Jim?
I told you before, I don't know.
They're closing in on him. You'll be doing him a favor if they get him before he's sold any of that stuff.
Oh, are you still working that typhoid gag?
It's no gag, believe me. You want the lab report on it?
No.
All right, then listen to it this way. Maybe you'll understand it. The kid sits down to eat, and his mother hands him a piece of bread and butter, only it's not butter. Something that's been lying around in the filthy sewer water for a long time. 10 or 11 days, the kid gets sick, like your kid. He's burning with fever one minute, and the next minute he's as cold as ice. His tongue is thick, and his guts feel like they're bursting. That's what typhoid is like.
Stop it, will you?
If a good doctor gets to him, the kid may live. Lots of kids may not be that lucky, Ellen. Also, you can keep your kid brother out of jail.
Look, I don't know where he is.
When did you talk to Walter?
He phoned me at the club. He laughed about that typhoid
Where
stuff.
did he phone from?
I don't know. Someplace in town. Now, let me alone.
Would that be
I'll
him?
take that.
No, you won't. Ellen made a grab for the phone, but I beat her to it. She clawed at me. I had to get rough, but I got the receiver. Hello.
This is the long-distance operator.
Yes?
On your call to Elwood, we are unable to contact Mr. Jim Spencer. Shall we continue to try?
No, thank you. Was that Elwood?
Yes, sir. Elwood, Illinois. Thank you, sir.
That was it, so they'd gone on to Elwood. I called Captain Sorensen. He picked me up in a squad car with two of his best men. It was a 70-mile ride to Elwood, and we made it in a little over an hour. It was after 3 a.m. when the clerk at the only hotel in town showed us his register. There was no Waldo and no Spencer. Then Sorensen got a bright idea. He asked the clerk if there was a creamery in town. There wasn't. No cold storage plant either. Just old Mayor Hoskins' ice house down the road. We jumped into a car and drove over. That's nothing but an old barn.
Well, there's a light around the back.
Randy, you come with me. You two cut around the other side of the building.
Right.
Oh, there's the truck. You see it?
Yeah.
All right, give me a lift, Captain. I'll see if I can get a look in through the window. It's Waldo.
They got the butter?
Yep. There's the other one. That must be Spencer.
Well, get down. We'll take them now. All right, Spencer, get him up.
Jim, the law.
Those hands up, Spencer. You're covered.
You too, Waldo. Don't try anything.
Who's trying anything?
Hold it, Captain. Hold it. Somebody else is coming.
Kill the lights. Don't make a sound, you two, if you want to live.
We pulled the big door shut, flicked off the lights, and waited in the dark. Guns pressed into Waldo and Spencer. A car had pulled up outside. Whoever it was seemed to be having a time with the door, and then finally it opened and the lights went on. Mrs. Barr.
Oh, goodness. How you startled me. Why, it's Mr. Stone. Have you been waiting long? And here I thought my lazy boys had gone to sleep.
No, they haven't.
And I suppose Harry Waldo has told you all about me. I just know he did.
Well, not everything. That is, not yet he hasn't.
I just knew that boy had no character. And now I suppose you want to take me back to the city. But I hate Chicago in June. I don't think I'll go with you. Don't come any closer.
Drop it, lady. Okay, Mother. Randy, get the gun.
Yep.
Lady, don't you know these things explode?
Now, wasn't that foolish of me? I was going to try to get away. But where could I have gone? Where could an old lady go and hide? I do believe I'm getting senile. Isn't that a horrible word, Mr. Stone?
Mrs. Barr, this is no joking matter. Don't you understand that butter could have caused an epidemic?
Why, of course. Isn't it terrible?
Yet you were willing to sell it?
You didn't think I was going to eat it myself, did you? It was all I could do to look at the horrible stuff. But $10,000. That's such a lot of money to a poor old lady. Such a lot of money.
"10 a.m. and it's all buttoned up. Oh, brother, what a nightmare if a thing like that had ever happened. And all from ignorance and greed. What's that old wheeze about money being the root of all evil? Well, it's not just money. There's got to be a touch of insanity sprinkled in along with it. Like that poor old lady. Poor? When the cops ran a make on her, they uncovered a fascinating record of over 50 years of criminal history, not to mention a dozen bank accounts. Guess she didn't trust banks any too much. Such a sweet old doll. Well, at least I got to see the sun come up this morning while we were driving back, climbing up into the sky like a great big yellow ball of butter. Oh, no, what am I saying? Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Lou Rusoff and Russell Bender with music by Frank Worth. The part of Harry was played by Don Diamond. Jane Morgan was Mrs. Barr. Others in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Nestor Paiva, Peter Leeds, Ann Whitfield, and Tudor Owen. Frank Lovejoy may currently be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. And now, here again is the star of our program, Frank Lovejoy.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, here's important news about Night Beat. Next week, we're moving to Friday evenings over most of these stations. That's beginning 1 week from this Friday on October 6th. You'll hear Night Beat at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on Fridays. So would you listen then to our next adventure 11 days from tonight? I'll see you on Friday, October 6th. Good night.
Listen on Friday, October 6th, and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday, October 6th means the return of Chester A. Riley, played by William Bendix, in the hilarious The Life of Riley. Mom, Babs, Jr., Digger Odell, and the entire cast will be on hand to join in the fun. Saturday, October 7th is the day when Dennis Day and Judy Canova will be back on the air. Make a listening date now.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with the pursuit of a dream and ended with the death of a nightmare.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It was one of those quiet, dull nights with the fog rolling in from Lake Michigan and nothing apparently happening anywhere. I cruised the city from the Gold Coast to the river, haunted Ricardo's bar for a while, and later prowled the tougher sections of town. Nothing at all. By the time I landed at Queenie's Bebop Club over on the south side, I was getting dark circles under my disposition. My train of thought was a string of empties going nowhere. Queenie's place is a tired little bistro with bad food and a hungry floor show. Queenie herself looks like the poor man's Lillian Russell, and sometimes she joins the show to give out with a song. I suppose it's the only way she could get a booking, by owning the joint. Maybe she had a voice once. I can't remember that far back. However, she has a good memory with a tongue hanging square in the middle of it, which makes her good for a story now and then. When she saw me, she ambled over to my table.
Hiya, Randy. Long time no see.
Hello, Queenie. Sit down, rest your bustle.
Don't mind if I do. How's the newspaper business these days?
Tonight's as dull as it ever gets. Queenie.
Well, cheer up, dear. Something terrible is bound to happen. I got faith in human nature.
What about you? Know anything exciting?
Not much. I'm getting married.
Again?
Ah, those others were just the preliminaries.
This is the main event, huh?
How do you like the diamond you gave me? Some rock, huh?
Looks like a stepping stone to success. Congratulations.
Oh, you're welcome. Sam's from Texas, Randy, a regular oil typhoon.
No kidding. A typhoon. You weren't swept off your feet. You were blown off.
He had a ranch down there that was a dust bowl. No water, no nothing. And then one day...
Yeah, well, wait a minute, Quinn. Yeah, wait a minute.
What?
That man who just walked in over there by the bar.
What about him?
He's been hurt. That's blood on his forehead.
Been in a fight. If he's not bringing any trouble in with him.
He looks like he's dazed, like maybe he's out on his feet.
Ah, those punchy fighters. They get knocked out and they ain't got brains enough to lie down.
You know him?
No, never seen him. Hey, wait a minute. He's a cop. A plainclothes dick.
You sure?
I ought to be. He raided my place once. 2-3 years ago. What the dickens does he want? He's got nothing on me.
Easy. I don't think he's here on business. Something's happened to him.
So I'm crying.
I think he's been slugged. Either that or he... Hey, where'd he go?
In again, out again. Who cares?
There was something about him, like he was walking in his sleep.
Oh, sit down, Randy. Now talk to me. I haven't seen you
I'm
since...
sorry, Queenie. I'll be back later. I went out into the street and looked up and down. The fog swirled about the street lamp on the corner like ghosts on a toot. And like a ghost, my boy had disappeared. He vanished as though he were somebody I'd seen in a dream. Then I heard a car starting up a little way down the block. It was parked at the curb, and I recognized it at once because I'd parked it there myself. It was my car. Hey, come back here. Hey! Well, I'll be a... Hey, taxi, cab! Right here. Follow that car. Don't lose it. Hurry.
What's up, mister?
Car thief. They got my car.
Trying to shake us.
It's cutting down that side street.
Not much chance of us attracting any cops around here.
Can't you go any faster?
Take it easy, mister. We're closing in.
We don't lose him first.
Not a chance.
Yeah, we're getting closer. Crowd him to the curb. Oh, murder. He hit a left.
That stopped him. Just clip the fender.
Let me out of here before he gets going again. All right. Get out and don't try any...
What?
You. It was the guy with the blood on his face, the one I'd followed out of Queenie's place. Fellow she said was a plainclothes cop. He sat there, both hands still on the wheel, turned his head slowly to stare at me. What's the big idea?
She'll die.
I'll go get a cop, mister.
Wait a minute. Who'll die?
Got to get to her before she dies.
Who?
Can't let her die. Well, I'll be a murderer.
Who, man? Who is it?
I can't remember.
You can't remember?
Killed her. I killed her.
Wait a minute now. Just take it easy.
What's the matter? Is he hurt?
Yeah, but not from this.
I gotta find her. She'll die. She hasn't got a chance.
Who'll die?
My wife. I gotta get to her.
Now, look.
I tell you, she's dying. Gotta get her out of there.
Out of where?
Trying to think.
But he is a fruitcake. I'll get a cop.
He is a cop.
What?
Look, fella, what happened? Can't you remember? What did you do? What was it? Where did it happen? Think.
I've been trying hours. Walking the streets. That cab. Gotta use it. Let me use it, please.
Okay, get in.
Maybe we drive around. I'll remember. I got her.
Where to?
Head for the nearest place where there's a phone. They say that a clear conscience and a poor memory usually go together, but in this case it was the other way around. This poor devil was tortured by a guilt he couldn't remember. The very fact that he couldn't seem to sharpen it and make it worse. He stared at me, his fist clenched, burning in a private hell of blind remorse. Well, if he were a cop, it wouldn't be hard to find out who he was. We pulled up in front of a drugstore, and I asked if he didn't remember being a detective. Now, after all, you wouldn't forget being on the force, would you?
Detective. Yes, that's right. I am. City police.
What detail?
Promoted to burglary 1947.
Let me see your badge.
Badge?
Yeah, inside your coat. What's the number on it?
I haven't any badge.
Well, you must have an identity card. Let's see your wallet.
Wallet?
Yeah, get it out, huh?
As I have one, yes. Here.
All right, empty it. Your pockets, too. $7. Some change, a book of matches, nothing with any address on it. Huh? An IOU for $300, signed Hollis Rogers. That mean anything to you? Nothing, huh? This all? Did you look in all your pockets?
Yeah, all of them.
No card here, nothing.
A cop would carry an identity card.
I had one. It was 1,000,000 years ago. Mixed up. Look, I've got to get to her, I tell you.
Well, you can't if you don't know where she is. Stay here. I'll be right back. Stick with him, cabby.
Make it snappy, pal. This hack ain't no padded cell.
I found a phone booth in the drugstore and called police headquarters. I got through to Sergeant Kalski and told him my problem.
Yeah, blue eyes, sandy hair, about 28,511. Okay. So that could be practically 6 dozen guys around here. I'm surprised at you, Stone, letting a nut sell you a bill of goods like that.
Oh, now hold your horses, Kalski. You can check and find out what men were put in the plain clothes and assigned to burglary detail back in 1947, can't you?
Waste of my time, Stone. The guy's a psycho just because he...
Now, wait a minute, Kalski. You were in burglary in 47. I'm sure if you saw the guy, you'd recognize him. He's got kind of a scar over his left eyebrow. That mean anything to you?
Scar? Well, describe it.
Well, it's curved about 1.5 inches across, sort of like a new moon.
Officer, I worked with a scar like that. Guy with a baseball. A fellow named Kenny Day.
Kenny Day? He fit the rest of the description?
Yeah, he did.
What do you mean, did? Why past tense?
Because he's past history, Randy. Kenny Day resigned from the force 2 years ago.
Oh.
Studying law on the side, as I recall. One of those ambitious punks.
You got his address?
I can look it up in the file.
Will you? I'd sure appreciate it.
Okay, but... Look, Stone, one thing. This guy you think might be Day, the guy who says his wife's in danger?
Yeah.
Kenny Day wasn't married. He didn't have any wife.
Okay, so he resigned in 1948. In 2 years, a wife could happen to anyone. Kalski gave me Day's address. I called the garage, told him where to pick up my car, and then I went back to the street. The cabbie and the ex-cop were standing beside the cab, the cabbie with his arm around the young fellow's shoulder, his mouth close to his ear.
Doc, if you don't brood over your troubles, maybe they won't hang.
What's keeping him?
Hiya, Kenny.
Did you find out anything?
So your name is Kenny. Kenny Day.
Wait, of course. Yes. That's my name. Day. Kenneth Day.
And you live at 1626 West Adams Street?
Yes, 1626 West Adams. There's where I live. My wife's there. I've got to get to her quick.
This it, you remember?
Yeah. Yeah, this is it. This is where I live.
All right, come on, let's go up. What floor are you on?
Floor?
Which is your mailbox? I don't see your name.
There's my box.
This? The name on it isn't yours. It's Joe Tonetti.
I don't get it. That is my box.
Well, we'll soon find out. It's the second floor back. Come on. We ran up the dim-lit stairway and through a hall filled with the warm, moist smell of cooking and another odor, sharper, heavier, unpleasant.
Wait.
What is it?
Something's burning.
Smells like somebody left something on the stove.
No. She's in there. Burning. Ann!
Easy. Someone's coming.
What's the matter with you?
Who are you?
Hi. I'm Mrs. Tonetti. What's the matter? You crazy? You bang on my door?
I live here.
Huh? What you say?
Ann!
I call the cop. Get out of my house. What you want?
Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute.
It's burning.
Easy, Ken.
My ravioli, she burned. So what? You crazy?
Out of my way.
No, you don't come in. You drunk. Help!
Kenny, there must be some mistake.
Get out!
Oh, she's in there. I've got to get her out. I tell you, I've got to get her out. I've killed my wife.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Here's a note about another NBC chime favorite returning to the air tonight. He's Chester A. Riley, alias William Bendix. Riley returns to the air to live the life of Riley just 30 minutes after Night Beat. Listen for Mom, Babs, Junior, and Digger Odell, the friendly undertaker. Tonight you'll hear an amusing episode during which Riley becomes embroiled in a radio broadcast from his own home. Stay tuned here after Night Beat for Confidentially Yours, Jack Late, and then hear The Life of Riley on most NBC stations. The chimes are your invitation. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
If I could believe Kenny Day, somewhere in this city his wife was in mortal danger and he was responsible. Dazed and confused, the ex-cop couldn't remember how it happened. All he knew was, if we didn't find her in time, he'd be a murderer. Through the police department, I finally discovered his address. Only when we got there, someone else was living there. We went down to the basement flat and talked to the superintendent.
Now, look, Mr. the Tonetti's been living in that second-floor apartment when I become superintendent here over a year ago. What are you trying to pull, anyway?
All right, now, hold on a minute. Just how long have the Tonettis been living here, anyway?
About 2 years. What are you doing, taking the census?
Who lived in their apartment before they did?
How do I know? I wasn't here. Now, scram.
Nice guy.
Randy, I know my wife's up there.
Oh, wait a minute, Kenny. Now, listen. This is where you lived 2 years ago. That we know. But have you been living there ever since? Do we know that?
Where else?
Well, you tell me. Maybe you moved. Isn't it possible?
I don't know. It didn't occur to me. Maybe I did.
You studied law, you got married, you moved to a better neighborhood, which means you had a fairly good job. Practicing law, maybe. You got your degree, didn't you?
I don't know.
Well, at least you should be listed in the phone book. We stopped at a cigar store on the corner, went in, put our heads together over the phone book. No lawyers under that name, but there were lots of dates.
Kenneth J. Day.
Here's one for Kenneth M. Kenneth S. Which one is you?
I'm not sure.
All right, call them up, all of them, and find out.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
No dice, huh?
No. Kept expecting to hear Ann's voice, and yet all the time I knew I wouldn't. She is back there at the apartment. I know she is.
Why are you so sure?
That smell of burning.
What about it?
I don't know.
I'm going back there.
Now, wait a minute. Let me call my office first.
What for?
The city directory. I'll have them check that. I called the Star, and the librarian found a Kenneth A. Day, all right. But the only address given was the Adams Street one we'd already been to. As a detective, the only thing I was running down was my heels. Then as I left the booth, I remembered that IOU in Kenny Day's wallet and that signature, Hollis Rogers. Called the office again and had it checked. Hollis Rogers wasn't even listed. We went back out to the street, and I reached for a cigarette, and then another thought occurred. Hey, you had some matches.
Randy, the time. It may already be too late.
Listen to me.
We've got to get back. She's in that house, I tell
Will you listen to me? Well, maybe it doesn't mean anything. Probably doesn't, but that book of matches you had in your wallet, it looked full, new.
Matches?
Let's see it.
Yes, of course, but I...
All right, let's have it.
Here.
Came from the Cafe Petite. Think you got him there?
I don't know.
It's a little joint on Clark Street. Let's get back in the cab. Maybe you'll remember when you see it.
Where to now, mister?
Cafe Petite. Well, this place mean anything to you?
No. Nothing.
Looks like you've blacked out on anything since 1948 except one thing. You married a girl named Ann. Come on, maybe the bartender's seen you before.
Hey, Mitch, that's well a big. Hi, Mr. Stone.
Hello, Mike. Hello, I got a problem.
No, oh, that's okay. I'll put you on the cuff for a
No, it's not that. You ever see this gentleman before?
Him? Are you kidding?
Have you?
You mean you have seen me?
As often as most of my other customers. Hey, what's your gag?
It's no gag, Mike. He just doesn't remember. You know where he lives?
How would I know where he lives?
Oh, what'll I do, Randy? What'll I do?
Hey, what is this? What's the matter? I figured you were celebrating the arrival.
Huh?
Arrival? What arrival?
Oh, I just thought, well, his wife.
What are you talking about? What about his wife?
Oh, now, look, maybe it wasn't his wife. I just didn't know, see, when he was in here yesterday having lunch with that lady, I figured she was his wife because, I could see she was going to have a baby pretty soon,
baby.
And...
Ann!
You remember? Where is she, Kenny? Where is she?
That apartment. She must be in that apartment. It was burning.
Think, Kenny, think. That was 2 years ago. You don't live there anymore.
Randy, I tell you, it's happening now. It's happening now. She's helpless, I tell you.
Get a grip on yourself. It's no good going to pieces like that. Now, she was about to have a baby. You remember that, don't you?
Yes, I remember now. Ann... I can't think. I'm afraid, Randy. I'm afraid.
Come on, easy. Relax. Now you're shaking.
Hey, what is with him?
There's only one clue left, that IOU. Who is Hollis Rogers? Try to think, Ken. Hollis Rogers.
No, I don't remember.
Hollis Rogers. Why would you lend him $300?
I don't know. I don't know. I never heard of him. Randy.
Say, I know a guy named Hollis.
What? Hollis Rogers?
Well, I don't know about the Rogers part. Anyway, the clerk at the Acropolis Hotel calls him Hollis, if that means anything.
Acropolis Hotel. He worked there?
Yeah, house stick.
All right, come on, Kenny. We might as well check it. We've got nothing else to go on. The Acropolis Hotel sported a grimy, worn-out elegance that included a big front window looking out on South State. The lobby was practically deserted except for a bulky character in a wrinkled suit fast asleep in the armchair. Hey.
What? Oh. That's Craig going out, huh? Okay, I'll register you, gentlemen.
No. We didn't come here for rooms.
Huh?
Is there a house detective here named Hollis Rogers?
Yeah, there is. Me. Why?
Of course. Hollis Rogers.
Huh? Well, Kenny. I'll be a monkey's uncle. I didn't even see you. Why, Kenny died.
I almost didn't recognize you.
You remember him, then?
Well, he oughta. We were in the force together, him and me. Prowl car 962. That was us. Hey, let me look at you. Well, been a long time, huh, kid?
Yes, a long time.
Yeah, I just got back from Colorado last month. Hey, how are things going with you? You was about to leave the force, weren't you, just after I resigned?
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers, you mean you haven't seen Kenny since then?
No. I've been working out in Denver. I just got back.
Oh, Hollis, this is a friend of mine, Randy Stone.
Yeah, pleased to meet you.
How are you?
Hollis, what I came here to talk to you about...
Yeah, I know. The dough I owe you. You know, I'd have paid it back a long time ago, kid,
No,
but
no, it isn't that.
Did Kenny ever write you telling you where he was living or the name of the firm that he was with?
I know. Why'd you ask him?
Hollis, remember the name of the law firm I went with?
Heck, no, I don't remember the name. All I remember is that you wrote me once you hoped someday to get your name tacked onto the end of it. Hey, what's the matter, kid?
Nothing. Thanks anyway.
What you need is a drink.
No.
Help you forget your troubles. I got some rides.
Come on, Kenny, let's go. From the color of Hollis Rogers' nose, I imagine the only thing drink made him forget was when to stop. We went out into the street and got into the cab. Our fund of information had increased measurably. I know now that Kenny Day and his wife were seen having lunch at the Cafe Petite yesterday, which meant whatever happened took place between then and early this evening.
Listen.
What? Oh, you mean the fire engine?
It's coming this way. My house, it's burning. Randy, it's burning.
Hey, now, steady.
She's inside. She's in the house. She'll die, you startup, for God's sake. Follow that engine.
Wait,
Kenny.
We've got to.
We ain't chasing no fires, not in my
You've
cab.
got to. I've got to get you.
Now, get a grip
please.
on yourself. You don't know where that engine's going. It could be any place.
It's my house, I tell you. Let go of
Listen
me.
to me now. We'll be flagged down by a motorcycle cop inside of 10 blocks.
You said it.
And anyway, it's gone now. So, that's what happened, huh? A fire.
Yes. I saw the flames. She was inside. Anne was inside. Burning.
All right, easy now. Couldn't have happened very long ago, maybe inside the past 24 hours. We can find out where it was. Get us over to fire department headquarters quick.
We're practically there.
You mean you don't remember where you live?
I just can't.
But you know your name. What about the phone book?
Oh, we've already gone through all that, Chief. It could be he just moved, or maybe the phone company hasn't installed a phone in his house yet. All he remembers is that it was on fire and that his wife was in danger.
Day.
Yes, Kenneth A. Day. If there was a fire connected with that name, it would have been reported within the past 30 hours at the outside.
I'll check. Be in this box on my desk.
Thank you.
There'd normally be about 40 fires reported in that time. Day.
That's right.
You own the property, Mr. Day.
I don't know.
I don't know. Well, of course, if there were any casualties, the names would be listed. Day. Yeah, here we are. Fire reported at 6:10 p.m.
Where?
2845 Hemlock Drive.
Yes, that's it. My wife.
Oh, sorry, but the full report hasn't been filed yet from the district station. Fire was only reported a few hours ago.
The 2800 block of Hemlock Drive was a neat parade of white stucco bungalows way over on the northwest side. Wasn't hard to find number 2845, because 2845 was merely a gap in the moonlit row of houses, a gap as conspicuous as a missing front tooth, and littered with the charred remains of what had once been Kenny Day's home.
Burned right down to the ground.
Nothing. There's nothing. There's nobody. Even the street. Nobody on the street. Nobody.
Steady, Kenny, steady. There's a light in the house across the way. Let's try to find out what just did happen, huh?
And she was in there.
Kenny, there's no use standing here.
She phoned me. She wanted to come downtown. She wanted to have one last evening out, just the two of us. I said she couldn't. I made her stay home. I didn't want her to come downtown. I was afraid maybe if I hadn't made her stay, she'd be alive now. Yeah, I killed her.
Kenny, it wasn't your fault. You were thinking only of her welfare.
Here comes a cop, Randy.
Hey, what are you doing?
It's all right, officer. That used to be this man's house.
Huh? Oh, why, hello, Mr. Day. I didn't recognize you in the dark. Too bad you're losing your house, especially with the baby coming. Should I be congratulating you now?
What are you trying to say?
Wait a minute. You were here during the fire?
Yes.
What do you mean? Should you be congratulating me? What happened? Tell me.
Why, Say, didn't you go to the hospital?
Hospital? What hospital?
Good grief, man. When we couldn't find you, we thought you'd come to and headed for the hospital during the excitement of putting out the fire.
The fire? Yes. I came home, and it was burning. And I tried to get Ann out. They wouldn't let me. They tried to hold me back.
Yes, and he'd have burned to death, too, if one of the firemen hadn't given him a tap and knocked him out. We set him on the lawn across the street.
Well, what happened? My wife, they got her out?
Why, sure. She headed for the hospital before you even arrived. I hope she made it because she was sure racing the stork.
What hospital?
County.
Thank you. Kenny, come on. Wake up. Let's see who won that race. I don't know how many traffic laws our cabbie broke speeding back to the city, but they would probably have added up to a young fortune in fines. Finally, we skidded to a hall at County Hospital, piled out, and invaded the place. The nurse at the desk checked with the maternity ward, and after some endless minutes, she hung up.
Well? Mrs. Day gave birth to a boy, 8 pounds, both doing fine.
Boy.
Well.
What do you know?
Which one of you is the father?
The father? Oh, him.
Yeah, take a bow, pal.
Can I see her?
I guess you can. Right this way.
He's still in a daze.
And you'll be in a daze, too, when you see what my meter reads.
You trying to spoil my evening?
Don't let it throw you, Doc. Charge it up to education. Travel broadens a guy, you know.
Traveling with you does more than that. It flattens him.
Take it easy, Pops. And here.
What's this?
I think you deserve this cigar.
Well, another night about to slip into sunrise and another edition about to go to press. Kenny Day's battle with his conscience is won, and the curtain of his subconscious is lifted, as they say in the psychology books. Not that he really had anything to feel guilty about, of course, but conscience works in peculiar ways. To some people, it's as useless as a glass eye at a keyhole. It never keeps them from doing anything. It merely keeps them from enjoying it. Yes. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. The part of Day was played by Ted DeCorsia. Others in tonight's cast were Lorene Tuttle, Bill Tracy, Wilms Herbert, Jack Crucian, Barbara Dupar, and Eddie Fields. Frank Lovejoy may currently be seen in Milton Sperling's production 3 Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Mystery fans will enjoy the Sunday lineup of action-packed adventure shows on NBC. Sunday tune for The Falcon, High Adventure, The Big Guy, Charlie Wilde, and $1,000 reward. 5 thrill-filled shows packed with intrigue and mystery. Listen Sunday on Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a guy going fishing and ended with that same guy being kidnapped and held prisoner by a whole town. A guy I think the world of. One Randy Stone, Esquire.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
The remnants of my so-called vacation this summer was spent at a fishing lodge near Duluth, Minnesota. It was the ideal spot for a jaded journalist to relax. No newspaper, no radio, no shaving. Nothing. Idle talk was punishable by solitary confinement in the boathouse. And fish, there were tons of it, some of them this big, not to mention the ones that got away. My cabin came equipped with a French Indian guide who could fry those fish like nobody's business.
Come and get it, Mr. Stone.
Magic words, LeBois.
You catch them, I cook them.
Mm-hmm.
Stone. Mr. Stone. Somebody call you from the main lodge. I go see.
Mr. Stone's wanted on a telephone. Chicago calling, Mr. Stone.
Chicago? Well, tell them I'm not here. I'm gone for the day.
Okay with me, but they said it's urgent.
Yeah, well, tell them you couldn't find me.
It's a Mr. Burton that's calling.
My city editor? What does he want? Where you going?
Like you said, I'll tell him.
Wait a minute. I'll tell him myself. Civilization. I cursed the tentacles of the telephone system that could smoke you out of paradise itself. I wish I had the guts not to take the call, but we're all slaves to the telephone one way or another. After all, you never know what might be at the other end. I hiked across the clearing to the main lodge and into the big empty lobby. The phone was still off the hook. Hello?
Randy, this is Burton.
Mr. Stone is not here. He was last seen chasing a city editor through the forest with a tomahawk.
How are the fish biting?
Just fine. I'll tell him you called. Bye.
Hold on, Randy. How far are you from Duluth?
Oh, 40, 50 miles. Why?
Remember that Pierce kid who shot the gas station mechanic a couple of weeks ago?
Well, you see Canfield on the police beat? It wasn't my story.
I know it wasn't, but do you remember him?
Yeah, I remember. What about him?
He escaped a couple of days ago, got out of the hospital ward.
Oh, thanks for calling. I'll do my best to avoid him.
His family lives in a town north of Duluth, Pierceville. Can't be very far from where you are. He may be headed there.
Well?
Why don't you drive up there, Randy, and look around? Some beautiful women in those small towns. His name's Einar Pierce. Stands 6'1", 24 years old, fair hair.
Yeah, I know what he looks like. You had him all over the front page for 2 days.
Get out there right away, will you?
You asking me or telling me?
Okay, I'm asking you.
Well, that's nice. Yes, Mr. Burton.
Get going.
LeBois told me how to get to Pierceville, but he frowned at the idea of me going out there. He told me the whole town was full of Pierces and that they weren't too friendly if your name wasn't Pierce. I climbed up and down hills for a couple of hours, and then from the crest of one of those miniature mountains, I saw a small cluster of buildings, Pierceville. I crawled down the side of the hill in low gear and hit the main street. The place seemed deserted, so I pulled up in front of the general store. A couple of men watched me as I got out of the car. When I walked into the store, they turned away from their window and stared at me. There was an Ichabod Crane character behind the counter.
Something for you, mister?
Yeah, cold drink, anything at all.
All right.
That'd be fine. Any place a guy can get some supper?
Nope. No cafe in town. Ain't that right, Gus?
That's right. There's no hotel, neither.
We don't cater much to the tourist trade.
Yes, it's easy to see. What happens if a guy wants to stay over?
You just don't.
That's nice and cozy. Maybe you need a passport to drive through your town.
Not if you're passing through.
If I was you, I'd get going. Them roads is hard to drive at night.
Mm-hmm. Mind if I use your telephone?
It ain't working. Hello? He's not here yet, Mr. Pierce. Yeah, he is. Just stopped in for a minute. He's leaving now. That's right.
I thought that phone was out of order.
You can call in, but not out.
Well, you mind if I try? I've got a way with broken-down telephones.
Keep away from it.
Let's see. Somehow I knew you'd say that.
Pete, get out there and head him off, quick.
Right.
Hey. The fellow out there in that car, that's him. Einar Pierce. Hold him!
Stay put, mister. That's a gun I got in my hand, a real one with bullets and all.
Are you crazy? That's Einar Pierce. He's wanted for murder in Chicago. Let me get the sheriff and...
Just stay where you are.
Well, I can't argue with a gun.
Now get moving. Into the back room.
You know what you're doing, fella? You're helping a murderer escape.
You're mistaken, mister. Now get moving. Sit down on that nail keg.
You can't let that guy get away. He's a killer. He shot a man during a holdup. You realize what that makes you?
Shut up.
Listen, Gus, put down that gun. Let me get out of here.
Some other time, not today.
Mister, you're holding me against my will. You know what the law calls that? Kidnapping. Maybe you'd like me to tell you about some of the penalties for kidnapping?
Save your breath, mister. I know all about it. I ought to. See, I'm a sheriff.
I don't know whether I was being kidnapped or pinched, but with that .45 staring me in the face, I wasn't asking any questions. The big guy who said he was sheriff kept me there about 10 minutes, and then he steered me out the back door and followed me up a gravel pathway that stopped in front of a 2-story frame house. He knocked on the door.
Yes?
He's here, Paul.
Bring him in.
Go on.
Sit you down, Mr.
The prisoner's name is Stone, Randy Stone.
Mr. Stone. Are you with the Duluth police force?
I'm not a policeman. I'm a newspaper reporter.
He's a tricky one, Paul.
You come looking for Einar?
Yeah, I should have brought a troop of infantry with me.
You recognized him in the car.
That's too bad. But it's not to be helped, I guess. Oh, by the way, Mr. Stone, I'm Rolf Pierce. This is my son, Gus.
I've met him on the wrong end of a gun.
Hey, Gus, go see your ma. She's asking for you.
Take my gun, Paul. And keep your eyes on him.
I will, boy. I will.
Mr. Pierce. Now, your son, Gus, who calls himself sheriff.
He is sheriff, Mr. Stone.
Well, if he is, a lot of the rest of you are getting yourselves into an awful mess. Einar Pierce is wanted for murder. To help him get away adds up to some serious complications, not to mention the fact that I'm being held a prisoner.
It was bad luck for us when you came along.
Well, I don't get it. Your son is sheriff, and still you're willing to let him ruin his life. And at this minute, Einar's making good his escape.
You're wrong about that, Mr. Reporter. Einar will not run away.
He's a desperate man, Mr. Pierce. You don't know what he's liable to do.
But I do know, Mr. Stone. You see, Einar's my son, too.
A nice little trio. Einar Pierce wanted for murder, his brother the sheriff, and his old man keeping him out of the hands of the law. Gus came downstairs after a while and sat opposite me, his gun in his hand. Then the front door banged open and the old man got up.
That you, Einar?
Yeah. Me. Who's this guy?
This is Mr. Stone, Einar.
Officer Stone, you mean?
He's no cop, Einar. He writes for the papers.
Just as bad.
The newspapers have been pretty good to some criminals.
You'll not refer to my son as a criminal, Mr. Stone.
Why don't you let the court judge that? Can't you see what you're doing?
Keep minding your own business, mister.
He'll get to court in good time. At midnight, we'll be turning him over to the police from Duluth.
You're going to turn him over?
I kept telling myself, get home, Einar, and you'll be all right. They'll never get you. When I get home, so what? My own family turns on me. No better than those I ran away from.
You shouldn't be the one to talk about family.
Okay, brother Gus. Go ahead and play sheriff. Turn me over to the cops so I can fry. So long as I don't hurt the family's pride. A Pierce will be beholden to no man. A Pierce will run away from nothing. Not even death itself.
Einar, I'll ask you to remember we've a guest in the house.
Maybe I'd better go out and sit on the porch a while.
No guest of mine sneaking, prying reports.
You've said enough.
I'll say more.
No, you won't. Not if I have to.
What?
Will you shut up?
No! You're all a bunch of hypocrites, including Prague. You'll be sorry for that, Gus.
You had it coming, Einar.
Let's see about that. Where's Nancy?
In her room.
I hate to interrupt a family reunion, but if you folks will excuse me.
Oh, yes, of course. You must be tired, Mr. Stone. I'll show you up to a room where you can rest a bit.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Einar's got better manners than he led you to believe, Mr. Stone. I guess he's a little excited with the wedding and all.
The wedding?
Oh, didn't I tell you?
Oh, no. It's more fun to be surprised.
Come 7 o'clock, Einar and Nancy are getting married. Here in this house.
And with that little item for the society page, the old man left me. It was a nice little room, locked door and all. I sat on the edge of the bed and tried to puzzle it out. Here was a group of people, all seemingly decent, respectable folks, digging themselves into a mess which included murder and kidnapping. For what? The sound in the next room interrupted my mental gymnastics. It was a woman crying. I couldn't figure out why the sound seemed so close, and then I saw a hole cut in the wall a little over my bed. It was meant for a stovepipe to go through, but it served even better as a peephole. By standing up on the bed, I could see clearly into the next room. There was a girl in there, standing in the middle of the floor, crying her heart out. Einar Pierce was pacing up and down in front of her. I pulled my head a little to one side so that I couldn't be seen.
Oh, Nancy, please stop your crying.
Our wedding day, Einar. What a wedding day.
Well, it don't have to be like Pa wants, honey. Do what I say. Come with me tonight and they'll never get us.
And hide out the rest of our lives. What about your father? What would it do to him if you were to run out on him?
Oh, the island will be our own. Nobody knows about it but me, Nancy. They can look for us until doomsday and not find us.
Oh, we couldn't do that to your folks. We'd never be happy if we did. You know it. No, Einar, we'll have to wait till you're...
Till I'm what, Nancy? I killed a man. And give me the chair. Can't you understand? I can get away tonight. I've got it all planned. The boat will be waiting, Nancy. If you love me, you'll come with me.
I love you, Einar, but I can't.
All right, then I'll go myself. Want to tell them where I am? Go ahead and do it.
Where are you going, Einar?
To get cleaned up for my wedding. Nice wedding. A ring for the bride's finger, another one for the groom's neck.
Einar!
Yes, that's the way it happens in real life. None of those clearly defined black and white, good and bad storybook characters, but mixed up flesh and blood human beings. I lay down on my bed and tried to figure them out. To figure exactly what kind of part I played in their crossword puzzle. And then a key turned in the lock of my door, and Mr. Pierce came into the room.
Yeah. Have a good rest, Mr. Stone.
Not bad.
Mind if I sit down?
Well, that's what I call a courteous approach to a prisoner. You'd make a fine warden, Mr. Pierce.
I'd rather think of you as my guest than my prisoner.
Okay, warden, have it your way.
I've got to have a wee talk with you. I want to remind you, Mr. Stone, that when this is over and you make your report to the police, this whole thing's my doing. Nobody else's.
Well, it's not that simple. As far as I can see, you've had lots of help. The whole town, I might say, not excluding the sheriff.
I've been giving the orders, Mr. Stone.
I see.
Now that you understand that, I'm asking you to attend my son's wedding on one condition.
And that is?
That you talk to no one about Einar. That you'll not mention a word of it to Einar's mother.
And if I don't promise?
I'll keep you locked up till the dance is over.
The dance?
Well, you didn't think there'd be a Pierce wedding without a dance, did you? There'll be the whole countryside at the town hall tonight. Well, what do you say?
Supposing I tell you that Einar's planning to get away tonight.
As my guest, I'd say you're mistaken. As a prisoner, I'd say you were a liar.
I suppose I couldn't convince you that he is.
No. I'm waiting for your answer. Will you be my guest?
Well, under the circumstances, yes. You say that Einar's mother doesn't know about this?
No. She's been spared. Now, if you'll come with me, I'll have you meet her. She heard your voice downstairs, and we had to tell her that you were one of Einar's friends from Chicago. You'll bear me out on that, won't you?
I'll do my best.
Come then.
How do you expect to keep it from us sooner or
the
later?
The good Lord's arranging for that, Mr. Stone. She's dying.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Here's a note for Sunday listening on most NBC stations. David Niven and Geraldine Fitzgerald will co-star in Sunday's Theater Guild on the Air production of I Know Where I'm Going. Make a note to hear David Niven and Geraldine Fitzgerald in this great drama Sunday on Theater Guild. Theater Guild is heard immediately after Tales of the Texas Rangers, which stars Joel McRae. Sunday, it's Tales of the Texas Rangers, then Theater Guild. Both fine shows for you to hear. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
After I picked my heart up off the floor, we walked downstairs to Mrs. Pierce's room. There was nothing left to say. I stood alone in the doorway and watched the old man walk over to his wife's bed as though it were a shrine. She opened her eyes slowly, and the stamp of death was in them. She was past pain already, and if her voice was slow and halting, there was a serene dignity about her that seemed pretty close to this thing we call happiness.
Father?
Aye, Mother. I thought you might be sleeping.
Sleeping with my son's wedding an hour away. Hello there, young man.
Hello, ma'am.
You're Einar's friend from the city, aren't you?
They worked together in Chicago, Mother.
Yes, that's right, ma'am. We were very good friends.
I'm so happy you could come. And you'll not be angry with us for keeping him here. He belongs with his folks, you know.
Oh, yes. He belongs with his folks.
The land's waiting for him. And Nancy, to make him a home and give him children. Poor orphan that she is, with no folks to be at her wedding.
Nancy came to our house when she was just a baby. And from the first time we saw them standing together, we knew they was to be married one day.
And this is it, their wedding day. How long before the preacher will be here?
Oh, little more than an hour, Mother. You'd best have a nap now till he comes.
A nap? Goodness, it'll take me that long to make myself pretty for the wedding.
The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place now. Only from where I was sitting, the picture was beginning to look like a king-size lump in my throat. The old man was holding Einar till he could get him married off to Nancy, taking a chance on going to prison himself just so he could give his wife something she had to have before she died. I got to feeling mean and ugly for butting in. And all through the ceremony, I made myself as small as I could. When it was over, the newlywed Mr. and Mrs. Einar Pierce stood around and accepted the sober congratulations of the few guests. And after supper, as sad a wedding feast as I've heard of, we all went down to town hall.
Black is the color of my true love's hair. His lips are something wondrous fair.
The old man and young Einar and Nancy stood near the doorway to receive the company. I sat against the wall right behind them.
Time the dancing was starting. Too many long faces around here, including yours, Einar.
They stand there gawking at me. When they're out of hearing, they say, look at him, the rotten, murdering thief. He'll get what's coming to him.
Ah, Tosh, lad. There's no one here but wishes you luck. There's no one here that won't pray for you.
Ah, there's more here that wish me the electric chair. You can see it in their faces.
That'll be enough. You'll go to trial with the best lawyers that can be hired. The judge will mark you for a fool, not a criminal. And they'll be fair to you.
When are they coming for me?
Midnight.
Now then, folks, limber up. The dancing's about to commence. And first, of course, comes the bride and groom special. Grab your Mrs. Einar.
Choose your partner, skip to Maloo. Choose your partner, skip to Maloo. Choose your partner, skip to Maloo. Come on, Ricky. Skip to Maloo. Skip to Maloo.
Go on, Einar. They're waiting for you.
I'm not dancing.
Einar, please.
Come on, Mr. Groom. We'll wear out a hole for just standing here. Maybe he knows he ain't the boss anymore. Nancy, you bring him out.
Go on, boy. Go on.
Einar.
It's like walking behind your own coffin. Come on, then.
They started to dance, and in a few minutes, some of the younger kids joined them on the floor. Mr. Pierce came and sat down with me.
Yeah. Are you enjoying yourself?
It's an experience I'll never forget, I'll tell you that.
Well, now, if you take a liking to some of the girls, ask them to dance. Oh, here comes Gus. I've been wondering about him.
Everything's all right, Paul. Ma said she can hear the music from the house, and sounds fine.
I wish you could be here with us.
She said to tell you that she was standing at your side.
Thank you for telling me, son. Did you phone the police in Duluth?
Yes, sir. Take him a couple of hours to get out here.
Gus.
Yes, Mr. Stone?
Can I talk to you for a minute alone?
I guess so. Let's go outside. What'd you want to see me about?
Einar.
What about him?
Einar's going to try and make a break for it.
What makes you think so?
I heard him tell Nancy he was, to some island.
Oh, he said that 50 times today, but he won't try.
Oh, yes, he will. He's not like you and your father. Frankly, that's why I'm thinking about your dad.
You think Einar'd walk out on his dad knowing the old man would be held responsible?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Mister, you don't know us Pierces. What you're trying to say should get you a punch in the nose.
Okay. But keep your eye on him.
Now get out of my way.
When I got back into the hall, they were finishing the square dance. It was nice to watch. 11 o'clock, the big clock on the wall said. I moved up close to Einar and his wife. If he was going to try to get away, it would have to be soon. The music blared up, and suddenly Einar grabbed hold of his wife's arm and steered her onto the floor. A frightened look came into her eyes, and she tried to pull back, but Einar whispered something to her, and she let herself be led away. I knew that something was going to happen. I wanted to be near and try and stop it. I walked up to a gorgeous brunette standing against the wall, the girl who'd been singing a while ago. May I have this dance, please?
Love to. First time you danced tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, I was afraid you girls wouldn't dance with a foreigner from Chicago.
Well, come on. A 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. Take it easy, I kind of knew it.
This better?
Yeah, for a beginner.
Isn't it sad? About Einar and Nancy, I mean.
Yeah. Mind if we dance a little closer?
Not at all.
No. I'm to them. That door there, they're near now. Where does that go to?
Downstairs, the basement. Why?
Oh, nothing. I'm just curious. Can you get out of the building through the basement?
Yeah. Why do you ask? You don't think.
Oh, how can I think, lady, with you in my arms? The dance was over. I thanked my partner and leaned against the wall, watching Einar. He said something to Nancy, and then as casually as if he were going for a drink of water, he slipped through the door leading to the basement. As fast as I could, I followed him. I turned the doorknob. He'd locked the door behind him. I went out the side way, ran around to the back of the building. Then I saw him moving toward a clump of bushes. He heard me, he turned around. A piece of lead pipe in his hand made a wicked silhouette in the moonlight.
It's you.
You better get back in there with your dad, Einar.
Keep away from me. Come one step closer and I'll kill you.
Don't be a fool, Einar. I can let out one holler, everybody in the dance hall will come running out. And your father will know you tried to sneak out on him.
And maybe I'd better make sure you can't holler. Try to stop me. Let go.
Oh, you can't run out on your dad. I won't let you do it.
All right, then take it.
Einar! Now put that down.
Gus.
Put down that pipe.
I'm getting away from you, Gus.
Not while I've got this gun, you aren't.
You wouldn't use that on me, your own brother.
Wouldn't I? I wouldn't believe Mr. Stone when he said that you were planning a getaway. When I saw you out here, I wanted to kill you.
Why didn't you? Might as well.
Because Pa wants you to decide when the police come for you. Are you all right, Mr. Stone?
Yeah, but wait till I see that city editor of mine.
I'll take Einar into Pa now. I'll come back and look after you. Come on, Einar.
Gus came back and he nursed the lump on my head until it felt a little better.
You think you can make it now? Pa's been asking for you.
Did you tell him about Einar?
I couldn't bring myself to do it.
Well, I'm glad you didn't. Let's not tell him. Tell him that I tried to get away and you had to slug me.
Paul feel hurt pretty bad. He's trusted you.
He'll feel worse if he finds out how I really got it. There was hurt and disappointment in the old man's eyes when Gus told him I'd tried to run out on him. And something strange had happened to Einar. He stood quietly beside his father, his head bowed. It was a little before 12 now. Gus walked over to the orchestra and spoke to the dance caller. Then the drummer crashed the cymbals for attention.
Attention, folks. We're leaving now, so you'll pay your respects to the host and guest of honor as you file out.
Good night, Mr. Pierce. Good night.
One by one, the couple shuffled past the little group and made their awkward speeches. The old man stood tall and straight and accepted their thanks with a quiet dignity.
Congratulations, Nancy.
Einar stared straight ahead of him and spoke to no one, and Nancy kept her eyes glued on the floor and cried without tears.
Well, Mr. Pierce, me and my boys will be getting along.
Thank you, Pete. You played mighty fine tonight.
Well, thank you. Come on, boys, and good luck to all of you.
Thanks. You'll close that door behind you, please.
It's midnight. Oh, Einar.
Don't
cry, Nancy. I want to see you crying when I go.
I'll try not to.
You hear, Gus?
Let him come in.
No. He'll come out to them. Tell him he'll come out himself.
All right.
Nancy, look at me. Pick your head up.
Yes, I know.
I love you, Nancy. More than you've reason to believe. I hope I can come back to you someday and prove it to you.
I'll be here, waiting.
Pa, What is it, son? I don't know how to say it, but Pa, I'm awful proud of you. And will you pray for me like you promised?
I'll pray for you.
They're getting impatient, Gus.
Before I go, Gus, I got to tell you.
Never mind, Ina. I understand.
And you, Mr. Stone?
Me?
Thanks for... You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Gus!
You better go now, son.
Yeah. Better.
Well, it's 3 weeks now since all that happened, and I'm back on the job again, turning out the required amount of grist for my nightly stint. But every time I close my eyes, I can see the picture of old Mr. Pierce standing straight and proud while his son walked out of the door to the waiting cops. And a thought comes over me that's kind of tough to put into words. It's that God created more majesty in a man like old Mr. Pierce than he did in all of his other works put together. We kind of forget sometimes what real greatness is made of. Yep. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Lou Rusoff, with music by Frank Worth. Mr. Pierce was played by Bill Johnstone, and Bill Conrad was Gus. Others in tonight's cast were Lamont Johnson, Parley Bear, Vic Perrin, Helen Mar Van Tile, and Georgia Ellis. The folk singer was Terry Elise. Frank Lovejoy may currently be seen in Milton Sperling's production, Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tomorrow's radio fare on most NBC stations includes the premiere of 2 programs. Hedda Hopper brings you personalities from the motion picture world in her new program tomorrow. Be sure to listen. And listen to For Noah Webster Says. That's Hedda Hopper and Noah Webster Says. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a brawl in an alley and ended up with a murder that just missed.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Dayside, a reporter more or less walks in the sun. He talks to people in banks, offices, on street corners, doctors, druggists, housewives, salesmen, ball players. He gets a good look at their faces, and they get a good look at him. But Nightside is different. Stories are different, personnel different. Pugs, gangsters, singers, police, yeah, and lovers. Nobody hardly ever gets a real good look at anybody's face. Maybe it's better that way. Sometimes you see things in eyes that you don't want to see, and feel things in looks that you don't want to feel. But I'm an after-hours boy, and that's what makes my copy. Like last Tuesday night, I was strolling down Rush Street, wondering if I'd be able to find a story somewhere in one of those sleazy gambling houses or bars or clip joints. I found one, not in any one of those places, but in an alley in the shadow of a cheap two-story apartment house.
Take your hands off me.
There were two men struggling. One was giving the other the full treatment. I figured two rummies having it out over the last drink in the bottle or a tap on the head robbery. Hey, what's going on there? When they saw me coming, the tall one ran off in the opposite direction. I went over to help the other one slump down in the alley. All right, now take it easy, old-timer. You're all right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you most kindly. I'm afraid I got the worst of it.
I'm afraid you did. You'll need a little first aid.
Yes,
All right, look, you stay right here. I'll phone the police
No,
and then...
please. I'd rather you wouldn't. This is a private matter, and I don't want the police notified. Now, if you'll just give me a little assistance, I'll thank you for your concern and be on my way. Oh.
Well, wherever you're going, mister, you aren't going to be able to get there without help. Maybe I better go with you.
That would be most kind of you, sir.
I'll put your arm over my shoulder.
Yes, I'm indebted to you. I shall see that you are repaid for your efforts on my behalf.
Yeah, I know, sure. Sure you will. You'll remember me and your will. Easy now.
Your name, sir?
Stone, Randy Stone.
I'm happy to meet you, Mr. Stone. My name is Noah Arnold.
Arnold? Seems to me I should know that name.
Well, perhaps you do.
Wait a minute.
You see, I'm Judge Noah Arnold, Chicago District Court.
And he was. As soon as we got out in the street light, I looked him over. I recognized him from pictures I'd seen many times in my own paper. And I'd thought he was some old bum in an alley brawl who didn't want me to call the police because he was afraid he was liable to get himself booked for vagrancy. After all, how often are you going to find a full-fledged judge getting mauled by a hoodlum in an alley? Well, I hailed a cab, took him over to his place on Riverside. We broke out the iodine and gauze compresses and patched him up, and then we broke out some rye. Here you are.
Thank you. That's much better.
Well, Judge, I guess you live now.
Thank you kindly, sir. I suppose I owe you an explanation of what I was doing on Rush Street, Mr. Stone.
Now, you don't owe me anything, Judge. I think I should tell you that after the name Stone come two more words, Chicago Star.
You're a newspaper reporter?
Yes, I'm one of those. When a man in your position takes a beating in a Rush Street alley and doesn't yell coppers, somebody's liable to think it has the makings of a good newspaper story. So if you're trying to keep something to yourself, Judge, I'd better run along and get my ears out of here.
Wait, Mr. Stone, wait. You're the man I can talk to, I'm sure. And I must talk to someone.
Well, I'll be glad to listen, Judge.
Thank you. This whole affair concerns my daughter, Linda. She lives in Falco Arms.
On Rush Street?
Yes, it doesn't seem plausible, does it?
Oh, not exactly, Judge. The Falco Arms isn't what you'd call a little bit of heaven.
Oh, to say the least. Mr. Stone, in the last year, Linda's become interested in the psychological aspects of crime. And she felt that she must reside in an atmosphere such as Rush Street affords. And study firsthand the operations and the lives of some of the criminal elements known to reside there.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's certainly the place to write an encyclopedia on the subject.
We quarreled when she disclosed her intentions, but Linda's a headstrong girl, and she moved out of this apartment.
And you went down there tonight?
To try and persuade her to return home. Mm-hmm. Mr. Stone, I've practiced law, and I've sat on the bench some 35 years. I'm supposed to know what is right and what is wrong. I even sentence people to punishment according to my convictions. But in my own daughter's case, I'm afraid to pass judgment. Afraid to say what I think.
What do you think, Judge?
That my daughter is not just objectively interested in crime, but instead that she's had a taste of the gutter, and she likes it.
He seemed very old and very tired and very sad, and I wanted to get out of there and not listen to him anymore. He took me to the door, shook my hand weakly, and I was out of the night again. But I couldn't stop thinking about the way the judge had looked at me with helplessness in his eyes, and I couldn't forget the picture I'd seen on his desk. So I dropped by the Falco Arms apartment house on Rush Street to have a look at Linda Arnold. It's a pretty drab place with a pretty colorful landlady.
No, she ain't here. She ain't been in here all afternoon and all evening. Everybody around here thinks I run a regular secretarial service. What do you think I do? Keep my eye on everybody every minute they come in and out of the door? I gotta eat and sleep and drink. And good night.
I didn't do much good there, so I dropped downstairs at the Falco bar and found myself asking a question of my old friend Al the Mixer.
1 beer, 2 bits.
Al, ever heard of a girl named Linda Arnold?
Linda Arnold? No.
She lives upstairs in the Falco Arms. I thought she might drop in here occasionally.
In here? No.
I saw her picture tonight. She'd blonde hair, blue eyes, 23...
Or 4, maybe?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, Al.
Now, try me another question.
Another question like what?
Like, does this doll you're asking about travel around with a guy named Rocco Daly?
Well, does she?
Maybe. Sounds like the dame I see him with.
Who's Rocco Daly?
A hood with a look, Randy. Slow and sweet when it does the most good. Fast and hard when that does the most good.
You know him well?
No, just to look at.
Uh-huh.
Now, the girl, she's swift and soft and listens to him like he was somebody. But she doesn't belong with him, not his kind.
I'd like to meet Rocco Daly. I'd like to meet this girl of his.
Oh, that's nice. I'll introduce you.
Hmm?
That's them that just walked in. Over there in the corner having a schlag.
Thanks. I'll introduce myself, Al.
I remember what I said about him, Randy.
Hello, Rocco. How's tricks?
I don't know you, Mr. Beat.
Yeah, I don't know you either, but I'd like to.
Oh, suppose you tell me why.
I'd like to say hello to this pretty girl.
Go on, beat it.
I'll say hello anyway. Hello, Linda. How are you?
Who are you?
Do you know this guy, Linda?
No, Rocco. I never saw him before in my life.
You're telling me the truth, baby?
Why, sure. Sure, she's telling you the truth, Rocco. She never saw me in her life, same as you. You never saw me either. My name is Randy Stone. I'm a reporter.
Well, blow off. Get lost, scram, drift before I run you through a typewriter full of knuckles.
I got friends around here, too, Rocco. The bartender, the owner, those 3 fellows over at that booth.
Go on, you bother me.
Linda, I'm a friend of your father's. I came here to see you, but it doesn't look like we can do much talking with Junior here around.
What about my father?
Go on, beat it, Stone.
You see, we really can't do much talking with him around. We really should talk, but, well, I'll see you. It worked. She started to get up and follow me, but he pulled her back in the booth with him. I stepped outside and waited. A couple of minutes later, she came out alone.
Mr. Stone, I only have a minute. Please tell me why you've been looking for me.
As I said, Linda, I'm a friend of the judge.
My father. Mr. Stone, tell him I'm not in any difficulty. Tell him I know exactly what I'm doing and that I think it'll be invaluable when I'm practicing law.
You sure you aren't going a little too far?
Did my father pose that question?
No, I did. He doesn't even know, Rocco. Your father was beaten up in an alley tonight when he came down looking for you.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Was he hurt badly?
Well, not too much. Lucky for him, I came along in time. The brave man beating him up ran when I yelled at him. The criminal element, you know.
He shouldn't have come down here. He doesn't know about these things.
And you do, huh? Look, don't you think you ought to go home right now, sort of straighten it all out?
Yes, and I will, Mr. Stone. But I can't. Not now, not tonight.
Why?
I've got something terribly important to do. I simply can't tonight, but first thing in the morning.
Well, then, thanks for that much. Oh, Linda.
Yes?
Be careful of Rocco. I've seen his kind.
Don't worry, Mr. Stone. I can take care of myself.
4 years of college, 2 years of law school, good clothes, and nice friends don't exactly equip you to handle the Rocco Dalys on this earth. But then who was I to jump in and tell her what I knew about Rocco? About that time, it dawned on me I didn't know anything about him, so I put in a call to find out. The paper called me back 10 minutes later.
Got the dope for you, Randy.
Shoot.
Daly, Rocco Daly, age 29, 14 arrests, 2 convictions, both for burglary. First sentence by Judge Connors, second sentence, Judge Arnold.
What was that last name?
I said the last time he was sent up, it was Judge Noah Arnold did it.
Suddenly, Linda Arnold's association with Rocco Daly took on all sorts of horrible new aspects. You can find them in the dictionary, all under revenge. I didn't like the setup one bit. I grabbed a cab and headed for her place. She was in this time. Her door was standing wide open. She was sitting on the edge of the sofa in the half-dark, staring out at nothing. There was a little ring of white around her lips. A nickel-plated .38 was sitting in her lap.
Oh, Mr. Stone. I came here to wait just as Rocco told me.
Yeah, that's right, Linda. Where'd you get the gun?
Oh, this? Rocco gave it to me.
Mm-hmm. Let's see it.
Well, why not?
It's been fired.
Yes. Yes, that's quite right. That's exactly right, Mr. Stone. It's been fired 6 times.
Yeah, at who? Where? What's been going on?
I'd imagine that my mouth doesn't seem to work right. It doesn't take very long at all.
Linda, what are you talking about?
They say that you die in the electric chair very fast. I won't mind at all. I won't mind.
Now, you listen to me. What is it? What have you done? What are you trying to say?
It won't take any time at all. I won't mind it.
Are you trying to tell me that you killed somebody tonight?
They go off so quickly, so quickly. They're empty all of a sudden, and then you see a man crumple and fall, and you see his blood on the floor, and you see him dead. I wanted to know about crime. Now I know all about it. Mr. Stone, tell me. Am I a good killer? Am I?
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. If the chimes shudder a little on Sunday afternoon, well, they know the mystery and peril in store with men of action like Mike Waring, better known as the Falcon. After the Falcon, it's the widely acclaimed dramatic series High Adventure. Then the big guy steps in. And when you hear the big guy telling chilling bedtime stories to his children, they're not make-believe. The new private eye, Charlie Wilde, concludes with a few casual and somewhat deadly homicides. The chimes mean mystery and action this Sunday afternoon on most NBC stations. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Linda Arnold was too broken up to say anything logical at the moment, so I flagged a cab, put her in it, and told the driver to head for my place. On the way, she said not a word. When we got to my place, I thought the thing to do first was to pour a couple of drinks into her before I started asking questions, and that's just what I did. She was better, but she still had a lost look in her eyes.
Stop staring at me. What do you want me to say?
Well, anything that'll make sense. I want to help you.
I'm sorry I dropped the glass.
Well, that's all right. If I'm going to help you, I have to know more than I do.
I can't tell it.
We'll try.
It'll ruin him. His daughter, a common murderer.
Linda, the more you cry, the more time we're wasting. Come on, please, snap out of it.
Oh, it's just that I'm so mixed up. All right, I'll try.
Good.
Rocco Daly said he was going to pull a burglary. I tried to talk him out of it. I even offered him money if he needed it. But he just laughed.
All right, now, wait a minute. Start back further. How'd you ever get tied up with Rocco Daly?
Well, my father made arrangements so our college class could visit some prisons. We visited Joliet one afternoon. I started talking with one of the prisoners. It was Rocco Daly.
Don't be scared, honey. I won't bite you.
I'm not scared.
Of course, they got these bars here for a good reason. I'm a dangerous member of society. I might kill and steal and burn and do all kinds of nasty things if they let me as much as put one leg outside on the streets.
Well, you did do something to get in here, didn't you?
Oh, sure. Sure, I was the West End Terror. Hey, get your pencil and your notebook out, and I'll tell you all about it. Let's see now. I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. One my old man stole, of course. I went to the best schools, met the best people, played polo, went yachting, all that stuff. One day, my old man lost everything in the stock market, and I couldn't stand it. Here he was, down to his last dollar cigar. And my poor old lady with only one jar of caviar left in the icebox. It was enough to drive any sensitive young man like me to a life of crime. Now get out of here, you society thrill-seek, and leave me alone before I pull these bars apart and teach you something.
If you wouldn't mind, would you tell me calmly and politely what you did? And how you got here?
Calmly and politely. All right, you blue-nosed busybody, I'll tell you. I was born on a bed you wouldn't be found dead in. I grew up without enough to eat or enough soap to wash with, so I learned to take little things I needed here and there wherever I could find them. And the bigger I got, the bigger things I took. And one day they caught me. But I didn't care because I had 22 good years when they didn't catch me. Now put that in your notebook.
I'm sorry.
Sorry? You're about as sorry as the guy who pinched me. All you're looking for is a good story to bring back to your society sisters.
Mr. Daly, you've just been wrong. I'm sincerely interested in criminal problems. You see, my father is a judge.
Oh, now, lady, don't I know it? Your father's the man who put me in here. 2 to 5 years.
I didn't know.
You talk about finding out about crime. Well, you'll never learn anything about it in that gold-plated mansion on Riverside. You got to get down with the people where the pinch is on and find out firsthand.
I'd like to. How can I do it?
Well, it's easy. I'll be out of here in 4 months, August 1st. And I'll show you enough about crime to fill 50 notebooks like that one.
All right, Mr. Daly. I'll meet you at the prison gate, August 1st.
And you actually met him?
Yes. He said I had to live his kind of life to really know what I was trying to find out.
Fine. So you end up in a murder.
I know. I knew it was the wrong thing to do. I didn't belong there. I wish I were dead.
No. Don't start that again. Now, you've got to tell me about tonight, exactly what happened, and try to remember everything.
Well, he said he was going to knock over a safe in a warehouse.
Which one?
The Elliott Transfer Company on Douglas Street.
Is that where you shot the man?
Yes. He gave me a gun. I was afraid to carry it, but he said it was the only way I could actually get the feeling a criminal has on a job.
And you actually let him talk you into this, something that's dangerous?
I know it sounds stupid now, but I had to see what it was like. We went in the place. The watchman showed up at the wrong time. Pulled a gun and jumped on Rocco. Rocco lost his gun and yelled, "Shoot, shoot, Lyndon." Before I knew what I was doing, I did shoot. The watchman screamed and fell. There was blood.
Steady, now take it easy, Lyndon.
Rocco examined him. The watchman was dead.
What you need is a sedative. I didn't have any sleeping tablets, but in the Stone household, hot lemonade laced with little rye always did the trick. So I watched her until it took effect. Gradually, she stopped crying and her eyelids slid shut. I went into the living room, closed the door to the bedroom, and called Sergeant Kowski at police headquarters.
What's on your mind, Randy?
Look, Kowski, you got a homicide report from somewhere down on Douglas Street, the Elliott Transfer Company?
No, Randy, we haven't had a homicide report from anywhere tonight.
Well, I just got a tip. The watchman was shot there in an attempted safe job.
Where'd you get the tip?
Well, never mind. Take it for what it's worth.
I'll get right on it. Thanks, Randy.
Don't thank me. Right then, there was just one thing I wanted to do, find Rocco Daly. If he hadn't already gone into hiding, I thought I had enough friends around Rush Street to help me ferret him out. 1 hour and 2 $5 bills later, I finally picked up a tip that he'd gone into the Red Eagle, a combination pool room and bar. I knew the man who ran it, Biceps Bill Candless, accurately named.
Hello, Randy.
Hello, Bill. Seen a guy named Rocco Daly around?
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago.
What? A friend of mine just saw him come in here.
I'm a friend of yours, ain't I? You see him anywheres around and about?
Well, what about the back room?
I tell you, I ain't seen him.
Mind if I take a look myself?
Yeah.
Well, I think I'll take a look anyway.
Randy, I'm not used to being called a liar, even by you. I might get so mad as to rap you over the head with this pool cue.
Bill, I don't get the pitch.
Look, maybe we're friends, but I make my living down here. I got to get along with an awful lot of people. You don't bring me no business. They do. You can look around the hall all you want, but stay out of the back. You're invading my private rights as a citizen.
I was more moved by the thickness of his bicep and the size of the pool cue in his hand than by the snatch of civil liberties he threw at me. So So I rented a table, played a quiet little game of three-cushion, keeping my eyes open all the while. It was time well spent. 15 minutes later, I was surprised to see a man in a battered hat and a brown trench coat hurry out of the back room. I caught up with him just outside. He might have been a great judge, but he was no actor.
Oh, Stone. I knew I made a grievous mistake talking to you earlier tonight. You're just following me looking for a juicy tabloid story.
Judge, I wasn't following you. I ran into you by accident.
Well, then leave me alone and go on your way.
What were you doing in the back room of the Red Eagle?
That young man is my business. Good day.
No, it isn't. It's liable to become anybody's business.
Will you let go of my arm before I call a policeman?
Judge, you're in no position to call a policeman.
What do you mean by that?
What were you and Rocco Daly talking about in the back room?
I never heard of a man called Rocco Daly, and I see no reason to answer you.
All right, play it stuffy all the way down the line. But I know something you don't, and you're going to have to come clean with me to find it out.
What do you know?
I know where your daughter is.
Let's go someplace private.
We did. We went to his house. He was as nervous as a burglar all the way. As soon as we arrived there, he drank a glass of straight scotch, started to cry, and then pulled himself together long enough for me to get something out of him.
He said my daughter killed a man tonight. I just couldn't believe it. He said he could hush the whole thing up for $25,000 he'd get out of town.
Well, Judge, I'm sorry to say you walked right in one of the best shakedown rackets in the world. I'm surprised at you. Get a rich girl in a killing, make her buy her way out. That's the formula. You should know better.
Well, what am I going to do? My reputation, my position, my career will all be destroyed.
I think you better worry first about your daughter.
Yes, I'll have to hide her somewhere.
She's safe where she is. Now, Judge, look at it this way. If there was a murder and Rocco Daly was involved, he wouldn't dare go to the police. He knows what he'd get. Don't have to worry about him turning your daughter in because he goes with her. Judge, if I were you, I'd forget the blackmail. Your job's to worry about your daughter. How can you get her out from under a murder?
Who are you phoning?
The police.
Now, just a minute. I won't...
Hold on. I'm not going to tell them a thing. I'm just looking for information.
Police headquarters.
Sergeant Kalski, please.
Just a moment. Sergeant Kolsky.
Randy Stone, Sarge.
Hey, I've been waiting for you to call. Something's really screwy.
You mean a warehouse shooting?
Yeah, something happened there, all right, but I don't think it's exactly what you heard it was.
Well, what happened?
I can't figure it out. There was some shooting, but the bullets were blanks.
Yeah?
We found the paper wadding all over the place. And the blood.
Well, what about it?
Oh, it was all over the place, too, but it wasn't human blood. It came from an animal.
Oh, well, I'll be up.
What do you make of it, Randy? What was going on there?
I haven't the slightest idea, Kalski. Not the slightest. You'll figure it out. Goodbye. I would have explained the whole thing to Kalski right then, but it seemed to me the judge rated first copy. When I gave him the good news, I thought he was going to collapse from relief. Then I left for my apartment to get Linda.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. It's some psychological trick you're trying to pull on me.
It's the truth. The whole thing was staged. It was phony bullets, phony blood, and a couple of phony guys who flim-flam.
Stop it. I'm an adult. I was there. I know what I did.
Linda, I'll take you to the police, to the scene of the crime. Prove it if necessary.
I want to believe it, but I can't. I saw it.
Yeah, well, look, smarter dames than you have been taken in by dumber guys than Rocco Daly.
That's right, honey.
Rocco.
The guy's got it right down the line. Haven't you, nosy?
Put the gun down. It might go off.
Oh, shut up.
Rocco, did I kill that man or didn't I?
I said your boyfriend here was right, didn't I? You got to be beat over the head before you understand. You know, for a girl with a college education, you got a brain like a jerk.
You never were serious about anything. You were just making a fool out of me all the time.
You were making a fool out of yourself. I told you the first day I met you. You were just buying a ticket to the circus.
Why don't you put that gun down, Rocco?
Shut up, you. But now, honey, you're going to do something for me.
What?
You're going to see that I get out of the state. Safe.
I won't help you again if I never help anybody.
Think twice, honey. Think twice. Call up the judge. Tell him to send a car and a little money down here. And tell him it's for you. That you want to go on a vacation.
No, I won't.
Do it. Do it, or so help me, I'll pull a bullet right through you.
Let me tell you something, Rocco Daly. I learned a lot down here with you and your kind. Guns, brass knuckles, blackjacks. You never use them unless the advantage is 3-1 in your favor. deep down inside of you, you're afraid, insecure. You can't look an honest person in the face. I believe you call it yellow.
Are you listening, Rocco?
Now, stay away from me. Stay away from me, both of you. Or so help me, I'll shoot.
You wouldn't shoot anybody. Now, give me that gun.
Now, get back. Get back, you crazy dame. Get back.
Give it to me.
You're asking for it?
Watch it, Linda.
I'll show you what honest courage looks like.
Now, don't make me do it. Don't!
Give it to me.
Get your hands up.
I saw his trigger finger tightening, and then I jumped. I knocked his arm down, and the bullet plowed into the floor. And then I grabbed his wrist. He shot twice more, but they only hit the walls. I was too busy to notice what Linda Arnold was doing until Rocco Daly suddenly slumped in my arms and fell to the floor. She was standing over him with a Coke bottle in one hand.
Do you think I killed him?
No. He's just out for the count. I'll call the police.
No. Let me do it. Since I started, I guess it's up to me to end it.
Well, that about does it. It's all your show, baby.
Yes, Randy. I think the lesson's over. I've learned all I want to know about crime.
Well, it's early morning now, and I hope the right people are all back in the right pigeonholes, and Linda's had her look-see at the other side of the tracks. You know, I hold no brief against looking in on your neighbor once in a while to see what he's doing. How can I? I make my living that way. But there's a right way to do it and a wrong way. The right way, you make a friend. The wrong way, you get punched in the nose. So, if you decide to poke into somebody else's life, make sure you know what you're after. Because it's easy to misjudge your neighbor. Particularly since it's an even money bet you don't even understand yourself. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by E. Jack Newman and John Michael Hayes, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Noah Arnold was played by Herb Rawlinson. Linda was Jane Webb. Others in tonight's cast were Peter Leeds, Lou Krugman, Jay Novello, and Bill Justine. Frank Lovejoy may currently be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. The chimes ring for Dennis Day and Judy Canova tomorrow night on NBC. Dennis gets himself into more merry and mischievous mix-ups, but manages to extricate himself in time to sing in his beautiful tenor voice. And speaking of singing, Judy Canova prepares to go operatic tomorrow because her special guest on the Judy Canova Show is Ezio Pinza.
Chester William Bendix Riley speaking. Now hear Counter Spy on NBC.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began and ended inside a man's brain, 6 inches inside.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Don't talk to me about love. Give me a good, healthy hate every time. It's clean cut. It's something a guy can handle. But love? It's too dangerous. It's like rich, sweet earth. Flowers grow there, but sometimes a monstrosity can grow there, too. You take the love of a girl for a sweetheart, of a father for his daughter, or a wife for a husband. Beautiful, touching, inspiring? Yep, but not tonight. I got up early today because I wanted to see what the afternoon sun felt like. You know what I mean if you've ever worked the night side. The sun felt good, but it felt lonely. So I dropped into the reporter's room at the receiving hospital to see if I could find a poker game. I couldn't even find a reporter. They were all out chasing a local fire. So I called it a blank, and I was just leaving. I spotted a couple of familiar faces through the open door of the examination room.
Hey, Randy.
There were a couple of young doctors I knew as Ed and Herb. There was a third person in the room lying on the examination table.
Come on in, Randy.
Oh, sure. Hi.
Want to hear troubles? Get a load of Eddie.
Can you believe it? Dinner and the theater. Not just dinner, not just the theater, both. And she gives me that dodge about I just have to get up early for work tomorrow.
Yeah, so next time you'll ask questions first and then spend money. Yeah. What are you doing around here, Randy?
Listening to people's troubles.
This guy on the table. He's got troubles.
Are you a patient?
Yeah, he's our patient. Temporarily.
What happened to him?
Gunshot wound right through the head. Zowie.
Suicide?
Well, if it was, he must have swallowed the gun.
Lorraine, doctor. You'll be all right. We're doctors. You'll be all right. Randy, maybe we better talk over here.
That man is sick. How can you guys talk this way in here?
Nothing bothers us. Not much.
He's delirious, Randy. It doesn't make any difference. Not to him.
You get pretty tough, don't you?
Don't let us kid you.
Is he going to die?
Maybe. I don't know. We've done what we can. Maybe Reynolds can save him.
Reynolds? What, a doctor?
Brain surgeon. The best. We got a call in for him.
Oh, that guy'd give you the creeps. Who shot him?
Who knows who shot him? Maybe you want a story? I'll tell you what I know. His name's Jerry Karn. He had a nice apartment, but now there's blood on the rug. His identification card says, notify Mrs. Lorraine Karn in case of emergency. So I guess she's his wife. He's been shot in the head and the bullet's still in there. Want me to get technical?
Hello. Yes, Dr. Reynolds. This is Dr. Boyd at the receiving hospital. We have a case. A gunshot head wound. Dr. Reynolds, we want to know...
No, don't want Reynolds.
I'm sorry, Dr. Reynolds. I can't talk here. Will you hold on just a minute, please? I'll take the call on another phone. I'll be right back, Herb.
No, don't let him.
Well, it sounds like he knows this, Dr. Reynolds.
Nah.
Well, why not?
Well, maybe he does. Don't ask me.
Reynolds, don't want him.
Jerry.
Huh?
He's a fine doctor.
No, please.
Who shot you, Jerry?
He's not really conscious. Better let him rest, Randy.
Has his wife been informed?
I don't know. She lives at a different address. Guess they're separated.
Herb, Randy?
Is Reynolds taking the case?
No. Dr. Reynolds is not taking the case.
He isn't? Why not?
Dr. Reynolds is taking a vacation. Dr. Reynolds severed all contact with the sick and the lame as of today. Dr. Reynolds must go get his back sunburned on the French Riviera.
So what happens to Jerry Karn?
He dies.
You mean just like that?
No, maybe not. Reynolds has an associate, Dr. Wright. Maybe Wright will do the job.
But not as well as Reynolds.
We'll move Karn to the Cook County Hospital. Wright operates there.
I don't get it. A man, a doctor, he's got the power to save a life, and he takes a vacation.
That's the way it is.
Well...
come on, Ed. Let's make out his transfer papers.
Coming, Randy?
No. It's almost time for me to start work. I'll stick around.
See you.
Okay. I stood there in the hall for a minute trying to figure the angles. I thought of Reynolds, and I was getting sore. Couldn't help thinking that Jerry Karn knew his name, that his babbling was more than babbling. I turned back to the examination room and reached for the door handle.
Hold it, Randy.
Well, Sergeant Kalski.
What are you doing out in broad daylight?
Enjoying myself, having fun. You on the case?
Yeah.
Oh, Kalski, the Death Watch kid.
What makes you think he's going to die?
What makes you think he won't?
He's in a hospital. There's doctors.
Yeah, I know. There's doctors, and then there's doctors. What do you know about this?
He's got a wife named Lorraine. We haven't got a line on her yet. Maybe she'll show here. I'm waiting.
How does she figure, Kalski?
Well, she figures like this. The neighbors say she kept coming to see Karn, but he had himself a girlfriend. So maybe, just maybe, the wife shoots the husband.
Know anything about the girl?
Just her name, Reynolds, Miss Reynolds.
So there it was, Reynolds, the tie-in between Karn and the brain surgeon. I thanked Kalski and I headed for a telephone book. Dr. Philip Reynolds, Sheridan Road. It was already dark when my cab arrived. I started up the walk past a row of bushes.
Reynolds.
What?
I've got a gun. Maybe I'll kill you.
The dark, I can't see you.
Well, I've got it all right. Now, look, Reynolds, I just got here, and now you're here.
What do you want?
I want to hurt somebody.
Well, don't we all?
Smart, aren't you, you and your daughter? You know who I am, you know?
No.
Jerry Carn is my husband.
You're Lorraine.
And you're Diane's father. Just that. Just that is enough to make me want to kill you. I was waiting for her, waiting here.
Did you shoot Jerry?
Me? Me? Oh.
Lorraine. Lorraine!
No, don't.
You don't want this gun anyhow.
No.
It's the gun that killed your husband?
He said he wouldn't see her anymore. We'd be together again.
Lorraine, I'm not Dr. Reynolds.
But you...
I'm just a guy who got sore. Stone, Randy Stone.
I thought...
You're too mixed up to think.
She shot Jerry. Diane shot him.
Maybe you shot him.
Oh, sure. Sure, maybe I did. You love a man, you wait for him. Wait until he's ready to come back to you. Then when he is ready, you shoot him. Is that right? Is that what I did?
All right. I'm wrong. How was it?
He was going to tell Diane today. Tell her he wanted me back. I went to see him. You were carrying him out on a stretcher.
Lorraine, will you do something for me?
What?
Wait. Wait for me right here.
Oh, sure, I'll wait. Like I waited for Jerry.
He might still live.
Why do you want me to wait?
I want to talk to Reynolds and talk to his daughter.
Why?
Don't ask me, sister. I ought to know better. I started up the walk toward the Reynolds house. I could barely see Lorraine Carn. She was a shadow, still and motionless, but her mind rolling like a handful of ball bearings. The door was opened by a heavily built man with gray hair and tortoise-shell glasses.
Yes?
Dr. Reynolds?
I'm Dr. Reynolds.
May I come in?
What is it you want?
Thank you.
Now, see here.
My name is Stone, Randy Stone. I'm a reporter for the Chicago Star.
Does that give you leave to barge into my house?
I don't know, does it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Stone. My daughter and I are just leaving for the airport. We have no time.
Who is it, Dad?
Miss Reynolds, I'm a newspaperman, Randy Stone.
Is there anything...
Yes, there is something. I just left the receiving hospital. A man's been shot.
Well, if this has anything to do with my professional services, I'm afraid that's out of the question.
Well, this man, his name is Jerry Carn.
What?
He's dying.
Jerry? What happened?
He was shot through the head. In a few hours, he'll be dead. Your father might save him if he operates. He doesn't care to operate.
But, Father, you didn't. Jerry.
I'm sorry, Diane. I thought it best not to tell you.
You thought it best.
A married man. I've begged you not to see him.
Mr. Stone, who shot him?
Ask the police.
Do they know?
Well, they know he's been shot, and they know he'll die unless your father operates.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stone. I don't propose to pass judgment on this man, but even a doctor is entitled to a vacation. I plan to leave tonight. Diane.
Hey, you can't leave. I love Jerry. You're my father. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Well, Doctor?
There are other surgeons.
But not you, huh?
I've made plans.
So a man's life doesn't count? Or are you worried about your fee?
Don't be insulting, Mr. Stone. I'm not concerned with fees. Only this afternoon I operated on a charity case.
Well, what does that prove?
If it proves anything...
All right, forget it. You handled a charity case this afternoon, but this is now, tonight. Look at your daughter.
Father, please. Jerry wanted me to see him today. I didn't go. I thought that perhaps going away, I wanted to please you. I knew it was wrong. I knew he was married. Now maybe he's going to die. I'll go away with you. I won't see him again, but... Father, please.
Mr. Stone, what hospital is Carn in?
They've moved him to the county hospital.
I'll operate.
Oh, thank you, Father. Thank you.
Good night, Mr. Stone.
Good night, Doctor. Miss Reynolds. Go figure people out. There was genuine shock and horror on Diane Reynolds' face when I told her about the shooting. No actress is that good. And Reynolds was a confused guy who loved his daughter. And there was Lorraine Karn, a wife who'd lost her husband. Her head spinning with love and hate and no control. She could kill all right. She could... Oh, Stone, smart guy. Me, the sharp operator who'd left her outside waiting like a live bomb, waiting to kill Diane. And when I got out there, she wasn't waiting. Lorraine Karn was gone.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. The NBC chimes are really excited about The Big Show, an hour and a half every Sunday night with Tallulah Bankhead as Fem C. There'll be comedy with stars like Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Groucho Marx, and a host of others. Music with Meredith Wilson, Mindy Carson, and many more. It brings you Mr. Jose Ferrer and other leading stars of leading Broadway productions. No wonder it's The Big Show. Starts Sunday, November 5th, just 1 week from this Sunday on NBC. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
For about 20 minutes, I searched the grounds around the Reynolds house. Lorraine Karn was gone, all right. Where to? In her condition, anywhere. She could have even made a pass at the Cook County Hospital, where her husband, Jerry, was dying of a head wound. Dr. Reynolds left the house alone and drove away. Alone, without his daughter, Diane. Diane, who loved or had loved Jerry Karn. I tried the door again.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Stone.
Miss Reynolds, I saw your father leave here alone. I thought you wanted to be with Jerry Karn.
My father said he'd operate, but he wanted me to stay here.
Maybe it'd be better if you came to the hospital.
But
It's all right. It's all right. You can go with me.
I love him. I was going away because my father... I love him.
Well, then let's go to the hospital, Miss Reynolds.
Dr. Wright, please come to X-ray. Dr.
Still
Wright,
standing guard, Kowski?
Hello, Randy. I thought you were out of it.
No, I got inquisitive. Sergeant Kowski, meet Diane Reynolds.
How do you do?
You related to Dr. Reynolds?
She's his daughter, Kowski. Lorraine Karn hasn't shown up here, has she?
No, nothing.
How's the patient?
Unconscious?
Can I see him?
No. You know him?
Yes.
How do you...
I'll tell you later, Kowski. What?
Sergeant.
What do you say, Doc?
Perhaps he'll live with Reynolds operating.
You on the case, Doctor?
Randy Stone, this is Dr. Wright. He was going to take over Reynolds' work.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Of course, Dr. Reynolds will operate now. Diane, what are you doing here?
I came to...
Didn't I hear a call for Dr. Wright a moment ago?
Oh, thank you. I have to go over the x-rays with Dr. Reynolds. Sergeant Kolsky, your nurse is remaining with the patient until he goes to the operating room.
Did you assign the nurse, Dr. Wright?
I know. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Well, Kowski, who's the nurse?
How do I know?
Maybe we better find out. She was standing over the bed, a figure in white, intense, concentrated. I stood behind her. How is he?
No, you won't stop me.
It was Lorraine Karn, her lips almost as white as the uniform she wore. They made her eyes look black
No, you won't.
and empty.
He's going to die.
Let's go, Lorraine.
He's going to die.
Come on. Sergeant Kowski, meet Lorraine Karn.
What, She's a nurse.
She borrowed a nurse's uniform.
He's going to die. I wanted to be with him. I wanted to look at him. I just wanted to touch him. You shot him. Oh, you're Diane, aren't you? He loved me. He didn't want you. He loved me. I wanted to kill you. Before I wanted to kill you. He's so quiet. He's almost dead now. What good would it do?
Randy, for Pete's sake, what is this?
Watch them, Kowski. It's a long story. It's the longest story in the world. I'm going to find Reynolds.
Please, Mr. Stone, don't stand too close to me while I'm scrubbing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You seem to have unduly concerned yourself in this incident.
I'm a newspaper man, Dr. Reynolds. I was interested.
Oh? May I inquire why?
Because you refused to operate.
Oh. But now I choose to operate. Does your interest cease?
No. Now I'm interested in who shot Jerry Kahn.
Perhaps his wife.
Maybe.
I'll be perfectly frank with you. I regret the whole affair. I didn't like my daughter seeing a married man. He encouraged her. I was taking her away.
Uh-huh.
Now I shall take her away tomorrow. But tonight, I shall save his life, if it's possible for a surgeon to do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, now I'll ask you a silly question. Why?
Oh, I suppose primarily because I'm a surgeon.
Not because your daughter wants you to operate.
My daughter? No. No, I think one trains himself, you understand? One trains himself, and then there's a certain moral aspect. I dislike talking about morality, but, well, every once in a while we have to live with it, don't we?
Every once in a while.
Well, then, I'll operate, you see?
We walked to the operating room together, Reynolds and I. There were two benches outside. Lorraine Karn was sitting on one of them, her hands tightened into a knot. Kalski sat next to her, one hand hard on her elbow. Diane Reynolds sat on the other bench, strained and picking at a handkerchief. Dr. Wright was talking to her. Reynolds stopped and looked at his daughter.
Diane.
Yes.
I'm sorry for you. My dear, I'm a doctor, and I...
And then Reynolds turned and passed through the swing doors into the operating room. I turned to Diane. What's the matter, Miss Reynolds? You look sick.
No, I'm just worried. I don't think I can stand it in here. Dr. Wright, please take me outside.
There's a little matter of the police involved in this. I suggest you stay here.
Sergeant Kalski says you stay. You stay.
They started, haven't they, Dr. Wright?
Yes. It's rather difficult, as you know. Refining operation.
How does it work?
The patient was shot through the forehead. Bullet passing through the frontal lobe of the brain and lodging somewhere in the occipital region. The increased pressure inside the skull will kill Mr. Kahn. Unless the bullet is removed and the wound channel cleaned.
Uh-huh. How do they go about it?
Surgeon removes part of the skull, exposing the brain. It's a matter of probing for the bullet with a needle. Once discovering it, removing it. Probing. That's the critical part. A clumsy move, a slip. The patient is gone. It can happen.
Look, do you have to talk about it? Do you have to sit there and kill him with words? She's afraid. She's afraid he'll live.
Diane, that's no need to be cruel.
She was cruel to Jerry, wasn't she?
We don't know, not yet. Dr. Wright, I understand you were to take over Dr. Reynolds' practice while he was away.
Yes, Mr. Stone. It was this morning.
This morning?
It's the usual arrangement.
You mean he didn't see any patients today?
No, he left everything to me.
But he said he had a charity patient. He said that... Dr. Wright, do you think that Dr. Reynolds could possibly have operated today?
Not under the circumstances. Why do you ask?
How far has that operation progressed in there?
It's hard to say. Perhaps he's into the brain already.
Can anybody else take over?
It's ridiculous.
I didn't ask if it was ridiculous. Is it possible?
No. Not and save the patient's life.
Kalski.
Yeah, Randy?
You're about to have a new experience as a police officer. You're going to stand right by and see a man murdered.
By Reynolds?
Reynolds. He must have shot Jerry Karn. He told me he had a charity case today. Dr. Wright says no. He had motive enough. He wanted Jerry to leave his daughter alone. Reynolds was forced into operating tonight. Now he'll finish the job.
That doctor in there, he's the one who shot Jerry. My own father. He can't. For me, he can't.
The surgeon, the great doctor, the benefactor of man.
Yes, it's unbelievable. I've known Reynolds for 10 years. He's devoted to his profession.
Sure, but devotion goes so far and then the ego takes over. Reynolds is in there protecting his ego now, the self. To him, most important thing in the world. More important than you, Diane.
Then stop him. Oh, Jerry. Stop him.
Randy, we can't just sit here.
Well, how do you stop him? He's got his hands inside the man's brain.
I don't know how, but I'm going in there.
Father, he can't do it. He can't
Maybe
do
you better
it.
stay out here with them.
I don't understand what this is all about, but I'll go in there if you think...
We stay here, Dr. Wright. Randy, get in there.
Doctor, I'll need a robe and a mask.
Irrigation, there. Retractor. Retractor.
I stood by the operating table, and nobody looked up. Reynolds was working swiftly, working on Jerry Karn's exposed brain. I thought I'd feel sick looking at it, but I didn't. I just watched Reynolds' hands.
Electro-knife. Keep up that irrigation. We'll be ready to probe in a minute.
Just then, Reynolds looked up just for a minute, and he looked at me. There was a misery in him so close and tangible I was infected with it myself. I saw a hardness in the back of his eyes, a determination, almost fanatic.
Well, Mr. Stone, I presume your presence here means you figured things out?
Yes, I have.
I'll have to ask you to leave. You see, I'm the surgeon.
I stay.
Very well. Electro-knife. Section here.
He shrugged. He turned back to the operating table. I felt a helpless, lonely gagging in my throat.
Irrigation. Keep your eyes.
I was going to watch a man die. I was going to watch a man murdered right in front of my eyes. And Reynolds was right. He was the surgeon. There was nothing I could do about it.
Ventricle needle. Suction, please.
The nurse handed him a long needle, and I remembered what Dr. Wright had said. This was the probing for the bullet. This was the edge of death.
Irrigation.
I saw the needle poise over the brain, over living tissue, the center of Jerry Karn's being. And then I felt sick. Right then, the needle went in.
There it is. The bullet.
He'd found it, and the needle hadn't killed. It had explored and found the bullet. Reynolds' hands were working surely and easily.
Forceps.
The instrument was balanced in his hand, and then it dived into the brain.
The bullet, Mr. Stone. He'll live now. Are you really surprised? He'll live now.
Mr. Stone, is he...
He'll be all right. He'll live.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
He'll live.
Yes, Miss Reynolds.
Then my father didn't. He did.
No.
He's still got an attempted murder charge to face when he walks out of that operating room.
Has he, Diane?
My father.
Yes, your father. I thought of something in there. Something I couldn't miss when I saw his hands. Your father knows life and he knows death. Miss Reynolds, if he'd tried to kill Jerry Karn, he would have succeeded.
I didn't think. I thought for me.
You thought he'd kill for you, didn't you? Until he walked into that operating room, and then you knew different. And then you were afraid. He's known all along who shot Karn. He didn't want to operate because he couldn't without condemning his own daughter.
My own father. He let me go to jail.
Because Karn wanted his wife back, and because he told you tried to kill him and you botched the job. That's why you were so shocked when I told you he wasn't dead.
My own father. My own father.
She's yours, Kalski. And sweet dreams tonight.
Diane.
What about Reynolds here?
You're the cop. That's what you get paid for. You handle it.
Diane.
My own father.
I didn't stay. I didn't look up. I didn't want to see the look in Dr. Reynolds' eyes. I knew he was suffering like a tortured animal. A man who loved his daughter, a man who was a doctor. Sure, I could have looked. Would have been an experience, another couple of paragraphs for my story, but who needs a story that bad? Who needs anything except, well, maybe a drink. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's script was written by Richard Allen Simmons from an original story by Norman Jacob and Sanford Wolfe, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Dr. Reynolds was played by Ted Von Eltz. Joan Banks was Lorraine. Betty Moran played Diane. Others in tonight's cast were Jonathan Hole, Jack Lloyd, and John Stevenson. Frank Lovejoy will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Breakthrough.
This is Frank Lovejoy again. Congratulations today to NBC basic affiliate station WIRE in Indianapolis, Indiana, which this week formally opens its new studios. So to WIRE, good luck in your new home.
Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. This year, the community chest must be filled to keep our communities sound and strong and healthy. The responsibility is yours, not just because we say so, but because it's an obvious fact that if everybody benefits, everybody must give. And remember that it isn't necessary to make your red feather donation immediately. If you want, pledge the amount you can contribute, then pay as you wish during the year. You'll be giving to the community in which you live, sharing its problems with your fellow citizens. It's a big campaign, many campaigns in one. So don't let it down. Give enough for all red feather services. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Now, stay tuned for Brian Donlevy as a soldier of fortune on Dangerous Assignment on NBC.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a Halloween killing and ended with a black cat's sweet revenge.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Yes, Halloween had come and gone, but tonight was still a good night for any leftover spooks, witches, or black cats as the hallowed eve itself. The rain came down like a million little hammers as I sloshed down the street. It was a tough night to be out, but I had to have a story for tomorrow morning's paper, and the public isn't interested if you get your feet wet doing it. Tonight I was digging in the garbage of Chicago for a yard. The Madison district. Wooden houses that lean crazily to one side, apartment houses put together with spit and orange crates. Great spot for a cynic. It was on the corner of Martin Street. 2 or 3 shadowy figures stood staring at a big, ugly black cat on the street. It walked around in circles like some demented thing, its yellow eyes catching the light from the street lamp above. An old man was trying to coax it away.
You got to come home with me. I got milk for you. Honest, I have. And a warm fire. You like to be warm, don't you?
Well, that cat's gone crazy, old-timer. I wouldn't go near it if I were you.
Yeah, she's been acting like that since they took Nick Corby's body away, almost an hour ago. Won't let anyone near her.
Well, they shouldn't have done it. Nick won't like Tilly standing out here in the rain.
I won't mind too much, Mike. Him being dead?
Come on, Pop. I'll take you home. The cat'll come in after a while.
They killed him until he knows who done it. Ain't you going to tell me who done it, Tilly?
What's with that old guy?
It'll off. Harmless, though.
What about this Corby?
Went out for a walk with a cat. Somebody heisted him, took his dough, and left a bullet hole in his head. Good exchange, eh?
Cops get anything at all?
Nah, didn't bother much. Asked a few questions and shoveled him into the meat wagon.
I call her and she won't come.
Well. Well, I guess I'll be moving on.
Yeah, me too. Hey, you want to know something?
Yeah, always.
This'll give you a laugh. You look just like him.
Like who?
You look just like Nick Corby.
Before or after the bullet? So I plugged up the hole in my head and started walking away. Nothing here for me. Another Madison Street special. Guy robbed and killed. He'll stay dead, and the man with the gun will go on living. I'd gone 5 or 6 yards when I heard someone calling me.
Hey, mister!
Oh, what is it, Pop?
Tilly, she's following you. There she is. You see her?
Oh, yeah, so she is. Come here, you scrawny thing.
Oh.
Hey, this ugly old doll's going for me.
Oh, she likes you.
What's the matter, Tilly? Things getting tough?
Hey, will you pick her up and take her to my place?
All right, Pop. All right, where do you live?
Right here, the Martin apartment.
Okay. Up you come, you black banshee.
Oh. 50 steps going down. Here, in the basement. I'm the janitor here. Come in and warm up a bit.
No, thank you. Here's your cat. I've got to get moving.
Tilly don't want you to go. You hadn't ought to. She don't want you to.
You tell her I'm practically engaged to someone else. So long. I'd like to have accepted the old man's invitation to stay in for a short talk with him and the cat, but there didn't seem to be any room for the three of us. So I walked back upstairs, flagged a cab, and sank down in the seat. But before the driver could close the door, something jumped at me and landed in my lap. It was the cat. Driver, just a minute.
What is it?
I gotta take this cat back. I'll be out in a few minutes.
Hey, look, mister, I'm losing fares. On a night like this, everyone wants a cab. I ain't waiting.
Nice boy. Come on, Tilly. Mike, here, come take the cat.
Oh, she went after you, and I couldn't stop her. She likes you. And when she likes a man, she don't let go of him. That's the way it was with Nick. That's no use. You can't get away from her. Maybe she thinks you're Nick. Oh, you look a lot like him, a lot.
I'll show her my birth certificate sometimes. Mike. Mike, what are you doing with that gun?
Oh, I'm cleaning it. You got to clean them all the time. They don't work. I was a soldier, and I ought to know. You got to clean them and clean them.
Look, Mike, if the cat won't stay with you, why don't you take it back to Nick Corby's wife?
No, I wouldn't do that. Mrs. Corby's afraid of the cat. She even tried to kill her once, but Tilly was too smart. Shh. Mrs. Corby tried to kill Nick, too.
How do you know?
Nick told me. He was my friend. He played checkers with me, and you know what? He didn't call me Crazy Mike like the rest of them. He'd give me his gun to keep for him after that time Mrs. Corby shot at him.
Is that the one you're cleaning now?
No, his is hid.
Mm-hmm. Where does Mrs. Corby live?
Oh, right here in this building. Did you know? Number 18.
Well, maybe I'll go up and have a talk with you. You lock Tilly in the other room. I'll go up and see her.
You ain't gonna tell her, are you?
Tell her what?
That I'm gonna kill her?
Old Mike wasn't going to do any killing with that gun. I hadn't liked the vacant look in his eyes and the tight lines around his mouth, so while we'd been talking, I'd slipped the magazine into my pocket. But it still left him pretty dangerous. So I thought I'd better go up and have a talk with Mrs. Corby.
Who's there?
Mr. Stone.
Oh, come in. I'm so glad you came. Sit down.
Thank you.
Hey, you don't look like a policeman.
I'm not. I'm a reporter.
Did the police send you?
Oh, not exactly.
Oh, I might have known. What's another killing to them when it happens on Madison? Who am I to ask for protection? Who am I to be worried about a crazy man saying he's going to kill me?
Well, maybe I can help.
Can you bring back my husband? Can you bring him back so that he'll pay the rent every month and see that I have something to eat and a dress to wear? Can you bring back the feeling I had of belonging to someone? That's the way it was till the cat came. That's who killed him.
The cat?
Yes.
He said he was going out tonight. I told him, go, Nick. Now, don't you go,
Or what?
Nothing. She couldn't stand seeing us happy. He put his arms around me. That cat would come whining and scratching at me, hating me with everything in her.
Oh, look, Mrs. Corby, you're upset now.
Always talking and whispering to each other till I go crazy mad. Nick stroking her and the cat purring and mocking me. I tried to poison her. I tried to shoot her. But I couldn't. She's too clever.
Well, the police will get at it, Mrs. Corby, in a few days. The whole thing will blow over.
I told them who did it. They said they'd look into it, but they won't till it's too late. That's the way the cops work around here.
I'm kind of confused, lady. Just who is it you're talking about?
Mike.
Mike? Did he kill your husband? Why?
Because he's crazy, that's why. Talking soft and low one minute and the next a raving maniac. He'll kill me, too, if the police don't stop him. What's that?
It's only the cat at the window.
Get away from there! You sneaking, lying thing! I'll kill you. I will. You hear?
Take hold of yourself, lady. Take hold of yourself. It's only a cat.
A cat? It's a she-devil. A scheming, rotten she-devil. Now you get away or I'll throw this...
She picked up the empty bottle and threw it at the window, and the cat disappeared. For a few minutes, I thought Mrs. Corby had gone out of her mind. I finally quieted her down. She wouldn't let me leave her at first. But when I told her I was just going to bring the police back, she locked herself in the room and told me to hurry. When I got out into the hallway, old Mike was standing by, an empty grin on his face. What are you doing up here?
Just listening. I like to hear people yell.
Well, you come on downstairs. I want to talk to you.
I made some tea for us. I like tea.
Mm-hmm. How did Tilly get out?
I opened the door, and out she came.
Uh-huh. Did you want her to scare Mrs. Corby?
Yeah, worked good, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mike, tell me, did you like scaring people, or is it just Mrs. Corby?
Here's your tea. I like tea.
Thanks, Mike.
Mrs. Corby don't like old Mike. She thinks him crazy. You?
You think I'd be here talking about important things if I thought you were?
Yeah, we got important things to talk about.
Mike, why do you want to kill Mrs. Corby?
She's a bad woman. Always running around with that Mr. Baydell. You know, the one that plays the music.
And Nick didn't like that?
No, Nick didn't like the music, man. He hit him once, made him bleed all over.
Oh, when was this?
Day before yesterday. They was fighting about Nick's wife. And Mr. Baydell said, I'll kill you for this.
Do you think he did?
On a dark corner, in the rain, when nobody was watching. They'd done it to him. I got to kill her for that. And him, too.
I'll tell you what, Mike. I'll go down and get the police here, and they'll look after it.
You know what? I lost part of my gun, and I can't use it.
Well, you won't need it. I'm going for the cops.
Oh, it takes them too long. I'll do it with Nick's gun. I got it hid for him.
Where is it?
I hid it good. It's under my bed. It's in this box.
Let me take a look at it.
Oh, it ain't here. It's gone.
You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. What's big? Well, the Grand Canyon is tremendous. Mount Everest is gigantic. And the Big Show is colossal. The Big Show, an hour and a half of the very best in comedy, music, and drama. Tallulah Bankhead is mistress of ceremonies, and your stars for this Sunday's premiere include Jimmy Durante, Fred Allen, Ethel Merman, Meredith Wilson, Frankie Lane, and many, many more. The Big Show will be heard for an hour and a half every Sunday on NBC, starting this Sunday. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
The old man's face went white when he couldn't find Nick's gun, and I could see a crazy rage coming to a boil. I don't mind telling you that I was scared. And then suddenly there was an explosion that seemed to come from the basement window. Somebody was shooting at us. I pulled Mike down to the floor. For a minute I thought Mike had been hit, but he was only dazed. And maybe scared.
They want to get me before I get them.
Who, Mike? Who?
She don't like me, and Mr. Baydell don't like me.
Where does he live?
Next door, in the rooming house.
Well, I'm going to talk to him. Don't leave this room and you'll be all right. Understand me?
Oh, well, where's Tilly? I ain't seen Tilly.
The cat'll be all right. You just stay here. On the third floor of the rooming house, I heard accordion music coming from behind one of the closed doors. I knocked on it.
Come in.
I pushed the door open. I stood looking at a guy in his middle 40s wrestling with an old accordion. One look, and I was sure he wasn't the man of distinction. There was a cloudy glass of muscatel sitting on a dirty table at his side. His tongue was a little thick when he spoke.
A music lover, no doubt.
I see that your clothes are soaking wet. Just come in out of the rain, maybe, a few minutes ago.
Do I detect a tone of authority in your voice? Let me guess. Policeman?
No.
Oh, I'm greatly relieved. They frown so on musicians who've slid from concert hall to barroom, from a Steinway to an accordion. Who are you?
I'm Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Ah, yes, the Star. Your paper was kind to me in happier days. I dare say you want an interview, one of those what's become of stories. I'm sorry I can't oblige. I'm composing at the moment.
Look, Mr. Baydell, I have a few questions I'd like answered.
Ah, but haven't we all?
Question number one. Have you, in the past 15 minutes, fired a revolver?
That's simple. No.
Mind if I look around?
Not at all.
Now, what's the use? You could have ditched the gun.
Perhaps you would like to hear my newest work.
I'm more interested in Nick Corby at the moment.
Ah, lucky fellow. To be shot down, destroyed without a moment's warning. No remorse. A shot, and one less specimen of misery in the world. You rather think I did it, don't you, Mr. Stone?
From what I'm given to understand, you're a likely candidate.
Poor demented Mike has been talking to you. You believe him?
I suppose you were composing when he was shot.
I've been rehearsing the answer to that question all evening. I know it so well I could set it to music.
Well, I'll take it straight.
I was with Mrs. Corby when the news came in. In fact, I opened the door for the policeman.
Mrs. Corby will swear to that, I suppose.
Indeed, she will. Fine person, Mrs. Corby. Now, Mr. Stone, before you go, perhaps you'd be interested in buying an etude I've recently finished. For $1...
Sell it to the cops. You'll be seeing them pretty soon.
Will you please send one that can play oboe? I've written a variation in A minor for accordion and oboe that goes like this.
I don't know. I seem to have the knack of getting mixed up with offbeat characters. They fascinate me like a stage door fascinates some Johnnies. And I get to know what makes a guy tick, even if it means ducking a couple of bullets. There wasn't much doubt in my mind that either old Mike or Mr. Baydell had helped Corby out of this world. And even though they were interesting characters, they were both dangerous, and it kind of burned me up that the cops hadn't done anything about them. Mrs. Corby wanted protection, and she was entitled to it. So I hopped into a cab and went down to headquarters. Sergeant Kelly was playing four-handed canasta all by himself. Hi.
How about some canasta?
How about a little murder?
On a night like this?
Now, this is an old one. 3 hours ago, Nick Corby.
Oh, him. Boys just finished on him.
You got the report?
Not a written one, but I know all the stuff. Shot through the temple, very close range. He was robbed. Bad spot, that Martin Avenue.
What kind of gun was used?
45. Should have seen that neat, round little hole in his head. Looked like a bomb crater.
Mrs. Corby feels her life is in danger and asks for protection. How come she didn't get it?
Swanson told me about her. She's nuts. Talked about a cat killing her. Then some harmless old guy she wanted pulled. Some old drooler. She's nuts.
Well, she asked for something she's entitled to. And that harmless old man, somebody took a couple of shots at him.
Why didn't somebody tell us?
Well, I'm telling you now. You're going to send some boys down right away? You guys are going to get a blasting for my paper if you don't.
What are you all worked up about?
A guy was killed, that's all, and a couple of nuts with guns are on the loose, that's all.
Our boys questioned them and couldn't see no reason for doing more than they did. Now, be reasonable, Stone.
You going to get someone down there, or do I start writing?
I'll do what I can.
Good.
And, Randy.
Yeah?
If you're going to start writing, be sure you spell my name with 2 L's.
When I got back to Mike's place in the basement, he was gone. While waiting for him, I rummaged around a bit just to keep busy and see what I could find. I didn't even hear the door open, but then...
You won't find it.
Oh, Hello, Mike. What won't I find?
What you looking for? Old Mike knows.
What do you know?
He knows who killed Nick. He knows for sure now.
Who was it?
Mr. Baydell. He done it.
How do you know it was him?
I found the gun in his room. Nick's gun with 3 bullets missing. 1 for Nick and 2 for me. That's how I know.
Let me see it, Mike.
I got it hid good this time.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll give it to the police when they come, won't we?
No. Nick wants me to do it myself.
He wouldn't show me the gun or tell me where he'd hidden it. And the look on his face told me that whatever was left of his brain was concentrating on what he was going to do. I ran next door and back upstairs to warn the musician. He was gone. The landlady told me, try the bar on the corner. The storm had got a new lease on life, and I was glad to close the door of that bar behind me. The place was empty, but for the bartender and my friend with the accordion.
Live one. What'll it be?
A little conversation with Shostakovich over there.
Tell the gentleman I have nothing to discuss with him. He is not a patron of the arts.
You heard him.
Mr. Baydell, you've got to get out of here.
Then tell the man what my terms are for conversation.
You gotta buy him a drink.
Oh, he's had enough.
Yeah.
A small subsidy of 50 cents may buy you a piece of posterity through my compositions.
Yeah, better buy him a drink, mister. He gets stubborn.
All right, then. Make it quick.
Thank you. I will now dedicate to you...
Look, Mr. Baydell, any minute now that door may open and you...
How dare you interrupt me in the middle of a presentation?
Well...
Humor him or you'll get no place.
I'm very sorry. Go ahead. Bartender, keep your eye on that door.
The piece I have selected for you is a bit of American minstrelsy. 2 lovers stood on the corner. Above them, the street lamp shone. A shot rang out through the dismal night, and the dead man lay alone.
Oh, that's just great. Now listen to me. Mike found the gun in your room, the one that was used to kill Corby with.
That's why they call him Crazy Mike. His retarded mentality makes his hallucinations so very powerful, and all with no aid from Bacchus, the god of wine.
But don't sell a guy like that short. They kill a lot quicker than the ordinary person.
Listen to that storm. A fine night for death. A fine night for sweet oblivion. Did he show you the gun?
No, but I know he's got it.
And he found it in my room?
Yes.
Sweet, faded traitress. She put it there.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Closing up, boys. Nothing doing tonight. Probably be another power failure before long anyway.
All right, if you're smart, you'll come with me to police headquarters. It'll go a lot easier with you if you don't wait to be picked up.
No, I may be better served this way. Mike is looking for me?
Yeah.
Then I shall walk home slowly, and perhaps on the same corner, under the same streetlight, complexities may become peace, and the struggle ended. Yes, I like it this way.
Look, mister, you're a sick man, a very sick man.
On the contrary, I can't remember when I felt better. Good night, sir.
10 more minutes and I close shop.
I'll stay till then. Good night again, Mr. Stone.
The guy was mad. Didn't I say something about Halloween? Well, I had the 2 spooks, Crazy Mike and Mr. Baydell. I had the black cat, too. All I needed for the repeat performance was a witch and a broomstick. I got back to Mike's basement rooms, thinking I'd stay with him till the boys from headquarters got there. Mike!
Mike ain't here. Who are you?
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Oh, Kelly told me he'd be around.
Well, I'm glad you got here. Did you take Mike in?
I couldn't find him. I'm waiting here. Figure he'll show up.
He's got a gun. He's planning to use it.
Kelly's upstairs talking to Mrs. Corby now.
Well, one of you guys better get down to the corner bar and keep your eye on the accordion player named Baydell.
Yeah? Who's he?
That's the guy Mike is going to kill.
I can't leave here. Maybe you better tell Kelly to go after Baydell and you stay with Miss Corby. He'll be plenty happy to get out of there. She's driving him nuts about that black cat.
Have you seen the cat?
No. I heard her meowing outside and went out and looked around, but she was gone.
Kelly let me into Mrs. Corby's room. He was looking pleased with himself.
Hello, Stone.
Oh, you.
Well, we're getting places on this thing, aren't we, Mrs. Corby?
Well,
I convinced her to give me some of the real facts, didn't I? And it comes out that she don't think Crazy Mike done it. Do you, Mrs. Corby?
Mr. Baydell?
How do you know?
Mike found the gun in his room. 3 bullets fired.
Where's the gun?
Mike's got it. He's looking for Baydell to give him the rest of the bullets in the head.
That's not so good. We got a man at Baydell's room waiting for him to come home.
He's at the bar on the corner.
I'll go get him. You stay here with Mrs. Corby.
All right.
Well, Eddie, it looks like your worries are all over.
Now, you promised to take the cat, too.
There we go again with the cat. Okay, we'll take her. I'll be back in a few minutes. Keep the door locked, Stone.
Okay. You didn't tell me about your boyfriend before, Mrs. Corby.
I tried to shield him. I knew they wouldn't do much to old Mike.
Why did he kill him?
Nick made fun of him. And, Mr. Baydell wanted me for himself.
He told me he was with you when the police came to tell you about the shooting.
He'd come in about 2 minutes before they did and made me say it. He came up the fire escape through this window.
Well, it'll be over in a few minutes.
It will if they take the cat away. If they don't, Who's that?
You're doomed, lover. Open up.
Don't let him in.
I've got to. I've got to hold him for the police.
Your persistence would have done you well in the musical field, young man.
You're not doing so bad yourself.
I saw a rather heavy-set gentleman searching for me. You sent him, no doubt?
No doubt, and he'll be back.
And Mike, where's he? He disappointed me keenly. I waited and waited for him on the corner. By the way, has my true love told you all?
Yeah.
Did the sweet, tone-deaf person tell you that she was insanely jealous of her husband's relations with a black cat?
Don't believe it, Mr. Stone.
How come, Baydell? 15 minutes ago, you were ready to let Mike get you. Now you're singing a different tune.
Mike disappointed me. I would gladly have paid on the street corner. But in a stinking jail? No, I'd rather not.
Don't listen to him. He's crazy.
You're wasting your time.
Did the lady tell you that she came in through the fire escape 3 or 4 minutes after the shot was heard?
Well, let it go. I'm not the judge or the jury.
Oh, very well. Then let us sit here and just listen to the story.
I'm frightened.
It's only thunder.
The lights.
The lights are out.
Now cut the hysteria. It's only a power failure. They'll be on in a few minutes.
Oh, quiet, please. The beauty of darkness was never more necessary than now.
What's that?
Probably the police.
Who is it?
Just Mike.
Oh, the cat. Take it away, Mike. Mike, please take it away.
The lady's rival.
Hi, Mike. Come on, old-timer. Give me that gun.
Stay where you are. Don't move. None of you. I can't see you in the dark, but I'll shoot at the first thing that moves.
The cat. She's looking at me. Oh, Mike, take her away.
Mike, the police are downstairs. They've come to straighten everything out.
Nick didn't call me crazy. Poor old Mike, he can't see in the dark room, but Tilly can. Can't you, Tilly? Tilly will show me where he is so I can shoot him.
Mike, I'm afraid of her. If she touches me...
Don't bother you, Mrs. Corby.
Mike, I'm coming to that window, and you'll give me that gun.
I got a bullet for you, too, if I have to. Stay where you are. Tilly. He was there with Nick when it happened. You can see him. You just walk over to him, Tilly, and I'll see your eyes in the dark. Tilly. Then I'll know where to shoot.
She's coming down.
I watched with a horrible fascination as the cat landed on the floor. She looked around the room carefully, her yellow eyes flashing with hate.
Don't let her touch me. Don't. I can't stand it.
Easy, Mrs. Corby. You'll excite Mike.
No. She's going to spring at me. I can't stand it. Mike, take her away. I did it. I killed him. Isn't that what you want to know? Now take her away. Take her away.
Mike fired straight at Mrs. Corby, but somehow his shot went wild. And then it was all over. Kelly'd been working his way up the fire escape, and he got Mike from behind.
Okay, old-timer. Let me have the gun.
We evened up for him, didn't we, Tilly? We evened up for Nick.
Come on, Pop.
I'm coming. Just a minute now. You listen. Hear that? Tilly's happy now. She's happy now. We got her all right.
She made me do it. That cat. She hated me, and she made me kill him.
The boys took over, and there was nothing left for me to do. Mrs. Corby turned out to be the missing witch in my Halloween ball. She'd taken the shots at Mike and then planted the gun in old Baydell's room. I walked the broken-down musician home. I felt I owed him an apology. I'm sorry about tonight. Everybody makes mistakes, and I picked tonight to make one of mine.
I made a bigger mistake than you did, Mr. Stone.
What was that?
When Mike was at the window, I should have shouted, "Here I am."
But he would have killed you.
Yes. Good night, Mr. Stone.
Good night, sir. Yeah, I've got a talent for getting mixed up with weird characters. 3 out of the 4 were wacky, off their rockers. Old Mike, Mrs. Corby, Baydell, the accordion player. And the 4th character, of course, is me. And you know what? I'm not so sure about him either.
No.
Am I, Tilly girl? I would have sworn that cat said something. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and edited and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's script was written by Lou Rusoff with music by Frank Worth. The part of Mrs. Corby was played by Lorene Tuttle. Mike was Will Gear. Others in tonight's cast were June Foray, Tudor Owen, Ken Christie, Lamont Johnson, and Lou Krugman. Frank Lovejoy will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers adventure drama Breakthrough. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Here is a special listening note for all of you who enjoy following along step by step with Randy Stone as he covers the Night Beat. Starting next Friday, November 10th, Night Beat will be heard exactly 1/2 hour earlier over most of these stations. Next week, in this time period, you'll hear the premiere of a new series starring Monty Woolley as the Magnificent Montague. Remember, next Friday, Night Beat will be heard 1/2 hour earlier. Consult your local papers for the exact time.
Now, stay tuned for Brian Donlevy as a soldier of fortune on Dangerous Assignment on NBC.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a flash of a knife and a woman's scream, and ended up with a new kind of love and a woman's tears.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
You ever notice how when the sun goes down, the chemistry of the whole earth starts a new reaction? The flowers close with the shop doors, sunshine leaves town with the buses, and the birds settle down like the dust covers on the department store counters. At night, perfume replaces the flowers, neon takes up the task of the sun, and the birds that take flight are the hearts of people looking for love and the good tomorrow. Someone said the night is a mantle that covers the weary and a cave of excitement for the adventuresome. He forgot to add that the night is also a mask for the evil. I was out making my rounds, covering my beat for a story. I talked with a boot-black here, a hat-check girl there, a head waiter or two, assorted cabbies, and came up with nothing but a few shreds of scandal that were better left unreported. When I turned onto Harding Street, there was a story for me, ready-made. But it was a story I was sorry I had to report. A woman was lying on the sidewalk with a frightened look in her eyes. The shoulder of her dress was ripped open, and there was a red stain growing on her side. I walked up to the edge of the crowd that seemed to pour out of nowhere, and I pushed my way through. I'm from the press, Charlie.
Oh, hello, Randy. Didn't
Hi.
even look at your face.
Please stop the bleeding.
What happened, Charlie?
Said she was waiting for a taxi. There were 3 or 4 people
He
with her.
cut me
Before
with
she
a
knew...
knife. He just slashed
Yeah.
at me.
Try to lie quietly, will you, lady? It'll be better. Now you know. The 14th case like this in 3 weeks.
Yeah, I know all about him. They call him the Slasher. Like a good newspaper man should, I got the names, the places, the what, why, and how, and then I phoned them in. Whoever did it moved into the darkness so fast nobody could get a good look at him. And the man the whole police force had tried to find for 3 weeks had come and gone like a vampire phantom. And another woman, they were always women, lay on the ground wounded. The whole thing disgusted me, and after the police had cleared things up, I went into Mike Creshaw's place for something cold to take the hot, dry taste out of my mouth.
Yeah, wouldn't that curdle your hair?
Yeah?
Right on this very street. I'd like to get my hands on that screwball. Just one hand. I'd fix him so as he wouldn't be able to cut paper dolls.
I hope they catch him soon.
Why don't you newspaper men do something? You got the power in this town.
Well, nobody knows what he looks like, where he comes from, or where he goes. What would you do if you were a newspaper reporter?
Well, now that you mention it, I don't know. But sometime, somewhere, they're going to catch him. And things are going very bad with this gent. Very bad indeed. Yeah, let me put a head on it.
Thank you. Mike, tell me, where'd you get those new murals on the walls?
All right, huh? Yeah, we had them done just last week. The place looks like a magazine cover, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Look at those legs.
Who did them?
Oh, some joker named Rick. Rick Bennett. Works over at the Hofbrau now. I got him the job. Me.
That's pretty good-looking art for a bar.
Hey, you owed us a tab. We let him pay it off that way.
What's the matter with the face of that girl, the one on the right?
Hey, you know, I've been wondering about that myself. I think he must have made a mistake somewhere. What do you think?
Maybe he did make a mistake.
Yeah, but look at that shape.
Rick Bennett at the Hofbrau, huh?
That's the guy. Does sketching.
Thank you, Mike. I'll see you later. I didn't tell Mike what I was really thinking because it sounded too far-fetched to be true. But that mistake on her face looked to me like a scar. Why would a guy paint a scar on a beautiful woman's face? I dropped into the Hofbrau to get a look at this Rick Bennett. He was sitting in a corner booth with a pad of sketching paper, some charcoal, and some pastels. None of them were busy. I walked over. How much does a sketch cost?
$1.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a deal. Here's your buck.
Caricature or serious?
Oh, serious. I'm going to give this to my girl.
Don't waste your time. Turn your head, will you? A little more. Okay.
You been around here long?
3 weeks.
Been here all night?
Just came in 10 minutes ago.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. I'm an orphan. I got 3 teeth missing. I was a shot put champion in high school, and my favorite food is liver and onions. Anything else?
No, not right now. He finished the picture in a few minutes. Without a word, he handed it to me. It was a perfect and talented reproduction, except for one thing. Down the left side of my face was a long, jagged scar.
It's my trademark. Want your buck back?
No, not especially. This is the strangest trademark I ever heard of. And the reporter hears of a lot of strange things.
What? Hey, you a newspaper man?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, give me the sketch. Yeah. There. It's clean. No scar. And here's your $1 back. This one's free.
Oh, thank you. I get this preferential treatment just because I'm a reporter?
That's right. If I'm going to ask a favor of somebody, I have to use better manners. If you don't mind, I thought maybe you could help me.
What's your problem?
I came here looking for a girl. Yeah. Ever seen her?
No.
Her name is Selma Vasek. She's beautiful. Too beautiful for her own good. She sings and dances a little.
Well, I don't dance.
Well, maybe you've been in a nightclub somewhere and she danced by.
Can't seem to place her.
It's the most important thing in the world that I find this girl. Being a reporter, you get around. You should know a lot of people.
I do, but I'm afraid she isn't one of them.
Selma's somewhere in Chicago. I know it. I'm not leaving this town until I find her.
All right, calm down, calm down. Why do you want to find her?
You ever hear of love? You know, boy meets girl. We had a little quarrel. Boy loses girl. She left. But I want to see her and make it all up to her.
Got an extra copy of her picture?
I got hundreds of them. I can give them to you in watercolors and oils and tempera and pastels and mud, plaster, or blood.
And if I happen to see her?
You tell her Rick Bennett, the love of her life, is looking for him. And Rick Bennett hasn't forgotten and that he's got something for her.
There was something about his recent appearance in town and his morbid interest in scarred flesh that made me creep a little along the spine. It seemed to me that for her own good, I might be wise to look up the girl whose name on the picture read Selma Vassic. But where do you start in a city of 5 million with just a picture and a suspicion? And I remembered Bennett had said Selma Vassic was a dancer. I knew nightclub entertainers got jobs through agents, so I began looking up every agent I could find at that hour. On my 12th one, little Al O'Brien, I got a nibble.
And now it seems to me, Randy, if you dyed this hair brunette and plucked those eyebrows a little and starved this girl for a few weeks, she'd be a dead ringer for a dame in the floor show at the Blue Marlin.
Are you sure?
Oh, of course, you'd have to change the name, too. The dame at the Blue Marlin is called Honey Kane.
The Blue Marlin was 5 minutes from Little Al's by cab, and I journeyed over. It was a drab joint needing paint and a new B in the sign and better liquor. I cased the chorus once, spotted Honey Kane, and went in the stage door. I caught her just coming off the floor.
All right, one side, Buster.
Selma,
My name is Honey Kane.
didn't it used to be Selma Vassic?
Go on, stop bothering me before I call some of the boys.
All right, maybe I made a mistake, honey, but if you are Selma Vassic, I have a message from Rick Bennett.
What connection do you have with Rick Bennett?
Well, not much.
All right, come on, here, in the prop room. I want to talk. All right. So I'm Selma Vassic. Now, who are you and what's with Rick Bennett?
I'm with the Chicago Star. My name is Randy Stone. I met Rick tonight. He said he was looking for you. I was lucky enough to find you.
I hope he's never that lucky. Mister, that guy is crazy. He's been following me from one city to another for 3 years. Never catching me, but always following.
You know him?
Yeah, we grew up in the same neighborhood. He fell in love with me when he was 5 years old. I was 4. Laugh. I don't blame you.
Well, I fell in love when I was 3.
I did all my dating with Rick until I was 17. Then I went for another guy. Alfred Dimitri, his name was. One day, Dimitri ran his car into a tree. I was in it, and my head went right through the windshield. That was the last I saw of Dimitri. But Rick stuck by me. I was months recovering. I never did fully.
You'll be all right, Selma. Honest, you will. You'll be okay.
I won't. Look at me. I look like an old witch, one side of my face slashed open with an ugly scar.
It doesn't make any difference. People love you for what you are.
Love me? People won't even look at me. Oh, Ricky, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I might as well kill myself.
Don't say that, Selma. I meant it when I said it won't make any difference to me. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. I'll always take care of you. I love you like nobody else could.
Oh, Rick. Rick, please be nice to me. Please.
Oh, don't worry any more about that scar, Selma. If it's the last thing I do in this world, I'll fix it. I promise you.
Word, because as far as I can see, the scar's completely removed from your face.
Oh, there isn't a trace of it left. Look at me. I'm supposed to be a beautiful girl.
You are?
Don't make fun of me. You know how I lost the scar? Ricky worked like he never worked in his life. For 16 months, he sweated over his first important oil painting to enter into a competition. He was poor and hungry and couldn't even buy enough oils. And he won the competition, $5,000.
And that was the money that fixed your face?
It took every cent.
It was quite a sacrifice.
Rick never had another success. He just went on struggling, and I couldn't stand it anymore.
Couldn't stand watching him suffer or never having anything for yourself.
Why lie? It was mostly not having anything myself. Guys were beginning to look at me in that sweet way all over town, and all of a sudden I knew how to get money. Get up on the stage, behind the lights, become a rich, famous star. So I threw Rick over and left town. He's been chasing me ever since.
You wouldn't consider going back to him?
Go back to him, me? What have I got to bring him now? I'm not the same girl he was in love with. I haven't got the scar on my face anymore. I've got it inside. I'm another person. And the names for it aren't very nice. When he sees what I've turned out to be, I think he might want to kill me.
You really think that, Selma?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Selma, would you rather I didn't tell Rick where you are?
I'll pray for you every night if you don't tell him.
All right, it's your life. I took it slow and thoughtful back to the Hofbrau. Rick was strange and Selma was strange, and the whole world seemed tortured at the moment. I guess I should never have poked into their lives, but I couldn't escape the feeling that there was something about Rick Bennett that bore looking into. At the Hofbrau, they said he went home to his rooming house. I went there.
Oh, Stone, the newspaper bug. What are you doing here?
May I come in?
Sure. You want another portrait?
No. I think you know why I'm here, Bennett.
Yeah. I don't suppose you had any luck.
As a matter of fact, I did. I found her, just like that.
You found Selma? Selma, you found her? Well, where is she? Come on. Well, come on. Where is she?
I can't tell you.
Can't tell me after I've been looking for months and months for her? Well, come on. Spit it out, will you? Don't waste time.
If you'll sit down and be quiet, I'll tell you about it.
You tell me about it right now, or I'll tear you inside out.
This is going to get you nowhere.
Talk. Talk! I'll break every bone you have.
Now, you want to get up and talk sense now?
All right. Don't tell me. I never needed anybody before. I don't need anybody now. All right. Don't tell me. I'll find her myself. When I do, she'll wish she never saw me.
Put down that knife, Bennett.
Yeah? You come within a foot of me, reporter. You'll be sliced in half now. Get away from that dog. Go on, move!
He ran out of the room, the knife still in his hand, and his face a picture of twisted madness. And as he closed the door, for the first time I noticed the room was filled with dozens of pictures of Selma Bassett. And every one of them had a long, jagged scar painted on the face. I realized at last what I didn't want to. Rick Bennett was the slasher.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Of Duffy's Tavern. The welcome mat is out at Duffy's, and your host will be the ungrammatical Archie, played by Ed Gardner. As usual, Duffy won't be there, but he'll be represented by his charming daughter, Miss Duffy. Clifton Finnegan and Eddie the waiter also will be on hand to join in the mischief with Archie. It's top Friday evening listening later tonight with Duffy's Tavern over most of these NBC stations. And a reminder, this Sunday on NBC, it's The Big Show, an hour and a half of the best in comedy, music, and drama. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
As I stood in Rick Bennett's miserable room looking at the scarred picture of Selma Bassett everywhere, my first fear that he was going to run right out and find her disappeared after a little thought. Rick Bennett had no way of knowing where I'd interviewed her. I didn't think he should be running around the streets with a knife in his hand, so I called the police.
Central Division, Sergeant Friends.
Sergeant, my name is Randy Stone. I'm with the Chicago Star. Can you take something down? Height, about 5'11". Weight, about 170. Late 20s. Hair, black. Eyes, gray, I think. Last seen wearing a dark blue suit, no hat, no gloves. His name is Richard Bennett. He's the slasher. He's the slasher. I just tangled with him, and he was carrying a knife. Also, I ran into him 2 blocks from where a woman was slashed tonight. And also, I've talked with him long enough to think that he thinks he's got a good reason for slashing people.
Who'd you say this was?
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
You sober?
Yes.
Where does this Bennett guy live?
Well, he used to live where I'm calling from now, but I don't think he'll be back here.
Okay, Stone, thanks for the tip-off. We'll get an all points out on him right away. Shouldn't be hard to pick him up.
After that, I jumped into my car and headed for the Blue Marlin to have another interview with Honey Kane, alias Selma Bassett. The neons were out when I got there, but a grizzly old man with a red face was mopping the floor.
Everybody's gone home, mister.
Open again 5 tomorrow afternoon. Come back then. Really be twirling then.
Look, Pop, I'm trying to get a hold of one of the girls in the show.
Who isn't? And who you calling Pop?
All right.
If I could land something better than mopping floors, I'd want to get a hold of one of them myself.
Oh, please. Look, her name is Honey Cane. Do you know her?
Sure. I do it up in my tails and haul out my Cadillac and take her out champagne drinking every night. Go on, beat it. I got my mopping to do.
Where can I find out where she lives? I've got to get in touch with her.
Try Julius. He knows those things.
Julius?
His stage manager. Real short, yellow-livered guy. He don't let me stand in the wings and watch the last show. Wouldn't hurt him nothing doing that.
Yeah. Where can I find him?
In the hobnob across the street, being a big shot.
I found Julius across the street being a big shot. It was intermission for the little orchestra that was playing there, and he was standing behind the vibraharp playing lost chords. A bored bartender and a drunk passed out in an empty booth were his audience. Nobody looked up when I came in, most of all Julius, but he did answer me.
Yeah, I'm Julius.
I just came from the Blue Marlin. The janitor there said you could help me.
Yeah? He's a dirty old man.
I'm trying to locate one of the girls in your show.
A lot of people are, brother. Now, why don't you...
I went all through that with the janitor. I don't want to go through it with you. Now, my name is Stone. I'm a reporter. I'm on a story. I want to talk to Honey Cane. Do you have her address?
Yeah, Mr. Reporter on a story. I got her address. But I ain't handing it out to you. You talk too smart. You move too quick. And you're sort of a jerk. I just don't like you.
And I don't like you, mister. Well, I want that address, and I'm going to get it. How I get it's up to you.
Wait a minute.
Tell me where Honey Cane lives and make it fast.
All right. Let go of me. Got a book. Keep it on me all the time. I always know what you guys who go prancing around for dames want to know.
Come on, get it out.
I don't need to. I remember hers.
Yeah?
1312 Commodore, apartment 16C. Honey never gave me no tumble. You guys must be doing some good, huh? Yeah, she'll get around to me before long.
What guys?
You're the second one been around here asking for Honey tonight.
Who else was asking?
A wise guy just like you. Came in 15 minutes ago. He talked smart, too, and was sort of a jerk. But he wasn't with no newspaper. His name was Bennett.
Rick Bennett. Where's the phone? When Rick Bennett had run from his room with a knife in his hand, I didn't think he had any way of locating Selma Vasic, but I'd underestimated his ability to trace my steps. Maybe it was because he'd been looking for her such a long time he knew the ins and outs. Anyhow, he was on the right track and she was in danger. I phoned back to Central Division and told him the whole setup, and then I went over to the address Julius gave me. Her room was in the back on the 3rd floor. 2 uniformed policemen were already there inspecting the ripped bedspread and the slashed furniture. Selma was nowhere in sight.
Oh, I'm Sergeant Knight. You're the guy who phoned in about this?
Yeah, that's right.
If he's on foot, he ought to be somewhere around the neighborhood.
What do you figure?
Came up here, took her with him, maybe. I don't know. You can never tell what this kind will do until they do it. We need a description on her. Can you fill it in?
Well, about 5'4", dyed blonde hair, 100 pounds, 25, maybe.
Anything else?
Yeah, she might be wearing a slash like all her pictures.
Where can I get those?
Rick Bennett's rooming house. Here's the address.
Charlie.
Yeah, Tom.
You better hop to this address and pick up some pictures of the girl. And get out a pickup on her as soon as you have a good description.
Right. See you.
Okay, Stone. Thanks. We'll give you a buzz when we pick him up. Or her up, or something. You'll want the story.
Yes, I'll want the story, Sergeant. I suppose I wanted the story. I don't know how I felt. Maybe I was seeing things like Slasher Found. Art student revenges himself on prodigal sweetheart. It wasn't a story for the papers. It was a case history for a psychologist. Something that had come under chromatic shock and the byproduct of sadism. It was 4:30 in the morning, and I didn't like the story or the night or the people, so I went home to my own apartment to get away from everything.
Oh, Mr. Stone, I didn't know where else to go.
I didn't get away from anything. It was Selma Vasic, without makeup, without coat, and without hope. She looked pretty well shaken. How did you get in here?
I called the paper and told them I had a story for you. They gave me your address. Then I woke the manager and told him I was your sister.
Sister, huh? That's a good one.
Yeah, I know I don't look like anybody's sister. But I had to come somewhere. Why did you tell Rick where I was?
I didn't tell him. I don't know how he found out.
I was just coming up the stairs to my place when I saw him on the landing. I turned around and came here. Let me stay here for a while, then I'll go away.
He's out looking for
And
you.
I'm scared of him. I'm scared to death.
Well, you ought to be scared. Right down to your double-dealing roots, you ought to be scared. The boy loved you once with everything he had and every way he could. Look what you made him. Look what you did to him.
I know it.
Yeah, all because of you. He was probably a nice kid once with nice, normal, warm feelings. Now they might have to shoot him down before they bring him in. If they get him without that, he'll have to be trotted off to the state institution to see if they can pin him back together again. What did you come here for?
I came here because you're the only man. The only man who's ever talked nice to me since Rick. I guess I better go.
No, stay. I'll phone the police and tell them you're safe. You can't go out now. There's a chance you'd run into him before they pick him up.
Thanks, Mr. Stone. Thanks.
Sure. You want a drink?
No, thanks.
Well, I do.
Stone!
It's Ricky.
Oh,
Let me in! Let me in, Stone! Let me in!
Look, there's a
Help me
phone.
break
There's a
this
phone in the
door
next
away.
room. Dial O. Talk low. Tell the police.
He'll kill me.
Stay in that room. Lock the door. Keep quiet. Go on.
All right, I'll...
All right, just a minute. Oh, hello, Rick. Well, you've had a big night.
Where is she, Stone? Where's Selma?
I thought you went out looking for her.
I did, and believe it or not, I found out where she works and where she lives, but she isn't at any of those places.
Oh, that's too bad. Have a drink.
Listen to me, wise guy. You phoned her or warned her that I was after her, and you know where she's hiding. Now tell me. Tell me where she is, Stone, or I'll carve you up.
The same knife I'd seen him grab from the table in his room was still in his hand. This time it looked about 3 feet long and several shades shinier. He held it waist level, cupped in his right hand, and he walked toward me. I didn't know whether to take a chance and try to get at him or stand my ground and try to argue him out of it. Either way, he was a madman. He had a knife, and he looked like he was going to use it.
Ricky, stop it.
What? Selma.
I'm the one you want, not Mr. Stone. He's never done anything to you. I'm the one who's hurt you.
Selma, use your head.
You shut up, Stone. She's right. Come here, Selma. You changed. Your eyes are tired. You're different.
Yeah,
You're
Ricky.
different.
Yeah, I'm different.
But you're still you. I used to love you, Selma. Now I hate the sight of your pretty face. Pretty face.
Pretty face? Do you call this pretty?
Yeah. It's still pretty enough.
Stop it, both of you.
Let him go, Mr. Stone. I deserve it. Well, Ricky?
Yeah. You deserve it, Selma, and you...
Well, go ahead, Ricky. There's nothing anyhow. Nothing.
I can't, Selma. I can't do it. I've looked for you all this time. I've wanted you so much. And hated you so much for the thing you did to me. I can't, Selma. I still love you.
Well, that did it. I've run into some weird ones in my time, but this was the topper. I put in a call to police headquarters. The same people answered.
Central Division, Sergeant Friends.
Sergeant, Randy Stone again. I got your boy for you. He's in my apartment. The address is...
We're drunk.
What? Hey, what is this?
We picked up the slasher a half hour ago. And, brother, your description. He's blonde, short, wore a light suit, and drove a tan convertible. Sleep it off, Stone.
But I tell you, I got him right here. He almost slashed...
Almost. Yeah. We caught our guy doing a job.
But...
Sleep it off, Stone. Good night.
Yeah, that's how mistakes almost happen. But that isn't all. A psychiatrist examined Rick Bennett. He prescribed love, affection, honesty, and rest. He said it might take a long time. And Selma Bassick said she didn't have anything to do for the next 50 or 60 years. So the last I saw of the two of them, they were looking around for a preacher. Me, I looked around for a moral. I hate to say it, but I can't think of anything else. A definition of love. Love is so close to hate, and hate is so close to love, that if you find yourself hating someone you love, you're liable to love someone you hate That makes sense. Love never does, people. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced, edited, and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by E. Jack Newman and John Michael Hayes, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Rick Bennett was played by Jeff Corey. Selma was Joan Banks. Others in tonight's cast were Sid Miller, Nestor Paiva, Jerry Hausner, and Lou Krugman. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Breakthrough, co-starring with David Bryan and John Agar. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Frank Lovejoy. Tonight ends our present cycle of Night Beat. In the very near future, we're hoping to be back on the air with a new series. Would you watch your local paper for the time and date? And meanwhile, if you've enjoyed our stories as much as we've enjoyed bringing them to you, perhaps we'll hear from you. Until then, good night.
Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you dial and write. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night, NBC.
Join Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment tonight on NBC. Tonight, Night Beat returns to the air for a special broadcast honoring the men and women of the working press, who day in and day out find and write the newspaper stories that keep us informed and entertained. And so, to them, this special Night Beat salute. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began in a nightclub with jazz music and laughter, and ended in a church with organ music and death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
On my job, you sort of come to terms with the night. You have to, because that's where you learn the lessons of the day. Lesson 1, the night is for sorrow, the day, regret. Lesson 2, you can't hide in the darkness, for the night has 1,000 eyes. Lesson 3 to 100, don't go looking for the dawn with a gun, because it might come up like thunder and leave you dead on the doorstep. Sob stories fill the night. Unhappy love affairs, girls gone astray, bookkeepers who stole from their tills, men who died drunk and friendless. Last night I decided to pass them up and stroll under the bright lights and listen to laughter. So I picked out a couple of fancy bistros on the Gold Coast and started the rounds to watch champagne flow and eavesdrop on the happy stories of success, promotion, love, and friendship. But it didn't work. Like an iron filing, I was drawn to the magnet of unhappiness. It happened in the Pelican Club. He was sitting alone. Tall, gray-haired, rugged, a face full of some 50-odd years, I guess, and full of some other things no one could guess. There were 3 drinks at the bar before I made out who he was. A man who was once big in a way that only prohibition made them big. Mind if I sit down?
Who are you?
Randy Stone, Chicago Star, Mr. McMasters.
Well, you're the first one.
What first one?
Who's recognized me?
Well, only from your pictures. It was a long time ago.
Time? I know more about time than you or that old guy they always have around on New Year's with the beard and the hay cutter.
I just thought there might be a story somewhere.
Sure. Sit down. I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a guy who had everything. Money, friends, a future. Then a bunch of old women made a law called the Volstead Act. You remember it?
Yeah, but I wasn't thirsty at the time.
Well, a lot of people were. Everybody, in fact. You see, the law was always supposed to be for the other guy, not for them. But there were no other guys. So this fella I'm telling you about got on the bandwagon. He bottled millions of violations of the Volstead Act, made a lot of money, and a lot of trouble. Am I boring you?
If you are, I asked for it, but you're not.
Well, the trouble got him a lot of jail. 19 years on it. Started in 1931, ended just 2 days ago.
I see.
Now this guy's out, and he's going to stay clean. And they can pass 1,000 stupid laws, and he's not going to fall for any of them. He's going to do everything the way it says in the books and live happily ever after. How's that for a story?
There's a good moral, but no drama, no suspense.
Good. I hope it's real bad, because I don't want you to print it. Stone, I'm flattered that you recognize me, but I paid back 10 days for every one I took. All I ask is that you just let me alone in the papers.
Okay, McMaster. As far as I'm concerned, you made your last copy in 1931.
Stone, it's nice to come out of prison and have the first guy you meet turn out like you. Let me buy you a drink.
He tried to be happy and gay after that, and I tried to help him. But there was a sadness about him that stood in the way. I wanted to ask more questions about times and places, but I didn't. Why is it when you come across the best stories, you fall all over your conscience? I know I couldn't print anything about John McMasters, yet I was still thinking about him an hour later at police headquarters while batting the breeze with Lieutenant Curly White. The lieutenant was on his way out to cover a hotel shooting, and I went with him. It was a showy place with glass doors and ebony handrails. The night manager was staining his alpaca jacket with nervous sweat.
Please be as quiet as possible. I don't want it to sound like an Elks convention in here.
Just tell us what happened. We'll pussyfoot throughout this.
I don't know where to begin exactly. Somebody phoned down. It happened on the 5th floor. Said there was a shooting, so I went up there, but I couldn't hear any shooting or see any.
You really can after it's over.
That's rather obvious. What I meant
Just tell us, was there a shooting or wasn't there?
Well, did you think I'd call you men all the way out here if there wasn't? You think I'm a crank or something? That I like to have loud policemen stamping through the lobby exciting...
Where was it?
Where was what?
Look, I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to answer in a single declarative English sentence. Now, you ready?
Now, look here, I'm not a child, and you mustn't treat me like one.
Where was the shooting?
In room 521.
All right. Come on, man.
Well, don't you want to know who it was?
Who?
A man named John McMasters.
We found McMasters lying on his bed. The rumpled silk counterpane was slowly changing from chartreuse to a bright crimson. 2 bullets had ripped ragged holes in him through flesh and bone. His face was a shade paler and a line sadder. But when Lieutenant White questioned him, he was just as self-contained as ever.
Hello, John. It's been a long time.
Yeah, Curly. You were just a flatfoot then.
I was only the small fry department. You were strictly stumped for the commissioner.
He did a good job.
Yeah. How'd it happen, John?
This? Cleaning my gun.
You lose it, John. You're not supposed to have a gun.
Oh, you know me in the law, Curly. We sometimes didn't hit it off.
Where is the gun?
I swallowed it.
You don't want to say, huh?
No, I don't want to say.
Yeah, I don't know what makes you guys like you are, but I know it won't do any good to try and beat it out of you. Hey, Doc.
Yeah?
Get the ambulance ready. We'll take him to the police hospital.
No, you don't, Lieutenant. I've served my time and I'm clean. Being shot at even in this state doesn't make you a criminal. Now take me to a general hospital.
John, I can get a warrant.
When you get it, come and see me. Bring me some ice cream, Lieutenant. I've always liked ice cream. English coffee, huh?
I didn't have a chance to exchange a word with McMaster, so I followed him to the hospital. They put him in a room. While I was waiting for them to set up an emergency operation to take the bullets out of him, Lieutenant White let me slip in alone for a couple of minutes.
Well, Scribe, you got yourself a story after all, didn't you?
Well, not much of one, McMaster's. A good reporter should find out a lot more, like who shot you and why.
Oh. Well, I shot myself. And just for something to do.
Look, McMasters, I'm not as old as you or as informed in the ways of crime, but I have a fair idea of how tough it is to come out of prison and start all over. I want you to know I'd be willing to help you if there's any place that you need help within the law.
Just to get a story?
I have a job that says I'm supposed to bring in stories, sure, but that isn't what I mean.
Stone, it's just the way I said earlier tonight. It's a pleasure to meet someone like you. And if there was anything I could tell you or any way you could help me, you'd be the first to know. Let's put it this way. I have nothing to say to you now. Come and see me tomorrow. Maybe I'll have a story for you then.
Masters was a riddle. His way of life, his long prison term, had equipped him with a certain stoicism that was almost impossible to penetrate. I could only stand and wait. At least I thought so at the moment. Lieutenant White was standing in the corridor when I came out.
Find out anything, Randy?
Nothing, Curly.
Now, look, Randy, you're not pulling professional immunity on me, are you?
I'm telling you the truth, Lieutenant.
Say, do me a favor. Hold my badge and my ID card.
And what's this for?
Well, I'm carrying those on a policeman. When I don't have them, I'm just a citizen. Now, this isn't for print, but in that room, on that bed, there lies quite a man.
You couldn't fight it. Everyone who had contact with John McMasters felt the same way. Despite his background, despite his code, despite his record, there was quite a man. It occurred to me I should know more about him, so I went back to the Star offices and poked around in the morgue file. Its folder started 1912 and was fat with yellowed clippings all the way through 1931. The clippings didn't mention a family or much else except a lawyer associate, a man named Julian Glass. When I found out all I could from the clippings, I went back to his hotel to see if I could wangle another once-over of McMaster's room.
No, I'm sorry. Reporter or not, it simply can't be done. The police left explicit orders.
Yes, I know, but is there anything you need these days, like a new sport coat or a couple of golf clubs?
Mr. Stone, do I look corruptible?
Well...
Excuse me. Yes, madam, what did you want?
Mr. McMaster's room, please.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Mr. McMasters was taken to the hospital shortly ago.
What happened to him?
Somebody shot him.
He's still alive?
I wouldn't know. Why don't you call...
Oh, pardon me, ma'am. I can tell you about John McMasters.
Who are you?
Mr. Stone is a reporter.
He is still alive at the county hospital, and as far as I know, he's under excellent care.
Thank you.
Would you mind telling me what your connection is with McMasters?
I have no connection. Goodbye.
Oh, just a minute. You must at least know him.
Young man, you either get out of my way or I'll call a policeman.
And she could do it, so I stepped aside and let her walk out of the hotel, but I followed not far behind her. She was middle-aged, gray-haired, and well-dressed, and she got into a good-looking car, and I got her number. Then I called one.
Lieutenant White.
Randy Stone, Lieutenant. Can you give me a rundown on the license number?
Oh, no, not at this hour. The files are all locked.
But you know where the key is. How about it?
Oh, what's it for? Can't it go until tomorrow?
It's for a story I'm working on. If you help me tonight, maybe I'll help you someday.
What would your reporters do without us? All right, give it to me.
It's Illinois 1375996.
Illinois 1375996. All right, call back later, Stone.
I knew it would take some time for White to run it down, so I made my way back to County Hospital for a checkup on McMaster's condition. The reception desk seemed reluctant to talk about him and referred me to the head nurse, who sent me to the surgical OD, who took me to the chief doctor. He told me to look into a crystal ball.
He's gone, and we have no idea where.
How could he be gone?
We started to give him a transfusion. He jumped up suddenly, knocked down 2 male nurses, grabbed his pants, and ran out of the hospital. Simple as that.
I thought he was in a critical condition.
He was. Now he's in mortal danger. Running around town hemorrhaging from 2 bullet wounds. Well, I'd give him an hour, maybe 2 at the most to live. John McMasters is a walking dead man.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Take it from me, cats aren't the only animals who have a corner on curiosity. Consider also the species Randistonus, reporter-type animal. The test? When an ex-big shot of the roaring 20s, minus a quart or 2 of blood from bullet wounds, walks out of a hospital bed in the middle of the night, reporter walks too. Well, call it curiosity or just say I liked what I'd seen of the guy. All I know is I didn't want Big John McMasters to bleed to death walking around town, so I went out looking for him. And because I thought he might go to a friend's, I looked up his only known friend, another man of the same period, Julian Glass, attorney at law. He lived not in a glass house, but in Cicero, in the crummier half of a yellow duplex.
Young man, the drugstore delivers what I need most. The telegraph office, what I dread most. Obviously, you represent neither concern, and therefore you are no concern of mine.
Now, wait a minute. Are you Mr. Glass?
I am he, and I am drunk and disheveled, and it's 3:00 in the morning.
I'd like to talk with you. May I come in?
You may not.
This isn't exactly the hour for making calls, but I did stop by and pick up something to take the edge off.
Eh?
It's bonded.
Oh, inside.
Thanks.
Your apology.
There you are, Mr. Glass.
Ah. Now then, we'll make a bargain. As long as this lasts, you will last. Speak.
I'm looking for a man.
The entire world is looking for a man. Just one man. A man may so blindly presume who will break off these shackles that bind us and lead us forth into eternal justice.
Yes, sure, but that's not the man I'm talking about. I'm a friend of John McMasters.
You? You come from that place? Signs are not on you. The pallor's not with you? No. Oh, you lied.
I didn't say that I was a convict. I'm a reporter. McMasters is out of prison.
I'm aware of that.
But did you know he was in an accident tonight, or he was attacked? I don't know which. Anyhow, he was shot, and an hour ago he left his hospital bed. I thought he might have come to you.
What made you think that?
You're the only man I know who might be his friend. Has he contacted you tonight?
He has not.
Is he here?
He is not.
Mr. Glass, if he isn't hospitalized soon, he'll die.
Why is the phenomena of death so persistently alarming? So he'll die. They all die, usually from a bullet.
Well, Mr. Glass...
You've impressed me with the urgency of his situation. But John McMasters is not here, nor has he been here, nor has he contacted me.
Well, I was just trying. I believe you.
Your concern for him is a distressing irritation. What's the reason for it?
As I said, I'm his friend. I like him. I think he deserves to live.
You? His friend? Now, his friends, for the most part, are gone like the years, like Homburg hats and the Charleston and Lime Ricky. Ones who are left are broken and tired with old faces like mine, like his, and they should be gone, too. Another age is here.
Are you sure you're his friend?
I once thought so. He once thought so. But now, I haven't enough strength to be his friend.
Oh, Mr. Glass,
Hello, people. Who's your friend, Julie?
Mr. Glass to you.
All right, Mr. Glass. Now, tell me, who's this?
This is Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone, this is Mr. Engel, Marty Engel.
I'm an associate of Mr. Glass's. Mr. Stone, I haven't seen you around before. Obviously, you just met Mr. Glass. Or you'd never offer him a drink.
I wouldn't?
No. You see, I sort of look after Mr. Glass. We're old friends. I was his office boy once, then a No Republic. And when I finally got my degree, I became his partner. More or less. Isn't that right, Mr. Glass?
Marty, you don't have to do this in front of Mr.
And
Stone.
since Mr. Glass has fallen on some bitter days, shall we say I've undertook to assist him. Perhaps, I can help you?
I don't think so, Mr. Engel.
Then would you be good enough to leave?
Marty.
Shut up. Mr. Glass, give Mr. Stone his bottle. Go ahead. Here. There you are, Mr. Stone. You were just leaving, weren't you?
Julian Glass stood helplessly by, watching. The look in his eyes held the same sort of sadness I'd seen in McMaster's eyes. But they were different, too. They held a weakness. The strong, sad eyes were somewhere else in the city, walking alone. And the lifeblood was slowly draining from the body that sparked them. I wanted to find McMaster's more than I wanted anything in my life, so I went to the only other source I knew, the license number that belonged to a gray-haired woman with a kind face. Lieutenant White had done his duty.
Randy, I shouldn't do this sort of thing.
Now, come on. Tell me about the license number.
Pleasure plates. Car owned by a pony named Constance Gardner, age 22, this city.
Address?
Lives in the 900 block at Sheridan Road.
What number?
Look it up yourself. I did what I'm not supposed to do already.
I drove out there with a feeling that I was racing death. I was in the 900 block, right in back of the Shawnee County Club, a nice big colonial house in a nice neighborhood. The sky was beginning to quiver and shake off the blackness of night. I parked in front, wondering whether or not I should ring the bell, and then I saw a light in the back, at the kitchen. Everybody seemed to be staying up that night.
Oh, come in. You must be the man from the florist.
No, I'm afraid not. My name is Randy Stone. I'm from the Chicago Star.
Oh, you reporters do work all hours. But we aren't being married until 7.
Are you Constance Gardner?
Yes, but you want to talk to Bob, not me. He's the one who's rich and famous. I'm nobody.
I think I want to talk to you, Miss Gardner.
Well, all right, Mr. Stone, but I have so many things to do this...
Oh, bride. Say good morning to your bride.
Bob, you shouldn't be here. It's bad luck or something. Oh, Mr. Stone, this is my fiancé, Bob Meredith. Bob, Mr. Stone's from the papers.
Hi. Mr. Stone, I want to interview you. Now, looking at her, wouldn't you say I'm the luckiest man in the world?
I'm glad to meet you, Meredith, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Constance, you simply must hurry. Why, Bob, what are you doing here? You know it's not right.
Mother, I want you to meet Mr. Stone. He's a reporter. Mr. Stone, this is my mother, Mrs. Gardner.
How do you do, Mr. Stone?
It was the same gray-haired woman I'd met in the hotel a few hours before, and I had to hand it to her. She looked right at me like she was meeting me for the first time. We shook hands. Hers was steady and firm, and her eyes didn't leave mine, but there was something in her look that pleaded, don't.
Mr. Stone, perhaps Mother can help you. Excuse us, please.
Surely.
I'll have to get rid of Bob and get some things done.
Why, of course.
So that's my cue. So long, Mr. Stone. Gonna cover this wedding?
Well, if I don't, one of the other boys will. Nice to meet you.
Bye.
You look like a real nice pair of kids, Mrs. Gardner.
They are. But I doubt if that means anything to you and your newspaper.
Well, you were trying to reach John McMaster's at his hotel tonight. You obviously have some connection with him. I don't care about that or the story that goes with it, Mrs. Gardner. I'm only looking for him. Is he here?
Of course not. He's in a hospital. You told me that yourself.
Well, he left the hospital. He walked out. He's wandering Chicago somewhere right now in a serious condition.
Oh, no.
He must have had a good reason for doing such a thing. I want to find him and take him back to the hospital. Now, Mrs. Gardner, if you know where he is or what he's doing, tell me. I only want to help. Please, he may be dying.
I believe you, Mr. Stone.
You have any idea where he could be?
There's something you should know. Something that shouldn't be written in the papers. Please. That lovely girl who just walked out of this room is John McMaster's daughter. In 1931, I adopted her and raised her as my own. No one knew about it. John promised he would never write us or bother us in any way, and he's kept his word.
But you were trying to see him tonight. Why?
2 days before he was released, a man came here. He said he knew Constance was not my real daughter. He said he wanted money to keep it quiet. He'd expose her.
Did you pay this man off?
No, I contacted John and told him. He said not to worry, that he'd take care of it.
He got shot tonight trying to take care of it, and he's out right now still taking care of it. Who was the man?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Stone. I never saw him before. He just said that John would know who he was.
Oh? Was he big, tall, short?
Oh, he'd been drinking heavily. It seemed cultured.
Julian Glass. A lawyer. He'd know about the trust fund and the adoption. He probably handled it all. Julian Glass was a drunkard, true, but he didn't strike me as a blackmailer. I was thinking of his friend, Marty Engel, as I drove out to Cicero as fast as I could. 3 squad cars were already there, and then I noticed with a sinking heart that a hearse was also there. I was too late. A milkman filled in the details.
It was awful. It happened so fast.
Suppose you tell it fast.
I'm delivering my milk when I see this tall guy with a gray hair come staggering up to the steps, sort of pale. He pounds on this door here.
Mr. Glasses?
That's right. A young guy with a briefcase opens the door. The police say his name is Marty Engel.
Yeah, go on.
The young guy, sort of wise-like, says, "Hello, you come to pay off, huh?" And the big guy says, "Yeah, Marty." And he opens up and Engel goes down. But he ain't dead yet. And then Julian Glass reels into the picture, and he falls in front of Engel's gun, just as he pointed at the other guy. Glass stops 2 slugs, and he goes down.
Then what?
The big guy finishes off Engel. Then he goes over and looks at Glass. He sort of sighs, maybe a tear, and then he walks out.
You try to stop him?
You think I'm nuts? With 2 guys dead already? It was terrible. Terrible. I need myself a drink. That's what I need. I need myself a drink. And I don't mean milk.
It was pretty obvious that Julian Glass did have the strength to be John McMaster's friend after all. He died for him. The police had already thrown a cordon around the neighborhood for the man 3 witnesses had described as the killer of Marty Engel. As for me, I got out of talking distance right away. It was easy to see it had taken McMasters half the night and most of his strength to get to Marty Engel, but I was certain he still had some strength left. The sun was up by the time I drove out past Evanston, around the lake, into Wilmette, and stopped at St. Vincent's Church. The ceremony was just about over. I stood in the back as Constance Gardner and Robert Meredith were made man and wife.
In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, I now pronounce you man and wife.
They turned around and started down the aisle. That was when I noticed the tall, gray-haired man leaning quietly against the door.
Hello, Stone. What are you doing here?
Covering your daughter's wedding, McMasters.
I knew you were a smart guy and that you'd find out about everything.
They don't like murder in this state, no matter what the reason.
Marty Engel was trying to buy that kid of mine out of her life. He found out who she was when he worked for Julie Glass. I had to stop him. Poor Julie. He did all he could, but...
I'd better get you to a hospital.
No, I want to... Stone, hold me up. Don't let me fall right here and ruin a wedding.
Thank you.
Hold me up, please.
Sure.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Oh, Bob, there's Mr. Stone.
Oh, yes. Hello, Stone. Thanks for covering it yourself.
You can tell all of your readers I'm the happiest bride in the world. And quote me, please.
I'll do that.
Oh, Mr. Stone, do I know your friend? He seems familiar.
No, you didn't know me at all. I'm sort of an associate of Mr. Stone's. I was glad I could be at your wedding.
Oh, I'm glad, too.
Hey, we've got to go now. Bye, Mr. Stone.
Bye.
Well, I told you you'd have a story this morning, Randy. You're going to print it?
Nope.
Thanks, Stone. Like I said, you're the kind of a guy I'm glad to meet.
Big John McMasters died in a taxicab on the way to the hospital. And there's no maybe about whether it was better that way or not. So I'm writing a story. It's all about laws that made criminals and laws that made them not criminals. It's kind of a wandering piece of copy that doesn't really get anywhere and never really solves anything. But it doesn't mention any names because I don't think that'd solve anything either. Maybe Julian Glass was right when he said, they're all gone now, and the ones who are left are broken and tired with old faces, and they should be gone, too. I wonder what he'd have to say now that he's gone with them. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by John Michael Hayes and E. Jack Newman, with music by Frank Worth. John McMasters was played by Bill Conrad. Frank Lovejoy may soon be seen in Warner Brothers' I Was a Communist for the FBI. And now, here again is our star, Frank Lovejoy.
Someone once said, a guy meets so many interesting people in the newspaper business, and somehow they all turn out to be newspapermen. Well, in portraying a reporter on Night Beat, I've met my share of the press, and I'd like to double that quotation in spades. Tonight, I want to congratulate the new president of the National Press Club, Carson F. Lyman, and salute Frank Rogers, Washington correspondent of the Los Angeles Daily News, who was elected secretary of that organization. They're a great bunch of folks, these guys and gals of the working press, and I'm proud to be permitted to portray one of them. Good night.
Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. In 30 seconds, hear Marlene Dietrich in A Foreign Affair on NBC. NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Yep, I cover the night. My beat is about 8 square miles of darkness, and mister, that's a lot of night. Every evening I start walking into it and let it swirl around me and let it swallow me up. Part of me relaxes, part of me becomes tense and wary. Like a hunter coming back to the jungle, I feel at home, but I know that there's danger. For the night is filled with its own brand of people. The lonely, lost, screwy, mixed-up people of the night, drifting out of the darkness like fragments of a nightmare.
Mister, you look like a decent sort. You don't want a poor, suffering human being to go hungry for want of a dime.
Yeah, a disembodied hand stretched out for that ever-loving coin to buy just another whiff of that fine old anesthetic named muscatel. Or a brittle laugh of a painted tootsie rising out of the night, proving to the world she doesn't care. Laughing until the tears come. Or a flurry of footsteps rushing by. A muffled conversation deciding life or death or tonight's movie. An ambulance racing past on its way to General Hospital, its red warning light flashing on and off quickly, like the frenzied pulse beat of the poor devil inside.
Randy Stone, Demon Reporter. Hiya, R.S. How's the old Crusader?
Night is for the phony, too, like this character coming toward me while I was grabbing a bite in the little restaurant next to the radio and TV studios. The actor, on stage 24 hours a day.
You mind if I sit down next to you, baby? Yeah. What do you say? How's the kid, huh?
Oh, the kid's fine. Teething like mad. Nothing serious.
Barrel of laughs, this character. Real sense of humor. You know, I love that column of yours, baby. With me, it's like a shot of Vincentry.
Oh.
The only lack I find in it is that I never see any mention of, guess whom?
Whom?
John Bruce, the world's greatest thespian. Also available for wakes, weddings, and beer busts.
You couldn't see your way clear to letting go of my sleeve so I can finish my coffee.
How do you like this, citizen? He can insult you till you curl up and die, and you still love him. Look, I know the minute I'm out of your sight, you're going to forget me, so I'm going to give you this little postcard to hang on to. If your show could stand a boost, ask for the lad they call John Bruce. Well, it rhymes, anyway.
Yeah, I gotta be going now.
Remember, baby, I don't mind what you say as long as you say something, huh?
Yeah.
That's Bruce spelled with a B.
I know it's spelled with a B. A great, big, beautiful hunk of zero. The sincere brown eyes continually shifting, sizing you up and figuring you out. A friendly smile so phony you look for the safety pins holding it in place. Ah, relax. It's a big night. You walk half a block and John Brewst is lost forever. Because there's always something waiting up ahead. I just turned down Grand Avenue. Oh, now there's one of the night's chilly little sounds for you, a burglar alarm shattering the quiet. I looked down the dark, empty street trying to figure out which store, and I saw a child come darting out of a doorway. He began racing the other way. A child. Hey, stop! Stop! I tried racing after it, but there wasn't a chance. I went back to the store. It was a sporting goods place. One window smashed and blood splattered on the glass like the kid had used his naked fist to get to the display of guns and knives inside. After the cops came and I told them what I knew, I continued my wanderings. Down through the Lincoln Park district and up through Honky Tonk Road. Wild neon signs making the night bleed red and green and purple. And then the little jazz combos beating their brains out. And the barkers, their gold teeth flashing as they bang their canes against the sidewalk and shout about the 12 dancing girls waiting just for you. And they all gent hawking popcorn and hot tamales in a little child's wagon. And George, the 35-inch dwarf who sold newspapers with Clark and Knight. Evening, Georgie. How's it going?
Fine and dandy. Better than good. Always A1 for little Georgie.
Give me the Sun-Times. Always good to see what the competition's up to.
They are.
Paper, read all about it. Get your paper.
Oh, it's a lovely headline.
Paper.
One of those
Read all
silly jerks
about
going to wake
Get
up.
your evening paper.
Hey, George. Maybe the way things are in the world, this is a good idea, but since when have they started printing the paper in blood?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Look for yourself, smeared all over.
That's the way I got it. Here, I'll give you another.
Thank you.
Now, let go of my hand.
It's soaking through the bandage, George.
I cut myself in a can opener.
Oh, I hope you went to a doctor.
Doctor?
You've got to get all the glass
I
out.
got all it. I told you it was a can opener.
All I saw in that window was guns and knives. I thought it was a kid.
Okay. So you got yourself a story. Get on the phone. Call the cops. What are you waiting for?
Waiting for you to start telling me why a sweet guy is acting like such a dope. What is it, Georgie?
Almost 1 o'clock, a little more than an hour, and she'll be here. Go on. Call the cops. Call the cops. You'll be doing me a favor. If you don't, I'll kill him. I swear I'll kill him.
She'll show up in an hour, and you'll kill him. Kid, you lost me.
All right, Mr. Stone. You're a good guy. You're entitled to a laugh. Come on. Follow me.
He dumped his papers onto the stand and started across the street. 35 inches of desperate humanity. I followed him around back and down the stairs of an old tenement. He stopped at a basement door to fish out a key. I followed him inside a dark, dank hole. He flicked a switch. Fluorescent lights hissed on, throwing a cold white glow over walls draped in black velvet. There were dark booths and a small bar. It was empty, deathly quiet. I knew the establishment, an after-hours joint. When all the legitimate bars closed, those who still sought refuge from the night come to places like this. George headed straight for the only bit of brightness in the room, a gleaming aluminum jukebox in the corner. In the center of the jukebox was a neon mouth, and within the mouth, a microphone. Other neons spelled out the message, "Ask your tune." It operated like your telephone. Somewhere a girl sat at a switchboard connected to 50 such jukeboxes and taverns all over the city. George stood glaring at his tiny reflection in the jukebox shiny chrome.
I hate it. I'd like to smash it to pieces.
What, the jukebox?
The owner of this joint, he gave me a key so I could come in and get warm on cold nights.
Yeah?
Only you can see for yourself when you're alone. This place can give you the creeps. I thought maybe a tune would cheer me up, so I started horsing around with this jukebox, feeding it my loose nickels, like this. And then her talking to me.
What tune would you like?
It's me, Julie.
Oh, hello, darling.
Darling.
I'm so excited. George, just one more hour. So help me, I've got goose pimples.
Yeah. Me too, Julie.
We'll do it just like we planned. I certainly can't understand your feelings, and I admire you for them. Say before the boss catches me spooning, I better play a record.
Not a record, Julie. The record.
The record, George.
Okay, you can start laughing anytime you want, Mr. Stone.
What's this all about, George?
10 seconds of conversation with every record. It started as a gag, me playing the big lover because she couldn't see she was talking to a dwarf. It's a big joke, huh? On me. Because talking to her every night, I don't know. Something started happening to me inside. Happening to both of us because she felt it too. She really did, Mr. Stone. I mean, an understanding. I don't know the word. But she felt it too. And then he had to ruin it, destroy it.
Yes, it was soap opera at its sudsiest. The little dwarf and his love affair with Julie the jukebox girl. So help me, Georgie even invented an invalid wife. That was his reason why he and Julie could never meet except through the jukebox. But like all little melodramas taken from life, there was also a villain. One of the men who worked in this joint happened to overhear George spilling his heart out. And as a gag, when George wasn't around, he told Julie that the poor guy was dying to meet her in person, that they should get together at least once. And that's what's scheduled for 2 a.m., huh, this meeting?
Yeah. It was Julie's idea. I mean, the way it's going to be. The record made her think of it.
The record?
Yeah, it's from Tchaikovsky. Is that what they call him?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, he and his Baroness, some fancy lady, they had a friendship through letters, and they felt that they had to meet at least once. So one day they passed each other in carriages and nodded without a word and went on. Never saw each other again.
And what's good enough for Tchaikovsky is good enough for Georgie and Julie, huh?
Yeah. She'll be wearing a green hat and a sprig of violets. I'll be wearing a red flower. Well, you think she'll be a little surprised at what she's going to see, Mr. Stone? Isn't it a joke? Yeah, it's okay for you to laugh. Go on, laugh, Mr. Stone. Laugh!
I turned. He was a big, paunchy, bald-headed gent, standing in the doorway, having himself a wonderful time. It was right out of Mac's Senate, a barrel of laughs. George, the dwarf, charging right into the big guy who merely lifted him up, shrugged his shoulder, and sent the little fellow flying across the room, crashing into a wall.
What a character that little monkey is, huh? Did he tell you about his romance?
So you're Cupid.
That's me. I'm even willing to stake him to that rose for his lapel. Nothing's too good for Loverboy. What a line he's got. You gotta hear it to believe it.
Hey, George! The knife in George's hand would have looked much better back in that sporting goods window. He moved out of the shadows. He moved toward the big guy. A trickle of blood ran down George's mouth, but he didn't know anything about that.
Put that knife away or I'll shove it down your throat.
But George kept coming. The smile on the big man's face took a leave of absence.
Hey, come on now, George. What's the matter? Can't you take a joke?
A bead of sweat started zigzagging down his face, mixing with the talcum powder. His lips continued to work, but now no words came out. Because this thing coming towards him, this wasn't a comical little dwarf. This was death.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you dial and write. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
George the dwarf was passing in front of me on his way to the big guy who'd loused up his romance with Julie, the jukebox girl. The knife glinted in his hand, and he didn't even know that I was there. The only other person in all the world existed for him at that moment was a heavily perspiring fat man. Then as George came just a little closer, I lunged.
Let me go!
I twisted his arm back until the knife clattered to the floor. And I reached down for it as George tore loose and ran out of the door.
How do you like that little character trying to knife me? I'm going to call the cops so fast.
Wouldn't that be a little awkward, seeing how the joint here is slightly illegal?
Huh? Well, one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to tell this Jane on the jukebox who she's dealing with. I'm going to tell her this crazy punk's liable.
Mister,
Huh?
you even say howdy to that girl, and I might decide to find George and give him back this knife. I found George all right, slumped against his newsstand, all through wanting to kill anybody. I told him I'd see the cops, and maybe they'd say it was okay if George paid for all the damage to that sports store and behave himself from now on. That didn't make him feel much better, because it was getting awfully close to 2 o'clock in his meeting with Julie. I told him that I'd call Julie and inform her that he'd suddenly come down with a slight case of bubonic plague or something. I got the name of the company off the jukebox in the after-hours joint, the Acme Music Company. I found a phone booth, reached for a coin, and instead came up with a card that said, "If your show can stand a boost, ask for the lad they call John Bruce." And John's beautiful, phony face smiling up at me. All of a sudden, I was looking for the phone number at the bottom of the card, and then I began dialing like mad. That's got to be her.
Which one?
Coming down the street. The green hat, the sprig of violets. Yep.
Wow. This is going to be a distinct pleasure, baby.
Just remember what you're supposed to do, baby. You walk past, you nod, and you keep walking.
What's the mystery all about? You can level with Brucey, boy.
$10, no questions asked. That was the agreement.
Can I at least mumble some quote about...
You open your mouth for anything but breathing.
Okay.
She's almost reached the corner. Move. I stepped back to the paper stand where George was waiting. Together we watched Julie and John Bruce approach each other. Mr. Tchaikovsky never had it so good. She was really something out of body beautiful. As the two approached, George's hand unconsciously fastened on my arm. Now Julie and John were passing each other, their eyes meeting. George's hand began to tighten.
Julie. Oh, how beautiful. How beautiful.
Julie nodded to John Bruce, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw little George nod in return. For one sickening moment, I thought Bruce was going to open his mouth and go into a monologue, but somehow he controlled himself. They passed each other and went on. I looked down at George. His eyes were shining.
It was me. What I said to her, pouring out my heart, that brought her here tonight.
Sure it did.
Yeah. But why couldn't it really have been me? Why couldn't it have been me, Mr. Stone?
Ask the stars. Maybe they had an answer for you, Georgie. Me, I had work to do. I still had my story to find. Somewhere among the waiters, folding their tuxedos away, yawning as they changed into their street clothes. Somewhere among the jazz musicians, their faces waxen with fatigue, their shirt collars soaked in sweat, but still reaching for that beautiful, pure note. Somewhere in the police wagons, screaming insanely down the street. Somewhere in the yellow lights of the general hospital, the mile of empty warehouses, the strip of greasy piers, a desolate park, in an alley, on a street corner. Somewhere in the night, my story was waiting for me. And now, that was all that mattered. By morning, I'd forgotten all about George and Julie and John Bruce. I'd finished my column and I'd gone home to snooze. Only my saga of the jukebox wasn't ended. It had only just begun. Yeah. Yeah.
Hiya. I wake you up? It's after 10 a.m.
Well, what do you know? What do you want, Bruce?
I do okay?
Oh, you are magnificent. I'll see you around.
Oh, wait a minute, Randy.
Yeah.
The broad.
Yeah?
Friend of yours?
No.
Well, then what was that routine? You got old Johnny Boy guessing.
Well, good for Johnny Boy. I'll see you around.
Randy, look, as long as she's not a friend, like they say, where can I locate this kid? Maybe we'll have a couple of laughs together. No kidding, baby. Where can I find her?
Goodbye now. Yeah, when you're in my racket, when you deal with these characters on the night beat, brother, you've got to be prepared for the totally unexpected. Johnny Boy had fallen for the lady of the jukebox like a ton of bricks. Of course, he couldn't come right out and say it plain and simple. He had to ham it right up to the hilt. But I knew the score. And from then on, he haunted me night and day.
Come on, Randy. Who is she? Where can I find her? Give the girl a break, huh?
He'd corner me on the street, at the newspaper, at my home.
Who is she, Randy? Come on, be a pal. What's wrong with me looking her up and giving her a little attention?
Day after day after day.
Where can I find her, Randy? What's the big mystery?
For a while, I even enjoyed it. He was sweating, and on him it looked good. But I guess this morning I just wasn't in the mood. I'd come down to the office around 5 a.m. And any newspaper office that time of day is a pretty sad affair. Cleaning women sloshing their way up and down the aisle, the gray, listless dawn flat against the windows, the empty desks, and me with one of those real sour little tales to write about a bum they'd found behind some garbage cans on Skid Row. A bum with a Distinguished Service Cross pinned to the pocket of his filthy shirt. One of those gallant young gods that we swore we'd never forget. Yeah, I was feeling Jim Dandy as I sat down to my typewriter, and I whipped a hunk of paper into the roller. And then I saw John Bruce standing in the shadows across the room from me.
Hello, Randy.
Look, friend, I'm not in the mood this morning. I've got work to do.
Randy, you've got to listen to me.
They found him a little after midnight behind a wine shop.
Randy, you've got to tell me where I can find him.
Just another bum. Sleeping it off.
Randy, listen to me. You got to tell me what...
Look, Buster, I'm telling you nothing. You understand that? One dame is going to escape the famed John Bruce charm. It's a very small tragedy. Now, clear out of it.
If you'll only listen to me, please.
I'm slightly bored with listening to you, Mr. Bruce. I'm even more bored with looking at you, Mr. Bruce. You're so phony it sticks out like measles, Mr. Bruce, from your crisp, curly hair right down to your beautifully polished shoes. If this comes as a great surprise...
No great surprise, Randy. Since when can a guy keep that kind of news from himself?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm pretty tired.
I don't know what it is. I won't even try to explain it. I can't explain it to myself. It's that success bug. It's dog eat dog. Anything goes as long as you make it. And why do you have to make it? Does it say so in the Constitution?
Look.
But about her, I'm not putting on any act about her, Randy. I'm a big boy now. Love at first sight. Am I kidding? Listen, Randy. We just exchanged a look, maybe 5 seconds. And until the day I die, I won't be able to forget it. I guess that sounds like some more of Johnny Boy's routine, huh?
No. Go on.
Go on? What can I tell you? How do you explain it? But in those few seconds, I saw something I've been looking for all my life, Randy. Something genuine. Something real. Something... Well, maybe I saw my own salvation, Randy. And maybe I was just kidding myself, selling myself a bill of goods. But I got to find out. I got to see her again, talk to her. Maybe the minute she opens her mouth, the dream will come tumbling down like Humpty Dumpty. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Now, where is she, Randy?
The Acme Music Company. Only take your time. She doesn't show up until night. I don't know why I did it. Maybe it was something I saw in John Bruce's eyes that made me feel if I didn't tell him, well, it would have been a bum deal for Julie. I wanted to reach George right away, try to explain what I'd done, but I didn't know where to look for him except at his newsstand. In my world of the night, all you ever know about anyone is where they are right now. I didn't sleep much that day. Making George understand wasn't going to be any cinch. But he had to know that this had been a sick thing that could only hurt him in the end. That night, I hurried right onto his newsstand, only he wasn't around. I started worrying, and on a hunch, I went across the street to the after-hours joint. The door was ajar. I went in. He was there, squatting in front of the jukebox, listening to his song. His back was to me. The song ended, and I searched my mind like crazy for the right words. He was fumbling with some coins, and he slipped one of them into the jukebox.
Like it, darling?
Oh, you know I do. Every time I hear it, I see you again. So beautiful.
You're pretty beautiful yourself, mister.
Julie, it's wonderful to hear you say that.
I backed out quick. I didn't get it. Why hadn't she gone with John Bruce? I hopped a cab for the Acme Music Company, a dilapidated office in a loft on Huron Street. Front door was open, so I went on inside. An empty desk with papers scattered all over, but nobody around. I went into a dark hallway marked no admittance. Ahead of me was a lighted glass door with the word studio painted on it. I started for it when someone came running up behind me.
Hey, you, can't you read the sign? No admittance. I thought that was very clear.
Well, there wasn't anybody at the desk.
You're telling me something I don't know? Quitting without a minute's notice. That's a fine thing, huh?
Mister.
But wait, that's Sally. She'll want a reference someday. I'll give her a reference, all right. Now, come on.
Sally, is she the one who quit?
Without a minute's notice. A jerk comes popping in. I was working in back. Next thing you know, she's waltzing out of here with him. But that's okay. Someday she'll want a reference.
Sally is a dark-haired girl, beautifully built.
So she's beautifully built. Big deal. Come on, mister. I got 50 things to do.
Then that would be Julie working in the studio up ahead.
So?
Well, do you mind if I peek in through the door? Then I'll go.
If you want to peek, all right, peek. With Julie, I'm not worried about her running off. With Julie, I'm safe.
Yes, he was safe with Julie. As I looked through the glass door, I thought, sure, it figures. Two can play the same game. The dwarf had his John Bruce, and Julie had her Sally. Julie couldn't have shown up for a meeting with George even if she wanted to, because I very much doubt that Julie could have lifted her 350 pounds out of that chair. Huge, sprawling Julie, working like mad at her switchboard with its flashing lights from jukeboxes all over the city. And then while I watched as she answered one call, something happened. Her eyes lit up in a strange and wonderful way. Then she flicked a switch that played a certain record for a certain jukebox, and her eyes became even more bright. I didn't have to hear the rest of the record. She was playing their song for her guy, George. And all of a sudden, I realized how right George was. Julie was beautiful. Yeah, that's how it is when you walk the night beat. You always know that if you walk far enough and long enough, and if you keep your eyes open and you listen very carefully, sooner or later in the darkness, you'll find the city's heart. Yeah. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Larry Marcus, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of John Bruce was played by Bill Conrad. Jeff Corey was George. Others in tonight's cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Ray Hartman, and Eddie Fields. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you dial it right. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night, NBC.
Join Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment tonight on NBC.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star, which is as good a way of making a buck as any if you like walking and nobody's hiring mailmen. Yeah, I'm real bitter tonight. It all began with a column I wrote, a few months ago, about a fire in a little nightclub over on the north side and the panic that followed. Afterwards, I couldn't get that panic out of my system. Human beings reduced to the level of animals. All they had to do was walk calmly out of the building. But no, they tore and smashed and clubbed and clawed, not caring about anything but their own precious skin. And so 3 people were trampled to death. It griped me, and I wrote in my column that we were all a lot closer to the jungle than we realized when human beings could act so vile and so ugly in the face of fear. A couple of hours later, the galley sheet of the column was tossed on my desk, and, as usual, the proofreader had found a dozen mistakes in my spelling. But something else was added. Across the story was written, "Too bad the human race doesn't come up to your standards. Signed, Fraser." I don't know, maybe I was feeling a little bad about the column myself, but it kind of got under my skin. I put in a call to the proofreader's desk to have Mr. Fraser drop around. I'd hardly hung up the phone when a little dame about 70 years old, 5 feet tall, but hard as nails, came down the aisle. Pencils sticking out everywhere from her gray hair and her celluloid eye shade firmly in place.
Mr. Fraser's been dead for 38 years, but if you don't mind talking to his widow...
Just sit down. I just called you over to punch you in the nose.
Oh, you want to do it here, or should we go down to the alley?
I'll take a rain check. It's too soon after Mother's Day.
You burned me up, putting yourself on a pedestal. Shame on you.
Well, you weren't at that fire. You didn't see those nice human beings tear at each other like tigers.
And you've never really been afraid, have you, Mr. Stone?
Oh, I don't know.
Of course you don't know. That's what makes me sore. You don't know what real panic can do to you. It can tear you apart. It can poison you.
Don't kid me, Fraser. You've never been afraid of anything in your life.
Oh, not much I wasn't. You ever hear of the lakeside? No, that was when you were still in Cotton Triangles. Well, it was a vacation ship, and it tipped over in Lake Michigan. And I was on it. And let me tell you something, laddie boy. I tore and clawed and ripped with the best of them. Sure, I was ashamed afterwards. But it left me with something more than shame. It left me with understanding.
Well, maybe.
The only way to understand hunger is to go without food. You won't ever understand fear until you've really been afraid. I mean afraid in every drop of blood, in every nerve. Then you'll understand it. And maybe you'll climb down off that pedestal. Now, is there anything else you wanted to say to me?
No, but thanks for letting me talk myself out.
Okay. See you around. Oh, and another thing.
Yeah.
You spell like a 2-year-old. I before E except after C. Will you please remember that?
She was a doll. I wasn't going to argue with her about anything, spelling or fear. Except that, being a strictly no-hero type guy, I'd still like to see the day that anything could turn me into the savages I saw at that fire. And that was the end of it. For a few months, anyhow. Until I got the letter. This letter was on top of the pile. Nothing unusual about the envelope. No return address. Postmark, Winona, Illinois. Dear Mr. Stone, I am mailing this letter so that you will receive it on May 24th. It is important that you receive it then, because after that you would not receive it at all. You see, sometime between the evening of May 24th and the following morning, I am going to kill you. Oh, anonymous. Well, yeah, that figures. Going to kill you. I realize you will instantly decide that I am a harmless crackpot. Oh, instantly, brother, instantly. And I am counting on that to keep you from going to the police. Let me assure you that I have no motive for killing you. I know you only through your newspaper column, and you know me not at all. But then what motive has the hunter of the fox beyond the excitement of the kill itself? Brother. I selected you as my victim because as you walk the city at night, you make a very excellent target. And also because, obviously, from your writings, you are an intelligent man. Well, flattery's going to get this kid nowhere. I am writing you about my plans because I want you to spend every second constantly on guard. I want you to wonder about your fate, wonder when it will happen, and how. A knife, a gun, poison. Whatever way I choose, I assure you I will trap you in a most unusual fashion. Well, thank you and good night. And I tossed the letter from Winona, Illinois, into the wastebasket. Everyone who wrote a column got one of these every so often. The world was filled with such goofs. By the time I started on my night beat that evening, I couldn't even tell you the exact words of the letter. By the time I made my regular stop at Gus's beanery around 9, the letter from Winona was gone from my mind. The beanery was empty. I went over to the counter.
Evening, Mr. Stone. Hey, your paper call. Kindly give the switchboard a ring.
Thank you. What's the soup du jour, if I may be so bold?
What's always the soup du jour at this establishment? Whatever won't go down the garbage disposal, mixed with liberal amounts of Lake Michigan's finest.
You make it sound heavenly. A large bowl. I'll call it. As I dialed the paper, I idly watched the seedy little character push his face against the restaurant's plate glass window and then come slowly into the place, shuffling uncertainly. Then the gal at the paper answered, and I turned to the phone.
Chicago Star.
This is Stone. What small crisis are we faced with tonight?
Oh, Mr. Stone, you had a long-distance call. Let me
see. Here it is. From somebody in Winona, Illinois.
That letter.
You say something?
No, go on.
Well, the party seems terribly anxious to reach you. He left a number to call in Winona, said if he didn't hear from you within an hour, he was coming into the city to find you. That was almost 2 hours ago.
Did he leave his name?
No, just a phone number. 1836. But like I said, he called 2 hours ago, and he said that if...
Yeah, I know.
Well, you might try him, though. He really seems desperate to find you.
Oh, well, good for him. Thanks, kid. As I hung up the phone, I noticed that my stomach muscles had tightened ever so slightly, and the palm of my hand was just a little damp. I called the Winona number like a real sucker, and the phone rang on and on at the other end. And I got the mental picture of some wild-eyed loon sitting in a dark room, hearing the phone ring and shrieking himself silly at having fooled me. And then I turned and started walking back to the restaurant counter. I noted that the seedy little character who'd come in while I was on the phone, with every seat in the restaurant empty, had chosen the seat next to mine. There he was, nursing a cup of coffee right next to my bowl of soup. I kind of smiled inwardly at the odd little feeling that gripped my knees for an instant and was gone. I sat down beside him, looking at his reflection in the long mirror behind the counter. A watery-eyed, moth-eaten little character in a frayed coat. I salted my soup, reached for the spoon, and then I realized humorously that the feeling that had been in my knees was now in my wrists. Well, let's face it, Randy, old boy, old kid, old top, this is undoubtedly the killer, and he has unquestionably spilled strychnine into your soup. I grinned to myself, wondering why the grin kind of caused my lips to ache. And then I dipped my spoon into the soup. Only, you know, it was a little funny how he'd chosen the seat next to mine, with a whole restaurant at his disposal. The spoon of soup was on its way to my lips, and that odd feeling had now settled in my elbow. Ah, knock it off, I thought. Act your age. You're a big boy, Randy. Drink the soup. But it was an amusing thought. I mean, Winona was only 40 miles from Chicago, and he would have had time to get here by now. Ah, the soup, kid, yeah. Well, the soup had reached my lips, and my eyes automatically went to the big mirror. He was staring straight at me, expectantly. I put the spoon down. Gus, come over here, will you?
Sure. What can I do for you, Mr. Stone?
My soup got cold. How about another bowl?
Sure thing. It's a break for the cat.
Oh, no, not the cat.
Huh?
Why not the cat, friend?
I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'll be going.
Now, 1 second. Why not the cat?
Fine soup like that? I sure wouldn't mind if the soup wasn't so warm.
Why?
That bowl of soup. You were away. It drew me like a magnet. It became the most wonderful thing in the world, sitting next to it, inhaling its spicy aroma. Oh, it's frightening how one's values change. It's very frightening. I'll be going now.
No, wait a minute. The soup is fine for me, Gus. Serve this gentleman the hot bowl and see what else he'll have.
Sure, Mr. Stone.
I always made my own way. Sometimes everything gets out of hand. But really, I don't want charity.
Well, take my word for it, sir. I owe it to you. I left the beanery a little after 10, feeling like an idiot junior grade. Back to work, wandering the lonely places of the night, looking for my story. The railroad yards where kids in overalls flipped off the freights and brushed the straw from their jeans, thinking, Chicago, here I am. Past the produce markets beyond the loop where trucks were already coming in and loading their crates of fruits and vegetables. through the narrow canyons of the downtown financial district, deserted, empty. The night wind whipping the scraps of paper that was so vital yesterday into the gutter. But tonight the story wasn't there. It wouldn't come. Tonight something was gnawing at me, and I kept pushing it away, trying to shame it out of my system. But I couldn't shake it. Finally, I stopped in at a gas station. It was closed for the night, but the phone booth was open. But Winona 1836 was never going to answer. Then the newspaper again to see if they'd heard from him.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stone. I was trying to reach you. He came in all right more than an hour ago.
He's there now?
No, he hung around a while. He seemed so agitated. Then he said he'd find you himself and left.
What does this character look like?
Gee, how would you describe... Well, average-looking fellow, only excited.
Oh, great. Mm-hmm. Listen, if he comes back, you very quietly dial P051313. You understand that?
But that's the police.
You catch on fast, baby.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's more mystery later this evening with 2 rough and tough crime fighters. There's the amazing Mr. Malone, a daring private detective equally proficient at romance or solving murders, followed by the man called X, an intrepid soldier of fortune played by Van Heflin, who travels to all the dark and mysterious corners of the world, combating the evils of international intrigue. Yes, there's action and adventure every Friday here on NBC. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
After the gal on the switchboard had told me that my chum from Winona was now in town, I stayed in the phone booth in the deserted little gas station to call the police. A crazy man somewhere in the dark city looking for me. No, I wasn't having any.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Give me Captain Barton.
Barton speaking.
Oh, Captain, this is Randy Stone of the Star.
Yes, Randy.
Look, some screwball is out gunning for me. I think I need some help.
A little slower, Randy.
I got a letter from this guy. I thought he was just a crank, but
I can't understand you. Talk slower. Relax, Randy. This doesn't sound like you.
Well, it is me. It's me, all right. Now, look, I don't know who this guy is or when he'll decide to move in. But it's not so good for the nerves, Captain.
Now, wait a minute. Start from the beginning.
And then I heard the sound. Someone tapping on the glass door of the phone booth. I turned. It was dark, but I could see his face, wild and excited.
Hear what I said, Randy? Do it slow, Randy.
I don't even remember hanging up the phone. I felt my throat closing up. He was a slight fella, his hands hammering against the glass door. They looked extraordinarily white and strong. I opened the door quickly.
Thanks. Sorry to have to cut you short like this. But, boy, I think this is it.
Huh?
Her pains are coming every 3 minutes now. The doc said when they start like that, to call him quick. Man, am I nervous. It's my first kid, you know.
He was nervous. I started walking fast, trying to find a cab, so that I could get to the police station and make that lughead Barton understand what was happening. Only none of the cabbies ever bothered with this neighborhood this late at night. Warehouses, small factories, lofts, everything shuttered up for the night. 100 times I'd walked this street without ever realizing how completely lonely it was. A figure was coming the other way. Without even thinking, I crossed the street to the other side. And the figure went on. Now I wasn't wasting any time telling myself what a dope I was. I wanted to get to that police station fast. There were no cabs, but a block ahead was a subway entrance. I hurried toward it, all my nerves jangling. I figured maybe a cigarette might make me calm down. I ducked into a doorway, struck a match. As the match burst into flame, I saw I wasn't alone.
Waiting for you.
For me?
You, the funny Prince Charlie. Harry S. Truman, the man on the flying trapeze. Anybody with a pack of cigarettes and a social conscience.
Here, take the whole pack.
I thank you, for you have made me king of the night. Now, till dawn, I will stand here and let the galaxies entertain me. Sagittarius, the Pleiades, Perseus, the tiny North Star, dancing all of them to the music of our thrashing earth.
Oh, fine, great, thanks. See you around. I kept on walking, thinking, Riley, any other night, what a kick I'd have gotten from shooting the breeze with a guy like that. Poet of the darkness, his study, any alley, any doorway of the city. But tonight, all I wanted was to reach the subway up ahead and get to the police. And then I was standing before the subway entrance. But it was dark, and across the entrance was the sign, closed after 10 p.m., Fullerton Station open. Fullerton Station, that was 4 blocks across town. Everything was against me tonight. The whole city was against me. Every building and every street. For the first time in my life, it was all strange. I hated it. I hurried toward Fullerton, through an area of condemned tenements now being torn down for a housing project. Everything broken and shattered against the night. But beyond the ruins, the lights of Fullerton Street, the subway, safety. The word had never meant much to me, but now it meant everything. I was walking very quickly, trying with all my willpower to keep from running. My heart beating too hard inside me and my nerves feeling them tighten. And I stopped. I looked around me frantically. Not another soul. The bulldozers and other heavy equipment standing alone in the streets. The smashed buildings, nothing else. And then I realized the voice was coming from the building just to my right. An ancient, sprawling apartment house. 2 upper stories already demolished, but the lower part still standing. I rushed over to the building. The windows were boarded up, but the boards were rotting, and I tore one aside. Are you in here?
Yes, please help me. Hurry. Trap. Falling. Timbers. Hurry.
I ran to the arched entrance of the building, also boarded up. Even in the darkness, I could read the large sign nailed across the front, Condemned, Danger. I tore the boards aside. And I went into the building. It was like looking into a cave. The faintest moonlight from outside revealed broken floors, smashed walls, and narrow hallways leading off in all directions.
Hurry. Whoever you are, please hurry. I can't hold out much longer. Can't.
I looked through my pockets for matches. There were none. I'd given them to the philosopher. Have any idea where you are in relation to the entrance?
No. Came in by the drywall place. Wall collapsed.
Oh, look, fella, I can't find you in the dark. I'll go for help.
No, please don't leave me alone. Can't hold out much longer. Timbers getting me down. Don't leave me.
All right, but keep talking. I'll try to follow your voice. You tell me if my footsteps seem to be getting closer.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
I went down what had apparently been the main hallway. Rooms arched off in every direction. I stumbled. I crashed through rotting floors trying to reach it. Empty room after empty room. Some dimly lit by the moon, most of them in deep, suffocating darkness. Keep talking. Your voice sounds closer.
Okay, yes. You seem closer to me.
I'd gone down at least half the length of the building. Once I looked back, and the front door seemed so far off now. Gave me a strange feeling.
Fate really pulls tricks on you, don't you? You never know when it's going to catch up to you, or how, or where. Mister, why did you stop?
Why did you say that?
What? I don't get you.
You never know when fate will catch up to you. How or where. That's what the letter said.
What letter? Mister, what are you talking about? Step on it, mister. Hurry.
How long have you been here?
Oh.
Answer me.
Hours.
Why didn't somebody else find you? Why did you wait for me?
Mister, can't answer questions. Anything else? Come on, will you?
But I couldn't move. The blackness seemed to close me, and I started having trouble breathing.
Come on. You're close now.
Close, yes. His voice seemed to be right ahead of me.
Come on.
Or behind me.
Come on.
Where was it? Was he waiting for me there in the darkness, waiting to spring at me, a gun in his hand or a knife?
Come on. What are you doing, Harry?
His voice didn't sound right. It didn't sound right. He was only pretending to be hurt. He wasn't hurt at all. Oh, no, stop it, Randy. Get a control of yourself. You gotta help him. But no, I couldn't move. My legs had turned to stone. I couldn't budge them.
Harry.
Completely at his mercy, this crazed man. I'll trap you in a most interesting way. What was that? I thought I heard a movement. He was coming for me through the darkness. I had to get away.
Sit down, Randy.
Yeah, thanks, Captain, thanks.
Hey, you look terrible. What's happened?
Well, I started telling you over the phone. This crazed loon sent me a letter saying that he was going to kill me. He was going to trap me.
I know all about the letter. The guy's right in the next office.
The next office?
Sure. He came into town a couple of hours ago. Send Mr. Harris in. He was here when you phoned. I was just kidding you along, and then before I could tell you, you hung up.
But he couldn't be.
Mr. Harris, this is Randy Stone, the man you've been trying to reach.
Oh, Mr. Stone.
You? You're the one who sent the letter?
Oh, no. No. I'm the tenant there at the sanitarium.
Sanitarium?
Yeah, for the insane. It's a private one in Winona. I should have known better, but, well, he seemed so rational at the time.
What are you talking about?
The letter. The letter, he gave it to me. He asked me to mail it as a favor to him. Said he was sending you a letter of appreciation for your fine column.
But wait.
Oh, I know it's against all the rules to mail the letters without the superintendent reading them, but, well, like I say, he seemed so rational, and then after I mailed it, then he told me what he'd written. Well, that's why I've been trying so desperately to reach you. Because I could get fired if it ever came out that I...
You mean he's up in Winona, locked up?
Oh, sure. Sure, you don't have to worry about that.
Captain, get a car and for God's sake, hurry. Yes, the poor guy in the abandoned apartment was still alive when we got to him, but no special thanks to me. I felt like such a fool, I didn't know how I was going to live with myself. And then I remembered somebody. And even if it was just a little after 3 in the morning, I went calling. When she saw who it was, she reached for a coffee pot to bang me on the head, but when I told her about tonight, well, she added water and put the coffee pot over a high flame instead.
So you had to wake me up to tell me what a bum you are, huh?
Yeah. No different from the others. Clawing, tearing.
And just why should you be different, lover boy? You a special design or something? After the Lord finished with you, he threw away the pattern?
Okay.
Don't you get it yet, brain? We're all in the same jungle. And fear is what keeps us there. And the only way we're ever going to get out is hand in hand.
Well, that sounds great, but what about me? How do you ever get over feeling like a worm?
Oh, there's a way. I'll give you some of this poisonous brew, and then I'll whisper the secret into your little pink ear.
It wasn't much of a secret. All she did was send me down to the office, back to the typewriter, to put it all down, every word, and in the first person. And you know, maybe it's the same with fear as it is with a lot of other things. As soon as you stop hiding it, as soon as you share it around, the sting is gone. But, brother, fear is a deadly weapon that makes the atom bomb look like a squirt gun. Maybe the day we all stop being afraid, maybe that's the day the new world they all talk about will officially begin. Anyway, I guess the article I wrote was okay because when it got back to me from the copy reader's desk, scrawled across the front in that bold, angry hand was, "Welcome back to the human race, but your spelling is atrocious." Okay, Fraser, I love you too. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by...
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. And it's just that, Night Beat. Plodding, pounding pavements, always looking for that story that beats with the pulse of the city at night. There's a bite in the air. A penetrating drizzle goes through your bones. Tired, pallid faces look out at nothing through the streetcar windows. I turn up my collar and try to remind myself it's spring, but there's nothing warming in the thought. The city's got her makeup off and her hair down. Downbeat. I wander through the loop, walk through the deserted cavern of concrete that by day is LaSalle Street. Its tall gray buildings walling me in like giant tombstones. And just for a minute, I feel like a kid in a graveyard, and like a kid, I reach for the light spilling out through the big plate glass window. There they were, the ones who inhabit the caves by night. A night army of cleanup women, busy like so many beavers with their mops and waxers, polishing the brass, the elevator doors, the mailboxes, the stairs. I watched the one nearest to me, dipping the brush, sloshing the suds, and wiping them up. She was old, white-haired, and small, not much bigger than a child. She seemed tired. She stopped, and then she looked up and saw me. She smiled. I winked at her. She took a deep breath like a sigh, and she turned back to her pail. But she never made it. Let me in. Hey, you in there. Let me in. The other little beavers saw her, sprawled across the pail, and rushed to her, blocking my vision. Then one woman stood up, terror on her face. It wasn't much of a story, just an item for the obits. Mrs. Martha Orloff, age 62, scrub woman, death by natural causes, heart failure. Natural? What's natural about killing yourself with a scrub brush? The police came and took the body away, and the little beavers went back to work, and in half an hour you wouldn't have known it had happened. Yeah, you stand in the presence of death and you come up with a 2-line obit. That's all it would have been if the other scrub woman hadn't stopped me on my way out of the building.
Oh, mister, please.
Yeah?
Please excuse, but somebody should tell him.
Who?
Mrs. Orloff's boy.
Oh, the police will take care of that.
I don't think it right boy should learn his mother is dead through police. I would go myself, but they're very strict here. I would lose job.
Okay. What's his name?
I don't know. She just called him my boy.
All right, I'll find him.
Mister, please.
Now, what's the matter?
I don't know what to do with her stuff.
What stuff?
In her bags, in the locker.
Oh, okay, let me see. Mrs. Orloff shared a locker with 3 other women. The police had taken her purse, but her cardboard treasure chest and her coat they left behind. I opened the box. In it was a crushed corsage she'd picked up off some littered corridor, and a picture postcard that had caught her fancy, the Eiffel Tower in the sunlight. And a pair of latex knee pads. They'd been issued to her, but she never used them. Even DuPont can't change the habits of a lifetime of drudgery. I left the cardboard box in the locker, but I took a coat. It was a shabby coat, but it was clean. In one pocket was a sack containing a sandwich, 2 slices of black bread with a little mayonnaise in between. In the other pocket, a pair of white gloves mended in the fingers and a door key pinned to the lining of the pocket with a safety pin. It's a funny thing. 4 million people in the town. They work to death, play to death, drink to death, and you rub shoulders with them every day. But you only meet a handful. I don't know why I felt drawn to Martha Orloff. Maybe it was because I was the last person she smiled at. I went over to her flat. She lived in Polish Town in a little walk-up tenement, the 2nd floor back. It was very late. In deference to the fire laws, a 20-watt bulb burned uncertainly in the hall. A heavy smell of cabbage and cooking grease lingered in the air. I knocked again and louder. If anybody was inside, they should have heard me. I didn't want to wake up the whole building, so I unpinned the key from her pocket. I opened the door, and I flicked on the light. It was Mother Hubbard's cupboard. It was bleak to the bone. 2 rooms with a kitchenette curtained off with faded cretonne. A little canned milk, a little black bread, 1 boiled potato, no rug on the floor. 1 cot with a lumpy mattress, and 1 poor withered geranium trying to live without light. But no sign of any sun, nothing in the place belonging to man or boy. But in the sideboard drawer there was something interesting. A package of money order receipts crisscrossed with rubber bands. Hundreds of them, all for the same amount, $2, and issued about a week apart, and all made out to the polio fund. And with the receipts, a personal letter from one of Chicago's richest women thanking Martha Orloff for her charity. An old lady scrubs floors, and every 2 weeks, every week, $2 go to the polio fund. Why? Well, the answer was right in front of me. All I had to do was look up. On the wall, a picture of a sickly, spindly boy about 12 years old, with braces on both legs.
Look, you no good bum. I told you don't come. Oh, I thought you are Stanley. What you doing here?
Who are you?
Never mind who I am. I'm janitor. What you doing in Mrs. Orloff's flat?
I'm looking for a son.
Stanley?
Well, if that's his name, that's who I'm looking for.
Ah. You from the police?
I'm a newspaperman, Randy Stone. I came to tell him that his mother died tonight.
She died?
Yes. This his picture?
Yeah, that's Stanley. Died. I'm not surprised. She worked to death all time. Scrub. What for? I tell her 1,000,000 times. What for you work, Martha? Let that big hunk son take care of you. But no, he big lazy bum. Too good for work.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about the same kid?
Oh, that picture take 10, 12 years ago. He all cured now. He walk good like me, twice as strong as me.
Well, that's fine. I'm glad to hear it. Well, would you notify him that his mother is dead?
Me? I don't tell that no good nothing.
All right, okay, I'll tell him. Where do I find him?
I don't know nothing about Stanley Orloff. I not want to know nothing. It's just as good. Maybe she did. Just as good. All right, mister, you go now.
Without another word, he walked me down the stairs, ushered me out, and closed the front door, leaving me out there with the cold and some puzzled reactions. I stood in the recess of the doorway and tried to make up my mind. Should I forget about Stanley Orloff or not? The police would reach him somehow or other. They'd tell him. But then I'd never fill in the sketchy picture I had of a kid in braces, and a scrub woman buying a money order every week for the polio fund. Yes, an old lady dies in front of you, and she's no longer a stranger. You've got an obligation, so you find her son and you tell him. But where do you look? Yes, the letter in the sideboard drawer for Mrs. Genevieve Hall. The polio fund should know where Stanley Orloff was. I went back up. This time I was quieter. I opened the sideboard drawer, got the letter. Only when I went to shut it, it stuck. I tried to force it. The kid's picture fell to the floor. I stooped to pick it up just as the door opened.
What are you doing with Stanley's picture?
What's that? A girl stood in the doorway. She was tall, high cheekbones, and a broad forehead. Anybody else wearing a Beacon bathrobe would have looked lumpy and misshapen, but not her. This is a very active place tonight.
You're the man from the newspaper, aren't you?
Yeah, Randy Stone.
I have to talk to you, but be quiet. Papa'd be mad. He thinks I'm in bed. What'd he tell you about Stanley? Did he tell you Stanley was no good?
That's a pretty good summation.
Everybody says he's a bum. Well, if he is, it's her fault.
Her?
His mother. I'm glad she's dead. Always waiting on him, babying him. Picking him up when he fell down. Why, he could walk a long time before she knew he could. And then when she found it out, you know what she told him? Stand on your own feet now, she said, and be a man. As if Stan Orloff wasn't more man than anybody on this block.
Haven't you got your little drama miscast? Seems to me the heavy in the piece is a bug by the name of poliomyelitis.
I don't know what that means. Probably smart talk, meaning you don't like Stanley like the rest of them.
Oh, but you do.
You bet I do. Stan could have been anything in the world. He's that smart. Just because he don't take any old job that's handed him, they say he's a bum. Because he wants to be something. To get out of this hole and live like a human being, they say he's no good.
Oh, but it's all right for his mother to break her back to support him, huh?
I don't like you.
Well, miss, you're just going to have to get in line.
I thought you were here to help Stanley, or I wouldn't have come up to talk to you.
Look, I don't know Stanley Orloff. I don't know his mother, unless watching somebody die constitutes an introduction. I came to give him a message, that's all. Now, if you'll tell me where to find him, I'd appreciate it.
I'm sorry. I guess I didn't mean that about his mother. Just I get so mad. And I guess because I miss him.
Where does he live?
I don't know. He'd never tell me. Moved out of here 2 months ago. But he ran around with a fella for a while. I didn't like him. We had a fight about it. This fella runs the Ace High Club, but it's not a club. It's a pool hall. Maybe you could find Stan there.
What's the fella's name?
Brannigan. Ace Brannigan.
Thank you.
Oh, if you do find him...
You want me to tell him that a certain tall, black-eyed girl is still around. Is that it?
I guess I was wrong. I guess I do like you.
Olga! Olga, you upstairs?
It's Papa.
You come right down
there. She ran out of the flat like a frightened rabbit. I started to leave before I got thrown out. When I noticed that Mrs. Orloff's coat had fallen to the floor from the chair where I'd put it, it didn't seem right in a flat as frugally neat not to hang it up. I opened the closet door, and I suddenly felt guilty. Guilty for having eaten a square meal, and guilty for having a pair of $12 shoes. In the closet was one dress, and one pair of shoes half-soled, an all-black straw hat with a pink flower on it, a pair of slippers with one toe out, and a bathrobe, and a clean flannel nightgown that had been mended so much it looked quilted. The wardrobe of Martha Orloff. I closed the door. I picked the kid's picture up and I started to hang it back on the wall, and then I saw it. A bank book pasted to the back of the picture with a Scotch tape. A bank book belonging to Martha Orloff with a balance of $50,006.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's more mystery later this evening with 2 rough and tough crime fighters. That's the amazing Mr. Malone, a daring private detective equally proficient at romance or solving murders, followed by The Man Called X, starring John Lund, who travels to all the dark and mysterious corners of the world, combating the evils of international intrigue as an intrepid soldier of fortune. Yes, there's action and adventure every Friday here on NBC. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Martha Orloff, miser. Yes, my little obit that had been growing so nicely into a human interest yarn had fallen flat into a cliche. How do you figure it? A scrub woman in Polish town with a bank balance of $50,006. But there were some angles that didn't fit. Like that glorifying letter from Mrs. Genevieve Hall praising her generosity, and those piddling little weekly donations to the polio fund. Well, maybe Mrs. Hall had the answer. As I waited for a butler to wake her, I thought how ironic it was that I was sitting in a mansion on Lakeshore Drive waiting to discuss Martha Orloff. If Chicago had an aristocracy, Mrs. Hall would have been at least a duchess. She was strictly first family. Her father built an industrial empire on the lake shore when Mrs. O'Leary's cow was still a calf.
Mr. Stone, I tried to be friendly with the press, but was it necessary to waken me in the middle of the night?
I thought so.
Well, young man, get on with it. I'm no girl, you know, to be lollygagging in the parlor all night. What is it you want?
Mrs. Martha Orloff died tonight.
So?
You wrote her this letter. She was one of your regular contributors, sent $2 every week.
Oh, of course, that dear little Polish woman. You say she died?
Yes, of heart failure. Tell me, what did you know about her?
What do you mean, Mr. Stone? She was a generous, hard-working woman.
And her son?
He was stricken with infantile paralysis about 10 years ago. He had a slow recovery, and the fund took care of him, like so many others.
And those $2 donations?
Well, that should be clear even to a journalist. She wanted to pay us back naturally for what we'd done for him. She dedicated her life to it. We didn't want to take her money, but we couldn't refuse. I happen to know she went hungry many times, but she never failed to send the $2.
Or did she? I mean, did she go hungry?
Why, of course she did.
You're sure?
What are you trying to do? Take a simple act of charity and twist it into
Oh, no, please, relax. Mrs. Hall, I'm only trying to understand why Mrs. Orloff left a bank account of $50,000.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Well, see for yourself. Here's the bank.
Young man, I've been around a few years, and I know human nature. You can show me 20 bank books, and I still won't believe it. If she had any money, she would have given it to us. Why, last year when the polio fund fell short of its quota, she took it as a personal disaster. And you know what she did about it? Instead of resting her tired old heart on her days off, she baked pies and sold them in her neighborhood. She made $25 that way, and she gave every cent of it to the fund. Now, have you any more questions?
Yes, Mrs. Hall. You take contributions from the working press? The night was almost gone, but I couldn't quit. I had to have the full portrait of Martha Orloff and my story, my $50,000 story, and the elusive threads that would tie it up into a column of linotype. I went into a little all-night beanery and had a bite to eat. While I was waiting for the coffee, I dug out the bank book again. $50,006. A lot of deposits. How did she do it? Now, wait a minute. There were a lot of deposits, all right, but it didn't add up. The book was practically full. There were pages of deposits, and there were just about as many withdrawals. At one time, her account got up to $50, and then she drew it down to $6. She left it that way for a long time, 11 months. And then these 3 big deposits within the last month. $25,000, $10,000, $15,000. Maybe Stanley Orloff had the answer to that one. The Ace High Club was sandwiched between a Polish theater and a second-hand store off Division Street, and militarily speaking, off limits. Business wasn't very brisk. One lone pool player was shooting a lethargic game. On the other table, a bull-necked individual was rolling dice. And against the wall, in a tilted chair, a mildewed club member was dozing under his hat. And over them all, a green glow hung like mold. One dice player looked up.
What's on your mind, John?
I'm looking for Guy.
Yeah? Yeah. Lots of people looking for guys.
What's your point?
4. Cop?
A newspaper man. I'm looking for Stanley Orloff.
Never heard of him.
I was told I could find him here.
No dice. I'm going to get that cushion fixed.
Yeah, do that. He looked at me in a cold, dead way. He was lying. That was obvious. It was also obvious that the interview was over. A drowsy individual was sitting up now, very alert. The pool player had transferred his interest from the game to me. And since I prefer to make an exit under my own steam, I walked out. But it didn't matter, because now I had an angle on the bank book. The money was hot. Stan Orloff was hot, and he was hiding out. And Mrs. Orloff had stashed the dough for him, protecting him even to that. All I needed to wrap up the story was a record of 3 stick-ups corresponding in amount and date to the 3 deposits. I grabbed a cab for the police station. It was a dull night in robbery detail. Sergeant Doyle was happy to break the monotony by dragging out his record.
Olson, Upstein, Otteson. No, Randy, no Olaf.
Well, how about suspicion of robbery? You ever bring him in for questioning?
No.
I don't get it. There's got to be an Orloff.
What do you want, facts or fiction?
Let me see those unsolved robberies again.
Now, look, Randy, if you're using this information to criticize the police force...
Oh, Doyle, relax. Did I ever say anything against the boys in blue? Okay, then, now, the month of May.
Here. Here's a heist. Mink coat, some jewelry.
What was the value?
No. This stuff was recovered. Here's one. A chain store for $600.
Not enough.
Here's a gas station knocked over for $150 in the till. Never got a line on it.
No. 3 stick-ups, big ones.
You want a big one? All right, here's a big one. $50,000.
Now, that's too big. Now, what about 25, 15, 10?
What do you want me to do, make change? What's wrong with $50,000 in one piece? What are you working on, anyway?
Hey, wait a minute. Huh? Yeah. Maybe it isn't 3. Maybe it is 1. Where was it?
What?
The big stick-up.
Oh, what's that? That was a candy store.
Candy store? $50,000?
That's right. I don't mind telling you, that's one robbery I'd feel very happy if we never solved.
Well, that's a twist. How come?
Candy store. A guy by the name of Burke runs it, but it's a front. He's a bookie. We know he's a bookie, but we can't get anything on him. So a guy comes along and sticks him up for $50,000, and Burke comes yelling to the cops. Said it was his life savings.
Was there a suspect?
Yeah, but we couldn't hold him. Insufficient evidence.
Because you couldn't find the dough?
Yeah, that's right.
And his name was Stanley Orloff?
Oh, you're a stubborn guy, Randy. There's no Orloff on the record. Huh?
Oh.
Well, all right, that's all.
All right, thank you, Sarge. Oh, hey, what was his name?
Who?
The suspect on the candy store heist.
Well, let me see. Brannigan. Yeah, that was his name. Ace Brannigan.
Well, thank you. The meeting of the Ace High Club was still in session. The 3 members were just as I left them. Now, good evening, Mr. Brannigan.
Well, so now you know my name. That's real polite.
I'll be brief. Are you sure you don't know where Stanley Orloff is?
You're making me out a liar. Look, I told you before, I don't know him.
Well, all right. If you should get acquainted with him, will you give him a message for me?
Yeah? Like what?
Would you tell him that his mother died tonight? I went back to Mrs. Orloff's flat. I let myself in quietly and waited in the dark. All the threads were there now. If my hunch was right, all I had to do was wait and the story would tie itself up. Pretty soon I heard what I was waiting for. Footsteps. One dragging a little, like a limp. I couldn't see them. I was in the kitchen, but I heard them. The man with the limp walked across the room to the sideboard.
Ace, it's gone.
What do you mean it's gone?
The bank book. I had it right here, stuck on the back of the picture.
What are you trying, Orloff? A fast one?
Why should I do a thing like that?
I don't know. Maybe you think the use of your old lady's bank account is worth more than 10% of $50,000. Or maybe because you're going to inherit all that dough, you got ideas it belongs to you.
Oh, I wouldn't do a thing like that, honest, Ace.
Yeah. Then it's your old lady. She got wise to the whole setup.
But how could she? She didn't know the account was still open. I told her I took her last $6 months ago. Well, that book's got to be around here someplace.
Then find it.
Is this what you boys are looking for?
Huh? Oh, it's you again. Still looking for a guy?
I found him.
Give me that bank book.
It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to Stanley now. An interesting angle. An old lady dies and her son inherits the proceeds of a stick-up.
Yeah, and it's all legal. Now, give me that book.
I think I'll keep it. Police might find it interesting. They might jump to the same conclusions I have.
That dough's mine, and I'm going to have it.
Well, sure, it's yours, but you're going to have a tough time getting it. You'll have to go to the cops and tell them how you got it and how come it's in somebody else's bank account.
Are you going to hand it over, or do I take it the hard way?
I didn't have any rebuttal for the gun he turned on me. I handed him the book as the door opened.
Olga, here you come back.
It was the janitor. He didn't see Ace and the kid. They'd stepped back into the shadows. He held a piece of paper out.
Olga say you friend for Mrs. Orloff. Maybe you take care of this paper, huh?
Sure, I'll take it. What is it?
I keep it for her, 'cause I'm on ground floor. She's always afraid there'll be fire. It get burned, and... Stanley, what you do here? You not satisfied you kill your mother?
All right, Grandpa, you said your piece, Blow.
Who you are?
Blow.
Oh, this is terrific.
What's so funny?
Here, read it, Ace. The last will and testament of Martha Orloff.
Huh?
She leaves all her worldly goods, everything, to her favorite charity, the Polio Fund. And that means along with her other dress and her pair of shoes, the bank book.
What does it mean?
It means, Stanley, boy, that you can't touch this dough, either one of you.
But it's...
Yes, it's legal. You bet it's legal. As legal as an English barrister. Ace's face went white. He wasn't very bright, but he was bright enough to know that I had him by the tail feathers.
What are we going to do, Ace?
Do? Who's going to know about the will?
But they know, and... Oh, no. No, Ace, I don't want any part of that. I don't want...
Shut up. All right, Snooper, you open it. And watch your step.
Ace moved against the wall, his gun concealed, but he had a perfect beat on me. I opened the door, and there was the prettiest sight I've ever seen. 2 big, ugly cops, and one of them was Sergeant Doyle.
Randy, you finally got me into the act. Which one of these guys is Orloff?
Oh, that's him, over there.
Thanks. Stanley Orloff?
Yeah?
Oh, sorry, but we got bad news for you. Your mother died tonight. The body's at the county morgue.
Well, it's 5 a.m. It's milk time. I should go home, but I haven't finished my column. There's one item left to write. What makes it tough, I've got a choice. One way I write it might make the front page. Bookie, hoodlums, swindle. The other way, it only amounts to an obit. Oh, but what an obit. I was tempted to tell the cops about the $50,000, but, well, they'd only give it back to the bookie, and then nobody wins. Yeah, it's dough thrown down a muddy track. The suckers don't know it, but all their little $2 on the nose and $2 to place and show is really gonna buy something. Yeah, I got a full portrait of Martha Orloff now, framed in gold. $50,000 worth. Martha Orloff, patron of Polio Foundation, leaves fortune. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by John and Gwen Bagney with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Myra Marsh, Paul Dubov, Ed Max, and Lou Merrill. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
And enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you're dialing right. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night, NBC.
Hear the amazing Mr. Malone tonight on NBC.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. This little jewel, this little beauty, this little sweetheart of a story started on a hot night in June, around 7 p.m. I was at my desk trying to convince myself that there was really a good reason to get up and roll down my sleeves, tie my shoelaces, and start walking those steaming sidewalks so that my 400 words could end up next to the girdle ads and the shipping news, arrivals and departures, page 38. Oh, well, it's a living. So dry your tears and think. She had stopped a few feet from my desk, looking at me like I was one of those $60 embalming jobs. A cute little thing in crisp linen and wet cheeks. Can't be that bad, kid.
I'm sorry. I just can't seem to control myself. It's so awful. The elevator man said you were the only one around.
And that's why you're crying?
Oh, Mr. Stone, I just don't know what to do.
About what?
They called me an hour ago from the city pound about my dog.
Your dog?
He's dead.
Oh, well, that's too bad, but...
He died of rabies.
Oh?
Been sick for days. I should have taken him to the veterinarian right away. Oh, it's my fault.
Well, those things happen. I know it's tough losing a dog.
That's not it. 5 days ago, he bit a man.
Well, this man better start the Pasteur treatment post-haste.
That's just it.
Hmm?
Oh, I tell you, since I got that call, I've been going crazy. What am I going to do?
Do?
I don't know who the man is.
Do that over again?
True.
Sit down.
What am I going to do?
First thing you're going to do is start talking.
Oh, he was such a nice young fellow. He said his name was Fred.
Fred what?
I don't know. He passed by my house every day on his way to work. My dog took a liking to him.
Yeah?
It was 5 days ago. Last Monday. The dog had been sick, like I said. When Fred came to pet him, the dog bit him on the face. I went into the house to get some first aid stuff, but when I came out, Fred was gone. That's the last I saw of him.
Yeah, it'll be the last you'd see of me, too. Now, just sit where you are. Get me one of the doctors over at the Board of Health. I'll hang on. What's your name, kiddo?
Judy Hartley. I just feel terrible.
Why, you relax now. Everything will be okay. Oh, hello. Say, this is Randy Stone of the Star. A fellow gets bit by a dog 5 days ago. The dog later dies of rabies. Face. Well, we don't know where he is right now. Yeah, I'm going to do what I can. I will. Thank you.
What'd he say?
He said the death rate from rabies is 100%.
Oh.
Now, just relax. The Pasteur treatment has begun in time. There's no danger.
Then we got to find him.
Well, there's another little gimmick, kid. When the bite is on the face, you only Have about a week at the most to begin treatment.
Then,
Uh-huh. We got a couple of days to find this guy. After that, it's too late. Well, that's how it began. 7:35, Thursday night, June 6th. The girl and I went right to police headquarters through streets choked with thousands of listless Chicagoans looking for a small breeze. When I told the lieutenant in charge what had happened, he turned as yellow as calcimine and put in a call for the captain. The captain had been called right in the middle of his son's wedding. When he came down to the station, he was wearing a white tuxedo, a red carnation, and a purple rage. Only after I told him what the score was, the carnation seemed to wilt in his lapel, and he looked a little like the calcimine, too.
Rabies. Good Lord. Where do you live, young lady?
3201 Palmer Place. Oh, I feel so guilty about this.
Anybody who has a dog that doesn't give an anti-rabies shot should feel guilty.
I know.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Now, you say you walk past your place every day on the way to work. How do you know he was on his way to work?
Well, he wore mechanic's overalls, and he carried a lunch pail.
He undoubtedly works or lives in that neighborhood.
Along with 100,000 other people.
You're telling me. Radio room. Cross your fingers, Stan. Hello. I want every squad car in the Logan Square area alerted. I want 5 special squads.
I uncrossed my fingers long enough to call in all the newspaper, radio, and television boys. We set up a news pool with me as liaison man because it all started at my little weather-beaten desk. And then the coverage began. With a 9 p.m. break, every radio and television station threw away their jingles and endorsements to announce that anyone bitten by a collie dog 5 days before should report to Captain Blair of the police at once. The evening edition of the Sun-Times, the Tribune, and the Star carried the same item on the front page. By 10 o'clock, the police switchboards were lit up like Christmas trees by people wanting to help. And by 10:30, the psychos were making their appearance.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm the one, all right. I did it.
Did what, Judy?
No.
Oh, but I am. I confess. You must believe me. I killed them all. Every one of them. If you want me to, I'll take you to the bodies.
That's sporting of you. Sergeant, will you escort the gentlemen to the bodies?
10 after 11, still nothing. Judy, the captain, and I sweating it out in his office, avoiding each other's eyes. The captain now with his white tuxedo coat hanging over a chair and his black tie dangling from one ear, and trying not to look at the clock. Judy chewing on her knuckles and me making one trip after another to the water cooler in the corner. And the minutes passed. And then the phone started ringing again like it had been ringing all night with one false alarm after another.
Hello. Yeah. What? Where?
Hey, what is it?
Hey, Dirt. Good work, Harris. Be right over.
They found him?
No, but the next best thing, they found out where he lives. Come on.
It was a rambling frame house over on Kedzie Avenue with a tin sign that announced housekeeping rooms newly decorated. 2 squad cars were parked in front, and a little gathering of citizens hung around wondering what the excitement was all about. A scrawny, hawk-faced landlady led us upstairs to a back bedroom, swinging a wadded newspaper at moths and flies.
Well, here we are.
As soon as Judy looked into the room, she stiffened with excitement and pointed to the dresser.
His lunch pail. He always carried it as his.
Of course it's his. Clothes in the closet are his, too. That whiskey bottle, his. Also, them girly pictures in the mirror. Nothing I hate worse than flies.
What's this man's last name?
Fred Graham, the name he gave me.
Good. Now, do you
They
have
say
any...
it might hit 103 degrees tomorrow. How do those fellas know? Answer me that. Well, that fixes your wagon, Sonny, the dirty little monster.
Lady, do you have any idea where we can find Graham now?
The copper asked me that.
And what did you tell the other copper?
Told him I didn't have the slightest idea where Graham is now.
When's the last time you saw him?
4 or 5 days ago. All them girly pictures, though. I figure he's got a roof over his head.
All right. Much obliged, Mother.
Now, thank you to watch your language.
Anyway.
Yes, sir.
You
Me?
Oh, still.
Why?
Hey! Oh, the stinker got away. I hate flies.
So, at a few minutes before midnight, we had his name, Fred Graham. And after the cops finished going through his room, we also had his personality. This was a lover boy from way back. Couple dozen love letters that made Chicago's heat wave seem puny by comparison. A large handful of girly pictures, each thoughtfully inscribed. Hair pomades and toilet waters galore, and 2 tins of Sen. Also some paycheck stubs from the A1 Auto Repair Service. Also a postcard from his mom in Cheyenne, Wyoming, hoping he was being a good boy. Good? This guy must have been terrific. By 1:30 a.m., every girl who'd sent a letter had been contacted. No Freddie. The owner of the garage hadn't seen him for 5 days. All his poor ma in Wyoming could offer were her tears. The one break with the snapshots. He appeared on a few of them, and his likeness was blown up full size and handed around. 2 television stations returned to the air to transmit the picture for a solid hour. And the 2 a.m. edition of all the papers tore out every story of disaster and war and hate and carried nothing on the front page but the smiling face of Fred Graham. The radio boys brought a wire recorder to the captain's office, and he transcribed the message.
This is Police Captain Blair. I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham. The dog that bit you 5 days ago has died of rabies. You must have treatment at once, or you are doomed. Report to the police or to any doctor in Chicago immediately.
And for the rest of that night, the message was broadcast every 15 minutes on all the stations that remained in operation. But still nothing happened. And then around 4 a.m., the captain rolled up his sleeves, picked up the phone, and really went to work.
I'm sorry I had to get all you good people up, but we need all the help we can, and we need it fast. I want to bring all you people up.
The Red Cross people were there, the FBI, the Civil Defense people, representatives from the mayor, the Board of Health, scout organizations, the Salvation Army. A sweltering room full of people. I spotted Judy in the back of the room looking very pale and drawn. I sat next to her and she sagged against me.
The Board of Health doctor tells me that already it might be too late for us to help Fred Graham. That's certainly that every hour that passes reduces our chances of reaching him in time. Therefore, I've decided to call the entire city into the hunt.
Let's find him, the whole city.
Judy. She folded up like a rag doll. I carried her outside to the first aid room where a nurse began bringing her around. When I returned to the conference room, I saw Judy's purse on the floor where she dropped it. I picked it up. It sagged suspiciously. I opened it. A gun. When I went back to the first aid room, she was feeling better. That is, until I handed her back the purse.
You found the gun.
Uh-huh.
I want it back.
Why?
Because it's mine. I have a permit.
You'll have to come up with a better reason than that.
It doesn't matter. I'll get another gun. It's not a gun. Something else.
Now, kid...
Don't you understand? It's like I killed him. It's just the same.
That's nonsense.
That's how I feel. And if they don't find him in time, I couldn't live either.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. I'd like to take just half a minute to alert our listeners for 2 more top mystery shows heard tonight on NBC. First, straight from the famous Craig Rice novels, hear The Amazing Mr. Malone. Then later hear Herbert Marshall starring as the man called X, who proves that the symbol X stands for adventure in all the distant and dangerous places of the world. Listen for The Amazing Mr. Malone and Herbert Marshall as the man called X, later tonight over many of these same NBC stations. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
It had started out as just another hot Chicago night, and now it had disintegrated into a first-class nightmare. An entire city trying to find Fred Graham, who'd been bitten by a rabid dog and who would surely die if he weren't located very soon.
Well, I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham, the dog that bit you 5 days ago.
And all through the long hours of the night, the disc jockeys interrupted Old Soldiers Never Die and Dabba 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 to play the captain's recorded message. And all that morning on the Wake Up and Shine shows. And the television stations and the newspapers playing up the photograph of Fred Graham. But nothing happened. Around 6 a.m., I sent Judy home with a nurse and told the nurse to watch her every minute. And after that, I just hung around the hallway of the Central Police Station, watching the ruby red sun start a new sizzling day. The last day we'd have to find Graham in time. The captain called me in around 9. A white tuxedo looking like something left over from war surplus.
All right. So you might say he left town without picking up his clothes or his paycheck, and for no reason, mind you. We've checked on that. He's not wanted for a thing. No creditors or police records, nothing like that. But for the sake of argument, okay, he left town. Now look at these newspapers. Detroit News, New York Post, Miami Herald, San Francisco Chronicle. Front page story in every newspaper in the country. But still nothing happened. Where is he, Randy? Where is he?
That's a good question.
Come up with a good answer. I'll fix every traffic ticket you get for life. I'm going batty.
Or maybe you need a couple of minutes sleep, huh?
Sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that Board of Health doctor lecturing us about the way a man dies with rabies. That's not why I called you, Randy. You're the boy handling the press pool for all the papers. Okay, here's the latest plan of action. We're dividing the city into 8 sections. The scouts are going to supply us with 2,000 boys to cover the suburbs around Evanston. The Civil Defense is supplying 10,000 volunteers to handle the north side. The Red Cross is digging up another 5,000.
Captain Blair.
Yes.
What are you making it so hard for a taxpayer to see you for? For an hour now, I've been trying to get in here.
I've been pretty busy. What can I do for you?
Robinson's the name. Joe Robinson. It's all over. Ended.
Huh?
Call off the cops. Everybody relax. Fred Graham's found.
What are you talking about? Where is he?
And those bums outside gave me trouble. Wouldn't let me through.
Look, taxpayer Robinson, just tell us where he is.
How should I know?
How should I know?
I mean, not right away. Give me an hour or two. But as soon as I hightail it to the airport and get my little Piper Cub up there in the wild blue yonder...
The wild blue yonder?
Don't you get it? I'm a skywriter. All day long, I float around writing, Soda Seltzer is the tops. Hour after hour, Soda Seltzer is the tops. You know how many people look up and see that? Only everybody. Okay, so today I sell Soda Seltzer to keep that $20 an hour, and I write, Fred Graham, where are you?
With a question mark?
Sure, with a question mark. You know how many guys in my racket can make a perfect question mark? Mighty few.
As gently as possible, we eased Joe Robinson, the flying taxpayer, out of the place. But in a cockeyed way, he was symbolic of the entire city, ready to give up $20 an hour to help find Fred Graham. Yeah, that's how it was everywhere. That morning in every church, a prayer was said for Fred Graham at early Mass. Around every newsstand, a solemn little crowd gathered, shaking their heads and taking it as a personal tragedy. Around the radio shops...
This is Police Captain Blair. I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham.
Tens of thousands searching through the city. Even the winos on Skid Row had been organized to search through the flop houses and basements of their area. Since midnight, not a single police officer had gone off duty. But still, Graham was nowhere to be found. Why? Where was he? In a few hours, it really wouldn't matter. Around 8 that night, I left the police station where you could have cut the gloom with a butter knife. And through the hot streets where gloom followed at my heels, and up to my office at the Star where the gloom was waiting for me. Everyone crowding around me, wanting to know the latest, and when I told them there wasn't any latest, they moved away quietly. These characters who'd covered stories of wars and famines and pestilence where millions had died needlessly. It's a crazy world. I went over to my desk to try to write the story, and then I saw the stack of telephone messages. I thumbed through them quickly, mostly from people wanting to help. But there were 8 of them that said exactly the same thing. Call SU 13689, urgent. Nothing could be very urgent after today.
Hello?
This is Randy Stone of the Star.
Why didn't you call me before? I've been going crazy trying to reach you. Didn't you get my messages?
I've been away from the office on the Graham story.
That's what I'm calling about. He wants to talk to you.
Oh.
Fred Graham.
What?
But you've got to come alone.
Look, he needs help. He needs it fast.
I know that. But that's the condition. You come alone.
What's the address?
Alone?
Yes. What's the address?
2830 Rogers Avenue, apartment C.
I've got it. How does he feel?
Terrible. Hurry.
I was in the cab on my way over there when I remembered a beat-up little dame who'd wanted to kill herself, namely Judy Hartley. We had to pass within 3 blocks of her house anyhow, and I figured the extra minute wouldn't make that much difference. I told the cabbie to keep the motor running and rang Judy's bell. Nurse opened the door. I went right past her to where Judy was curled up on the couch, still gnawing on whatever was left of her knuckles. I took her gun out of my pocket and handed it to her.
I don't understand.
Well, you said you had a permit for it, so I guess
But
it's okay. Besides, you won't have to blow your brains out after all.
You don't mean it.
Yes, I do mean it. Come on. 2830 Rogers Avenue was a punch-drunk apartment building leaning up against the moldy gasworks. But to Judy and me, Buckingham Palace never looked so good. The dark hallway smelled more of cabbages than of kings, and beyond was a flight of stairs lit by a single flickering light bulb that dangled listlessly, willing to let well enough alone. I pressed the button marked C, and we waited. And then upstairs, beyond our sight, a door opened.
Mr. Stone?
Yeah, Graham?
That's right. Come on upstairs.
We hurried up the steps. It seemed to me like 4 million Chicagoans were running up right with us, gasping down my neck. And then it came to me that I was doing all the gasping. And up ahead was another hallway, lit by another no-talent bulb. A young man was standing beside an open door. Brother, am I glad to see you?
Yeah. No. Oh, no. No.
He spun around, went back into the apartment, slammed the door behind him. I must make a grand first impression. Graham, open up, Graham. Oh, what's wrong with you?
Maybe he's already starting to get sick. I read somewhere we're acting like this is one of the first symptoms.
Yeah.
Oh, break down the door. Break it down.
Stand back. Me and my dynamic tension.
That's it. That's it.
I stepped through the broken door and into the small bedroom. He'd been desperately trying to get out the window, and now he was cowering against the wall like a mad dog.
Oh.
Judy, get on that phone quick. Call Captain Barnes. Have him get an ambulance over here right away.
He won't need an ambulance. He'll need a hearse.
Why?
Oh, now listen to me, sweetheart. I can explain everything.
Sweetheart. Hey, Judy. Judy. What are you doing with that gun?
Killing a dirty rat.
Yes, the gun I'd given back to her half an hour before. The first shot shattered the window. The second knocked the head off a pink Cupid doll on the dresser. And the next 2 did terrible things to the ceiling plaster. The 5th went through a silk lampshade, making the tassels wave back and forth. The last shot was really a dangerous one. It came within 3 feet of Fred. And after that, the gun just clicked harmlessly several times. And after that, Judy began crying, which is where I came in. And then Fred started crawling over to her.
Oh, come on, sweetheart. Don't cry. Please, don't cry.
Oh, Freddie.
Oh, baby.
Freddie, I wanted to find you and kill you. Now look at me.
You wanted to kill him. Graham, where are the dog bites I've heard so much about?
Oh, isn't it a fantastic little thing? But I do love her. I love her. I love her.
Oh, Freddie. The next time I get jealous, I want you to turn me over your knees.
Wait a minute. Wait, what is this?
Last fight we had, that was a real Lulu, wasn't it? She made me give her back all the letters and pictures, and still she wasn't satisfied. When I heard she bought a gun to kill me, I figured it was time for me to drop out of sight.
Oh, So, in order to find you, she came around to me with a story about her dog?
She doesn't even have a dog. Scared to death of him.
Oh, no, this isn't really happening to me.
Well, gee, I never expected there to be such a fuss about it, Mr. Stone.
Oh, no, Randy, it's all a dream. This is a dream.
I just
Boy,
thought
yeah.
that maybe you'd help me find him yourself.
Oh, hang on, Randy. Everything's going to be okay. It's just
That's
a
why when the
dream.
captain called all those people in, that's why I fainted.
Oh, that's why you fainted. Sarah Bernhardt, you know what you've done to this fair city of 4 million people in the last 24 hours?
I guess that was sort of a silly thing to do. Wasn't it, Mr. Stone?
Well, since there were no more bullets in the gun, I couldn't kill her. Or myself for not checking with the dog pound. But who could doubt a story like that? Tommy, I took a walk through the city where 10,000 Boy Scouts and 8,000 Red Cross workers, the entire civil defense setup, were searching for Fred Graham door to door. The television people, the newspaper people, the radio people.
Police Captain Blair. I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham.
Shut up! All those cops working the night through without a moment's sleep. The winos searching the flop houses. Every church offering up prayers. Dismally, I looked up into the sky myself, only to see in the fast-fading dust a skywriter putting a smoky question mark on Fred Graham. Where are you? The whole city, 4 million people. What was the caliber of that gun? And then, gradually, I began to realize that maybe all this wasn't such a tragedy after all. Oh, sure, I was in for the razzing of my life, but just the same, maybe something wonderful had taken place without anybody realizing it. So what if the thing turned out to be a phony? There was nothing phony about the way this town of 4 million closed ranks and forgot all their petty little problems and went to work. If this was a sample of what would happen if a real test came, well, things were pretty good. When 4 million people can tear themselves apart trying to save the life of one simple guy without caring how much money he had in the bank or whether he was for Truman or MacArthur or what church he went to, when all they cared about was that one human being was in trouble. Well, by golly, the race of man wasn't so bankrupt after all. Copy, boy. Oh, no. Wait a minute, no. You better get me Captain Blair. I just hope he's had his rabies shot. Oh, well.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Larry Marcus with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of the captain was played by Alan Reed. Others featured were Virginia Gregg as the landlady and Laura, Paul Freese as Fred, Joyce McCuskey as Judy, and the pilot Homer Welch. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from...
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began with a man who was blind and ended when he saw his blindness went deeper than his eyes.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
was after 11 when I turned into that section of North Clark that begins to wake up then. Tonight it was jumping no more than usual. It just seemed that way. I threaded my way through the visiting playboys from Keokuk and St. Louis and the whining panhandlers and the sad-eyed gals. Then I stopped for a minute to watch old Pop. There he stood as I'd seen him stand night after night before the little burlesque theater, sawing away at the same old tune and the same old battered fiddle. I walked up to him, listened for a moment, and then...
Thank you.
Business good tonight, Pop?
Randy.
Uh-huh. You never miss, do you?
Not my regulars. How have you been?
Oh, good. You?
All right.
Business good?
Lousy.
Well, still early. Midnight shows ought to bring in some tariff.
Uh-huh. What's it look like tonight, Randy?
I don't have to tell you, Pop. I think you can see more than I can.
Yeah, that's the trouble with being blind. It's not what you miss without eyes, but what you do see. I can feel them, Randy. The cheap sports. The ones who drop a penny in my cup. Drop it in from way up because it sounds heavier when it hits. Big shots. The ones who drop $50 when they're with a girl and pass me up when they're alone.
Where do I fit in, Pop?
You never change. Always a quarter. Night you drop in something else, I'll know something's wrong.
Well, the show's breaking. Here come the girls.
Dancers, they call themselves. Dancers. Cheap,
Oh,
shoddy.
careful, Pop.
Well, if it ain't Horace Greasy.
Greeley. It's Horace Greeley. How are you, Pearl?
Feet are killing me.
From what? Standing in one spot?
So I should move around? Here.
Thank you.
For nothing. Ain't seen you in a month of Sundays, Randy.
Now, you have to wait your turn.
See the show?
No, should I have?
Nah, new one's moving in tomorrow. Bigger and better.
And bearer.
When I'm paid to wear more, I'll know I'm washed up.
How's it going?
Same old grind. Ha, get it?
Every night the same lousy joke.
So what? Every night you play the same lousy tune.
Oh, who asked for hyper?
A long time ago, I played better.
Yeah, I played fiddle for the Czar, so comes the revolution. Honest, Pop, you know anything else?
Who'd recognize it around here if I did?
So where's your hi-hat?
Oh, shut up.
Now, listen.
Cheap burlesque dancer.
Hey, wait a minute. Who you calling a
You, all of
Hey,
you.
Pop, now, Pop, take it easy. What's the matter with you?
Now, let me alone. Just let me alone, that's all.
Hey, wait a sec. Well, what's eating on him?
He blew up like a boiler.
Yeah. He ain't never done that before. And calling me a cheap dancer. Who does he think he is? Plays for nickels and sops himself in cheap wine when he's got the price. Hey, Randy.
What?
No wonder. He was sober.
Yeah, I saw that, too.
First time I ever seen him come out from under that cloud. He's sick.
Well, maybe there's something else, Pearl.
Nah, he'll take his nickels and dimes, buy a bottle, and soak in it. Believe me, there's nothing wrong with Pop that a wet cork won't cure.
I don't know. There was something else.
Honest, you give me the willies.
Okay, Pearl, I'll throw in a cup of coffee. Come on. So we had coffee and we talked about Pop. No one knew where he'd come from. He just showed up one night with a battered fiddle under his arm and started playing. It was a half hour or so after I left Pearl. I moseyed through the street, found myself back at the same place I started, but Pop wasn't there. I told myself he was well in the middle of the pickling process, nothing to get excited about. He'd show up tomorrow night. But that ever-loving curiosity rang up a tilt inside me. I went hunting. I didn't find Pop. And when I passed an all-night hock shop, something in the window sent me inside.
Yes, sir. You see something you like?
Yeah, that violin in the window.
The violin? Oh, sure. You want to see it?
Yes, I'd like to.
Sure. It ain't often I get a piece like this. No, sir. It ain't often I get a chance to offer something like this. Horowitz himself couldn't want one any better.
Yeah, I'll tell him when he gives up the piano.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Where'd you get this?
From a collection. It's a fine old violin, maybe 100 years. A few scratches.
How much did you give him for it?
Give who?
The blind man who brought it in.
Yeah, how come you know where I got it? Huh? How come?
I'd know this violin in 100. Now, come on. How much do you want for it?
$20.
15.
I paid that.
Okay, 20. Give me the receipt.
Just take it. Give me the money and take it.
The receipt, Buster. I need it for my expense account.
You a copper?
Why ask that?
If you ain't, why you asking all the questions? Why
What's bothering you?
If you got this violin legitimately, you'll sell it without all this ping pong.
I got it legitimately.
Okay, then. The receipt. Neither of us is getting any younger.
Well, yeah, I ain't got a receipt.
Oh? Why not?
Look, the guy comes in. He wants to hock this fiddle. I can't give him no dough on it, not like he wants anyway.
So?
We make a deal of swap.
For what?
Look, I'm only telling you this because I don't want no trouble. But he wants a rod, a heater.
You let him have a gun?
Yeah, but...
Was it loaded?
Maybe a couple of shells in it, but...
Got anything on paper? His address, maybe?
Oh.
But you let him have a gun?
He was blind. I ain't going to give anybody a rod if they look like they're going out for a heist. I got a legitimate business. What could a blind guy do with a gun?
Figure it out.
Look, I'm trying to tell you that I'm clean. I tell you I'm clean.
I had no idea where to look for Pop, but I thought maybe one person might know. Pearl. I found her backstage just about ready for our last turn.
You like it, boys? Come on, boys.
Hey, Randy, grab yourself a fan and cut in any place.
Pearl, this has got to be quick. You know where Pop lives?
Huh?
Yeah.
Hey, what's wrong?
He traded his violin for a gun.
What for?
I'd like to know. Now, come on. You got any idea where he lives?
No. But I walked a couple of blocks with him one night. He was too stiff to do it alone.
Yeah?
Then he turned off in some street. I didn't go no further. Feet were killing me.
Which street?
I never look at street signs. There was a candy store on the corner.
So you know the street?
I guess so.
All right, then let's go.
But my aunt...
Forget it for now. Pop's liable to do something with that gun.
Okay, I'll fix it. Don't make no difference anyhow. New show opening tomorrow. Hey, Gracie! Gracie!
Yeah?
Come here.
Sure. Oh, pleased to meet you.
You ain't. And you ain't gonna. Now listen, you gotta go on in my place.
Me?
Me? You've been yammering how good you are. Now's your chance, honey.
I don't know nothing.
It ain't education they want out there. Here, take my balloon. Blow it up a little bigger. You need it.
Oh, but I can't.
All you gotta do is be careful of the guy in the first box. He's got a rubber band and some bent pins. Let's go, Randy.
We tore out of the theater before she had much more than just time to throw on a coat. I'll say this for Pearl. She didn't catch cold easily, but if there was a wind blowing, she'd have been a sensation. Anyway, she found the street and a few questions and answers sent us to what is politely known as a theatrical boarding house. And then outside Pop's door...
Bust it in, Randy.
Pop! Hey, Pop, it's Randy. Open up.
Bust it in.
Okay, look out.
Wait. Pop.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. What do you want?
Oh, we're coming in, Pop.
No.
We're coming in.
Yo, Sponge, what's the idea of throwing a scare in
Wait a
there?
minute, take it easy, Pearl. All right, let's have the gun, Pop.
There it is, Randy.
Give it to me.
You look better in a fiddle.
Crying Jack, that's what it is, a crying Jack.
No, he's sober.
And for this, I let Gracie do my act. I'm ruined.
Get out of here, both of you. Leave me alone.
Just a minute.
Randy, don't point that.
You couldn't fire this in a million years. The firing pin's filed off.
He cheated me.
No wonder he let you have it. Okay, Pop, what's the idea?
I thought I could kill myself.
Okay, you thought you could kill yourself. Why?
I wanted to stop living this way. I wanted to stop lying to myself.
So all of a sudden you don't like the way you've been living?
Shut up.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Pop, you want to talk about it?
Well, he already did. He already said
No. That's not the whole story.
You know, don't you, Randy?
I know there's something else. What is it?
Yes, there is. There's 9 years of lies and cheating. 9 years of running away from something I want to face but can't. Tonight, I want to stop it.
Stop what?
Stop the whole thing from coming down. Coming down and killing me. And her.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Little-known episodes from the exciting annals of American history are presented in colorful, dramatic, factual manner on the Cavalcade of America, which returns over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, August 29th. The stories presented on Cavalcade of America feature Hollywood and Broadway stars who portray the many men and women responsible for the building of our country. That's Cavalcade of America, returning Tuesday, August 29th. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
For a moment after Pop said that, he stared into space. His sightless eyes seemed to be seeing something neither Pearl nor I could sense. And then...
Over on the dresser, Randy. Picture, face down. Get it?
Okay. You mean this one of a girl?
Yes, bring it here.
Gee, nice.
Here, Pop.
I haven't seen it in 5 years. Since my eyes...
She's a beautiful girl, Pop.
That's Vicky, my daughter.
This classy-looking dame?
Yes.
You know, I've seen her someplace.
She's famous.
What about it, Pop?
I'm a great old man for a kid like that. Busted, broken down, blind, playing for nickels and dimes.
Look, if she's the right kind, what difference does it make what you did?
I lied to her. For 9 years, I've lied.
Well, what about? And when did it start?
Well, when she was a kid. I was playing in a vaudeville house. She was going to school. That and learning to dance.
And her mother?
Left. Ran out. But I didn't care. I had Vicky. On days when I didn't have to be at the theater, we had big dreams. Great big dreams. I'd play for her. She'd dance. You're not allowed to get tired. Now, come on. Once more.
Too fast.
Just right, Vicky.
That's enough, Dad.
Okay, lazy. Come here. What's the matter, honey?
Nothing.
Now, come on. Let's have it.
I can't dance as good as the rest of the kids.
Who said so?
Me?
What's your teacher say?
Nothing.
What do you want her to do? Hang flowers on you? Now, listen. Listen. What do we always say?
We'll go all over the world together.
That's right. And you'll be the greatest ballerina in the world. I'll lead the orchestra for Vicky. France, Italy, England. Great big oysters full of pearls. You wouldn't let me down now, would you, honey?
I don't want to.
Besides, we've always got each other, Vicky. No matter what happens, we've always got each other.
I don't ever want to leave you.
You won't, honey. Never. Now, come on. Let's try it again. Better. Better. Yeah, she got where I said she would, Randy. Famous.
But you, what happened between the two of you?
Things got bad. I had to take a job with a cheap band. Traveled. I kept her in school, and then...
Go on, Pop. Then?
I hit a grease toboggan.
Bottoms up, huh?
Yeah. In my eyes. But I kept writing to her, telling her I was doing all right. I sent her money, all I could. I lied to her. Told her I was playing with a big orchestra. 1,000 times I tried to pull myself together. I didn't.
Where is she now?
Coming here. To Chicago.
How do you know that?
Randy, on the table there, a copy of the billboard. Get it? Turn to the personals.
Mm-hmm.
I get it every week. No matter where we were, we'd keep in touch that way. I pretended to keep moving around. I mailed in fake addresses so she wouldn't know.
What's in this one, Pop?
I always had somebody read the column to me, and this morning, you'll see it, Randy.
Oh? Dad from Vicky. That it, Pop?
Yes.
Dad from Vicky. We'll be in Chicago the 8th. Please meet me Washington Boulevard and State under the clock at 10 in the morning. Please be there.
But I can't.
How did she know you were here?
It was my last address. She just put it in, hoping.
Well, look, what's so tough? Just meet her. Like I said, if she's any good at all, she won't care what you do.
No, I won't.
Pop, you've been running away for 9 years. You can't keep on doing it.
Let her see me? No, don't you see, Randy? She's famous. She's Mivanya.
Wow, she is famous.
And it's still 10 to 1. She's got legs like a piano.
Oh, come on, hold it, Pearl. The ballet's here in Chicago, huh?
Yes, I heard that their first American tour in 10 years. Randy, I want to meet her. Talk with her. Touch her face again, but I can't. Not now.
Pop, you're going to meet her tomorrow.
No.
She'll be here for only 3 days. During that time, you'll be what she thinks you are. She doesn't have to find out anything else.
I never told her I was blind.
Well, is that a crime?
Oh, Randy.
Pop, you're going to be under the clock tomorrow morning at 10. It was easy to say, just like that. But I wondered what would happen. Playing with other people's lives is like splitting an atom and including yourself in the chain reaction. But I wanted Pop to meet Vicky. I stayed with him that night, got him into a clean press suit, made him shave, and stay out of striking distance of anything that looked like a bottle. And then it was 10 in the morning.
That's 10, Randy. That's 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Give her time, Pop.
Let's go, Randy, before it's too late. Let's go. Take me away from here.
You look all right. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
She's bound to find out.
Not from me or you.
She'll want to know what I've been doing, where I've been. Randy, I've told so many lies.
I'll have a few more on me.
Do you see her?
Not yet.
I hope she doesn't come. I hope she does.
She will.
What'll I say? Randy, tell me what to say.
You'll know, Pop. Nobody'll have to tell you. Now stand still. Take it easy.
Help me. Help me tell one more lie.
He didn't have to tell one more. Vicky didn't show up. Not at 10, not at 10:30, or not at 12 when we finally left the corner. I didn't want to leave Pop alone, so I took him to my apartment. I left him there in the lobby with the clerk keeping an eye on him while I went calling. Calling on a lady named Vanya. My press card works magic, especially backstage. I got in to see him, Vanya, all right.
It is so charming, Monsieur Stone.
Yes, of course, charming. I expected to meet you earlier.
Oh, so? I'm glad you did not. I'm afraid I do not look my best before noon or later.
Maybe that's why you didn't show up.
Pardon? Show up?
Hello, Vicky.
You called me what?
Just Vicky, for the present. I may think of something else later.
I do not understand.
Look, baby, I got a hunch you were there this morning. You saw him and decided not to stop. Is that it?
Well, if this is a joke, Monsieur Stone, I do not appreciate it.
Oh, please, let's stop the polite tennis.
But you're insane. How it is tennis?
He was blind. You saw that. He wasn't what you expected after all these years. Or maybe, and I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, maybe you didn't recognize him.
You will please to excuse me one moment. Igor, please come here. You would like maybe a drink?
No, thank you. Look, Vicky, you can drop the Iron Curtain disguise. You see,
Oh, Igor, please come in.
A pleasure.
Igor, this man is crazy. He's as if from a newspaper.
Oh, that is very nice.
And who are you?
I am the ballet master. What else?
We'll leave that unanswered for the time. To get back to you, Vicky.
He calls me Vicky.
Huh? Why?
Well, that's her name. Now, look, don't give me any more of this now.
Yes?
Well, you're a brunette.
A little gray, perhaps, but on the stage.
Wait a minute. Let me get a closer look.
Igor, keep him away.
I will go for help.
No, never mind. You're not Vicky, are you?
Please, monsieur, I am Mivanya.
Ludmila Mivanya Krochenko.
One of those is enough. Okay, I'm sorry. It's all a mistake. I thought you were someone else.
But that is impossible.
I know. I apologize again. I made a very bad mistake. Please forgive me.
Oh, it is nothing. Please to come again.
Sure. Invite some fawns over. We'll spend another afternoon. She wasn't Vicky, but she was Mivanya. I felt a little like the guy who opened the wrong door in a Turkish bath. I hurried back to Pop, took him up to my apartment, sat him down, and told him what had happened.
I'm not lying, Randy. I'm not.
I saw Vicky's picture. I saw Mivanya. At first, a guy could make a mistake, but not with a good second look.
Randy, I swear to you.
Oh, come on, Pop. Give it to me straight. What's the deal?
Why should I make up such a story?
That's what I'd like to know.
Brother, I bid. Hook, line, and sinker. I took the bait. Why'd you throw it?
For the last time, Randy, I didn't lie to you.
A gun with no firing pin, a fine, long story about a daughter. Great build-up.
I'm going, Randy.
Okay, Pop, go ahead.
You still think I...
Excuse me, won't you? Yeah. Oh, Pearl. Oh, sure, we were there. We had a... What's that? Oh, now, look, honey, if you... Give me that again. Now, hold on a minute. Pop!
What?
Pop!
What?
Sit down, wait a minute.
I'm going.
You're going to sit down and you're going to wait. Now, come on.
Oh, what's the matter, Randy? Is that...
No. Okay, Pearl, give me the rest. Yeah? What's the address? I got it. Now, look. I'm going to bring Pop to you. Hold on to him like a mink coat. Don't let him out of your sight, and then I'm going to go to that address.
Yes?
How do you do? My name is Stone, Randy Stone, Chicago Star. Here's my press card, Social Security.
What do you want?
May I come in?
But...
Thank you.
Hey, you've got a nerve.
Yeah, today I've got to have. May I sit down?
And if I say no?
Well, I'll have to stand. I can say what I want standing up.
All right, what do you want?
I want to know why you weren't under the clock at 10 this morning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dad, from Vicky in Chicago the 8th. Please meet me.
Where'd you find that out?
Billboard magazine, personal column.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I do. And so does your dad.
Where is he? How is he?
Well, first tell me why you didn't show up this morning.
Is he all right?
I guess so.
You guess. Don't you know? Answer me.
Vicky, you are Vicky, aren't you?
Yes, what about Dad?
Well, you want to see him, don't you?
More than anything else in the world.
I thought so. Now, how about tonight?
Tonight? But...
I'll fix it.
You know who I am?
As far as I'm concerned, you're Vicky. That's all I care about. That's all he cares about.
I want to believe that.
Well, you can. Now, how about tonight?
What'll I say?
Vicky, you'll know what to say when you see him.
I wanted to be there this morning.
Now, look, don't give me the excuses or reasons. Just meet me tonight.
Where?
I'll pick you up. A date?
Why are you doing this?
Human interest stuff. Let it go at that, huh?
But...
Tonight, and Vicky.
What?
Maybe you'll be a little shocked.
I will?
Yes, maybe you will. Well, I'll see you tonight. And this time, show up. I stayed with Pop all the rest of the day. I had a story now, right up to the final paragraph. What the tag would be, I didn't know. I wouldn't know until that night. All depended on how things turned out, and I wasn't at all sure. When you play Mr. Fix-It with people's lives and emotions, you're cooking up a surprise party. Anyway, I had to try it. And so that night...
Randy, what are you doing?
Now, take it easy, Pop. Everything will be all right. I hope.
Well, why did you bring me back here?
Well, this is where you always stand, isn't it? Right in front of the burlesque theater?
Yes, but I can't...
Pop, you've got to trust me. Do you?
I guess I have to, Randy.
Okay. Here, take this.
What is it?
You'll know what it is.
My violin.
Yeah, it was lonesome in that hock shop. It needs a chin to cuddle up to. Try yours on for size.
No, I don't want it. Randy, take me away from here.
Now, look, Pop. Today I stood under a clock for 2 hours. I made an idiot of myself in front of two people I never saw before in my life, and all for you. Now you're going to do something for me. Now you get ready to play that violin.
Randy?
Yeah, hiya, Pro.
Come here. Excuse us, Pop.
Randy.
I will be a second, Pop. Well?
Yeah. It's all set.
Good. How long?
Just a few seconds. Randy?
What?
You got your fingers crossed?
All 12 of them.
Run for your lives, boys. The dam is burst. Here they come, the gals of the chorus. 8 luscious beauties. Count 'em, boys. 8.
All right, stand over there.
Randy.
Yeah, I'm right here, Pop. I'm right next to you. Now, listen. Remember that piece you used to play for Vicky when she was a kid, learning to dance?
This one?
That's it. Play it, Pop, huh? Now?
Why?
Oh, Pop, play it. Now, go on.
But...
Play it. Play it for me, huh, Pop? Hello there.
You...
Recognize the tune?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Randy, who's that?
Ask her.
No, it... Dad!
Vicky. Vicky.
Oh, Dad.
Yes, Pop. Vicky.
Here. No.
Yeah. Here, Pop. She's a big star, all right, but not quite in the same line you figured. But it's still dancing.
Dad, forgive me. I've been wanting to write to tell you, but I've been lying all these years. I pretended
You
that
lied. You pretended.
I was tired of lying, running away. I knew you'd find out I wasn't with the ballet when it came over here. But I'm not ashamed. I'm not dead.
You're not.
Why should she be, Pop? Now, how about you?
Vicky, my baby.
Pearl.
Huh?
Come on.
But we waited for this.
We didn't wait 9 years, Pearl. Come on.
Yeah. Okay.
See you later, Pop.
He didn't even hear you. Come on.
Worked, didn't it?
Could have gone haywire.
Oh, I don't know. The odds were with us.
Yeah. I gotta apologize to her.
Hmm? What for?
No muscles in those legs.
So there's the finish. It's funny. 2 people lying to each other, dodging, pretending, when all it took was a couple of words to end years of fear and doubt. Well, it just goes to show you. Blood's thicker than water. And pride is a lot thinner than love. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Russell Hughes with music by Frank Worth. The part of Pop was played by Charles Seal. Others in tonight's cast were Lou Krugman, Charlotte Lawrence, Betty Moran, Veronica Pataki, and Ann Whitfield. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production, 3 Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. You never know when there's magic in a story. I mean the magic that takes a routine yarn and suddenly electrifies the whole country, giving the good people an emotional bath. You take the story of Jody Levering, age 5, going on 6. At noon Sunday, the lost boy report came in, just 1 of 40 or 50 on a normal day. But the boy hadn't been found by 8 o'clock that night. And then the story broke on the other side of town, down among the lower bistro set in Lost Man's Canyon, where an ancient church with its tall spire benignly spreads its protection over a neighborhood that consists of missions, pawn shops, buy your shoes with the shirt off your back second-hand stores, 5 and 10 muscatel shops, and honky-tonks. Jody Levering, 5 going on 6, missing. And in the church, Father Clary was preparing for evening prayers. Miss Gately, the organist, was at the organ when the old caretaker wandered through the vestibule.
Time to ring the bell, Father?
Certainly, John.
Good. Here we go. My gosh. Father?
Yes, John? What is it?
There's something wrong up in the tower. The bell doesn't...
Oh? Let me try it. Well, first time I've ever had trouble with it.
Guess I better go up.
You be careful.
Those wooden steps haven't been up for a long time, have I? So I'll get the bell fixed in a jiffy.
It was a friendly sort of church over 60 years old, with the kind of stained glass windows and rows of worn benches you rarely see anymore. The organ was on the right side of the altar, and behind it was a door that opened onto the rickety wooden stairs leading up 65 feet to the belfry. Father Clary stood at the bottom of the circular stairway and peered up into the darkness of the bell tower as John, puffing and sighing, reached the top. And suddenly...
John! John! John, are you all right? I told you to be careful. Bush. Bush. What?
Stay out! Stay out!
Who is it? Who's up there?
Stay away, you hear? If you even try to come near me, I'll kill the boy.
That's the way it broke. Jody Levering, 5 going on 6, no longer missing. Now found in the bell tower of the Church of St. Francis. But how do you get him down? A man up there with him who didn't think twice about pushing an old man down a 65-foot stairway. The extras hit the street inside of 7 minutes. Child hostage in church tower. That was the magic. It went over the wire services. Inside of 12 minutes, it had spread from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from Mexico to Canada. And before the extras had hit the street, the people of the night had drifted out of the bars, the muscatel shops, the tattoo emporiums, and dark doorways. And they'd congregated on the sidewalks and flowed over into the street. Their necks craned upward, up to the belfry of the old church. The police threw a cordon around the church, and the fire department was there with ladders and nets, equipment for catching a falling body.
You know who the man is, Brandy?
No, not yet.
Now, what did he come here for?
It'll be interesting to find out. Sterling! Lieutenant Sterling!
Yeah, what is it, Stone?
Anything I can do?
Yeah, keep out of the way.
Who is it up there?
How do I know? Look, don't get underfoot. This is tough. Get that mic around the front, Sergeant. I want the loudspeaker set over here.
He can't last up there.
No, neither can the boy.
Yeah, it's just a question of hanging around until something happens. Cut and dry. They'll toss us some tear gas and we'll be all over it.
If you were up there, what would you use to protect yourself?
The boy.
Yeah, the boy.
Yeah, but the guy's a sucker. He can't get away with it.
Well, sure he can't, but what about the boy? Police can't do anything if it'll hurt that kid. That killer's got more protection up there than an armory would give him.
This is the police. Hello up there. You have no way out. You might as well come down peacefully. Give up the child. You're entirely surrounded. There's no way out for you.
Lord! Lord! There he is! He's alive! Go get it!
He was holding the boy out of the tiny window up at the top of the tower. And suddenly, no one was breathing. No one in that whole crowd all around me. The child dangling in space 65 feet from the ground.
But if you come near me, I'll stop you! If you do anything at all!
He pulled the boy back into the tower. Everybody began to breathe again, a little shocked, a little thrilled, too.
Oh, what a picture that would make, huh, Stone?
You know where I can get some binoculars, Harry?
Huh? Binoculars?
Yeah, I might be able to see into the window of that tower from the top of that building down the street.
Hey, that's right. It is about the same height.
It'd help if we knew what he was doing.
Binoculars. Yeah, Beckett, tough column.
Can you reach him?
I'll give him a buzz.
Good.
If you'll come down, it'll save us all a lot of time and trouble. Do you hear me up there?
Keep the mic alive. Won't do any good now. Maybe later. Connors.
Yes, sir.
Get those searchlights on.
Yes. Light them. Hey, Lieutenant, if we could get a tear gas bomb in that window, I got a pretty good throwing arm.
Even if you were Grover Cleveland Alexander, what have you missed?
was inspirational. That magic in a story all around me, standing on the sidewalk across from the Church of St. Francis. Looking up where the cones of light speared the tiny window. And then something real came out of the crowd. The child's mother.
Jody, my baby.
Mrs. Levering, it'd be better if you didn't... Connors. Yes? See that she stays in my car. Have someone stay with her.
Jody.
Oh, where's your husband, Mrs. Levering?
Jody.
Your husband. Where is he?
Where?
Connors, take care of her. I want those lights kept up there on the
My
tower.
husband's not here. New York, I'm just... Jody!
We're going to save him.
Hello, Father.
Mr. Stone.
How's the old gentleman who was knocked down the stairs?
Oh, John, his legs are broken, but he'll be all right.
Any way to get up there, Father? A back way or anything?
Just the wooden stairs, Lieutenant, as far as I know. There are some musty old rooms and hallways downstairs. You know how they built the church 60 years ago.
Yeah.
Lieutenant, I'm going up.
Going up? Where?
Up the wooden stairs inside the church to the belfry.
But
I can't leave that child up there. I can't.
It's dangerous, Father.
It's dangerous not going up, Mr. Stone.
But, Father...
Oh, no. I'll be all right. He won't harm me.
Father Clary went back inside the church, and I followed him. He went down the long aisle, past the organ, and through the door. I stood and watched him start up the rickety stairs. He wouldn't let me go with him. He wouldn't let me talk him out of it. A short and stocky man, puffing a little, past 60, holding onto the flimsy railing as he went up and up the circular stairs. What do you do? What kind of logic do you use? Surround the church, get the fire department nets out, try to think of everything the maniac up there could think of, but no way to prevent Jody Levering's death. Sure, you could get him, but how long would it take to throw a 40-pound child out of a stone window? In which direction would he throw it? How far out? You play games with a child's life?
I said don't come up there! I'll kill him!
Father Clary's footsteps stopped, and he began talking. I couldn't hear the words. I knew what they were, but I couldn't hear them.
I'll kill him!
I didn't have to go outside to know what was happening. Holding him out the window, threatening to throw the child. I looked up into the blackness of the bell tower. Father Clary was coming down. And at the bottom, my reporter friend had a cameraman ready to get some pictures of Father Clary.
Take it from that angle, Angie. Get a shot of Father Clary's face.
Not missing any bets, huh, Harry?
Oh, hello, Andy. I got those binoculars for you. Here he comes, Angie. You'll be tired. Get an angle on the face. I want his eyes. I want to see the defeat. Father!
Not a picture.
Get it, Angie. What do you say, Father?
He wouldn't kill me. He wasn't interested in killing me.
Yeah, but what did he say?
Mr. Stone, what can we do?
Were you able to see him, Father?
Oh, it was too dark.
His voice, young, old?
Can I have another shot of you, Father?
His voice? How can you tell?
Sick?
Yes, sick. His soul is sick.
How about it, Father? Another picture?
Outside the church in the street, the crowd kept growing, pushed back by the police. Dark faces in a dark night, their eyes roving incessantly, a little undercurrent in them. What do they think, these people? Do they think like Mrs. Levering, who can't think anything because there's the white heat of fear in her? Jody, 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 that's all. Just a name, 5 going on 6. What do you think, you eating a sandwich, and you smoking a pipe? A pipe, that's for chess, for reading, for a gentle kind of thinking. What's in your mind, stranger? What are you thinking about puffing your pipe? And you, lady, what's on your mind?
Somebody climb around the other side and come in through the window. I don't understand why they don't do.
Absolutely right. I think you're on the...
Who stays out in the night? Who stays out and crowds the street and spills out into the gutter, rubbernecks to be in on the kill? It was easy to spot the people from the other side of town, the ones who didn't belong around this 2-bit burlesque free soup kitchen district. Their jacket and trousers matched from the other side of town. But no different from this side. Everybody the same. The same eyes shining, the same taut expectancy in their upturned faces.
All right. What about it? We're going to use those binoculars?
Mr. Stone. Yeah?
Let's go.
I'll tell the lieutenant. I'll meet you up on the roof.
Okay.
Randy Stone?
Yeah?
My name's Ralph Benton, Mr. Stone.
Oh?
University of Chicago. I'm taking a Ph.D. in psychiatry.
Oh, yeah.
No, wait. Will you, look, this is what I'm studying. The psychology of that man up there.
Oh, later on,
no,
son.
Look, from the time they're children, behavior patterns, you can tell them.
Sure. I'll see you.
No, wait, look, I've got to tell somebody about it.
About what?
This is the time when something can be done. People aroused.
Can be done about what?
Well, that kind of a man, Mr. Stone, the psychopath.
Uh-huh. Well, who does what about it?
Well, the people have to do it. They're sick. That kind of person is just sick. You can help through your column.
Yeah, well, it won't help right now up there. I'll see you later, son.
Look, Mr. Stone, I've got a plan. That building on the next block, from the roof.
Well, what about it?
Well, it's right on the line with the church belfry. Now, if you had a rifle with telescopic sights, and you waited for the right chance.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that might work.
Now, listen to me. Listen. You've got no chance up there. You haven't done anything yet. Don't do anything foolish. Come down. We won't harm you.
Why doesn't he answer?
He doesn't want to show himself.
Oh, yeah.
A rifle, one shot. It would have to be one shot. It would have to kill him instantly. Or he'd kill the boy.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. We have three fellows we'd like you to meet. I'm speaking about Malone, Kane, and the man called X. Each is in the same business, and a dangerous business it is. Outthinking and many times outgunning national as well as international criminals. Make a listening reminder to hear The Amazing Mr. Malone and the Man Called X on Friday. And beginning Sunday, July 1st, Martin Kane, Private Eye. 3 invitations to high adventure over NBC.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I told Lieutenant Sterling about the rifle and the binoculars, and he thought it might be a chance. Risky, because the first shot would have to be the only shot, but a chance. I went to a cigar store on the corner, into a phone booth, and dialed the Southside Hunting Club. I wanted Charlie Peterson, the national champion rifle marksman, and I was lucky. He was there in the club room. I told him what I wanted.
Of course, Randy. I'll have to pick up my gun at the club downstairs in the shop. I left it for a minor adjustment on the sights. I'll meet you on the roof in 15 minutes.
You want to know what it looked like from the top of that building down the street? There were these searchlights pinpointing the stone tower, the tiny windows at the top. No glass of frame other than the cold stone itself. And down below, the fire trucks, the police cars, the crowd of people milling around, their faces turned upward. Occasionally in the darkness, you could see the flash of a photographer's bulb. And over the whole scene, there was a restlessness, because up there was a man and a boy. And death was electric in the air. Lieutenant Sterling and Officer Connors were up on the rooftop with me, waiting for Peterson, the rifle marksman, to join us.
You see anything with those binoculars, Stone?
No. You can't see inside the tower. It's just a black hole.
How's Peterson going to aim?
I don't know. There was a way to get some light.
Searchlight?
Yeah, right up here on this roof. It's on a level with that belfry.
Well, we can try. Connors.
Yes.
Let's get a searchlight up here.
It wasn't as simple as it sounded. The firemen worked with the police in rigging up a block and tackle. They put it on the far side of the roof so that the man in the tower couldn't see what was going on if he happened to look our way. In the middle of the preparations, Charlie Peterson arrived, and we had to explain everything to him. And it was quite a lot of explaining.
Sure, I understand. You're going to flash that searchlight on the tower window, and when he sticks his head out, I shoot.
That's right. You shoot once.
About 200 yards. Wish I'd been able to check these sights. Wind drift past 7 miles set it off about 2 inches at 200 yards.
It can't be a near miss, Peterson. If you only wound him, it'll be the end of the child.
200 yards. When are you going to set up that light?
Well, it's being set up now.
When you spot that window, I'll be able to get a good bead.
We can't spot it, Peterson.
Huh?
The minute we throw the spotlight in that window and light up the tower, he'll probably react.
Take it out on the kid.
So we've got to wait until you're ready. When we snap on the light, you've got to be set to fire immediately. We can't even afford to miss the window with the light the first time.
Oh, I see.
You understand it now?
The rifle was in the shop. It's supposed to be true now. It was a 2-inch drift, but even a half-inch.
Even a half-inch. How big is the heart?
2.5, 3 inches.
200 yards. Maybe I'd better use the kneeling position. Steady.
Whatever's most comfortable.
Prone's the best, but...
I know you can't lie down the wall. This is an awful responsibility, Lieutenant. If someone were on the PA and got to talking to him, maybe he'd show at the window.
Connors, get down there and make with a loudspeaker, huh?
Yes, sir. Just one shot. It could be a bullseye and still not kill him. Can you see anything over there with the glasses, Stone?
No. How about it, Sterling? We almost ready?
Almost.
All right, Peterson?
All right. Stone.
Yeah.
This is the only way that there's no other way, nothing else to do?
Nothing that we know of. Sure, it's a gamble, but it's a bigger gamble just waiting for him to do something.
Sure.
It's no disgrace to back out, Peterson.
Games? I only played games with a rifle.
Well, this isn't a game.
Rifle fixed at the shop. Even a half-inch miss. I could still hit the bullseye and not kill him.
It isn't a disgrace.
You up there?
That's Connors. Ready, Mr. Peterson?
Release the boy.
Yeah.
I'll give you a 3 count. When I get to 3, you switch on the light, Sterling.
Right.
You'll do it, Peterson. I'll have my glasses ready. Okay, Sterling?
Go ahead.
You up there?
I'm ready.
1, 2, 3.
Release the boy.
Lights.
Shoot, man, shoot. I can't see.
Hold it. The window, it's boarded up. He put a board in the window.
I didn't think I could have pressed the trigger. I don't think I could have.
That was the end of the roof experiment. Peterson left, and Sterling and I went back down to the street. I started through the crowd, dark faces still upturned. And Sterling went back to the PA.
Why don't they do something? I left Billy sitting in a booth, and I said I'd be right back, but I can't go back in. It just can't go away. Something might happen, and then I'll turn my back on it.
You haven't killed anyone. You haven't done anything really wrong yet. Calm down.
Do you think
You won't be hurt. You have our word. You won't be hurt.
He's scared stiff up there. I remember one time I locked myself in a room when I was a kid, and my folks handed at the door. I couldn't move. I was so scared. I couldn't move.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Oh.
Mr. Stone, do you remember the Hirons case? Well, they follow a pattern. This man broke into a house. He was caught. And to prevent himself being found out, he killed.
Yeah, I remember. Well, you were kind of young when it happened.
15, but I'm studying it now in class. This man loves it up there. All the fear in him, the hate for the world. He'll show him. He'll show him.
What did you say your name is?
Benton, Ralph Benton. I've got some theories.
Okay. Maybe they're theories. What are they?
He doesn't want to kill. He'll only do it if he's forced to. You've got to understand the ego. He feels as though the whole world's against him. He's got to prove himself. It starts out with bragging, and he feels sorry for himself. Nobody loves him. From infancy on, you can trace the pattern. When he's 7, 8, 10, 12, building all the time, going from stealing something because he's putting something over on the world. Not because he wants what he steals.
You sound like a textbook.
Well, I tell you, Mr. Stone, I've studied. I'm majoring in it. When you understand the psychology of that kind of man, you can find a way to overcome him.
All right. What's your idea?
Everybody leave him alone.
Leave him alone.
Yes. Simple, isn't it? You see, if everybody goes away, the limelight will disappear. He hears that voice on the loudspeaker, and it swells his ego. That's what he wants. He's saying to himself, it's me. It's me. All this fuss and bother. It's for me.
So take away this fuss and bother, and you think he won't harm the boy?
Yes, that's right. He's sick up there. Don't you see? Sick in his mind. Insane. But the law doesn't say he's insane. The law says a person is insane when he can't tell right from wrong. But this man knows the difference between right and wrong, so the law says he's sane.
All right, then what is he?
Well, I say he's insane. He can tell right from wrong, but he can't control himself. He can't keep himself from doing wrong. Isn't that being sick, Mr. Stone?
But why would this man take a young boy along with him?
Well, maybe the boy saw him.
You mean saw him stealing?
Yes, that's right.
Then what?
Maybe he lived around that neighborhood, and the man would be exposed as a thief. So what does he do? He wants to protect himself. He doesn't want to kill the boy, but he doesn't want the boy to tell who broke into the house. So, well, what can he do?
Look, let's push through here. I want to speak to Father Cleary.
Don't you see? Don't you understand? He doesn't want to kill the boy, but all these people are forcing him into it. It's a challenge to his ego that they'll sit up then and take notice. So, look, why don't we leave him alone? Go away. Just everybody go away and take the center of attraction away from him. And then...
He doesn't want to kill?
No.
Sure of that?
Sure.
Here we are. Let's go inside.
It's so quiet in here.
Yeah. Hello, Father.
Is there anything new, Randy?
Maybe. Let's go over there, Ralph.
Yeah.
Another element of the psychopath, Ralph, is that he likes to flirt with danger. Unless people know him as an individual, he doesn't get any pleasure out of being the center of attraction.
Yes.
Right here. First, you tell me a rifle shot is a good way to stop him. And then you put a board over the window. That told me, Ralph. That told me.
I know.
How did you get down from the belfry?
An old passageway down in the basement through the tunnel that leads to Father Clary's house behind the church.
Uh-huh.
You can kneel if you want to, son. It'll be easier that way.
Yes, Father. I want to kneel.
It's all right now, Randy.
Thank you, Father. I'm going upstairs and get Jody Levery. So it was sanctuary after all, wasn't it? Jody was unharmed. Frightened, though. It left a deeper scar on his mother and father. It left a scar on me, too. I wonder how many of those people out there on the street felt cheated. Nothing happened. Nothing. No murder. No killing. Nobody thrown out of the tower. All it was that somebody came to church for sanctuary. Yep. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Celie Glester and Merwin Gerard, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Benton was played by Stacey Harris. Others in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Norman Field, John Stevenson, Harry Bartell, Jack Crucian, and Ted DeCorsia. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Chicago was known as the Windy City, and for good reason. The winds blow by the hour and the week and the month. Off Lake Michigan, up from the plains country, and down from the heavy timbered north. If you cock your ear, you can hear 27 languages whistling in from the suburbs. Lift your nose, and the breezes will fill it with the scent of foreign cooking, the perfume of the shop girls, and the aroma of businessmen's cigars. Push your hand into the wind, and you can feel the dampness of the tears. And if you really tilt your head the right way, close your eyes, hold your breath, and listen hard, you can hear the moans of the dying. It was a busy Wednesday night. Barnes on the city desk asked me to lend a hand, and I filled in on rewrite for a couple of hours. I just finished taking a leg man's notes over the headphones when the switchboard buzzed me on a personal.
Randy Stone?
Now, speaking.
My name's Richards. I'm a doctor on a receiving ward at Cook County Hospital. Stone, an accident case just came in asking for you. A fellow by the name of John Smith.
That's a familiar name.
He was hit by a car on a Damick Street about an hour ago. We've done everything we could. He hasn't got long.
That bad?
The chaplain just administered last rites.
John Smith, huh?
Yeah.
Tell him I'll be right over, Doctor. In my day, I've run into maybe 100 John Smiths, all of them with a story to tell, a piece of news to peddle, or a lie or two they just give away. But I wondered what kind of a story this particular John Smith wanted to tell me before he died. Dr. Richards met me at the desk. We shook hands, and he walked me down to the end of the hall.
Poor devil, he's really all cracked up.
Well, what happened to him exactly?
Accident report says he crossed the Damick Street in front of the Singer Hotel. Taxi was passing a truck. It was dark. A man in good health might survive such an injury, but not this man. He's at a dangerous point of debility. Hasn't eaten properly for months. A lot of drinking. Terribly neglected.
Oh, I see.
Here we are. He's in there.
Hello. I'm Randy Stone.
Yeah, I know. You don't remember me, Randy?
John Smith, I'm afraid.
Bend down, Randy. Take a good look.
No, it can't be.
John Smith for the obituary columns, Randy.
Frank Lyons.
Yeah, that's right, Randy. What's left of it? You were just out of the cub ranks in my day.
Frank, how did you get
It's
it?
a long story. I'm afraid I haven't got time to tell it.
Oh, what's on your mind?
A guy named Felix Henderson, Randy. Ever hear of him?
No.
Not many people have. But he's a real story. I asked you to come here because I thought maybe you...
I'd write it for you. Sure.
When I got out of Northwestern, I said I was going to be the biggest newspaper man in this town.
You were once.
Yeah, but it didn't last. In 1940, I met Cora, my wife. She was sleek and smart, and just as ambitious as I was. Maybe it doesn't fit in with the general idea, but we got married on one condition. That we both go right to the top and stay there. It worked, too. But this one night when I met Felix Henderson, Cora and I were having contact.
Well, give me the news, Frank.
Can you stand me for another 5 years, honey?
Well, that depends.
Well, I just signed up for a 5-year renewal with the paper. My own time, my own stories, and my own column. I'm going to climb all over this town, and both of us will wind up right on top.
Frank and Coraline's against the world.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, tell me we aren't doing it wrong playing it this way. Winners or nothing. It is right, isn't it?
Well, of course it's right. We've come this far together. What's the matter? Is the pace too much for you, kid?
No, Frank. You would walk out if I failed you in any way, wouldn't you?
You know it, baby. Same way you would walk out on me if I slipped. So, here's to no slips, honey. You know, I like being with you.
And I like being with you.
Mr. Lyons? Oh, yes.
My name's Felix Henderson. Could we talk? I've got a story for you.
Well, sure. Sit down. This is my wife.
How do you do?
My car is parked out front. Could we talk out there?
Well, I do. Okay. Sorry, darling. Business.
I'll wait here.
Okay, Henderson, what is it?
Lyons, I looked you up because they tell me you're a reporter.
I always want a story, Henderson.
Well, this isn't just a gift. I'm not offering you a rumor or something. This is my car.
Okay. Well, I'll give you just 3 minutes to interest me.
It's about old Stan Callahan, the big contractor. They're going to get him on an embezzling charge.
Stan Callahan on an embezzling charge? Well, you're crazy, Felix.
Yeah? I've got the proof right here in this briefcase. 500.
Okay. Let's have it, but it better be straight.
In a nutshell, it's this. Here's his bookkeeping records. It's all down here in fine print, how he did it.
Oh. Can I borrow these?
You cannot. You can sit here in the car and make a longhand copy of anything you want.
Well, these look like IOUs.
They are. Old Stan Callahan's daughter, Patricia, lost a lot of money to a gambling syndicate. Wrote them these IOUs. Callahan refused to come across it first, but the gamblers put the pressure on him. So old Stan stole the money from the company and paid off for his daughter.
Where do you fit in, Felix?
I'm a private detective. A certain gambling interest asked me to keep an eye on Patricia Callahan just in case she tried to leave town or something.
Okay, Felix, this is a story, and you'll get your 500. So I wrote the story. My paper printed it. The banner was sued for libel, but Callahan was never indicted. All that stuff Felix Henderson had shown me was so much junk. I was bounced and blackballed and washed up overnight. I tried to tell everybody that it was a frame, but nobody would believe me.
What about this Felix Henderson?
I never could break it because Felix Henderson vanished. Whoever wanted me broken, whoever it was hired him to frame me, never had the satisfaction of seeing me run out of town with my tail between my legs.
Easy, guys.
I've hung around here every day since then, letting this happen to me, waiting to get hold of something that put me up there again. And today I saw it.
What?
Felix Henderson, walking down the Damick Street. I tailed him, and when he crossed to go into the Singer Hotel, I followed. Only, with my luck, here I am. A loser again.
I'll go and see him for you, Frank.
Thank you. Thank you, Stone.
Frank, this wife of yours, would you like me to...
No, forget her, Randy.
She kept our agreement and divorced me a long time ago. She's with a new winner now. Henderson, that's who I want you to see. Just Henderson.
The clerk at the Singer Hotel told me Mr. Henderson was out and that he wouldn't be back for 2 hours. So I went back to the Star morgue file and pulled out the clippings on the old Callahan story. Everything was just as Frank Lyons had said. That is all one could see on the surface. Stan Callahan had died 2 years ago and left his daughter Patricia as the only heir. I got her address, a Gold Coast apartment, and I went over to have a talk. She was pretty as a postcard and as innocent looking as your sister.
Frank Lyons? Oh, the reporter.
Yes, that's the one. He's in a hospital right now. I wanted to look into his story a little.
Well, after what he wrote about me and my father, you can't expect him to care, can you?
He's dying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look, Miss Callahan, it doesn't make any difference now what happens. It's all over. There are no witnesses here. Tell me, did Lyons ever do anything to your father that would make him want to get even?
Frankly, that's what's mystified us. We never met the man before in our lives.
I journeyed back to the Singer Hotel to see Felix Henderson. He said he was in the bar. I found him. A tall, lanky, gray-haired guy with a hard face.
Yes, I'm Felix Henderson. What's on your mind?
Frank Lyons. He told me about the old Callahan story. He told me that you framed him with those papers that you gave him.
Well, that wasn't very nice of him. I didn't give Frank Lyons any papers. He made all that up.
It's kind of strange you left town at the same time, isn't it?
There are a lot of strange things in life.
Uh-huh. Here's the way I see it, Felix. Pat Callahan is clean. You were hired to frame Frank Lyons, probably to keep him from printing some other story.
That's how you figure it, huh?
I said it.
Tell me, how you fix the money?
Well enough.
All right. I'll level with you as much as I can. I'm broke. I need money. Nothing makes any difference anymore. It's all over. So if you've got a couple of bucks, I'll give you what I know.
And the way you gave it to Lyons?
No. But you can take it or leave it. I'm not making any apologies for what I'm selling.
All right, where can we talk?
Up in my room.
So we finished our drinks and climbed up the stairs to his room. He looked nervous and a little scared, and frankly, I didn't know what to expect. I walked behind him all the way. He unlocked the door, and we went in.
I never can find that light switch.
Should be on the right over here.
They've got the dumbest reporters in the world in this town.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Here's a program note. Be sure to hear the new adventure series, Martin Caine, Private Eye, featuring popular stage and screen actor Lloyd Nolan, beginning this Sunday over NBC. And remember your two Friday evening favorites, The Amazing Mr. Malone and The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Yes, Friday evening means top mystery entertainment with The Amazing Mr. Malone and The Man Called X. And beginning Sunday, hear Martin Caine, Private Eye, all on this, your NBC station.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Death is the most intense drama of all. And no matter what the decorations, gunshot, disease, drowning, or old age, you're never quite prepared to cope with this single spectacle that all men have in common. Maybe that's that's why I made my promise to Frank Lyons as he lay dying in the Central Receiving Hospital. What did I get out of it? A crack on the noggin by a professional bully boy named Felix Henderson. When I came to, a fuzzy glance around his hotel room told me he'd gone. And with him, he'd taken my story for the next edition, and Frank Lyons' story for the next eternity. I was going through the shaking head cold water routine when his phone began jumping around on the hook. Hello.
Felix?
Yeah, this is Felix. Who's this?
I'm told you were at my office today. Obviously, you're in town hoping to collect more money from me. Felix, 3 years ago, I explained you were to stay away from Chicago.
Well, a guy gets lonesome.
You were paid quite well for your service at that time. There will be no more.
I sold a story to Frank Lyons once. Maybe he'll be in the market again. I think he'd like to know some things.
No doubt. But your return was for nothing.
Yeah?
Frank Lyons was critically injured in an accident today, and at this moment is on the brink of death. Understand me. Get out of Chicago, Felix. Get out before I have you picked up.
The nameless voice on the telephone obviously belonged to a man who had engineered the frame-up of Frank Lyons. There was no way to find out who he was, even though that was my job and my promise to a dying reporter. So I beat it back across town to Central Receiving Hospital, praying all the way that Frank Lyons would still be alive.
He's hanging on, Stone. Been conscious on and off since you left. I don't know how, but he's hanging on.
Can I talk to him, Doctor?
Sure, why not? As far as he's gone, it doesn't matter.
Come on. Thank you.
Go ahead, Stone. I'll stand by.
Thanks, Doc. Hi.
Randy?
Yeah, it's me again. I'm like a cub, Frank. You gotta steer me a little nearer to the story.
Did you talk to Henderson?
Yeah, but I got nothing out of him.
Randy, I'm hanging on here waiting for it. You've got to get it.
I'm doing my best. Don't try to talk right now. Just listen to me.
All right.
Frank, what did you have on the fire then? What story was so big that somebody'd want to frame you out of the business? Frank. Frank.
What's that, Stone?
Is he gone?
About an inch away. Has lapsed again. This time it may be for good.
I hung around the hospital for another half hour, hoping he might come to long enough to answer my questions, but he didn't. And then I remembered he'd been married once. It occurred to me that most guys talk to their wives about things, so I decided to look up his ex-wife. She'd married a lawyer named Palmer, and they lived in Glencoe. Took me 3/4 of an hour to get out to her address. A big brown house that was a shade smaller than Soldiers Field. I was asked to wait in the library.
I'm Addison Palmer. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Stone. Mrs. Palmer and I have guests tonight. Please sit down.
Thank you.
Stone. Forgive me, but I don't seem to recall your name.
You don't know me, Mr. Palmer. I'm a newspaperman.
Newspaperman? Oh, really?
I asked the man who answered the door if I could speak with Mrs. Palmer.
Oh. And I must have misunderstood. I thought you came to see me. Are you an old friend of my wife's?
No.
I asked because Mrs. Palmer's former husband was a newspaperman also. Wait here, Mr. Stone. I'll get Cora.
Addison Palmer went through the double doors at the far end of the room, and 3 minutes later, Mrs. Addison Palmer came in. Neat, trim, groomed, self-assured. And she was tailored for the kind of house she lived in and the kind of life she was obviously living.
My husband said you came here to see me. Mr. Stone, is it?
Yes, that's right. Randy Stone, reporter. reporter. I'm on a story. I thought perhaps that you might help me.
Oh, in what way?
You were once married to a man named Frank Lyons.
Yes, that's true. What exactly do you want, Mr. Stone? We're entertaining tonight.
Well, Frank once had quite a reputation for getting stories that no one else was ever able to get. He stepped on a lot of toes. He incurred a lot of anger around the state. You remember any story he was working on at the time he lost his job that might have caused someone to want to ruin him or shut him up?
Mr. Stone, Frank told me nothing of his stories. I seldom inquired.
Oh. Well, I just thought you might have something that would help.
Why don't you ask him? I hear he's still in Chicago.
Oh, Frank was hit by a car today. Right now, he's dying at Central Receiving.
Oh. That's too bad.
Is that all you have to say?
Look, we were married for 6 years. Some of them were good years and some of them were bad years. We finally parted and that was that. Do I make myself clear?
Clear enough, I guess.
Just what do you expect me to do, Mr. Stone?
Well, just, go down to the hospital, maybe to hold him in your arms or look at him and talk to him and do anything that would make his dying like this a little easier, that's all.
Very well put, Mr. Stone. I'm moved.
Oh, that's great. Mrs. Palmer, I'll see you around.
Wait, I am moved, Mr. Stone. From my point of view, I wouldn't mind crying for all the good days and all the good years Frank and I had together. It's just that the bad ones keep getting in the way. Both of us arranged that. We wanted more excitement, more sophistication.
Cora, dear, our guests are waiting. Cora, you look miserable.
It's nothing, Ed.
Mr. Stone, I don't know what you've been saying, but I request that you leave my home.
I was just leaving, Mr. Palmer. It's sort of cold in here.
Wait a minute. What hospital did you say he was in?
Central Receiving, under the name of John Smith.
I'm going to see him. I hope he's still alive.
Cora, what is this?
Frank was hurt in an accident today.
Oh, so this is the news you brought in, Mr. Stone.
I've got to see him, Ed.
Well, Mr. Stone, I don't believe you and I have anything further to discuss.
I don't think so.
Oh, what paper are you on?
Chicago Star.
I dislike having my evening upset. I'll do my very best to have you fired, Mr. Stone.
Addison Palmer didn't mean anything to me at the moment, and I didn't pay much attention to what he said. All I wanted to do was get out of there as fast as I could. I was whipped. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. I wasn't going to be able to keep my promise to Frank Lyons after all. I was sitting in my car across the street from the Palmers, smoking a cigarette, when my first real break showed up. A tall man in a dark suit and coat climbed out of a cab, paid the driver, and headed for Palmer's front door. He didn't see me, but I saw enough of him to recognize a familiar face. It was Felix Henderson. I hurried to the phone booth of an all-night drugstore and put in a call to the paper. I got Poby in the file room.
Hello.
This is Stone, Poby.
Oh, yes. Still working on the Frank Lyons thing?
Yeah, I just got something that's got to be checked.
Sure.
Can you tell me who handled the Callahan libel suit?
Hold on. Still got the clips out. Yeah, two attorneys. Fellows named Martin Jessup and Crane Killard.
Oh.
If you want to talk to them, they're part of legal firm of Granger, Jessup, Killard, and Palmer.
Did you say Palmer?
Yeah, sure. Anderson Palmer. Richard's Creases, that one. Lives out in Glencoe in a 20-room bungalow.
I know, Poby. And you ought to see who's on his guest list tonight. I drove back to Palmer's place, and even though all the lights were out and all the other cars were gone, I pulled on the doorbell. No one answered. Then I noticed the door was open a crack, and I just walked in. There was a light on in the bar, and a man swaying behind it with a glass in his hand. Then before I could get to him, he pulled half the bar down as he fell.
No, Felix. No more, please.
This isn't Felix Henderson.
Let go of me.
I'm just trying to help you up. Just Stop fighting or I'll hit you with a beer mug.
Oh, it's you, Stone.
Yeah, and I should have left you there. Hey, come on, I'll walk you over to the sofa. Now, what was that for?
I just don't like you. Now get out of here. I don't need your help.
If you weren't half dead already, I'd break every bone in your face. Now, don't swing at me again or I'll do it. Now, sit down there. I'll make this short. My paper tells me you were part of the legal firm who advised Callahan to bring up the libel suit that ruined Frank Lyons. That means you hired Felix to work the frame.
I won't admit anything.
You did it to get Frank's wife. Although why you'd want her, I don't know. You knew she'd never leave him while he was on the top, so you kicked him to the bottom.
I never had to kick anybody to the bottom. Let them alone and they'll find their own way.
Well, that's the way it's going to be in the paper tomorrow. You see, I met Felix Henderson earlier tonight myself, and I also met you on the phone when I was in his hotel room.
Oh. Well, you need better proof than that, Mr. Stone. I broke one man for libelous statements. I'm capable of breaking you. Mr. Henderson's testimony, if you should ever locate him again, would be of no value without documentation. There is no such thing. Do you follow me?
Yeah, I follow you. I had Frank's story, but I couldn't print it. Nobody could ever print it. So I went back to the hospital to tell Frank about it if he was still able to listen. Dr. Richards met me.
What, about 5 minutes ago, Stone? Sorry.
Oh, I had something to tell him.
If it's any comfort, he died with a smile, Stone.
Yeah?
His ex-wife came in and held his hand. You have anything to do with that?
Oh, I talked with him.
Oh, here she comes now. I'll see you later.
Mr. Stone, it's all over. I did what you asked me.
So I heard.
You see, I was moved, Mr. Stone. Buy me some coffee or something, will you, please?
I bought her some coffee, and that seemed to help. And after that, I told her what I'd found out and how I'd found it out. She listened good and hard, didn't ask any questions, and a look in her eyes didn't tell me anything either. When I finished, she sighed and made one comment.
So Addison Palmer actually went to all the trouble of wrecking Frank's career so he could marry me.
Yeah.
Oh, don't blame poor, ridiculous Ad too much. Blame me. I wanted everything all the time. Always took, never gave. It's no way to live. Why did I do it, Mr. Stone? Can you tell me why?
Well, probably because you loved yourself more than anything else in the world. That's common.
Loved myself? I despised myself. I could see myself in the mirror, watch myself wrecking not only my own life, but everybody else's. Somehow I couldn't seem to stop.
Uh-huh.
The biggest laugh, though, is on Addison Palmer. Wanting me that bad. It's like wanting to get smallpox.
I won't argue with you.
I wish I'd get hit by lightning or something.
But you're not the type that attracts lightning.
No, I guess not. I don't know why I talk like this in front of you.
Maybe I'm just the voice of your conscience.
I don't have one. I can't change myself, Mr. Stone. I am what I am. Well, thanks for the coffee.
No, sure. As I said before, I don't know what to say to a woman like you.
Don't say anything. So long, Mr. Stone. See you in the papers.
And there it was, a story I found and I couldn't print. But I made a promise to myself. The next time I ran into a story, a good big one, I'd print it and slug Frank Lyons' byline on it as A sort of going-away gift. Well, I don't know if you can see a moral in it, but I can. The moral... Well, life has so many little ways of catching up with you, of balancing the budget. Right when you think you got it licked, and right when you figured you've outsmarted the whole world, out of the blue you come face to face with yourself. Copy, boy.
NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My day begins when yours ends. When we trade in the sun for the yellow incandescents and the ruby neons. And when a different kind of people come out and prowl the night to make a buck or get their kicks. Yeah, a different kind of people, because the nighttime, the darkness exposes them. Funny that in the dark they have no cover. What you see is a little more naked, a little more honest. One of the reasons I prefer the night. So my day began as usual about 8:30 p.m. I walked up the steps of the Star and into the city room. There were 2 telephone messages on my desk from a Corporal Bennett, and they said, please call Hines Hospital. That's the Army hospital. One stamped at 11:35 a.m. and the other at 7:40 this evening. Please call.
Hello?
Hello, my name is Stone.
Oh, yeah, I've been trying to reach you.
What can I do for you, Corporal?
Well, it's not for me, Mr. Stone. It's for a buddy of mine. He just got out of the hospital today.
Well, that sounds good.
No, he's in trouble. Inside his head. He's out now on a 30-day furlough before they discharge him and,
Well, what can I do for him, Corporal?
Well, talk to him. You see, he's been reading your column, so have I. I think you might be able to help straighten him out.
Oh, this is his hometown?
Yeah, but he's all alone. He hasn't got anybody. Name is Perrin. Bill Perrin. He'll be in Civvies.
Where?
Well, I spoke to him about 15 minutes ago. He called from a bar on State Street, a hideaway club. Look, Mr. Stone, he's a buddy. I'm worried.
All right, I'll check.
He's all mixed up, Mr. Stone. Please go easy with him, huh?
What was he in the hospital for, Corporal?
Head injuries. He's lost his memory.
I walked the state and down past Dearborn until I found the hideaway club. It was half dark inside, lit with glowing colors from the jukebox. Down at the end of the bar, a young fellow leaned on his elbows, a glass of beer in front of him. About 29 or 30, well-built, lean, with a pallid face, indoors too much. His clothes looked brand new. I walked down and sat on the high stool next to him, but he didn't turn to look at me. Bill Perrin?
What?
Stone is my name, Bill. I'm a newspaper man.
How do you know me?
A buddy of yours gave me a call, Corporal Bennett from Hines Hospital.
Oh. Well, you can forget about Bennett and me.
Yeah, he's kind of worried.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Everybody's worried but me. It's everybody's business. Why don't you all leave me alone?
Who's been bothering you?
You are right now.
Okay. Just thought I might try to help.
Hey, what did you say your name was?
Stone, Randy Stone.
Oh, yeah, you got a column in the Star.
That's why Corporal Bennett called me. He said you read my stuff. I guess he thought we'd get along.
Well, I don't think so.
You sound bitter. The column's not that bad.
Bitter? Why should I be bitter? What have I got to be bitter about?
Well, might have been kind of rough in Korea.
Well, for a lot of other fellas, too. No, you got me pegged all wrong. Thanks, anyway.
Well, maybe because you lost your memory.
He told you?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so what?
Well, Chicago's a big place. Maybe you feel a little lost, and maybe I can help a little.
If I need any help, I'll call the Salvation Army.
That's a good idea. Do that.
Oh, no, hey, wait a minute, will you? I'm sorry. There is a way you can help me. Help me find my wife.
You have a wife?
I think so. My records show a wife. She'd never know it. You know this city. Maybe... Well, maybe...
Yeah, maybe.
Look, Look, I wrote a couple of letters after I started to get back on my feet. The address on my service record. There was no answer.
Well, that could be any number of reasons.
Well, I never got the letters back. The allotment checks either. Well, I went to the address early this afternoon after I got out of Hines. It's a rooming house, new owner. Didn't know me or any Mrs. Perrin. He said he'd given the letters back to the mailman. Maybe they're still following me. I moved around a lot. Hospitals in Tokyo, Honolulu. Well, look, I don't know if she's alive.
Well, this amnesia of yours, can't you remember anything?
A lot before 6 weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
Her name. It's Alice. Who is she? What is she like? Does she love me? Where is she?
Well, how about the Army?
I didn't want them to. I didn't want them nosing around.
Why not?
Well, I guess I'm a little afraid. Oh, forget it, will you? Just forget it.
Did you try the telephone book?
Yeah, Hey, you want to see what she looks like?
A picture?
Yeah, it was with my things. No letters with my things, just vital statistics and this picture.
Oh, pretty.
Pretty? She's not pretty. I don't like pretty. It isn't a good word. There's something else there. Maybe lovely.
Oh, not maybe. She is lovely. How long you been married, Bill?
I wish I knew.
Uh-huh.
Now, what's the difference? What'll it come to anyway? How do I start my life all over again?
Well, the first thing to do is find your Alice. Come on.
No. I don't want to go with you.
What, are you afraid?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think maybe you need your wife, Bill. I'll see what I can do. I dropped into a phone booth and called Vital Statistics and told the clerk what I wanted. Information on a marriage license made out to William Perrin and a girl by the name of Alice something. The clerk found a William Perrin married in 1945 to a girl named Alice Rowland. So the clerk looked up Alice Rowland in the city directory and found her now living at 1210 Waring Drive. The city on cards in a filing cabinet. 4 million lives cataloged in steel drawers. 1210 Waring Drive, apartment D. I pushed the button and waited.
Yes?
A big guy, 6'3" at least, and 220 pounds on the hoof. He was holding a highball glass in his hand.
What is it, Buster?
I'm looking for Alice Rowland.
Come in. Alice, for you.
Just a minute, Danny.
What's it about?
Bill.
Hmm?
Alice's husband, Bill Perrin.
You better beat it, Buster.
What?
Alice doesn't want to hear about him.
Well, she'll tell me if she wants to.
I'm telling you. Come on out.
After I talk to Alice. Now, look, you got a highball in your hand, Danny. I've got 2 free hands.
I don't need but one hand. Okay, on your way.
It was ridiculous, but he slammed me up against the wall with just the tips of his fingers. Not even a hand. It felt like a pile driver or a piston rod of a locomotive. He was right at home here, Danny boy.
Danny, what is it?
Buster's just leaving.
No, she wasn't pretty. Pretty is a bad word. She was lovely. Lovely lines on her face, little puzzled, little disturbed as she looked at me. You know how just someone looking at you can hit you, like a pile driver? Well, she hit me, Alice Rowland Perrin, the soldier's wife, he didn't remember. Kind of physical, you're Danny.
What do you want?
It's a tiny story.
What? What do you want?
I'll tell it to you.
Who are you?
Stone is my name, Randy Stone.
I aimed wrong. I should have thrown you out the door.
Please, Danny.
Your husband's in town.
My husband.
I told you, Alice. I shouldn't have let him in.
Why did you drop the Perrin from your name, Alice?
What do you want?
It's what Bill wants. He wants his wife.
Get out.
Hmm?
Get out. Out.
See, Buster?
But Bill...
Bill. I hate everybody by the name of Bill. I hate them all. I don't know any Bill.
Well, he doesn't know any Alice either.
What?
He doesn't remember. He can't, Alice. That's why he sent me.
I don't care if he's dead. Do you understand, Mr. Stone? I don't care if he's dead.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Tonight you're invited to high adventure over NBC with the amazing Mr. Malone, a hard-hitting, fast-moving criminal lawyer always out for a new client and new adventure. The Man Called X brings to the NBC microphone screen actor Herbert Marshall as a security agent intent on preserving world peace through counter-espionage. Now here's a program note. Sunday, hear Lloyd Nolan in Martin Caine, Private Eye on NBC. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Maybe that was the motif. Danny with a highball glass in his hand, not spilling a drop, and Alice saying, I don't care if he's dead. Well, I did, because I'd seen this kid just back from Korea without a memory.
Okay, you heard of yourself now.
Sure.
Then on your way.
I got my breath back, Danny.
Save it.
Just on general principles, I don't like you, Danny. You better put the glass down.
I don't need to, Buster. Remember, just one hand.
It felt good hitting him right in the middle, hitting him for Bill, and hitting him because I was angry at him, at Alice, at the whole thing. A big guy, a big target. He doubled over, and I brought one up from the floor. And I took care of the drink, too. Probably stained the nice figured rug.
Don't.
Don't what, Alice?
Well, help me with him. The couch.
He's not out. Okay, get up.
Did you do that?
You're soft.
Just a second. I need some of that breath back in my lungs.
Oh, Danny, go on home. Leave me alone.
I'm not just going to walk out and let you get involved in all that again.
Oh, what? You heard the lady, Danny boy. This is her apartment, isn't it? Even though you seem to know your way around.
Please, stop it.
Alice.
Danny, I want to talk to Mr. Stone.
Okay. But don't come running back to me with your troubles again.
What kind of a joker is that? You sure picked the right guy.
Don't try to make a comedy out of it. He's my brother.
Oh.
I asked him to go because I don't want any more fighting. Now you can go, too, Mr. Stone.
Not interested in Bill?
No.
Don't even want to see him?
No.
He's been shot up?
Well, I hope he's all right. I didn't mean what I said about him being dead, but it doesn't matter to me. Don't you understand? I wouldn't like to see anybody dead. That's why I wouldn't like to see Bill dead.
How long have you been married to?
Too long.
Well, that must have been a dandy marriage, make you feel like this after just 6 years.
All right, you know how long. I'm surprised Bill remembered.
Bill didn't. I got it from your marriage license. Bill doesn't remember anything before 6 weeks ago.
Oh.
He doesn't remember you, Alice, but he wants to remember. Maybe because he needs
Look, Mr. Stone, I don't want to talk about it. It's all done. It's finished.
Well, not for Bill, it isn't. You know, to tell you the truth, he struck me as a nice guy.
Yeah, he is.
Kind of a guy who'd make a nice home.
Mr. Stone, you don't know anything about him. We've been married 6 years, and it's been a miserable 6 years. Dying all the time.
Dying? Why?
What does a woman want? She falls in love and she marries a man who's in love with her. She wants a home, a little responsibility, friends. She wants to be able to help her husband, to build something. She doesn't want a husband who's a good-time Charlie, a nice guy, but a gambler and a drinker.
I see.
She doesn't want a husband who lives from payday to payday and leaves his wife alone 7 nights out of the week. She doesn't want her marriage to fall into a rut like that where she's taken for granted and her husband's softest endearment is to call her gorgeous. Hiya, gorgeous. Goodbye, gorgeous. I got a hot poker game on tonight. Don't stay up for me, gorgeous.
I see.
What do you think, Mr. Stone? If the chance came, don't you think she'd like to get rid of a husband like that?
Maybe.
Tried to save $1 a week. Put it away in the bank. I couldn't. Tried to get him away from that hole-in-the-wall rooming house we lived in. Tried to get him to buy a house, settle down. Tried to get him to stop gambling. Tried to tear him away from his cronies. Oh, yes, I tried.
I never thought I could misjudge a man so badly.
Oh, he's got a way about him.
Well, I didn't see the way about him. I saw a guy who's been through some tough times, and he's a little bewildered and a little scared.
That's a different picture than I have of him. And it's just possible I know him a little better.
Oh, sure, I can't argue that. But, before you chuck him away, why don't you do him a favor?
What kind of a favor? Mr. Stone, I don't want to get involved with him again.
Help him get his memory back.
Oh, that's the easiest thing I can do.
Oh?
He'll remember soon enough. Just take him to the places he used to go, the poker games, the gambling places, the bars.
Will you go along?
Will I? Sure. Sure, it won't take long.
I'd be kind of interested myself. Where's the first stop?
The Century Club, Mr. Stone. One look at the dice games, and it'll all come back to him.
I called the hotel and told Bill to meet us in front of the Century Club. And I figured the expense account could absorb a taxi. Alice didn't say a word, but there was something aloof and frozen in her, as though she'd put her heart in cold storage and wasn't going to thaw it out for anything or anyone. Taxi pulled up in front of the nightclub. I got out and helped Alice out and stood on the sidewalk for a moment before I saw Bill. He was a little way off, lonesome and waiting, looking at Alice with a soft, curious look in his eye.
Here it is, Mr. Stone. We'll have to go through the nightclub. There are stairs behind the orchestra pit.
Hello.
Oh, Bill. This is your wife.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Well, do you want to go upstairs, Mr. Stone? It'll help him a lot more to see the gambling. He'll remember it a lot more than he'll remember me.
What? What is it?
We're going to try to bring back your memory, Bill.
Oh? Something wrong?
Well, let's find out. He kept looking at her. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Once, when she felt his steady stare, she looked back for a second, and he turned away, embarrassed. Kind of funny, a guy falling for his wife all over again after 6 years. But she wasn't having any. We went through the nightclub to the back. I stopped at the bottom of the stairs.
No, not here, upstairs.
Yeah, I know, but not much point in me rolling along like an extra wheel.
Isn't there? You started this. You leave and I leave. This is no fun for me.
Bill, don't you think...
No. Please, Randy. Please stay with us.
No, Bill didn't think so either. So we went up the stairs and down a long aisle to a door marked with a big flowery C. I knocked, the door opened. A man in a tuxedo looked out at me.
Yes?
Can we get in?
No.
Well, I'm Randy Stone.
No.
You know Bill Perrin.
Oh, sure. Hi, Bill. Haven't seen you for a long time. Come in, if you'll vouch for this guy.
You know me?
Oh, that's good. Come in, folks. Make yourselves at home.
Should be familiar. It hasn't changed. Same tables, same roulette wheels, even the same smoke in the air.
Well, Bill?
No, I never saw this place before. I don't understand.
Want to throw the dice a little?
I had to work too hard for my money, Mr. Stone. Why should I throw it away?
No, it sounds good. It sounds awfully good.
Did I gamble? Is that it? Did I throw my money away?
Do you remember Arlington Park? Leaving your job afternoons to go out there and bet on the horses?
I was quite a guy, wasn't I?
This is just one of the places. Remember a place called the Starlight Cafe?
No, What is it?
It was your home, away from home. The last year before you left for the Army.
Well, let's have a look.
Well, why? I don't want to.
It'll help you remember, Bill. It's worth a try. I was going to flag another taxi, but Bill said he'd hired a car, so we walked around the corner where he'd parked it, and Alice gave him directions. Like a guy taking his medicine, Bill didn't say anything now. He didn't even look at Alice, sitting up in the front seat right next to him. If Bill had been lonely and fumbling before, he was lost and without hope now. Now he knew he wasn't wanted. Now he was not only lonely, he was rejected. A lover without love. We got out in front of a tired little place with a 3-foot blue neon sign over the doorway, Starlight Cafe. A roadhouse, one of 1,000 that grew like fungi along the highway. Bill stopped just inside the doorway, looked around, looked at everything, trying to find something to remember and not happy about it. A dirty place, dark with booze and a girl drinking by herself at one end of the bar. A few couples down the other end. Bartender leaning a meaty arm over the bar, mopping the counter. His face lighting up as he caught sight of Bill.
Well, Bill Perrin, it's been a dog day.
The usual, Harry.
Sure. I heard you lost out the draft board, Bill. Sure. Some of the best people win that kind of a raffle.
He wasn't drafted.
No?
He re-enlisted. Well,
Well, there's your drink. Maybe a couple of them will make you remember instead of making you forget like it used to.
Watch yours, Mac. What a guy I was.
It doesn't come back?
No.
Harry, how many times did I have to come here and take him home?
Oh, so he fell asleep here once in a while. So what?
All the time we were married?
Not at first. Not at all at first. Oh, you always gambled. You always liked your friends around you. Even more than you liked me. But the last year, it was as though you didn't care for anything very much. Nothing to live for.
Let's get out of here.
Your drink?
I don't want it.
Here, bartender, take it out of this.
Why, sure, okay. What's wrong?
Scientific experiment in time travel. The past and the present are caught up with each other.
Oh, where are we going now?
To visit a friend of yours, a bosom pal. You shouldn't have any trouble remembering him. Saw a lot more of him than of me. Turn right at the corner.
What's his name?
Johnny Stevens, you'll remember.
Stevens? There was a Stevens in the hospital in Tokyo.
Johnny Stevens. He didn't go to war.
I don't know him.
Maybe the face will help.
You grew up with him. You two played cards together since you were 11 years old.
Cards?
Poker, all kinds. Stud, draw. Right there, that's his house.
All right.
And there's where we used to live. That house, the dirty one we couldn't move away from. Stevens lives 3 houses down. Why move away from your pals?
Bill killed the motor, and we got out. There was a small light on in one of the rooms. Alice rang the bell.
Well,
hello, Johnny.
Oh, hi, Alice. Hey, Billy boy, when you get back? Boy, if you only knew how I missed you.
Missed me?
The whole gang ain't what it used to be. I ain't had a real hot game of poker since you left. That's a long time, Billy. Say, look, how about tonight? Huh? Phil called a little while ago. We couldn't scare up enough hands. Maybe a friend.
Oh, this is Mr. Stone, Randy Stone.
Oh, hi, Randy.
Hi.
Look, if you're a friend of Bill's, you sure play a cagey hand of stud.
Bill just got out of the hospital, Johnny.
Hospital?
He lost his memory. We hoped seeing you might be able to help him.
Wait a minute. You mean he don't remember anything? Hey, Bill, you don't remember me?
No.
Well, you don't remember the gang?
No. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I bet you remember a pair of deuces is better than a busted flush, though, huh? Come on, what about it? Let's get a game together. I'll call the guys.
No, thanks.
Oh, sure. Settle yourself down around a table with a stack of chips in front of you, and Teddy and Milty and...
No, thanks.
What's the matter? The old lady nagging again? Don't she ever learn it don't do no good?
Nagging?
No more nagging, Bill. Go on, play with him. You want a friendly game of poker, don't you, with your pals?
Maybe I needed something more than nagging, like some shell splinters in my head to make me understand. Goodbye, Stevens.
Stevens?
Let's get out of here. Come on, let's get out of here.
He doesn't remember you, Johnny. I don't think he wants to remember you either. Back in Bill's car, Bill's shoulders were tense, and on his face was the discovery of the kind of guy he'd been. Yeah, the night was running true to form. You can kid yourself there's hope for a lost cause when the sun is shining, but you gotta face the facts for what they are at night. And now there was just loneliness for Bill and bitterness for Alice.
Take me home, please.
Can't understand it. I don't want to gamble. I don't want to drink. I don't know how I could have been like that.
It's not hard to figure, Bill. Lots of marriages fall into ruts. People take each other for granted and get into selfish ways.
You do a lot of thinking in the Army. You're alone most of the time, alone with your thoughts. And you look at a picture of a woman and you think, she's married to me, and what kind of a life did I give her?
Take me home. Take me home.
Sure, I will. I'm sorry, Alice.
You weren't drafted, Bill. You re-enlisted, so Alice says. Why?
Well,
To get away from me, to chuck it all.
Maybe he didn't like the things he was doing either.
Well, if he didn't, he put on a good act of liking them.
Not that way now, Alice.
For how long?
Well, maybe it's worth finding out.
Until he gets his memory back. Until he remembers everything. Sure, maybe he doesn't want to gamble now. But how about tomorrow? When his memory comes back, all the rest of it will come back, too. Hey, where are we going? We're not going home.
No, we're not.
Stop this car.
I'll stop it when we get where we're going.
What are you trying to pull, Bill?
Well, sit back in your seat, Stone. We're going fast enough now so that a little turn of the wheel...
It's kind of a dumb play, Bill. What's the angle?
I found out some things about myself tonight. I also found out I have a wife. Well, I don't like what I found out. But I don't want to go back to being nobody again either.
So?
So I'm going to say some things, and Alice is going to have to listen.
All right, but you don't have to do it at 60 miles an hour.
I can't explain about how I was before. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Bill, there are all kinds of
Week after week, lying in that hospital bed with nothing to do but try and remember. Only all you had your head was this great big blank.
Mr. Stone, he'll wreck the car.
Well, they say you have a wife. They say that picture on your nightstand. That's her. But what's she really like? Where is she now? Maybe she's thinking about you, worrying about you. Maybe she's praying for
you. Please, Bill.
This wife you can't even remember. Just knowing that somewhere she exists. I don't know. I can't explain it, but it makes a difference. It makes a difference having somebody in this crazy, lonely world who cares whether you live or die.
Oh, stop it! Stop it!
What? Oh, all right. I'm sorry.
I don't know if Bill Perrin should have been let out of the hospital sooner or if he belonged there for the rest of his life. He was either awfully determined or awfully dangerous. We were hitting the outskirts of the city. Bill was driving slower now, as though he knew where he was going.
Look, why don't you take me home? It's late. I've got to go to work tomorrow.
Well, I said to myself on that hospital bed, now's your chance. Be smart. You've been saving every penny out of your sergeant's pay. Do something with your life. And for this wife, you can't even remember.
We were driving through an area of one-family houses, middle class and nice. Bill turned a corner and put on his brakes. A neat little house with yellow lights framing the door and a big sign on the lawn, sold. Bill sat there looking out the windshield, not turning to look at us.
When I got out of the hospital this afternoon, I rented this car and drove out here. I wanted to take another look at it.
Another? You let that slip, Bill.
It was a long time ago, this same house. I wanted to buy it so bad.
I know, Alice.
You drove out on a Sunday. You didn't even want to look at it. You remembered this house. You remembered everything.
Alice.
You don't have amnesia. All those places we went to tonight.
You said I'd change back to what I was when I got my memory back.
Bill.
Do you still believe it?
Oh, Bill.
He never had amnesia. He used to trick me so that I could help him get back his wife. He and that buddy of his, Corporal Bennett, used me for a fall guy. Well, I feel pretty good about it, being used as a patsy. Feel pretty good Bill understood between the lines of the things I wrote. Feel pretty good Bill had the courage and the instinct to fight his way back to health. Because he was sick at one time. And the amnesia? Well, he wanted to forget the things he'd done, and I think he did pretty good. I couldn't want to do any better with some of my own problems. Oh, well. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Merwin Gerard and Selig Lester, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Bill Perrin was played by Stacey Harris. Joan Banks was Alice. Others featured in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia, Ed Max, and Tony Barrett. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC.
Night Beat.
is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began on an elevated train and ended in eternity.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
The night is just about washed up. The sky is getting that tattletale gray around the edges. Another hour or so, 3 million alarm clocks will start yakking against the eardrums of Chicago's dear hearts and gentle people. And a goodly number of said dear hearts and gentle people will stumble to the front door for their copy of the Morning Star. I'm wondering what they'll say when they read the opening sentence of the Night Beat story for today. The line that goes, "This is a love story with the happiest ending I've ever heard." I guess they'll figure spring has got me in its perfume clutches, and more than likely I'll wind up around the bologna sandwich, and that'll be that. Only if they just keep reading, maybe they'll be in for a strange kind of surprise. It started a little after 10 o'clock last night. I just boarded an elevated train and was on my way to the Loop. The train was pretty crowded, but I saw an empty seat up front, and I hurried for it. I started sitting down without looking.
Anton, where have you been?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I've waited so long, Anton.
The girl sitting next to me. I noticed her for the first time. About 20, maybe. And so beautiful, so delicately beautiful, it was like your eyes had hit the jackpot, and somehow the grinding elevator train suddenly sounded like a gypsy violin.
Oh, Anton, you shouldn't have gone away.
Look, I hate to tell you this, but I think you've got me mixed up.
Oh, it's so good to hear you, to be near you, Anton, so good.
Yeah, it's good to be near you, too, kid, but...
Won't ever go away again, will you?
I'd like to stay here forever.
Promise me, Anton. Promise me you'll never go away.
Beautiful as she was, it started giving me the creeps. If I'd been Anton, I'd have enjoyed it immensely, but being as how I was two other guys, I didn't see it. And also, there was something about her eyes, a disturbing brightness. I didn't know what to do about it, and before I could decide, I reached my transfer station. I started getting up.
Anton, no, don't go.
Oh, lady, look, it's my station.
Don't leave me again, Anton, please, no.
Oh, now, take it easy. Let go of me. What's wrong with you? This is my station.
Anton, I can't let you leave me again. I won't.
Well, you'll just have to, kiddo. Now let go. My station's on. She folded up like a little rag doll into a dead faint. I bent over her, picked up her arm to massage her wrist. It was like touching a hot stove. She was burning up with fever. Passengers in the car were crowding around. The conductor still hadn't given the signal for the train to leave the station. I picked the girl up in my arms. It was like lifting a 10-year-old kid. She must have weighed a fast 90 pounds. I carried her out of the train onto the platform. Someone called for an ambulance. She was still unconscious when the ambulance came. She looked so small and so lost and so alone. And, well, according to her, I was Anton, so the least Anton could do would be to sit beside her on the long ride to the hospital. She was still out cold when we reached County Hospital. They found her name and address inside her purse. Mrs. Marisha Nowak, 612 Larrabee Street. I waited around to see what was wrong with her. After almost an hour, they said I could go upstairs and talk to the doctor.
Mr. Stone?
Oh, yes. Doctor, I wanted to see you about that girl I brought in, Marisha Nowak.
Yes. A relative of yours?
Oh, no. I just met her tonight.
No. I'm afraid we've got to contact some relative right away.
Nothing you can do for her, huh?
Do for her? Poor kid's been sick for years and waits till she's dying before she comes to a hospital.
Well, it takes money to go to a hospital, Doc.
Not here. Why didn't she come here? What's wrong with these people? Are they proud or stupid? 3 years ago, maybe we could have done something for her, but now...
Well, yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Stone. I don't know. It's completely frustrating. You study medicine, what good does it do? Sometimes life doesn't seem to make any sense.
Since when is it supposed to make sense?
I sound like this is my first patient. Not very professional, I'm afraid.
But don't worry about it. It's human.
Now, this girl keeps talking about her husband, Anton.
Well, she was talking that way when I met her.
Yes, he's supposed to take her away someplace to Mexico, she says, where it's warm and she'll get well. What do they expect? Miracles?
Oh, sure, miracles. Maybe Mexico was going to be her miracle.
Do you have any idea how to contact her husband?
But doesn't the girl know where he is?
Doesn't seem to, even when she's not delirious. Got an address from her purse, a place over on Larrabee Street, north of Chicago Avenue.
Yes, I know that neighborhood. Furnished rooms with kitchen privileges. Bring your own mousetraps. Lovely.
No phone listing. I was thinking of calling the police.
Yeah.
Trouble is, there's so little time.
Well, how much time?
I don't know. Could happen 5 minutes from now. 5 hours.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll drop by her address and see what I can find out.
Doctor, she's conscious again. Rational.
Oh.
She wants to talk to you.
All right, nurse. Care to see her, Mr. Stone?
Yeah. The doc turned and walked into the room, and I followed him. That's a nice, promising beginning for a love story with a happy ending, Only when we got inside Marisha Nowak's room, the joke was on me. There was no hearts and flowers. She was even more beautiful than before. Her black hair spread out on the white pillow, her delicate face, and the lovely eyes following us as we came into the room. No fear in those eyes. None at all. Just a sort of questioning.
Doctor, have you found him yet?
Not yet, Marisha. We're still trying. This is Mr. Stone. He's trying to help us locate your husband.
Oh, I hope you find him. Poor Anton. He'll feel so bad if you don't find him in time.
Well, of course he will. That's why the doctor'd like you to tell me anything you can that might help us find him.
But I told the doctor. He went to find work, my Anton. So he could take me away where I could get well and could be a wife to him.
Does it bother you to talk? Does it tire you?
No. No, I like talking about him. And there's so little time.
Doctor said you were planning on going to Mexico.
To Las Flores. The little town of the flowers in Veracruz. My ring is from Mexico. See? Silver and turquoise.
It's nice.
We were married with 2 rings. Exactly alike. Silver and turquoise.
You think Anton could have gone there, to Mexico?
No. No, he'd never have gone there without me. The little town of the flowers. Like we planned on our honeymoon. Just like it said in the travel folder. With thousands of blossoms on the water. Perfuming the air. But we went to a real hotel here in Chicago on our honeymoon. Anton insisted on it. Even though we couldn't afford it. It was in the winter and it was cold in Chicago like now. Icicles hung from the trees, breaking the branches. But in the room it was warm. And we had each other.
Look out the window, Marisha. You know, I've never seen the lake from up high. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, Anton. I'm so happy, Anton. But wasn't it extravagant coming here to a hotel? I'd have been just as satisfied going straight to our room.
On Larrabee Street? Nah, Marisha, not on our honeymoon. We'll have time enough for that. How could you possibly imagine anything beautiful from a furnished room on Larrabee Street?
Darling.
But here, this is different. It's more than a hotel room in Chicago overlooking the lake. This is what we've dreamed of. Imagine it's Las Flores.
Yes.
The little town of the flowers. Look out there, Marisha. That isn't snow. It's thick tropical foliage. And those aren't icicles hanging from the trees. They're blossoms. And the wind is warm and soft outside. Oh, you'll get well, Marisha. And we don't need money. We can live for practically nothing. Fresh fruit growing on trees. All we can eat.
Oh, we will go there, Anton. We will. And I'll get well there. I'll be a wife to you, Anton. Just you wait and see. But we didn't go to Mexico. And then Anton went away.
And you haven't heard from him since?
No. But I don't blame him. Why should a man stay with a wife who's sick?
Oh, no. You said yourself he went away to earn money for your trip.
Yes. Yes, that's it. But now if I could only see him once more, just once, to tell him not to feel badly, to be happy for what we had. If I could only tell him not to feel sorry. Because it was the same as if we really had been to Las Flores.
Well, you better rest now. I'll try to find him. It's tough when they know they're going to die. It's not that they're scared, but suddenly there's something they feel they've got to do, and time is running out. That's how it was with Marisha Noack. She had to find her Anton to tell him it was okay about a little town in Mexico that neither one of them had ever seen or ever would see. How do you find a guy like that, and what was I doing looking for him? Oh, well. I took a cab back to the Loop. I picked up my car and drove over to the Larrabee Street address. It was a rooming house, all right, and the poorest-looking one on the block. I rang the bell and I waited. A middle-aged woman came to the door.
What is it?
Are you the manager?
If you're looking for a room, I got no vacancy.
Oh, no, I don't want a room. You have someone living here by the name of Noack?
Yes, but she ain't home. She ain't been here all day.
I know that. She's in the hospital.
The hospital? Oh, the poor thing. I was worried about her. She's never been out late like this.
Is her husband here, Anton Noack?
Oh, I know. He ain't been here for a long time. Working someplace out of the city, I think.
Well, do you have any idea where? I've got to find him. Mrs. Noack is... Well, they don't expect her to live. He's got to be notified.
Oh, no. Oh, that poor little girl. For such a long time she's been sick. Come on in, please. Maybe there's something in here written down. Or maybe Mr. Noack's brother would know.
Brother? Where does he live?
Well, now, I don't know exactly. He's the one that's been sending Mrs. Noack money to live on while her husband's been away.
That was a beginning. We found an envelope from the brother in the girl's room, Paul Noack. He lived on Clark Street in the Lincoln Park neighborhood. I drove over. There was a man coming down the steps as I got out of my car. I stopped him when he got to the sidewalk. I beg your pardon?
Yes?
I saw you coming out of that building. You wouldn't be Paul Noack, would you?
Why do you ask?
Well, I'm from the Chicago Star. I'm trying to locate Anton Noack.
Well, I can't help you. I don't know anything about him. Excuse me, I'm late to work.
Mr. Noack. You are his brother, aren't you?
Oh, yes, but...
Well, what's the matter with you?
I don't know anything about him. He's gone away someplace to work.
Look, fellow, I got to find her. Marisha's very sick.
Marisha?
She's in the hospital.
Oh, I didn't know.
I got to find your brother right away.
I told you, I don't know where he is. My brother and I... Well, we don't see each other. I haven't seen him since he left.
But he's written to you. He must have. You've been sending money to his wife.
All right. It's none of your business, but I'll tell you. I had one letter from him. He asked me to do what I could for Marisha until he could send for her.
Where was the letter from? Say where he was working?
Someplace in Montreal. He didn't give any address. Some fur company, like Chicago Montreal Furs.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're telling me the truth, Mr. Noack, but I can't see why you'd want a thing like that on your conscience.
I'm telling you the truth.
Well, okay, but don't take it so hard.
Oh, Marisha. That poor kid. I'll see you the first thing tomorrow.
Well, you better make it tonight.
I can't. I just can't. We're right in the middle of our tax work.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I see your point. Only thing is that tomorrow she'll be dead.
It's not true. Doctors are notorious for saying things like that. I don't believe it for a minute.
Would you believe it if you weren't in the middle of your tax work, Mr. Noack?
Now, you had no right to talk to me like that. No right at all. I'll see you tomorrow, I tell you. I'll see you tomorrow. You get out of my way. Get out of my way and stay out of my life. Stay out of my life or you'll regret it, Mr. Stone.
Now, what was that for?
NBC is presenting Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
A love story with a happy ending. Yes, that's what the man said. Only right at the moment, if there was any happiness in the world, it was staying out of my sight. Almost midnight, and Marisha Noack up at the hospital, hanging on to life by her fingernails until I could find her husband, Anton. Nothing to go on but the name Anton's brother had thrown at me, the Chicago Montreal Fur Company. I looked it up in the phone book. It was there, all right. I started dialing the number. I didn't imagine anybody be around this time of the night, but it was the only lead I had at the moment. There weren't too many moments left. All I could think about was what the doctor had said. Maybe she's got 5 hours. 5 hours. No, nobody's going to answer.
Hello?
Hello. This is a reporter on the Chicago Star.
There's nobody here. All gone home.
Look, I'm trying to locate a man who's working for your company.
There's nobody here. I'm cleaning woman. Call tomorrow.
No, wait, please. Listen, I don't have any time. This is very important. Can you tell me how I can locate the manager of your company?
Manager gone home at 5 o'clock. This is the cleaning woman.
Oh, yes, I understand that, but can you please tell me the manager's number? I've got to telephone him now.
Oh, just a minute.
I waited. Seemed like forever while she went for the number.
Hello?
Yeah, were you able to find it?
George Swanson. Lakeview 42311.
Lakeview 42311. Thank you very much.
Tell him I didn't give out the number, only because it's an emergency.
Yes, all right. I'll tell him. Thank you. Goodbye. LA 42311. Hello, Mr. Swanson.
Yes?
I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Swanson, but it's very important. My name is Stone. I'm a reporter on the Star. I'm trying to locate a man who works for your company, an Anton Nowak.
We have no one by that name working for
What?
us. What was that name?
Anton Nowak.
Never have had since I've been with the company. Of course, we're an old firm. May have been away back.
Oh, no. This would have been in the last year or so.
No, sorry.
Would you have any way of knowing if he worked at your Montreal branch?
We have no Montreal branch.
Isn't your company the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company?
Yeah, that's right, but we haven't had a branch in Montreal for years. That used to be our headquarters when the company first started, but we're strictly a Chicago firm now.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry to trouble you.
Oh, not at all. If it's going to be printed in the papers, don't forget to mention our name.
No, I won't. Goodbye, Mr. Swanson. Something was beginning to smell, and it wasn't just the west wind out of the stockyards. I checked the vital statistics on deaths. No Anton Nowak since 44. Checked the police records for amnesia cases. In the Central Bonding Company files, Paul Nowak was listed as a night auditor with the Great Lakes Bank Reserve over on State Street. I drove around to State Street and rang the night bell at the Great Lakes Reserve. The watchman wouldn't let me in, but in a couple of minutes, Nowak came out of the building alone. His face was white as he came toward me.
Why did you come here?
Well, your brother doesn't work for the Chicago-Montreal Fur Company. I thought you'd want to know.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know anything about him.
Your own brother?
You had no right to come here. No right. Do you hear? This is my work.
Well, sure, but I didn't think you'd mind. After all, you've got nothing to hide.
Of course I have nothing to hide. They know me here. I'm respected. I have a position of trust. You had no right to come here and make trouble for me. It's taken me years to get where I am.
All right, now, just take it easy. Nobody's interested in making trouble for you. But I am interested in finding Anton Nowak, and whether you like it or not, that's what I intend to do.
Well, then find him. Find him, only stay away from me. Stay away from my work. I can't help you. I told you that. Now stay away from me.
I didn't have time to twist his arm. As a last resort, I headed across town to police headquarters, Bureau of Missing Persons, of my old friend, Sergeant Adams.
No, Randy, no. He's never been listed as a missing person. Somebody would have had to report him, his wife or a brother, for us to have a record on him.
Yes, Adams, I know that, but the guy is missing.
You say you checked the death records.
That's right.
How about hospital records?
Well, there's nothing to go on and not enough time, Adams. I tell you, I got to find the fellow tonight, tomorrow, the latest.
Yeah. Date of disappearance, May 10th, 1948. Did you check the arrest records for that date?
Nothing under Nowak.
How about John Doe's?
John Doe's? No, I never thought of that.
Yeah, well, come on. It won't take much time. Never can tell.
Just might be something.
Usually you find something on these John Doe's after you had them a while. FBI prints, pictures, or else they just break down, tell us who they are. Of course, if they're just John Doe drunks, just a matter of sobering them up. Right in here, Randy. Hi, Mac.
Hello, Adams.
Arrest records, 48, May 10th.
Okay.
You better make it May 11th, too.
You the guy that phoned earlier?
Yes, I phoned.
Nothing under those names you asked about.
Yeah, Mac, we want to have a look at the John Doe's.
Here you are.
Yeah. May 10th. A's, B's, C's, D. Day. Dalton, Denver, Dill, Doe. John Doe, drunk. John Doe, drunk. John Doe, drunk.
Must have been kind of drunk out there.
Here's one, John Doe, armed robbery. Let me see the file on this one, Mac. 192701.
Right. You think there'd be any information in the file?
You never can tell, Randy. Personal property slip sometimes has information you can use.
Here you are. 192701.
John Doe, age 23, hair dark, eyes brown, height 5'10", 3/4, no identifying scars.
Well, that age is right. It could be Noack. What'd he do?
Hold up. Captured by the victim. Must have been new at the game.
Let's look at what else you got, huh?
Yeah, we'll have a look at the personal property list, stuff he had on him when he was booked. Brown suit, white shirt, blue striped tie, no hat, white handkerchief.
What is this under jewelry?
One only, hand ring, Indian.
Silver and turquoise. What else?
Cash, 8 cents.
Identification?
No. That's about all. Oh, here's a note. I guess he was trying to get away. One only, travel folder on Mexico.
I'd found him. Anton Noack was John Doe, arrested for robbery May 10th, 1948, convicted and sentenced to Joliet for 2 to 5 years, still under the name of John Doe. It was beginning to fit together, sure. He didn't want her to know. That's why he hadn't written. That was the reason for the lie about the job in Montreal. He was afraid it would hurt her. And the prison record, that's why his brother wouldn't tell where he was. Afraid that somehow Anton's crime would reflect on his own bank job. I jumped into my car and headed out Ogden Avenue towards Joliet, over 30 miles away. It was the middle of the night. I had no idea what I could do when I got there. All I knew was I had to get there fast. Maybe he'd been released. Maybe I could talk the warden into letting him out with me under guard. Maybe I could put a call through to the hospital. He could at least talk to her on the phone. I didn't know. When I got to Joliet, the place was lit up like Soldiers Field. The guard took me inside to the warden. He was dressed. He seemed to have been expecting me.
Now, you're a little late, Stone.
Doesn't anybody go to bed around here?
The rest of the boys have been and gone.
Rest of what boys?
The other papers.
You mean they got here ahead of me?
Oh, why, of course. The break happened a couple of hours ago.
A break? I thought there was something funny about all those lights and everybody being up at this time of the night.
Isn't that why you're here?
No, I came up to see a fellow. What happened?
One of the men suddenly decided he wanted out. Grabbed a gun away from a guard and started blasting away. Had to shoot him to stop him.
Not an organized break?
No, he was alone. Can't understand it. Model prisoner. Coming up for parole in a month. And tonight he just blows up. Poor fellow.
His name wouldn't be John Doe, would it?
One of many. How did you know?
Well, he might be the fellow I was coming up to see. Chicago number 192701.
Yeah. So that's a shame. He's in a hospital cell down the hall.
I see him?
He's pretty bad off.
I'd like to see him if you don't mind, Warden.
Come on.
Thank you.
Funny about these John Does. Did you know him?
No, I don't. I think I know his wife.
Usually something pretty decent about them. Trying to protect their families mostly. Can't hardly blame them either. Oh,
hello, Warden.
Doctor, this is Mr. Stone. Mm-hmm. One of the Chicago papers. All right if we go in and talk to him for a minute?
Well, I'm afraid it won't make much difference, Warden.
Go ahead, Stone.
Thank you. Hello, fella.
Hi.
I don't want to bother you, but I came up here tonight looking for a fellow named Anton Noack.
My name's John Doe.
Yeah, this Anton Noack, I never met him, but from what I hear, he's quite a guy.
I wouldn't know.
I had it from a girl named Marisha, his wife, I believe. She loved him quite a lot. By the way, that ring you were wearing, where'd you get that?
I stole it.
Really? Why would anyone steal a cheap little bit of silver and turquoise?
I happen to like it.
Uh-huh. I saw one like that on a girl once. It was a wedding ring. The girl liked it, too. This fellow Noack gave it to her, but then he got into some sort of a jam. He had to go away for a while. Didn't tell her anything about what happened. He was afraid it might have hurt her.
Would have killed her.
No. Would have made her unhappy, maybe. But she would have understood. She loved him an awful lot. She would have been glad he was squaring things up. She loved him an awful lot.
What do you want, mister?
Well, like I said, I was just looking for a fella. Just one question for the paper. I'm sorry I have to ask you, but how did you happen to pick tonight to break out? Why didn't you wait for your release?
I don't know. Something made me. Something kept telling me she needed me.
Doctor, quick.
Marisha. Flowers on the water. How beautiful in the sunlight.
He's gone.
Instinctively, I looked down at my watch. 2:35 in the morning. A nice lonely time to make your curtain call, 2:35 a.m. Fine little night I've been having. I really felt low. I telephoned the story into the paper and went back to the hospital. I wasn't going to be much help to Marisha Nowak, but I promised I'd come back. The doctor was in the hall working over some reports at the night desk. He looked up when I stepped out of the elevator.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Hello, Doc. I found our Anton all right.
Hmm?
A little too late, though. Dead.
Really? Wouldn't have made any difference.
She,
Yeah? I'm making out the report now.
Oh, great.
Wasn't so bad, Stone. Wasn't bad at all. She was happy. I've never seen anyone so happy.
What did she have to be happy about?
Oh, who knows? But right at the last, this wonderful smile came across her face. I guess it was delirium. She kept saying something like, flowers on the water.
How beautiful in the sunlight?
Yes, that's what she said. How did
that report that you're making out, Doc?
Uh-huh.
Tell me. What was the time of death? Tell me, Doc, please.
Oh, it's 2:35 a.m. Why?
2:35 a.m. Yeah. So here I sit, watching the dawn creeping up on Chicago, tapping out 30 to my story for the night. A love story, no less. A very pessimistic fellow once wrote, when two people really love each other, there can never be a happy ending. Well, it could be. But then again, maybe that pessimistic fellow used one word too many. Maybe when two people really love each other, there can never be an ending. Oh, who knows? You pays your money, and you takes your choice. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a new dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Night Beat is edited by Larry Marcus and directed by Warren Lewis. Music is by Frank Worth. Others in tonight's cast were Joyce McCluskey, Vic Perrin, Jack Edwards, Jerry Harsner, Rena Craig, Larry Dobkin, and Charles Seal. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Rock Bottom, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. The stories that come out of the shadows to find their way into Night Beat. There's more great action-packed entertainment for you throughout the week on NBC. Other mystery adventure programs include such popular shows as Dragnet, High Adventure, and
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. The stories I run into start in a million different ways. This one began with a gun in my face and ended with the number 13.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It's night again in Chicago, and that's when I start out looking for a story that'll make you say, it takes all kinds to make a world. Yeah, it sure does. One by one I passed them. That girl over there with her hair held tightly in place by a scarf. Each carefully marceled wave a hopeful assurance that she'll end up looking like somebody in a movie magazine. Or that beaten old man picking a crumbled, soiled newspaper out of a rubbish can. Why does he want a paper? He knows tomorrow will be the same for him no matter what happens in France or England or just around the corner. So tonight, I found myself in a quiet section of the residential district. I wondered what was behind the lighted squares of glass and what went on. Who were those people and what were their problems? I kept going and I walked into...
Hey.
I kept going and I walked into...
Hey, I beg your pardon.
Oh, yes?
I hesitate to bother you, sir, but do you have a match?
Have a lighter. Will that do?
Thank you.
There you are.
Oh, just a moment.
Yeah.
I am afraid I didn't get a light after all.
What's the matter, Pop? Afraid to ask me for the touch? Here.
Please, put your hands up.
What?
I'm not joking. I have a gun.
Oh, I see it.
Put your hands up.
Okay. Like this?
I warn you, I'll shoot if you try anything.
Well, rule number one when facing a stick-up man who's obviously pulling his first job, be very careful.
It's not my first.
Oh, a hardened old offender,
Hand me your wallet.
What, with my hands in the air?
Put them down, but remember what I said now.
Sure. Why is a nice-looking old man like you doing this?
Stop talking and hand me your wallet.
All right. Here.
Now turn around, face the wall, and don't try to follow me.
Pop, hand me the gun and tell me all about it.
Don't come toward me.
The gun, Pop. Now hand it over. We'll have a talk. Maybe over a cup of coffee.
Stay away, I said.
I should have had better sense. A novice at a stick-up is like a kid with the Einstein theory. He doesn't know what it's all about, and he shoots out of sheer fright and nervousness. That sharp, searing pain across my temple before I blacked out told me a bullet had creased my skull. That's all I remembered until I woke up in a precinct police station.
Well, coming out of it, huh, Stone?
Oh, my head, Kalski, did you get him?
Nope. Wrong car picked you up. Somebody reported a shot.
Oh, and you brought me here.
Want to try sitting up?
Oh, sure. Oh. How close was it?
Quarter of an inch from pay dirt, I'd say.
Kalski, you are now looking at a prize boob.
Oh?
Oh, yes. Yes, I tried to take a gun away from a stick-up man.
You ought to have better sense.
But this was different. I don't think he ever did it before.
Guy has to start sometime.
Yeah, but he, Want a description?
That's what I'm waiting for, Randy.
Man about 70.
70?
70.
Oh, with a long white beard.
Kalski, the man, was about 70. A little over 5.5 feet.
Sure. Name of Rip Van Winkle?
For all I know, it might be. When you find him, he'll have my wallet on him. Oh, and Kalski. He's nervous enough to take a shot at anybody. Next time, he might be able to hold a gun a little steadier and on target. So, 10 minutes later, I left the precinct station. Kalski put out a call for the little old man who made like Jesse James. I went back to my desk at the Star. Maybe I had a story. I wanted to wait until the police picked up the old man because whatever made him turn bandit was a story. An hour passed, and I was just about getting ready to give up.
Oh, hi, Mr. Stone.
Oh, hello, Larry.
I didn't come in this time of night. You're almost always out.
Larry, you don't know how close I was to that permanently.
Hurt your head?
Yeah.
How?
Well, I was wearing my hat with a feather in the band.
Huh?
Yes, I got mixed up in a badminton game.
I don't get it.
Well, you work on it, kid. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, I get it. Feather, badminton.
A for effort, Larry.
Oh, hey, I almost forgot.
What?
Here's a package for you.
For me? What is it?
Oh, no. Open it up and see.
That's working them out, kid. Where did you get this?
Hey, that's a wallet with some dough in it.
It's mine. I said, where'd you get this?
Dan gave it to him.
Where is she?
Left, I guess.
By the elevator?
I guess so. Leastways, she was waiting for it when I...
You sure it wasn't a man?
I'm old enough to tell a difference.
Oh, I stand here chewing the feather.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Mr. Stone.
Larry, stay by the phone. Take down anything that comes in. The woman who brought back my wallet had 8 floors to go down on that slow night elevator. I had a chance to beat her to the lobby, so I took the stairs 5 at a time. And then I was in the lobby, but the elevator had beaten me down. I ran over to the night man.
Well, hello there, Mr. Stone.
How are you?
You didn't come down in the elevator?
Yeah, how long you been down here?
Oh, just a couple of seconds.
A woman ride down with you?
Yeah, from your floor.
She go outside?
Yeah. Hey, something wrong?
Come on with me, will you?
Why all the fuss?
Would you recognize the woman if you saw her again?
Oh, I guess so.
Now, take a look both ways. Tell me if you see her.
Had on a little hat, old lady, too.
Old? How old?
60, 65, thereabouts.
You see her?
Ain't sure, but I think that's her at the bus stop.
Which side of the street?
Other side, next block.
Okay, thanks. See you later. Maybe it was she, maybe it wasn't. I hurried across the street just as a bus pulled up and took on a passenger. A little old lady wearing a little hat. I reached the stop as the bus was pulling away.
Hey, you always stick your head in front of buses like that, Buster?
Yeah, I get results and rides that way. There were other vacant seats in the bus, but the one I wanted was next to a little old lady. A little old lady whose eyes were red, as though she'd been having a real good old-fashioned cry. She didn't even notice me sit down on the seat beside her. For a moment, I just sat and watched her frail, blue-veined hands pulling on a wet handkerchief and sobbing. There's something wrong, lady.
No, I'm all right.
Thanks for returning my wallet. There's $10 missing.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about your wallet.
You know, be easy to check that. We get off, we take a bus back to the Star Building. There's a night man and an office boy who saw you.
This is my stop.
2 blocks from the paper? That's a short ride. Now, look, I don't know what this is all about, but I'm willing to learn. Now, you can either tell me here or we can go somewhere else.
Can't you just forget it, please?
Forget it. I could have been killed.
I know, but he didn't mean it.
Who was he, or who is he?
He's my husband.
Oh. Well, do you want to talk about it?
If I tell you why he did it, will you help him?
Look, let's get off this bus. We'll take a cab to... Well, where?
I want to go home.
All right, I'll take you home. But something tells me I'm sticking my neck out.
Will you sit down, Mr. Stone?
No, not right away. Is your husband here?
No.
All right, let's have the truth, Mrs. Benson. Why did your husband hold me up?
It was the only way he could get the money tonight.
Well, why tonight?
We need $200 by tomorrow morning.
Oh? And why return my wallet to me with over $50 in it? Why didn't he keep it all?
He needed just enough to...
Enough for what, Mrs. Benson?
I want to show you something. Then you'll understand. Here. Look at these.
Now, what are these?
Look at them.
Yes, I'm looking. What do they mean? Figures, problems, pages of them, notebooks filled
His
with...
system for winning at roulette.
Winning it? Oh, no.
For the last 10 years, he's done nothing but work on it.
Well, there's always one of those, the big brain who can sit down and beat the little numbers that go around.
Oh, please.
Does he have any idea how many of these systems have put period to a lot of rosy dreams?
He believes in it.
Yeah, they all do.
Harry's no fool. He's a brilliant man, Mr. Stone. He was a professor of mathematics.
Was?
Yes. But they said he was too old. Retired him.
No other jobs?
Nobody wanted a mathematician or a man almost 70.
Yeah, but this gambling, he should know better. The odds are never with the player, only with the house.
At first, it was just a hobby. He liked to work out the odds, and then when things got desperate...
Yes, and now?
We have the same.
And tonight he's going to play his big system, Where?
I don't know. I told you, I don't know.
Did he take the gun?
No, he left it here.
Well, that's one good thing anyway.
What will you do now?
I don't know.
And the police?
They're looking for him already.
Oh, get to him first, Mr. Stone.
Why?
He won't let himself be arrested like a thief. That's the last thing he said. He wouldn't let the police arrest him.
listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
So there I had it, a little old ex-professor of mathematics with another system for beating an unbeatable game. There's something in each of us that makes every individual believe he's different. The I can do better philosophy is human. If it weren't, we wouldn't have the Brooklyn Bridge, the better mousetrap, or the fellow who blinks his eyes in bewilderment and says, I thought I had it all figured out. Okay, I decided to go after Professor Benson. I headed for a spot where I thought I might pick up some information.
What's in your mind, Stone? I said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, just for a minute, Cully.
Okay, what?
How's the game going?
Win a little, I lose a little. You want in?
No, not tonight. Tell the truth, Cully, I'm looking for a bigger layout.
Blue chips here are 500. How big can you get?
Oh, some. But this is a private poker party.
Yeah, I wouldn't want news of it to get around.
Oh, don't worry, Cully. I did you a favor.
Now remember, give me a break in your paper. Okay, what do you want?
I want to know where there's a roulette layout.
Don't know?
You get around.
Some, but I don't talk about it.
Just this once, Cully.
Why?
I'm looking for somebody who might be playing.
Why?
I gotta find him.
Why?
Oh, Cully, you're repeating yourself.
Anything else? Maybe I'd do you a favor. This? No. Besides, I don't think there's a wheel in town.
I think there is.
Okay, you think. Now, so long, sir.
All right.
Oh, before you go...
Yeah.
If I were you, I'd make this the last stop. You ask funny questions, and you might not get such funny answers.
It was the same in the other three places. And after hitting each one, I checked with the police, but Professor Benson seemed to have got himself swallowed up somewhere in the 1,000 square miles of Chicago. And then I was on my way again, trying to remember all the likely places until...
Hi. Mind if I walk with you?
Now, what if I did?
Oh, I'd walk anyway. I need exercise. My doctor says so. Hey, you got a doctor?
Oh, yeah. What's your problem?
Oh, not much you couldn't clean up, Stone.
Oh, you know me, hmm?
Sure, everybody knows Randy Stone. You're real famous, like. You're getting even more famous tonight.
What's the answer to that?
You've been around a few places.
And that's illegal?
No, but it's silly.
Okay, so I'm silly. So long. Glad to meet you.
Hey, not so fast, Stone. We got to talk.
On what subject?
Money? That suit you?
All right. Get rid of it. What have you got to say?
Look, Stone, everybody wants peace and quiet. The whole world's in a mix-up because one guy don't agree with the other guy, right?
Oh, my. Another big thinker with brass knuckles.
Yeah. Now, like I say, everybody wants peace and quiet. But there's a lot of guys have to make a living in a funny way.
Why don't you get to the point?
Sure. Now, take you, for instance, for example, huh? Your boss says, Stone, go out and see how many gambling joints are buzzing. So you, being a nice, hard worker, you
Nobody
go out...
sent me out for that.
Okay, so nobody sends. But somebody sends me.
So what about it?
Nothing. Only everybody likes to see everybody else happy. Maybe this could do it for you.
How much is that?
$1,000.
I'm stirring up a lot of muddy water, huh?
Yeah. You've been at 3-4 places. And to the cops.
Not for what you think.
I ain't paid to think, only to carry out orders. This is one. Want the dough?
Listen, I'm only looking...
Yeah. Looking for somebody. Cut it out.
I'm telling the truth.
I'm telling the truth, too. Stone, put your nose in one more place where they don't like stuck-in noses. And somebody will push it right to the back of your head.
Sometime, somewhere, somebody said there's nothing like a quiet fireside, complete with pipe and slippers. But can you make a career out of it? For that matter, can you make a career out of a hold-up, a creased skull, and a nasty little hoodlum? Well, I was trying to. And just to find an ex-professor who had a very common disease, I can't lose-itis. Okay, I'd try 1 or 2 more places, and then I'd quit. I got the same answers. And by this time, the name of Randy Stone was enough to close more doors than a quarantine sign. I was asking for it, and I got it.
Stone, huh? Here I am again.
Oh, yes, I see. Okay, you win. Let's forget the whole thing.
Just like that, huh? Over here, you guys.
I brought some friends.
I said you win. Let's forget it.
Yeah, you was told. You didn't pay attention.
Use your head, fella. Beat me up and every newspaper in town will get the story. They'll really split things open.
I got orders.
Oh, forget them. Go back and tell the guy.
I got orders. Besides, you ought to be a good example to any other cookie who thinks he's a one-man vice squad. You guys close it.
Now, listen to me. I'm not out to set up a knockover for anything. I'm hunting for someone.
Don't go through that again.
It's the truth.
Max, start the ball rolling.
You're an idiot.
To think you could have had $1,000 instead of this. Hey, now your nose looks much better.
A professional working over is done with finesse. It's meant to stop just short of murder, but leave a nasty memory. When I came to, I was propped against a building in the alley, and the world at that moment was a bad place. And I was mad, and my anger was for the little professor with his system. Now I really wanted to find him and turn him over to the police. But I couldn't find him the way I'd started out. No one to talk, no one except perhaps one person. One of those strange, pathetic creatures known as a stoolie. I cleaned myself up at the nearest washroom, grabbed a cab, and went to see him at a dirty, shabby rooming house. He was there.
Look, Randy, you got yourself worked over already. What do you want from me, huh?
Just a little information, Gus.
Yeah, I know. Nobody comes to me except for that. Someday I'm going to buy a chicken farm and get out of this business.
Yeah, now listen, you know everything that goes on in this town, within limitations.
Yeah, I know plenty. But not everything.
Well, most of it. I want you to find out something for me.
Yeah?
There's a roulette wheel somewhere.
I don't know nothing.
Oh, come on, Gus, come on.
Randy, sir, help me. Hope to kiss a pig. Nothing.
Don't be afraid, Gus. I'm not starting a cleanup. I just want to find something.
I know from nothing.
For $50?
Huh?
$50.
It ain't good, Randy. I done a lot of favors for the cops. They shoot square with me. They kind of say I don't get hurt, but you...
This isn't a crusade. I want to find someone.
You leveling, Randy?
I'm leveling.
Well, if you ain't, if anything happens, both of us could end up real bad in the red. I do a nice business.
All right, just between you and me, Gus. Now, how about it?
$75?
Okay, 75.
Now?
I haven't got it on me. You know I'm good for it.
Then send it to me, not bring it personally.
All right. I'll send it to you.
Uh-huh. Now, who do you want to find?
So I left it with Gus, and he arranged to call me at a pay station as soon as he learned anything. I waited in front of the phone for an hour, and then an hour and a half. And all the while I wondered what was happening with Professor Benson. The thing was building up in my mind. It'd be ironic if his system worked with my money. What would I do? What could I do? Whose money would it be? Then the call came through in the booth. Hello?
Randy?
Oh, yeah, Gus.
Yeah, I got what you want, but you gotta promise no knockover.
No, I told you that.
Okay. There's a little guy like you told me about. He's playing the wheel.
Where?
Remember the old Dixie Club?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a layout in the back. Everything from Pharaoh to one-armed bandits. All fancy.
And he's there?
Yeah. And Randy.
What?
You better get there quick.
Why? What's the matter?
This guy's hotter than a $2 pistol, and the boys running the joint are getting cross with him.
All right. I'll see you.
Now, hold it,
What?
will you? You gotta know how to get in.
Yeah, that might be handy. How do I do it?
Well, when you get to the door, just say, the name is McReady, see?
Yeah. McReady. I went back to Mrs. Benson because I figured I might need her. And then the two of us went to the old Dixie Club. From the outside, it looked like a boarded-up house. But Gus knew what he was talking about. A knock on the door, it opened a tiny bit, and I was McReady. Then the door opened all the way. Mrs. Benson and I went in, back to a big room filled with people. But the dice game was deserted, so was the blackjack table, and the faro layout, also the poker tables. But the crowd pressed in against the roulette table, around a little old man whose face was flushed and whose skin glistened with perspiration. In front of him was a huge stack of chips, and as Mrs. Benson and I approached the table...
Number 11, black.
I won.
I won again. It's working. You see, everyone, it's working.
Hello, Benson.
Stone.
Uh-huh. Doing all right, huh?
Please, you're not here to take me away.
Well, that's the general idea.
Harry, come with us.
Oh, no. Look, I've got all this, and there's more to come.
Okay, you're ahead. But there is something else. Earlier this evening, you...
Here's your money. Take it.
Harry, I've never seen you like this.
Dora, all this money, yours and mine.
Yeah, all right. Now, come on. Pick it up and let's go.
No, I won't let you take me till I play to the end of my system.
Your system,
Yes. I've waited for this. Waited till I knew I was right. Now you want to...
Take it easy. What's your trouble, mister?
Are you speaking to me?
Right to you.
Who are you?
I happen to run this place.
Well, it's slightly illegal.
Who are you?
I'll tell you. He's a newspaper man. His name is Stone. He wants to
Shut
take
up.
me away.
Stone, huh? How'd you get in here?
I know a man named McReady.
I wish I knew how you got to know him.
I was introduced. Now, let's cut out the small talk.
$5,000 isn't small talk. That's what he's into me for.
Any objection if he takes it and leaves?
I won't. You listen to me.
Harry, don't you know what you've done tonight?
Yes, I do. I've won for us.
All right, then take it and leave.
No, I said no. For 40 years, I gave everything I had to other people. What did they give me? A gold watch and a wonderful speech. But Dora and I couldn't eat the speech. Maybe if you spent over half your life in trying to...
Harry.
All right, well, what do we do now?
It's up to him. He's playing a closed table. If he wants to go on, all right.
I do.
That answer you, Stone?
And what'll happen?
What do you mean by that?
Figure it out.
I see. You know what could happen, don't you, Stone?
Sure, I've met a few muscle boys already tonight.
Could get worse.
Okay. All right, Benson, it's your funeral. You've got $5,000 in front of you now. You can take it and leave, or you can play. Suit yourself.
I'm going to play.
No, Harry, no.
I've got 2 more numbers, Dora, 2 more.
Okay, place your bet, Benson.
Yes. 27, red. $1,000. Will you take that much?
I'll cover it. Go ahead.
Harry, for the last time, don't.
No matter what we say, he'll do it. Let him go.
27, red.
All right, spin it.
Sure.
And be careful.
Yeah, I'll be careful.
Please spin the wheel.
Harry.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Go on, spin it.
Sure. Number 27, red.
You see, you thought I was crazy, but look at it. I've won again.
Harry!
Benson. Come on, help me get him away from the table.
Take him into my office, will you? Get him away from here.
I've got to play one more.
Yeah, sure. You've got to play one more number. Give me a hand, somebody, please. That's it, thank you.
Don't
Come on,
take me away.
Benson.
Please,
Come on.
Please.
All right, on the couch.
You don't understand. There's one more number. My money. Where is it?
It's at the table. Now, take it easy.
No, my money. Somebody will steal it.
It'll be all right.
Dora, go back and get it. Dora, go
I'll
back.
call for a doctor.
No. Let me up.
No, Harry, lie down.
My money. Get it, Dora. Get it.
All right.
Get it.
Stay with him, Mrs. Benson. Don't let him up.
Yes.
Well?
How much does he have coming?
Including the last spend, $41,000.
Can you cover?
I'll cover.
All right, cash these.
Wait a minute. Maybe he wants to play some more.
He's finished playing. Cash these.
Okay. Eddie, get $41,000 in the safe and...
No! Leave it there!
What?
Leave it there!
What are you talking about?
He wants to play it.
Oh, he's crazy. Let me talk to him.
No, he won't listen. He wants to play it to the end. He made me promise I would.
What? Well, do you want to?
I promised.
All of it?
Yes.
Can you cover that much?
Not at 35 to 1. 20 cents on the dollar, take it or leave it. Take it and I'll spin. Leave it and I'll close the wheel now.
I'll play it.
Oh, for the love of heaven, Mrs. Benson, there's $41,000 here. Do you realize you can lose?
He said I couldn't.
I bet he's got...
I promised I'd play it on Number 21.
Oh, let me talk to him. Let me...
No, I made a promise. Play it.
41,000 on number 21 red. Is that what you want?
Yes.
All right.
A fair spin.
A fair spin. And the last one.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
All right. 21 red. Number 13 black. How about that, fellas?
Are you satisfied, Mr. Benson?
Yes, I am. I didn't want it to win. I didn't want that money because it killed him.
It killed him?
Yes, he's dead.
What? Oh, Mrs. Benson, what can I say?
Oh, I was so sure. And I lied to him. I lied. But I didn't want it. It killed him.
You lied? No, you kept your promise. You played for him.
Here.
But his system, it's... Well, Mrs. Benson, you played 21.
I know. And his last number was 13.
Well, here I sit, back in the office, wondering, watching the lights go out and the dingy gray of dawn creeping through the streets. And somewhere out there is an old woman, a lonely old woman who could have had almost $50,000, but at the loss of something that no amount of money could buy back for her. The man who quit while he was ahead. Yep. Where there's a winner, there's a loser. That's the way it's been, and that's the way it'll always be. Oh, well. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It's time now for another hard-hitting adventure with Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone on Night Beat. But first, a reminder. Tomorrow evening, join Brian Donlevy as he takes you on another dangerous assignment. Sunday, Douglas Fairbanks brings you authentic action stories based on activities of your government security agents. This new series is The Silent Men, and you'll enjoy the pulse-quickening adventures which the silent men bring to the NBC microphone. Then Monday night, Herbert Marshall assumes that mysterious identity of the man called X. And for photos of your favorite NBC stars, buy the current NBC Silver Jubilee issue of Radio TV Mirror magazine. And now it's Night Beat on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Tonight's story began more than a year ago, around 7 a.m. of a cold November. The city room was a wilderness of empty desks. There was a chill in the air. The radiators were knocking, but the heat wasn't coming in. Dawn dribbled down the main aisle like dirty dishwater. My desk lamp shone dismally on a cup of stale coffee and a chocolate donut, one bite missing. I was trying to finish my column and go home, but it was just one of those days. The words wouldn't come. And I just sat there looking at the typewriter keys, hating them one and all from A through shift lock to ditto marks. And the drunk smiled sadly. Oh, nuts.
That must be him, all right, Jenny.
I suppose so. I pictured a better-looking man.
I looked up. The old guy was as twisted and gnarled as an old shillelagh. If you can picture a shillelagh in a seedy mail-order suit. The old gal was dressed in shapeless black crepe. Looked like something left over from a rather unsuccessful funeral. Yeah.
You go right on with your chores. Mr. Crothers and I'll just stand around and gawk.
Yeah, you do that.
Looks a lot easier than seeding an acre of barley, huh, Mr. Crothers?
Yeah, but watch them fingers go. Like a bunch of beavers.
Oh, beavers. Look.
You are Randy Stone, who covers the night beat?
Mm-hmm. And you two, I presume, are the Livingstons.
The Carruthers.
Jenny and S.B. Carruthers of Burroughs Junction, Illinois.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you.
You know, I bet you we've got every last column you ever wrote, Mr. Stone, pasted in our Chicago scrapbook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, along with Irv Kupsonet's column.
And the writings of that dear Mr. O'Brien before that sweet soul passed on. All you people who write about Chicago.
Ah.
And now we're really here ourselves.
Oh, it's like a dream come true. 55 years we waited.
Well, it doesn't seem that long, does it? Well, it's been fine seeing you. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Yes, sir. Jen and I met at the Columbian Exposition back in 1895. That's why we have such a warm spot in our heart for Chicago. She worked in a cigar factory up in East Chicago. That's what attracted me. Had nicotine on her fingers. Figured she must be one of them bad girls you're always hearing about and never lucky enough to meet.
Now, Mr. Crothers, you stop that.
Oh, that fair was quite an extravaganza. Of course, you heard about Little Egypt, Mr. Stone.
Oh, sure.
Oh, no, you stop that this minute, Mr. Crothers.
Oh, she had it, Mr. Stone. That little lady had it.
Will you listen to this dried-up old man? If that just doesn't...
Look, I'm sorry, but I've got to finish my work. Is there something you wanted?
No. Well, not exactly, that is.
Not exactly. Uh-huh.
We come off the train at 5:07 this morning and walked around a piece. All seems too strange, though. You know, the only place still standing is the hotel where Jen and I spent our honeymoon. But what a ruin that is today.
And you registered there?
No. That's it. That's what we want to talk to you about.
Where's your luggage?
Didn't bring any with us.
Oh, I see.
I know Jenny's pretty hungry and tired.
Now, you're the ones hungry and tired.
But I just couldn't go into any place and, well...
Oh, yeah, sure, I understand. Only the flattery about the column and the just folks talk, that wasn't necessary. Here. This 5-spot help?
Stand up.
Hmm?
Stand up or I'll smash you right where you are.
V.J. Carruthers, you stop that.
You tell him to stand up.
All the blood's rushing to your head and that vein is standing out. Now you turn right around and start walking for those stairs.
What is this?
Mr. Carruthers, you hear me?
I just want him to...
Start walking.
Oh.
I'll be right with you. Oh, we didn't come here to beg, Mr. Stone.
You coming, Jen?
Be right with you, Mr. Joe Lewis.
Well, it's not begging if you're hungry.
We came here to see you. Well, because even if you never knew us, we've been reading about you for so long, we felt like you were an old friend. We just came by
Come on, Jen.
Yes, all right.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, now, look. Stop. Will you stop?
You just leave us alone.
Now, Mr. Carruthers.
Look, I'm tired and I'm irritable. I'm having trouble with my story.
Jen and me, we never took a dime we didn't work hard for.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Carruthers' pride. It's the talk of the whole county.
I can see it would be. Only when you mention not eating and having no luggage...
Hey, look in this purse of mine.
Now, stop that.
I want him to look into it. Does this look like we need your $5? $2,000 in traveler's checks is all?
Now, Mr. Carruthers, I don't like that, not one tiny bit.
Well, I want to show him.
That's just plain boasting. I just won't stand for it.
But, Jen...
You just better also tell him that it's the last red cent we have in the whole world, plus all the money from next year's crop advanced by the bank, plus $500 from a second mortgage on the property.
Still don't need his $5.
I told you, I'm sorry.
Well, all right then.
Now, what are you going to do with all that money?
We're going to make a dream come true.
A dream?
We only had about $12 between us when we got married.
Less than 5, you boaster.
Well, whatever... Let me tell him, will you?
Well, just keep the facts straight.
Ever since then, we always dreamed of coming back in style. If it couldn't be with the red carpet and all the trimmings...
You just listen to that man.
Now, it's true, and you know it. How many hours we spent just talking about what we do.
Well...
Only every time we got a few dollars ahead, well, something happened.
Yes, if it wasn't the floods, it was the drought, and if it wasn't a dust storm...
It was another baby on the way.
Mr. Carruthers.
Well, now we decided we're going to make that dream come true no matter what. Only we're a couple of old hayseeds, and we need help. You know, right clothes, the right hotel, the right restaurants.
And you want my advice?
We did until you got so generous with $5.
We still do, Mr. Stone.
Well, I'll be very happy to help you.
Well, thank you. Jen and me, we just got to have the best time of our whole lives.
His voice had suddenly changed, and somehow the city room seemed to have grown much colder. I turned quickly to look at him. In the dim light, I saw something in those faded eyes that sent a trembling running through me. And then I looked again, and whatever I'd seen in the eyes wasn't there anymore. I decided that I was just tired, imagining things, and I let it go at that. They were a couple of sweet old characters, and I was going to do right by them. I poured enough coffee down my throat to push the cobwebs away, and then we started out on the town. First stop, of course, was an exclusive dress shop for stylish matrons on Michigan Boulevard. That's where all the lovely mannequins come equipped with soft gray wigs, and the indirect lighting and the specially designed mirrors were more than kind.
Well, what do you think of this dress, Mr. Carruthers?
Same as I thought of the others. Makes you look too old.
Oh!
Haven't they got something that shows a little of the foreleg?
Foreleg is what horses have.
Yeah, on a woman. The word is calf.
Well, whatever it is, I want to see it. So you just tell the young lady to bring out something else. Well, break it to me gently. How do I look?
Real nice, Mr. Carruthers.
I feel like a fish. Let me peek in this mirror.
He always does look so fine in blue, Mr. Stone. It just does wonders for his eyes.
Yeah.
Well, it's a mighty fine hotel, and I'm glad that Mr. Carruthers is registering. But...
Yeah, I know how you feel. $38 a day. It makes me a little weak in the knees.
No, it's not that. I want us to have the very best of everything. It's not that at all. It's just... Well...
Yeah?
Well, we're country people, Mr. Stone. I don't know how to say it.
Well, say what?
I've been married to Mr. Carruthers for 53 years. And in all that time, we've never slept apart. And I don't intend that we should start now.
What?
I've heard about these big city hotels with their twin beds.
You got nothing to worry about, honey. Not in the bridal suite. Well, after that, I gave Mr. Carruthers my telephone number should he need me, and then I staggered home for a couple hours of sleep. I was dead tired, but I wouldn't have traded this day for anything in the world. But then, just as I was about to doze off, all the warmth suddenly left me again, and again I heard what should have been just a nice bit of dialogue from a sweet old guy.
Jen and me, we just got to have the best time of our whole lives.
And for a moment, all the sleep was gone. I sat up, and when I tried to light a cigarette, my fingers trembled. And I didn't know why. During the next weeks, I got frequent calls from the Carruthers. They were having the time of their lives. They insisted I have at least one dinner with them, their treat. We ate at the pump room, where the prices can give you indigestion, but never the food. And then I could see that I wasn't the only one who'd fallen under the spell of Mr. and Mrs. Carruthers of Burroughs Junction, Illinois. The waiters, the busboys, the maitre d', the people at the other tables, there was love at first sight. And the evening ended in the great schmaltzy tradition, with Mr. and Mrs. Carruthers dancing by themselves on the small floor. And when the dance was over, everybody was clapping and touching their napkins to their eyes. Then the farmer and his wife came back to the table, hand in hand.
Oh, my. Where's the man out? It's hot in here.
You better sit down before you fall over, Mr. Carruthers.
Oh, kid, I could dance you into the floor.
Kid? He's getting citified fast, huh, Mr. Stone?
Yes, he sure is, kid.
Yes, sir, could dance you into the floor every night of the week and twice on the 4th of July.
Well, there's not going to be any more dancing. This is our last night.
Oh?
Money's all gone. Oh, but what a time we've had.
Got a lot more respect for money if it can bring us a month like this, eh, Jim?
Oh, isn't it the truth?
We ought to drink a final toast, then. Just about enough left. All right. You've got the floor, Mr. Carruthers.
Oh, all right. Well, I can't think of anything real clever. Let me see. Oh, I got a toast I learned at a stag when I was a growing boy.
Now, Mr. Carruthers.
I wasn't going to use it, Jim. No. Oh, here's my toast. For every moment of our life together, I thank you, my dear.
I went on about my work, checked in with the office at midnight as usual, and the girl at the switchboard had a message for me. Called Central Police Station and asked for Captain Barton. I put in the call thinking, well, laddie, back to the old routine. Then the captain came on the phone.
Stone, we got a torn jacket down here with your name and telephone number scribbled on a slip of paper in one of the pockets.
Oh, well, all my jackets are accounted for, Captain. I'm wearing it.
No, this one belonged to an old fella around 70. Dark blue, good material.
Well, that sounds like it belongs to Mr. Carruthers.
Now, how do you spell that name? Where can I get a hold of him right away?
Wait a minute, not so fast. What's up?
Plenty is up. Your Mr. Carruthers is on his way to commit murder.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Before we begin Act 2 of tonight's exciting adventure with Randy Stone, we'd like to pause and salute station WKBH in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Today, station WKBH celebrates the completion of 25 years of broadcasting to the residents of Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota. From the entire staff of Night Beat, sincere congratulations to you, WKBH, on your silver anniversary. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Captain Barton sat on the edge of his desk while I examined the jacket. And across from him was a mournful-looking man with a fresh bandage plastered to his forehead. Barton stood up.
Well?
Yes, it's his. What's it all about? How'd it get torn?
How did he get torn, he asks.
Suppose you tell him, Mr. Hartman.
What's to tell? He's strong for an old man like that.
Well, he did farm work all his life.
I could make a joke and say he sure plowed into me. Big joke.
Mr. Hartman operates a pawn shop on Milwaukee Avenue.
Well, what was he doing in your pawn shop?
He was attracted by a revolver display I had in the window.
Revolver display?
Particularly one Colt 32, priced $35. Worth every penny.
He tried to steal the gun?
I didn't say that. He wanted to buy it, okay. But he didn't have a license. So I told him to go down to the police department and get a license tomorrow. He said he didn't have the time. It had to be now.
It had to be now.
I said I was sorry. With me, it's strictly legitimate. Then the roof fell in. An old man like that.
That sure doesn't sound like the fellow I know.
He took the gun and started running for the door. Well, I grabbed him by the sleeve of his jacket here, and whammo, he smacks the gun into my puss. Well, I hang on to the coat. It splits right down the middle, and he keeps running.
That isn't the only item on your Mr. Carruthers tonight, Stone.
What do you mean?
This statement here didn't add up until Mr. Hartman came in. You listen to this. A telephone report from the Ajax Drugstore, 1947 Wabash Avenue. Ernest J. Gorman, manager. The statement follows. At about 8:40 p.m. tonight, Gorman waited on an elderly man dressed in a dark blue suit. The man told Gorman he wished to purchase some poison.
Poison?
The man claimed he wanted poison to destroy rats, but Gorman's suspicions were aroused by the man's insistence on knowing the reaction of such poisons on the human body.
The old guy's a real doozy.
The man offered Gorman $100.
That's what he offered me, only I turned him down cold. I've been in business since 1900.
Yeah. Go on, Captain.
$100 for a few capsules of poison. When Gorman refused, the man exclaimed, "I won't let her suffer. I'll find some way," and disappeared before Gorman could stop him.
Oh, brother.
So he doesn't need the poison. He has my $35 gun.
Hey, where are you going?
The phone. Operator, get me the Ambassador East Hotel. Fast, please. I don't know the number. It's an emergency.
Is that where they're staying?
Yes, you better get over there quick.
I'll get on this intercom. Hurry. Have a car out in front right away. We'll be right.
Oh, hello. I want to speak to Mr. Carruthers, room 1217. Yes, hurry, please. What's that? When? I see. Okay. Thank you. You can cancel that car, Captain.
Huh?
Mr. and Mrs. Carruthers checked out of the hotel 3 hours ago. Left no forwarding address. When I left the police station a little after 2 a.m., I really felt Jim dandy. I tried to get back to work, but that was a lost cause. Trying to kill his wife, it didn't make sense. It just didn't make sense. I recalled the first time I'd seen them, the old guy shooting off his mouth about the Columbian Exposition of 1895, Little Egypt, and how changed everything was. And then I stopped dead in my tracks. That hotel that they'd stayed in back in 1895. I started running for the nearest phone booth. I woke up half a dozen people all over Chicago, local historians, hotel keepers. Finally, a sleepy-voiced fellow in charge of the Hotel Association of America gave me an answer.
Must be the Gulliver House.
Gulliver House?
Yeah, that's what you must mean. Built for the exposition.
Where is it?
Let me try and clear my head. Woke me up out of a sound sleep.
Will you please hurry? It's urgent.
93rd Street, yeah. It was considered very elegant when it was built. But now it's practically a flop house.
No, there wasn't much left of the Gulliver House early grandeur. The marble floors were cracked and stained, and the oversized chandeliers were filled with cobwebs and burned-out bulbs that nobody bothered to replace. And a flock of beat-up leather chairs, an open elevator in the corner like a birdcage waiting for a lost canary. Nobody around but a bearded guy snoozing on a couch. I went to the desk. The night clerk was in an alcove making a pot of coffee on a little gas plate. I banged the bell.
I'll be right with you.
An old couple named Carruthers checked in here tonight.
Carruthers?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, a couple of hours ago. Room 412. Just let me finish measuring out this coffee now.
Take your time. I got all night.
Hey, where are you going? No, you wait till I call him. Don't you take that elevator.
The elevator was another relic of the Columbian Exposition. And for the sake of the older generation, I only hope Little Egypt had just half the vibrations. It seemed to move in all directions except up. Oh, come on. What was I going to find in room 412? I didn't even want to think about it. By then, I'd reached the 4th floor. And through the iron grillwork, I saw Mr. Carruthers standing in a faded bathrobe and holding a Colt revolver that would have looked much better in the hock shop window.
Well, open the door and come on out.
What have you done to Jenny?
The clerk called up and told me you were on your way.
That open door down the hall, that's your room?
Stay right where you are, Mr. Stone. That must be the manager ringing for the elevator.
What have you done to your wife?
Keep your voice down. Folks sleeping.
Tell me.
My nephew, Martin, that's my sister's boy. If he hadn't got out of medical school last June, well, you know how it is. We wanted to give him a start. Figured it was time for a physical examination anyhow.
Uh-huh.
I guess I ain't been to a doctor since maybe 1927 when I tore a ligament in my back. And Jenny, well, almost as long. Anyhow, poor Martin, after he examined us in July, he called me into his office and said he was sorry that he ever become a doctor. Nice boy. He sure hated to tell me that Jenny had to die.
Die?
One of them incurable things. Too late to do anything about it. No pain yet. Another couple of months for that. And then maybe 2 more months at the most. Oh, I wish he'd stop that.
That's when you decided on the trip to Chicago?
At least we did have that, huh? Forget everything but how happy we were.
Yeah.
But in the back of my mind, I decided that when the trip was over, well, I hadn't been able to do very much for Jenny. Maybe I could fix it so she wouldn't have to suffer.
And so you got the gun, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Where are you going?
Your room?
I'm warning you, don't. Don't. You'll wake her up.
What?
Here's the gun. Take it.
It hasn't been fired.
I couldn't even do that for her. I sat there and I tried, but I couldn't even do that.
I see.
I can't help it. I'm selfish, I guess. I want every minute that I can have with her. I don't care how or why or anything. You better take that elevator down before he has a conniption.
Yeah, I guess I'd better. Mr. Carruthers.
Yes?
Nothing. Give Jen my love. Goodbye. More than a year passed. I didn't forget the Carruthers, but I don't know. Life keeps piling up in front of you, and my memory of them kept being pushed farther and farther into the darkness. But early this evening, all the lights went on again. Fast. The paper sent me up to the Capitol at Springfield to cover a political story. I was driving back to Chicago the same day. Around 5 p.m., I saw that I was getting low on gas and I'd better fill up at the next town. And then I was passing the highway sign of the next town. Elevation nil, population even more so. But I forgot all about that when I saw the name of the place. Burroughs Junction. I stopped at the gas station only long enough to look through the thin phone book. And 10 minutes later, I was parked in front of a rusty RFD mailbox with the name Carruthers stenciled on the side. The frame house was badly in need of paint. The pickup truck stood in the yard balanced on blocks, its rear wheel missing. The steps were broken, an empty rocking chair groaned back and forth in the light wind as I crossed the warped porch. I knocked on the door, and after a while a hall light went on, and someone was coming for the front door. What could I say to him? What could I tell him? And then the door was open.
Why, Mr. Stone. Oh, how nice to see you again.
Mrs. Carruthers.
Come in. Come on in.
Oh, sure.
Well, it's not much like the bridal suite at the Ambassador East now, is it, Mr. Stone?
Let me look at you. Oh, you look fine.
Well, I feel all right for an old lady.
Oh, man, do I feel relieved. I thought that...
Huh?
Well, a young doctor, I guess he's entitled to one mistake, especially this kind, huh?
Oh, I see. Mr. Carruthers told you.
Yeah.
Well, my nephew and I, we played a trick on the mister.
Huh?
I guess it's hard for you to understand about taking that trip to Chicago. It just grew out of all proportions. I mean, it became, I guess the word is obsession. Is that the word?
Yeah.
Well, as time went on and all our plans for the trip fell through again and again, well, in Mr. Crothers' mind, not taking the trip became like a sign of his defeat. Just listen to me talking like one of those psychiatrists or whatever they call them.
Well, you're talking fine.
But for him, it was the one thing that made our life together incomplete. Like he'd failed me. Of course, that sure wasn't so. I had the most wonderful life with him that any woman... But men think different than women about what's important and what's not.
Yeah.
And if he'd known the real truth, he'd never have taken that trip. All he'd think about was providing for me. He was that way.
He sure was.
He passed on 6 months ago. 6 months this October.
What?
My nephew and I, that was the trick, Mr. Stone. You see, it was Mr. Carruthers who had the sickness.
A fellow once wrote, when two people really love each other, there can never be a happy ending. Well, maybe, but I don't know. I sort of think if he could have seen the look of love in Mrs. Carruthers' eyes as she talked about Mr., and if he could have heard the pride in her voice, maybe he'd have changed his line just a bit. Maybe to make it read, when two people really love each other, there can never be an ending. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Larry Marcus, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Mrs. Carruthers was played by Jeanette Nolan. Ralph Moody was Mr. Carruthers. Others featured were Ben Wright and Lou Krugman. Don Rickles speaking. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen starring in Warner Brothers' Force of Arms. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Tomorrow morning, be sure to hear the premiere broadcast of the Somerset Maugham Theater. Somerset Maugham's famous novel, The Moon and a Sixpence, will be presented tomorrow morning. Later, tomorrow evening, join Monty Woolley as the Magnificent Montague. And for photos of your favorite NBC stars, buy the current Silver Jubilee issue of Radio TV Mirror magazine. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Now, screen actor Frank Lovejoy comes to the NBC microphone as reporter Randy Stone on Night Beat. But first, let me tell you about our other mystery features on NBC. Saturday night, Brian Donlevy brings you international intrigue as he accepts another dangerous assignment. Then on Sunday, Mike Waring as the Falcon becomes involved in a murder. Later, Martin Caine, Private Eye, featuring Lloyd Nolan, investigates a mysterious case concerning jewel smuggling. Yes, stay tuned to the NBC Radio Network. The NBC Radio Network is now entering its second quarter century as a great entertainment medium. And now from Hollywood, it's Night Beat on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. And sooner or later, on any given night, you'll find me wandering across a neon-lighted wilderness on South State Street known as Skid Row, where all good dreams come home to die. That night, the moment I reached the street, I knew that something was decidedly different. Up ahead was Rescue Mission, a shabby little store with a crudely crayon sign offering salvation and vegetable soup to one and all. Tonight, Rescue Mission had a lineup of lost souls half a block long. I went over to see what the excitement was all about, but a bearded old gent in gym shoes and an army overcoat held together by safety pins barred my path.
Don't get rambunctious, buddy boy. Stand in line like a good soldier.
Yeah, well, I just want to get through
Stand in line, or I warn you, I'll wake up.
You'll what?
And you'll be gone.
Huh?
Kindly remember you're just an insignificant figment of my magnificent dream.
Oh.
That old wives' tale about pinching yourself, and if you feel pain, then you're awake.
Yeah?
There's nothing to it. Observe, figment of my imagination, I pinch myself. Ouch! The pain is fearful, and still I dream that the rescue mission on Skid Row is serving filet mignon.
Yeah, it was true. Some unknown benefactor had contributed $200 to the mission with specific instruction that the stakes must be at least 2 inches thick. It was like that all up and down Skid Row. The same source had seen to it that the A1 flop house had clean sheets and pillowcases for the first time in the memory of living man. And when I dropped into the corner tavern to see how things were going in the cold beer department, the bartender stuck a champagne cocktail under my nose.
Here you are, sport.
Hey, wait.
It's for free. Bon appetit.
Huh?
That's French. It means you should enjoy it.
Oh, swell. Santa Claus comes to Skid Row.
Look, Santa Claus wouldn't give you a 2-cent seltzer. It's that beat-up dame at the end of the bar.
Her?
Yeah, she must have rolled one of them visiting bankers from Iowa.
She was perched on a stool at the far end of the bar, next to the lighted jukebox and the empty phone booth and the stacks of beer cases. A bleached-out Tootsie with a gardenia in her hair. As I walked toward her, the shifting lights of the jukebox turned her face into a multicolored mask. First blue, then amber, then rose, and then blue again. And then I was beside her, and the illusion of a mask was even stronger. The black phony eyelashes fastened to the heavily powdered skin, and a slash of red to signify the mouth. And out of the blue eyeshadow, her eyes moving restlessly. So you're the good fairy, huh?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess that's what I am, all right. 1 second, sing out.
Yeah, I'll do that. What's the celebration?
My birthday. That's the celebration.
Well, happy birthday. Many of them.
Many of them. You got quite a sense of humor, hon.
Hmm?
Good fairy. I like that. I waved my wand, and the bums ate steaks and drank champagne and slept on clean sheets, huh? Well, I got news for you. You can wave a jerky wand till you're blue in the face. It also takes dough. $800. I hocked everything but my red flannels, like they say.
I bet.
But I always dreamed of something like this.
A fantasy, huh?
Is that what they call it? I gotta remember that. That's a good word. But now, whenever the 10th of November comes around, all these bums are gonna remember tonight and say, hey, this is Ruthie's birthday. I'll be famous for 2 whole blocks. Me and George Washington.
The 10th of November. This is the 9th.
Here's 2 bits. Will you put it in the jukebox and get something lively for a change?
Why didn't you wait for the 10th?
Because the truth of the matter is, if I waited for the 10th, there wouldn't be no celebration.
Why?
Will you go to that jukebox already and get some... Hey, what's that?
It's the phone booth over there.
Will somebody get the phone?
Well, I won't answer it. I won't.
Hey, what's with you?
I just won't answer it, that's all. You understand? It can ring all night, and I won't answer it. I just won't.
Ruthie, come back here. I looked back at the bar and saw that in her terror, the dame had forgotten her purse. I opened it to see if I could find any identification. And the card in her wallet said Ruth Martin and an address in St. Louis. I also found a hotel key with the name Royal Hotel, Chicago, Illinois, stamped on the leather holder. I also found a nice, neat .32 revolver, brand new, fully loaded, ready for business. They called this hotel the Royal for the same reasons they call a fat man tiny. I parked myself in the cramped little lobby and waited. A little before 11, Ruth Martin entered the lobby, asked for a key at the desk, and rang for the automatic elevator. I went on over. Hi, Ruth.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, me. Your purse.
Thanks. I went back to the bar and it was gone. I thought you turned out to be a common thief.
Oh, you'll find everything there. I didn't even steal a bullet from the gun.
Well, that's real considerate, and I thank you kindly. Oh, this elevator takes all night.
You're not registered under your right name.
I couldn't be bothered with the press and those awful autograph hounds. You know how it is.
You want to tell me how it is, Ruthie?
Here's my elevator. Thanks for every little thing, hon.
Look, I hate to keep repeating myself, but if you waited for the 10th of November for your birthday, why wouldn't there be any celebration?
What's to celebrate about a funeral? Good night.
I took the stairs behind the elevator. The second-floor hallway was a dark, narrow passage with a raw electric light casting a faint glow over the double rows of sealed doors. Ruth was already opening her door halfway down the hall. As I started toward her, she reached into the room and snapped on the lights.
No! No!
I ran the rest of the way. Her room was a dismal cubicle of curling wallpaper and cracked calcimine. She was at the mirror, frantically rubbing the glass with her hands, trying to erase a message scrawled in lipstick. Vivian will keep her promise.
I gotta get it off and erase it.
All over the room, the same scribbling in red lipstick, like the meaningless doodlings of a child.
How did she find me? How did she find me?
Oh, come on now, Ruth, stop it.
She was in here, she was in here, in here,
Stop
in
it.
here.
Stop it. It's all right. It's okay. Now, come on. Now, that's better.
I only moved into this dump this morning. I didn't even unpack yet. I didn't tell anyone I was here. I used a phony name, and she still found me.
Vivian, that's her name?
Yeah.
Well, who is she?
Vivian Clark. We were kids together. Gee, kids are crazy. What they don't know about the world would fill a book. Little girls. You know, they got a lot of fancy notions about how life's going to be.
Yeah.
We were 9, 10 years old. Lived in a down at the heel neighborhood. A lot of rooming houses and little hotels. And there were these dames who was always getting drunk and fighting. What do I have to do? Draw you a picture?
No picture, Ruth.
And then one day some cops brought the wagon for one of these women. She was celebrating her 30th birthday in a big way, shouting, cursing. They came and dragged her away. And she was ugly. So ugly. And I remember we stuck our fingers in our ears not to hear her screaming. And the way she looked, I said to Vivian, promise me if I ever turn out like that, for my 30th birthday, you'll kill me. Kids. The ideas they have. How corny can you get?
All right, Ruth. All right. Come on now.
Yeah. Gee, I'm sorry.
It's all right. And you think that Vivian...
I don't think. I know. You saw what she wrote on the mirror. Vivian will keep her promise.
Yes, but look at the walls, the scribbling. It's like a kid.
A kid? Yeah. Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head, hon. What do you think's got me half crazy? A kid, all right. Vivian Clark died when she was 11 years old.
That was a small statement that called for coffee, strong and black. So I took Ruth downstairs to a deserted little restaurant next to the hotel. And after a while, Ruth looked up from the coffee.
You
You think I'm nuts, huh?
Well, I haven't decided. Finish the coffee.
You saw her handwriting.
Yeah, but...
Don't you understand? I've talked to this kid. I've heard her voice.
Take it easy.
Sure. Just like that. Take it easy. Nothing to it. Look, sweetie pie, I'm so close to flipping my lid from these last 3 weeks.
Oh, that's when it started?
Yeah, 3 weeks. Oh, who was it? Wait a minute. It couldn't be 3 weeks. My head. Talk about a merry-go-round. There isn't an asylum in the county that wouldn't give me free room and board for life. 3 weeks. Yeah, I guess that's what it's been. I was out in the town with Jerry Myers.
Jerry Myers?
A little tin horn character in St. Louis. With the silk white muffler and the talcum powder on his face and pearl gray spats. Always good to his mother. Just the same, you want to hear something personal? Of all the guys I've ever known, I still got a warm spot for little Jerry. He's really got a good heart. You'd like him.
Uh-huh.
So, anyway, we were out on the town having a time. You ask anybody in St. Louis about Ruthie Martin. Live, laugh, and be merry. That's my own private philosophy.
That's a good philosophy.
Yeah. Until you come to that other part. Tomorrow we die.
Now, Ruth, knock off with that.
Oh, gee. I was never like this before.
You were telling me about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, that night, that first night. Boy, did I get stinking that night. Me and Jerry. Sweet little guy. It must have been 4 a.m. when I got back to my room, and I just flopped across my bed and passed out like I'd been hit with an atom bomb or something. Anyway, I don't know if an hour passed, or a minute, or even a second. But all of a sudden, I knew the phone was ringing. I didn't want to wake up, but it kept ringing, and I knew if I didn't answer, it'd ring all night. Yeah?
Hello, Ruthie.